He used to be a human who died of overworking. He then reincarnates in a new world where he eliminated demons for 300 years. Now, he is back to Earth, and with his return, he brought unexpected beings with him. This story starts with the reincarnation of our yet-to-be-named MC in a different world. Unlike the one he lived in before, at first sight, he can immediately tell that he has reincarnated to a fantasy world that is behind Earth's civilization. Seeing a maid in waiting, he surmised that he was born in a wealthy household. For an orphan who died from overworking in his previous life, he finds himself lucky to be reincarnated in a decent place this time. Though still a baby, another reason why he can tell a household is rich is because of his mother's looks. The woman, speaking in a different language, is exceedingly beautiful. With his mother's good looks, our MC is relieved that he won't have any issues regarding his love life when that time comes. You've reincarnated, and that's what you're worried about. 3 years have passed, and he could finally look out the window and see the world for himself. He looks out in wonder, commenting on how otherworldly it truly is. His admiration is cut off short when a maid finds him standing atop a chair looking out the window. The servant worries that he might fall off and whisks him away from the window. Our MC apologizes to his nanny while thinking about how he learned that he was born into a family that's part of the Grand Duchy well known throughout the kingdom. His father is the Grand Duke of Draconia from the Kingdom of Lionheart. Wow, our MC is winning in life with this reincarnation. By the time he turned 8, he received a sword. Our MC started learning swordsmanship to become a knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. He was very enthusiastic about it, imagining how he learned sword chi and aura. That's too cliche. As an older man living in the body of a young boy, he was so excited to learn from his master, the Holy Knight Sir Gothic. The palace dispatched the knight to teach him, and their first meeting went well. As the days turned to years, our MC now curses at his master, claiming it as child abuse. At the age of 14, he believes that holy knights are monsters in human skin. For becoming one, it's extremely difficult. For a young teen, he's already pulling a huge rock more than his size, and his master is the type to urge him to do another lap. Aside from power training, there is also sparring with his master. Becoming a holy knight requires more than these. He must complete quests, gain experience and honor, get chosen by the Holy Grail, and drink the holy water. On top of this, as Dragonia's son, he must learn everything needed to become a Grand Duke. Our MC gets distracted by his thoughts and gets scolded by his master during their spar, earning him a defeat. With these responsibilities, he can only ask to be saved by God if he or she truly exists. Exhausted with the spar, he remains on the ground, breathing hard with his limbs shaking from exhaustion. He still wants to be saved even though he doesn't really believe in any religion. After 2 years, our MC started roaming the world on his own, aiming to get acknowledged by the goddess. Once he accepts his quest, he will turn into a holy knight. As he ponders how he can get the goddess acknowledgement, he finds a town being attacked by a swarm of orcs from a distance. He thinks earning fame through good deeds that will get the goddess attention is ridiculous. Some warriors in the town are already fighting the orcs, and Groot is even one of them. They are losing hope since many of them have already been slain, but they still pray to the goddess to look over them. With the coming of orcs in that village, it became one of the opportunities for our MC to wield his sword, and it made him concerned about this fact. Upon seeing the orcs slay humans with his own eyes, our MC calls them trash. He immediately attacks the orcs with his sword, and it is then that he comes to know that the Kingdom of Lionheart has too many enemies. By the time our MC turned 20, it was then that he met the goddess and became a believer. The goddess greeted him, the son of Wulfric Dragonia, Leon Dragonia. Finally, a name for our MC. The goddess says she'll give him a quest to prove himself, and Leon quickly accepts it before even hearing the details. He's more amazed by the fact that the goddess actually exists. After years of toiling to complete his quest, Leon Dragonia finally achieved it and became a holy knight. Right after that, he continued slaying enemies in the goddess's name. Leon slayed him, from orcs, goblins, to evil cults. It is to the point that he became a war knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. This position gave him the right to lead other knights. With this authority, Leon was able to massacre the race of orcs. Going against them made him develop a deep hatred for the race. It is to the extent of feeling a sense of refreshment when he gets to slay them. Leon was at the age of 35 when the living saint and demigod, Argent Majesty Lionheart, died. The saint died in his fight against the archdemon that was summoned by the Empire. Leon thought that orcs were already a headache, so adding demons to the mix worsened it. For a believer of 15 years, Leon strongly believes that this is why humans must turn their faith to the gods. For a previous non-believer, our MC is the classic example of to see is to believe. Whatever the case may be, Leon is completely irked with the magicians of the Empire. Putting this all aside, the Lionheart Kingdom needs a new Holy Knight elected as the successor of the previous King Lionheart. So despite the chaos, Leon proved himself as the symbol of honor and faith, and it is for this reason that the goddess selected him. Leon accepts Goddess Ariana's decision despite knowing this is an arduous task. It includes the responsibility to the citizens and knights of the kingdom. With that, he transplanted the sacred treasure he received from the goddess, the Lionheart. Leon vowed to protect the Holy Grail as the Grand Duke of Dragonia and the King of Lionheart Kingdom. Living in this world for 80 years, numerous things have happened. Leon fought wars, 3 of which were the Great Wars against the orcs. There was also that incident with a weird hunchback goblin that turned into an archdemon. Aside from that, the Empire created more problems for everyone. And at present, the Empire is at it again with their School of Dark Magicians doing an experiment. For a second, I thought of various methods to counter the Dark Magician deck, but I doubt that will work here. Leon looks at the battlefield, thinking about all of this mayhem caused by the Empire when they opened their arms to a darned northern cult and separated itself from the gods. He believes that this is what happens when human rights are given to those who don't deserve it. So to resolve this, Leon opts to conquer all. In the 96th year of his life, Leon curses the Empire and even more so of its emperor for sacrificing 3 million lives just to grant his selfish request. For a coward who says he doesn't want to die, he ends up taking his and his citizens' lives to summon the Lord of Chaos in the Empire's capital. To fight the Lord of Chaos, Leon took his holy sword that still hadn't dried from the orcs' grease from the previous year. He led the Holy Knights to another battle with the Empire. 121 years in his life, Leon continuously fought enemies, but the world is on the brink of its destruction. He did his utmost to defeat all evil that crossed his path using the divine power he received from the gods. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. As Leon mulls over his inability, a Holy Knight calls him. Leon doesn't look back, but he calls the knight, Sir Aaron, and tells him that he can be proud of his father, who died with honor. He assures his subordinate that his late father has joined the feast of the gods. With tear-rimmed eyes, Sir Aaron believes this to be the truth. Leon prays to the goddess as he instructs his troops. He urges everyone to fight the villains who have destroyed the lands, and he continues to pray for the goddess to look over them. He ignites the hearts of his subordinates to take arms against those who had taken the lives of those precious to them. Leon remains resolute in the eyes of other mortals, urging them to enrage and fight those who trample on them. At the same time, he is aware that as the Knight of the Holy, he is incapable of stopping all evil. Leon takes the holy sword out of thin air as he continues to pray, asking for guidance. He leads his people to a fight for the goddess. Hearing his pleas, the goddess reassures her beloved knight that she will be with him until the end. Resolved by his goddess words, he leads everyone to the fight against devils. It was winter at that time. The barbarian slaves met their end as meat shields, while the civilian and glorious knights fought and died honorably. It is no doubt grotesque, but this is what a war entails. As the chosen agent of the gods and holy temples, Leon slayed all the demons to the end on his own. Whatever kind of demon it is, he proved his power as a holy knight and destroyed his enemies. Years passed, and at the age of 217, winter continues. He tirelessly fought all sorts of enemies. Time continues to move forward. By the time he reached 256 years of age, Leon was able to destroy that last demon gate in the land. His enemies have nowhere else to escape to. Though alone, he remains steadfast in fighting against the servants of evil. Those evil beings are now stuck with him in that world, and the only thing left for them is to meet their end in Leon's hands. The demons are sweating and lamenting, for they know that Leon will make true of his world. Leon believes he isn't stuck, even if the abominable beings are stuck in that world with him. He slays each one that he encounters. It's that half-empty, half-full mindset thingy. 300 years in his life as Leon. The Night King continues to fight. It was at that time that he met other humans. One of the humans asked his companion, Hari, if she was alright. They were a bit confused at what transpired, but seeing him defeat an archdemon with one slash amazed this group of humans. Leon calls the woman courageous and motivates her to rise and continue to fight. The humans look at him with indescribable looks on their faces and ask who our king is. Leon is releasing a golden aura with a holy sword in one hand, and he's in his birthday suit. He introduces himself as King Lionheart, the Knight of the Glorious Knights and the agent tasked with the will of holy temples. Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He says all this while looking down at them. It was in this 300th year that he met the Earthlings and defeated all the demons of that world, and the Night King has returned. Back on Earth, a gate appeared in the middle of Seoul, and its rank is unknown due to its black color. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association have asked the large guilds of Korea to join the raid of this unknown gate, but this was rejected due to the gate's unknown nature. Yep, everyone is afraid to meet their end. Because of this, the government has ordered the Korean Hunter Association to head to the gate first. This order is akin to an execution, and the Korean Hunter Association has no choice but to comply. It was at that gate that they met our Night King in his full glory. Lucky them. Someone snaps Associate Manager Hun Hari out of her thoughts. It was the guy who was with her when they entered the gate. The man, Kim Jin-soo, is the head manager of the Korean Hunter Association. He hands Hari a cup of coffee and asks her about it. Hari replies that no one believes them because the gate is a black rank with a great devil within it. They're getting back alive without any help from other guilds is already a miracle. Clearing it on top of that makes the story unbelievable, but it was all possible due to one man's existence. And that man they're talking about is none other than our Night King. He's a prime example of those people they call survivor from the other world. They were beings who managed to survive in the Gate realm. Leon is not the first survivor, for there have been such stories since the Gates appeared 30 years ago. Oh, so having a returnee is considered normal. The realm that the Gate leads to has the theme of a world on the brink of destruction or was already destroyed. In rare cases, survivors managed to go to Earth with the Earthlings who entered it. These survivors were able to keep the astonishing strength they've gained, which is why the government does its utmost to cater to their needs. At the same time, they plan the scouting of the said survivors. Hari tells Jin-soo that they must scout this survivor, whatever the case may be, for he has proved his prowess while they were in the Gate. Jin-soo agrees since he knows that even an A-rank hunter has to gamble his life when faced with a high-ranking demon. Yet this survivor before them has slain it in one attack. The monster inside that gate is something even S-rankers are afraid of, and the survivor didn't just slay it. It was a total domination of power. Yep, our king made killing monsters look graceful as if it were an art form. Hearing that the survivor is of royalty from his world, Jin-soo can't help but worry about the cultural difference. Hari thinks it will be fine, and Jin-soo asks what makes her think that way. Hari blushes as she says she can tell it, based on the survivor's voice, that he's a good person. As Hari said this, Leon loudly scolded the man before him, destroying the glass window with his voice alone. With that kind of voice, our king can easily become a singer if he desires it. Hari and Jin-soo were surprised at how the glass that could even stop monsters was easily destroyed. Leon scolds the Baldy before him for dirtying the Lionheart name, and the man apologizes quickly to the king of Lionheart. Jin-soo repeats Hari's words about the survivor being a good person. Hari looks away, claiming that the issue must be cultural difference. 15 minutes before that incident, Leon is calmly sitting with a representative. He deems the experience foreign since his previous life before becoming Leon was vastly different. In his previous life, he lived as an orphan and slaved away in his 20s to earn a living. It was during that time that he died due to exhaustion. After his death, he'd reincarnated and became a knight and a king for the Lionheart Kingdom for over a century. Leon vanquished all the demons of that world in the span of 200 years. He spent a total of 300 years in his new life, so he is relieved that he still has memories of his previous life as an orphan. It must be the perks of being a knight of the gods. The Baldy hesitantly calls for our king's attention by greeting him with his full name. Leon looks at Baldy, but he remains engrossed with thoughts that he can't reveal how he used to be an earthling since it would be a disadvantage. He thinks that a Night King of 300 years old is better than a 20-something guy who died from overworking. Making his decision, he glares at Baldy. Leon then commands Baldy to refer to him as Your Majesty while calling the other peasant. Baldy is confused and frowns at this, but he really can't talk back to a survivor, so he just scratches his head and corrects himself. Leon is relieved that this guy is playing along, wondering if Baldy is simply being nice or if this is how the government is regarding survivors like him. Seeing that this is the case, Leon plans to take advantage of it. Baldy starts to talk about the Black Gate, then corrects himself by calling it Your Majesty's world. He explains how it got in contact with their hunters and confirms if Your Majesty has slain all those demons. Leon confirms this and asks if Baldy has already forgotten. This got Baldy confused, and he wondered what His Majesty meant. Leon says he killed all the evil species and protected the honor of the knights, then commands Baldy to be his temporary secretary. He even makes a spectacle of it by making Baldy record the incident as if it were his privilege. Lol, our king is really enjoying himself. Though a bit confused, Baldy nonetheless agrees, thinking this is simply a case of cultural difference. Suddenly, Leon questions the lack of etiquette in treating royalty, which is a roundabout way of saying he's hungry. It's a good thing that Baldy is wise enough to understand what His Majesty means and immediately contacts someone to prepare some food. After Baldy makes an order, Leon asks him about the world they're in. He intends to figure out what happened to Earth after he died. Baldy then explains how it all started 30 years ago when gates appeared and opened worldwide. From the gates appeared monsters and demons, and the nations were in a constant emergency. Through numerous losses, they learned how each gate has a different theme and clear quest. Baldy adds how unattended gates will create a dungeon break, and monsters will come out to invade Earth. Oh, it's the typical solo leveling or S-classes that I raised setup, except our MC is a returnee. A knock on the door made Baldy stand up, saying it must be the meal. Leon gives a sound of assent while pondering how it is different in the world he just came from. Demons would typically pop up like mushrooms after a rain, while on Earth, the gates have themes and even quests. He can only think of how the humans are being trained by letting them go through trials. The door to the room opens while Baldy calls His Majesty. Baldy comes into the room with a tray with steaming food on it. He then places the food in front of Leon, who eyes the food with discerning eyes. Leon identifies the food as bone broth, kimchi, and rice, or a meal commonly called Seo Leon Tang. Leon recalls his life as an earthling. He was a laborer who considered the Seo Leon Tang as a soul food. He knows well that people will most likely enjoy the food they're accustomed to. Leon looks at it with a dark face, wholly torn with the temptation before him. He denies himself and questions Baldy about what the food is. Baldy answers that it is Seo Leon Tang, also known as the soul food of peasants. With those words, Leon acts befitting to his status. He curses at Baldy for tarnishing the glorious Lionheart name. He raged for getting served with a peasant's dish. He asks if this is how they serve the royalty of another kingdom, for he is Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a royal from another world who serves as a proxy for the gods. He is the guardian of the Holy Grail and the owner of the Holy Sword and the Holy Spear. Baldy tries to explain that it was not his intention, but Leon doesn't let him finish. He commands him to get out, calling Baldy an inferior peasant. Whoa, that's harsh. The status of Leon far exceeds the expectations of a typical Earthling. He is proud to be recognized as the arch-nemesis of demons and as the literal incarnation of a 300-year war against the spawn of evil. Though he used to be an Earthling, he finds the world a complete mess. For him, the root cause of this is the lack of proper religious faith. This thought further enraged him, and he can only think how it is up to him to enlighten these peasants as royalty. He might be a returnee, but that doesn't change the fact that he is the Night King. He might be representing the gods, but he still shouldn't have wasted food. A knife cuts into a steak, and Leon puts a piece of the cut meat into his mouth. Jin-Soo is curious at how the chicken and black bean noodles were recognized, while Hari is only relieved that Leon is at least eating the steak and the red wine made in 1993. That's a significant upgrade from Seo Leon Tang. A bit daunted, Jin-Soo tells Hari that she should go first. Hari panics, saying she can't use historical language. Jin-Soo says she has more of a shot since he thinks the survivor is a bit interested in Hari. He then reminds her of how she got complimented for her bravery. So in a sense, Jin-Soo is sure that she won't be kicked out. Hari questions this logic, but in the end, she is the one who approaches our king first. Hari enters the room and apologizes for interrupting His Majesty's meal. Leon recognizes her as the swordsman he met and tells her to sit. Hari smiles brightly at this and gives a thumbs-up sign behind her back. The room is being monitored through a surveillance camera, and the viewers are sweating as they watch. Hari sits down and asks about His Majesty's meal. Leon says it wasn't bad and even compliments the chef. He then explains that he isn't giving them a hard time because of the food. Instead, it was because of their attitude to him, the king. Leon goes on to lecture on how royalty from foreign lands should be treated according to their status, for this will reflect the status of the host nation. Hari pales at this and quickly apologizes for disrespecting him due to her lack of knowledge. Leon dismisses the matter and asks for her name. Hari stutters a bit and answers him. Leon says how he heard about their world and how the demons appeared. Hari gets serious and confirms this. Hari's interaction with the king is to have him join the Hunter Association of their country. She asks for His Majesty's royal permission to let the South Korean government look after him. Oh, so their aim is to make him an asset to the country. In the 21st century intelligence war, the main goal is to scout survivors. Nations would do this no matter how much resources they have to spend, all for the sake of stopping these survivors from joining other countries. Understanding the situation without having it spelled out to him, Leon says he has a duty to the battlefield. As an honorable knight that he is, this is the right thing to do. At His Majesty's positive remark, Hari asks if he will affiliate himself with the South Korean Hunters Association. Bursting her happy bubble, Leon specifies that he is a king and can't be a soldier for another nation. He announces that he'll create the new Knight's Order in that world. It takes some time for Hari to process what His Majesty just announced, and she can't reject this. So all she can do is nod. You have a hard time ahead of you, Assistant Manager. Hari asks what they're higher-ups said about this, and Jin-Soo tells her how they'll give their support on the matter. What matters is that His Majesty didn't go to any other country or even join a guild. Hari slumps, thinking how the association and South Korean government can only accept the whims of His Majesty. She then gets frustrated, thinking that all of this only happened because of those good-for-nothings from the large guilds. Hearing this, Jin-Soo mentions the Phoenix Guild, but he stops when there is a loud alarm heard throughout the office. Jin-Soo checks his phone and finds an urgent message that warns them of a dungeon break in the Honan Plains. Realizing that the place is a granary, Jin-Soo can immediately tell that food production will be halted once the demonic element spreads. Hari is confused about the matter, for she knows that the S-ranker Lee Yang-won from Phoenix Guild can easily stop an orange-colored gate. Jin-Soo gets irritated at the mention of the guild and says that those guys have a different plan in mind, and they must stop them immediately. Jin-Soo then curses loudly at the Phoenix Guild. I smell some bad blood between them. Leon hears this from inside the room and understands the situation based on Hari and Jin-Soo's talk from the other side of the door. Leon knows they're in trouble, and the crops are goners if the grounds get infected. He checks the place with his divine power and concludes it doesn't have it. Using his power, he asks if the other is well through his thoughts and calls for Demera. In a bright place with a majestic castle, a woman in a green hood looks back and smiles. She must be Demera, and she heard our king's call. The rice plants are in poor condition, as an orange gate opened right in the middle of the place. Someone yells for Hunter Lee Yang-won and demands an explanation. The smug-looking guy answers the call and asks if they're from the association. He is Lee Yang-won, the S-rank guildmaster in the Phoenix Guild. Yang-won greets Section Chief Kim and Hari, calling her a rookie. Jin-Soo glares at Yang-won, knowing full well that the other let the dungeon break happen since the association didn't accept their request. Yang-won only smirks back at him. The said guild has requested tax exemption for the profits they get from the gates. The Phoenix Guild has been profiting from byproducts they gain from the gates, on top of the magic crystals and materials collected from monsters. What they want to happen is to get exempted from paying the 1 trillion tax. Jin-Soo is irritated since the large guild already has a lot of benefits, yet they can stoop down this low just because their request was rejected. Hari yells that the urgency to close the gate has already been a week, and leaving it that way will worsen it. Yang-won looks away with a smile, saying he is well aware of this, and even adds how the authority of the auction gate will be given to someone else. But Yang-won points out that he can't do anything since his members are injured, and they can't raid in that state. Dude, everyone here has eyes. We can all see that they're all well with all those nasty grins on their faces. Yang-won claims they'll try to do it tomorrow, but there is no sure outcome. This response angers Hari, questioning his lack of patriotism and compassion despite knowing fully what will happen once Hama Plains gets infected. With a crazy grin, Yang-won claims ignorance on the matter. Yang-won then asks why she is being childish when he even told her from last year's draft that justice is money and power in their world. Another person speaks up, saying the other is narrow-minded and old-fashioned. Hari is surprised to find that Leon, His Majesty, is there. Leon warns her not to utter a king's name so lightly. He reminds her that he only allowed her to refer to him by his title. Not knowing who he is facing, Yang-won questions who Leon is, even commenting on how he looks like a Westerner. Leon doesn't give a crap and commands him to be quiet. He is angered by the fact that a low person like him dares to talk. Yang-won is equally angered, for he is being looked down on despite being one of the 20 S-rankers in the world and the guildmaster of one of the top 10 guilds. Think twice, brah, your title is nothing compared to our king's. Yang-won unleashes fire from his left hand, asking if Leon wants to die. Hari stops him, telling him that the man before them is a survivor. Hearing that he is a survivor, Yang-won's demeanor completely changes, and he even bows before Leon as he apologizes for his rudeness. This time, he properly introduces himself to Leon and asks if Leon came from somewhere. Leon only says that a king doesn't repeat himself and ignores Yang-won. Leon looks at Jin-Soo and asks about the problem, the details of the gate, and to keep it concise. Jin-Soo and Hari look relieved and are expectant to the help of His Majesty. Hari quickly explains that a dungeon break lets a significant demonic element out, infecting the land. For an area like the Hanwha Plains, it means that crops won't be able to grow in the contaminated land. And this is the current situation of the plains. Leon walks around and asks for their solution. Hari answers that purifying the area, clearing the dungeon, and getting rid of it is the solution. Leon stops walking and says he understands now. The main problem is the infected land and the growing gate. He then instructs them to call their forces. Leon then announces that once the raid limit for the small fries ends tomorrow, he's talking about the Phoenix Guild. He, the king, will personally take over. Hari is now completely relieved that they'll be receiving the help of a survivor. But Leon is not yet finished. He states that as a king of a foreign land, he can't do as he pleases in a territory that's not his. He requests the permission of the king of that land. Hari is entirely stumped and says she thinks it's okay. Still, His Majesty won't budge, saying they must follow legitimate protocols. Our king is a stickler for rules. Leon then mentions how Hari can call herself a knight when she can't abide by the laws. He shouts and urges them to send the message to their king. Looking at this spectacle, Yang Wan can't help thinking this guy's worse than him. Left with no choice, the association contacted the president of South Korea and was given permission. Night came, and Hari said they'd done the preparations that His Majesty requested. She asks what His Majesty's plan is with it, referring to the straw doll she's holding. Leon looks back at her and says they need to purify the land. Hari is a bit surprised and asks if this will be done using the straw doll. She recalls how His Majesty requested two things. The first is the straw doll, and the second is that it should be made by a woman who has given birth. Leon looks in a shelter filled with women who are creating dolls. Some of them are accompanied by their spouse. Leon instructs everyone to show him the dolls they've made. It's basically a straw doll-making competition. Leon looks at one doll, saying it's impossible. He ridicules the created doll and destroys it with his power. Another chicken-looking doll receives the same fate, while another woman is even called foolish for her creation. Wait, Hari made that. Does that mean she has a child? Or did she just join for fun? A pile of rejected dolls lies on the floor, but the 89th woman catches Leon's attention. It was an old married woman who created a charming doll. Leon asks the woman how many children she has given birth to. The old woman smiles as she answers 12, and Leon doesn't hold back on his compliments for the old woman. He even kisses the old woman's hand with respect. He apologizes for his lack of expressing his appreciation for her deed, making the older woman chuckle. With the doll in hand, Leon approaches a small makeshift table with a candle and places the doll on top of it. Announcing that the conditions have been met, Leon takes the Holy Grail out of his inventory. Calling for the Mother of the Abundant Land. He begins his incantation on how the people of Earth are offering the doll of harvest and asks for its acceptance. A bright light flashes out of the Holy Grail. As the light disappears, the Grail gets filled with water from the bottom. Hari is surprised by this phenomenon. The water overflows from the cup, and some water drops even float into the air at the rising sun. As red light tints the clouds, it is the dawn of a new day. But unlike any typical day, this is the start of a special day. The water drops enter the doll, bringing it to life and making it stand independently. The doll then speaks, calling Lionheart her child. In turn, Lionheart bows before the doll and greets Mother Earth, Demira, the god of life and fertility. Whoa, so that's what the doll's for. This was the day that divinity descended the land. Demira announces that the new land is also being invaded by evil, contaminating the land. Leon confirms this and adds how divinity doesn't exist in that land. He even apologizes for how some dirty swines might sully her eyes, making Yangwon gape at him incredulously. Well, you are a filthy swine. Demira reminds Leon that ignorance and greed can't be judged as sins, and these are the built-in characteristics of a mortal. The doll looks up at Leon and asks him about his plans. Leon pauses and closes his eyes as he says it is easy to blend amongst the swordsmen, but the conqueror's authority is divine. He promises to Demira that he will ensure that duty and authority will be equal in that land, for he will teach and lead them to the correct path until a new pantheon arises. Demira then asks what favor he will ask of her and adds that they are always ready. Leon asks Demira to aid the people of that world, though he thinks she may be unwilling. He asks her to purify the lands they're in. Demira reminds him that he is her temple's head and their champion. Demira stretched out the doll's hand, and water started to drip from it. Demira announces that though this earth is not a part of her, she will still spread her divinity in that land and substitute the earth with her flesh. This goddess is genuinely generous, even for those who don't deserve it. The water from her drops, along with her intention. Demira announces that everything that walks on that earth will be their champion's ally. The small drop of water splashes to the ground, and a bright light shines upon the plains. The dull-looking plants are starting to change their color. There is no doubt that a miracle is happening before them. Leon commands everyone to watch and learn, calling out their ignorance. He shouts out that that world is now blessed with divinity. Before them, all crops had turned golden. Leon reminds everyone there that giving birth and prosperity is the living's righteous duty. Everyone is overwhelmed by the sudden change in the land as Leon announces that the fertile land serves as the eternal promise. Yanwan looks at the land in disbelief. He is unwilling to lose just like that, so he tells everyone not to be deceived. "Ha, please give up already, dirty swine." He says that crops grown from magic are toxic, reminding everyone of this common knowledge. Leon glares at him for his ignorance. He says that the crops were blessed with divinity. To judge it as poison is pure blasphemy. Yanwan is ticked off, calling the straw doll stupid, but Leon doesn't let him finish his sentence. Leon says he can only forgive his ignorance once and warns him not to sully the goddess with his tongue. The deathly glare from Leon makes Yanwan falter, but he still won't back down. Yanwan's plans are getting ruined because of this survivor, and he went so far to reach that point. He intends to expose the survivor's lies. To do so, he claims they need to prove it. He asks for Leon's cooperation, even saying that it is all for the sake of those people who will eat the crops. Yanwan intends to do this to frame the survivor as a fraud, and he provides an appraiser. The appraiser announces that he'll begin and use his ability on the crops. What he sees completely surprises him. A system window appears, stating the crops are blessed rice with a rare rank. On top of that, these crops can actually cure Tier 3 diseases if they are repeatedly consumed. The appraiser was so surprised that he announced the details loudly, even the part about it being able to cure cancer. Goodness, we really need that in our world. Where can we get it? Harry asks if this is the truth, and the appraiser says he's speaking the truth. Jinsu thinks about it and instructs to have someone go to the chief's house and get a pot. After some time, right in the middle of the field, they cooked some rice. Jinsu was struck as he tried eating the rice. A notification window appears before him, telling him that he ate the rice made from the blessed rice plant, increasing his stamina and mana recovery rates for 8 hours. Looking at it, there is no doubt that it is a reinforcer. That buff is a total cheat. Jinsu continues to eat while thinking about how rice can be similar to a reinforcer that costs 3 million won per bottle. Hari runs to Jinsu, shouting his title. He reminds her to chew before talking, making her comply. Hari then says she got curious and ate a bug, making Jinsu pale at the thought. Wow, her stomach and grit are amazing. Are you related to Bear Grylls by any chance? Harry announces that she got a buff from it, surprising her companions upon hearing her. Jinsu wonders if the blessing truly encompasses the entire field. It wouldn't be bizarre if other beings were also affected. He thinks this is as good as a free reinforcer. Making a quick decision, he instructs all of his men to catch every bug they can. Fagel entered the gate with full buffs. This, in turn, boosted the morale of the Hunters Association's raiding team. Demira calls for their champion, telling him that she's done what she must in that land and is returning now. Leon bows before her and sincerely thanks the goddess, promising never to forget the divine love she imparted to them. As if a hand reaching out for him, Demira gives him one last lecture before leaving. She tells him to make sure to eat. With that, Demira returns to where she came from, leaving the straw doll lifeless. Demira is like our king's mom. Harry approaches His Majesty and asks about what happened. Leon tells her that it is divine power. He then asks her if there is a god in that world. Harry admits that she doesn't know. Leon explains how proper life and world are created with divine power. He tells her that Earthlings should keep this in mind and then announces that they should head into the gate now that the soldiers are full. The Phoenix Guild member asks Yangwan if this is really okay, adding that it'll ruin their plans. Yangwan curses at the survivor, angered at the unexpected presence. He knows that this survivor's existence destroyed their goal to make the government listen to their guild's request. Yangwan wishes that the survivor would just die inside the dungeon. I hope this guy receives his punishment soon. This thought suddenly gives him an idea. Yangwan evilly laughs, thinking this could still work in their favor. His member notices the change in his guildmaster, and Yangwan assures him that he doesn't have to worry about it. He reminds him that the gate is somewhat raided. His member agrees, recalling how difficult it was in the middle. Realizing what his guildmaster means, he remembers that only Hunhari is the A ranker in that raid team. Yangwan grins as he voices his assumption that the survivor might be a blessing-type buffer. For Yangwan, this only means the survivor will be no good when it comes to fighting. Then, there is no doubt in his mind that this raid team from the association will ultimately fail. Inside the gate is a menacing monster that holds onto his own head while riding atop a horse along with other undead soldiers, and defeating them will not be easy. A rider carrying his head. Celti is still the best version of Dullahan, in my opinion. A system notification announces a warning of the dungeon break's beginning. Announcing death, the countdown to end the lives of the living within the gate starts. The raiding team from the South Korean Hunters Association, along with our king, walk inside the gate, vigilant of any monsters that might appear. Leon summarizes his understanding of how the gate will close once they complete the quests set by the dungeon or defeat its boss. This idea of beating the boss interests Leon, making Hari unable to admit how they would typically gang up on the enemy. That's how the weak fight and win, so don't worry about it, Hari. Leon looks at the skeleton, pondering how it was mentioned that the previous team tried clearing the dungeon. Judging from what they've seen so far, Leon says his thoughts on how there are more monsters than he expected. Hari understands what he means and tells him that this is a characteristic of that dungeon. She explains that most of the gate's monsters would decrease upon defeat. Still, when it comes to skeletons, zombies, or some demons, they would continuously spawn as long as the boss monster leaves. This only means that defeating the boss is the primary goal. Leon expresses his understanding that the dungeon they're in is one of those boss dungeons that Hari mentioned. Hari says it is most likely a necromancer that can control skeletons. She was about to say more when a system notification suddenly appeared. It informed them of the beginning of the dungeon break and the goal to defeat Dullahan. The Commander Knight, within 3 hours. Would 3 hours be enough for the raiding team? Upon receiving the death sentence announced from the warning, everyone stops in their tracks. Jin-Soo curses at Li Yangwan for withholding vital information about the dungeon. Dullahan makes his appearance, along with his army of skeleton soldiers. The raid team was overwhelmed by the number, and one member asked Jin-Soo if he should distribute the potions. Jin-Soo instructs him to focus on giving these to the upper-rank hunters in their team. They got into position, and Jin-Soo asked the member, Mashik, about the number of the enemy archers and mages. Mashik uses his skill and determines that there are 30 archers and 2 mages. Hearing this, Jin-Soo quickly instructs anyone with a sniping skill to take care of the long-range enemies and those with shields to stop the mob from advancing. He wishes everyone good luck, and the attack between the two groups unfolds. Jin-Soo defends as one skeleton strikes. He can feel the attack's impact, determining that the enemy is stronger than expected. Jin-Soo thinks this is why an orange rank gate differs from those lower ranks, but Jin-Soo must still fight. He charges his shield on the skeleton and uses his hammer to smash it. He may only be a B-rank tank, but he can still handle this much. He's like Kappen, with both his vibranium shield and Mjolnir in hand. Too bad his hammer's handle is too long. A flash of light catches his attention, and he sees 2 skeleton mages casting advanced spells, intending to distract them. Jin-Soo yells loudly to catch their attention. He successfully attracts the skeleton mage, and he becomes the target of their casting. A magic missile blasts to where Jin-Soo is, surprising his men. He assures them he is fine, reminding them how expensive his gear is. Jin-Soo suddenly comes face to face with Dullahan. The Commander Knight strikes at him. Jin-Soo tries to defend with his shield, but the impact is too much, so he flies off. Jin-Soo groans and coughs, managing to survive the attack. Hari shouts for him with worry, while another member says they must save him. The other member asks the assistant manager if the reserve forces should make their move and help. Hari clenches her teeth as she thinks hard about it. She believes the reserve forces are meant precisely for this and intends to help. Other hunters are faltering at the fast chain attack of the Dullahan's greatsword. Hari looks at His Majesty, thinking of how this man defeated a great demon on his own. She calls for his attention and asks for help. Leon only looks at her blankly and announces that a king never joins a small battle. It is a small battle compared to the wars he fought before. His Majesty's statement confuses Hari, but Leon only tells her to look for ways to build her honor. Leon frowns at her for even thinking he'd help take care of Bones. He then lectures her on how rude this is for the goddess, saying he can't watch this kind of thing anymore. Hari was shocked by what His Majesty said. The member of the reserve forces asks her what they should do now. Knowing she can't waste time, Hari makes her decision, seeing that this person has no plans to help them after all. She observes how His Majesty only seems to be interested in the Dullahan. Leon mutters to himself, thinking how the undead can move like they are now. Hari decides to take care of Dullahan first and announces her intention. She instructs the others to support Section Chief Kim and the others. Hari dashes towards the enemies and uses the skeletons to jump to where the Dullahan it is. She doesn't hesitate to strike at the Dullahan, creating an impact. Hari is surprised that her sudden attack was blocked using the Dullahan's greatsword. Disdain, she still plans to use this situation to separate the Dullahan from the other mobs, but she is suddenly faced with Dullahan's head. The move surprises her, and Hari only then realizes that the boss threw its head to block her view as the enemy clenches its fist. She wonders what kind of undead fights intuitively like this. Hari tries to defend with her sword as Dullahan throws a punch at her. Like Jinsu, she flies off and hits the rocks. Oof, that's gotta hurt. She manages to survive the attack and coughs. Though relieved, she is once again faced by Dullahan. The good thing is she accomplished her aim to separate it from the others. She prepares to attack and apologizes for her skill range being too large. She unleashes the attack, creating a big explosion where she and the Dullahan are. The dungeon boss grunts at the explosion. It screams and swings its greatsword around. As if gaining enlightenment, Hari prepares another attack that aims to finish the Dullahan. She dashes in to strike, but she is once again blocked. The enemy purposely used the blunt of his sword to stop her attack, even leaving a red-hot mark on its sword. Hari notices the stance of the enemy, knowing what comes next. She clenches her teeth, expecting the incoming attack. Out of nowhere, a clapping sound can be heard in the dungeon, and a loud voice expresses its admiration. The owner of the clapping hands compliments the great sword display using one hand, saying that he must be a noble knight at some point. It was, of course, none other than our eccentric king. Leon apologizes for mistaking this great knight for a lowly undead. Leon shouts at the unknown knight and introduces himself as the king of Lionheart. Weird as ever, he even gives the Dullahan the right to challenge him in a duel. Hari is confused about what is happening, but what His Majesty did was able to stop the unfortunate end of Hari. Leon walks to where they are and says there's no need to have more of their troops injured. With all elegance, he announces that they should end all this fighting with a noble duel between them, as knights do. Hari, Jinsu, the others, and even the undead stopped in their tracks at hearing this. The humans were, of course, thinking that what His Majesty was proposing was something preposterous. But the Dullahan pauses as if thinking of this proposition. He then lifts his head and uses his hand to make it nod in acceptance. Wait, what? That actually worked. Heeding the decision of the Dullahan, the skeleton soldiers backs away and makes space for the duel. Leon compliments the Dullahan for being a knight with honor and tells the enemy boss to let go of his head as he takes his own sword from subspace. Leon says he knows the enemy uses two-hand swordsmanship, and even adds that it won't be a proper duel if it fights with only one hand. It's no wonder that our king can tell since he's also a knight. The Dullahan gives it some thought while Hari approaches His Majesty and tells him that the Dullahan won't die unless it is beheaded. Leon asks if this matters with an expression that smugly says it isn't. Hari can't talk back to him even though it is indeed vital. Hari wonders how His Majesty intends to win without beheading Dullahan. Dullahan makes up his mind and hands his head to one of his skeleton minions. Leon looks at Hari and tells her it doesn't matter since the duel is decided by the knight's honor. The other raid team members remain wary of the other skeletons while Leon stands before Dullahan. To officially start the duel, Leon introduces himself as the first knight of the Goddess of Light and Justice, Dragonia's Archduke and Lionheart's lion-hearted king. Unable to speak, the Dullahan gets into position as Leon authorizes the honorable knight and their duel. They're earnest in this duel. I really thought Dullahan would reject it. Dullahan makes the first move while Leon simply stands with one hand on his sword. He raises his greatsword to attack, unlike Leon, who remains calmly standing. The enemy strikes with all his might, but like before, Leon is composed as he parries the attack with his sword. It only took a single move for Leon to make Dullahan's greatsword fall to the ground with a loud thud. The enemy is surprised, but Leon only says once as he points his sword at Dullahan. The enemy jumps back, understanding what the intruder meant, and again gets into position to attack. Dullahan swings his greatsword widely this time. Hari is worried for His Majesty, but this worry is unnecessary. Leon tells the enemy that his steps are too light, and in an instant, the Dullahan falls to its back with Leon's fast movement. What just happened? Most of the raid team is shocked, and Jinsu asks if anyone has seen what just happened. A member is a bit confused, wondering if he didn't take a hit, unlike them. Hari is amazed by what she saw, and Jinsu asks if she saw it. Hari is the only living audience who understood what transpired. Hari was amazed, for she saw His Majesty change the weight balance as the blade touched, followed by a crosscut. No one she knew would dare to do something like that during a fight. Oh, thanks for the explanation. Hari. The Dullahan gets up while Leon once again points his sword at it, saying twice. He then tells the enemy to get back into his position. Hari thinks this is only possible since his majesty is quite overpowered. For the Dullahan, it has been a very long time since the last time he met another knight who treated him like a fellow knight and even got to duel properly. As they continued to duel, it did not escape the Dullahan how this might be a trick to escape the situation, especially when asked to get off his course. But this assumption is nonsense, especially when one looks at the knight he's against. Judging from the other's posture and look, there is no doubt in Dullahan's mind that this is an experienced knight who has already fought numerous battles. The man before him has starry eyes filled with honor and prestige. Dullahan is truly a knight. He even describes our king with such chivalric romance. Leon announces that he'll try to take the sword attack, so the Dullahan does another swipe while Leon parries it with one hand. Leon overwhelms the enemy with his strength and lightly taps his sword to the enemy's armor, saying thrice. At this, it is undeniable to the Dullahan that Leon is the pinnacle of the knight who fights with honor. Yep, our king just proved that he could take the attack without any fancy sword tricks. Leon asks his enemy if he will proceed, while Dullahan thinks of this knight before him as the king of knights who must be admired and challenged. Dullahan gets into position despite losing his will to fight using necromancy. All he wants is to continuously fight in a duel with this knight. He wants to do this properly as a knight himself. Dullahan rushes in and attacks again, while Leon similarly blocks all attacks with his sword. Using only his blade to fight this knight before him, Dullahan recalled how he fought famous knights the same way before. He recalled the time when he traveled the world with honor and the things he had long forgotten. The fight moves forward, and Dullahan's greatsword even flies off. This marks the 10th time that he has lost. Leon compliments the enemy's swordsmanship for becoming more precise, and he asks if the Dullahan has regained his past memories. The enemy growls, thinking about how honorable this knight before him is. The enemy may not be able to express himself in words, but he was indeed able to return to his glorious past as a knight. Leon asks the Dullahan again if he will continue, calling him a knight. The enemy knight can only growl his reply, and then he looks at the skeleton who has his head. The skeleton approaches, and Dullahan takes his head from it. Carrying his head with both hands, the enemy wonders how long he has slayed and fought without honor. But what we've seen in their fight is undoubtedly filled with honor and gallantry. Dullahan gets down on one knee and offers his head to the honorable knight. If ending his cursed path like this is possible, then no better end will give him immense joy. Leon smiles over him, delighted that the enemy was able to regain his honor. Touching the head of the Dullahan, Leon says he will pray for him. He says that if the enemy knight has a god he believes in, then he can only wish for that god to grant his soul peace. If not, Leon hopes the goddess will guide him to the garden's end. With a genuine smile, Leon tells the enemy knight that he wishes to meet a great knight like him again at the banquet hall of the gods. A great flash of light appears as Leon commands it. The knight's helm starts to disintegrate, along with his armor. A flesher hand appears beneath, and the face of the knight can be seen to be at peace in meeting his end. Before he ultimately perishes, he hopes that the glory will lie with Leon Dragonia Lionheart with fervor. They cleared the dungeon, and the raiding team now handles any leftover tasks. Hari comments on how His Majesty kept his promise, while Jinsu says that His Majesty indeed ended it all with a duel. Yep, that is quite a refreshing fight compared to the all-out brawls that most dungeon action fantasy manhwa typically has. Hari recalls how His Majesty summoned light. Jinsu thinks this is the divine power that His Majesty mentioned before, and it must be the reason why all the undead disappeared. Hari sighs, thinking that His Majesty should have just used it in the first place. Hearing their conversation, Leon says that if he did that, then the honorable knight would have died as a necromancer. He tells them how a knight lives for honor, which comes from one's actions and, in turn, comes from one's will. With what transpired in the dungeon, Dullahan was able to meet his end as the honorable knight that he was. So that duel was intentional, and our king was confident since he could easily end everything with one move of his divine power. Changing the topic, Leon says that he'll be taking his loot. This proclamation surprises the two, but Leon simply says that having a battle means there's loot to be found, adding the saying finders keepers. Leon looks at the loot with Hari and Jinsu. The two were obviously amazed by the mana from one of the items, the Dullahan's greatsword, including its cape. The orb glows with an ominous darkness that makes Leon frown. Jinsu says it will sell for a lot of money, but his expression pales when His Majesty suddenly destroys the orb. Everyone is horrified at the very rare item's destruction. Still, Leon only says that it is an item that can cause chaos. So, in the end, the loot were Dullahan's cape, Dullahan's greatsword, mana stones, and some other things. And that's how the Honan Gate was cleared. Hari sighs as she pushes a food cart. Her unkempt appearance is further pronounced by the dark circles under her eyes. 4 days have passed since Leon's return to Earth. Though it is considerably short, a lot of things have already happened in that short time. Here's a flashback of what made Hari as tired as she is now. First was the issue of taxes. Leon is appalled at how another nation asks for tax from another nation's king. Though Hari explained how His Majesty can pay those with mana stones, Leon refuses to deal with this matter, befitting the people under him. So Leon ignores Hari's words, saying it's not his job. Our king's logic really amazes me. Next is how they gain followers upon introducing divine power into the land. The elders asked how they should pay the tithe, and Leon answered that they should pay 19 trillion, which is 90% of their yield. He claims that this is already generous. The elder shakes as he mentions how the cost of living and taxes are already too much for them, so giving up 90% of their yield is out of the question. Leon calls them fellow goddess followers. As such, they really shouldn't worry about going hungry. His Majesty announces that the welfare, cost of living, food, and other stuff will be covered by his guild. To make it clear, Hari explains how the blessed rice has an insanely high appraisal value. She shows the elders the document, and they learn that every 8 kilograms of rice is priced at 150 million won. They were amazed that such rice could cost as much, and they realized that even if they handed the 90% as tithe, there would still be more than enough left for them. Leon grins as he hears the elders announce that they have faith. They are secured for life. They're lucky to serve our king and the goddess. The next issue was His Majesty's residence. Leon complains about the place, for no single artwork can be seen. This made him demand for servants that will be on standby, a luxurious bed, as well as artwork that he can admire. On such short notice, Hari has no choice but to make calls in the middle of the night to get His Majesty a suite room from a 5-star hotel. She ended up getting so tired that she had to beg His Majesty to sleep, and they somehow compromised by placing a painting or a ceramic piece. It's the downside of serving the Night King. Back to the present, Hari lets His Majesty know that she is coming in. She asks if His Majesty is doing fine as she enters. Leon says he is as he lounges in a comfortable chair. Hari announces breakfast as she pushes his meal to him. Leon politely asks if Hari has eaten, making Hari admit she hasn't. He tells her that she should eat when she has the chance and to make sure to skip meals. Hari stares at him as she agrees with his words. Your Majesty, you're the reason why she's in that state. Hari sets the table for him, and she can't help but admire all the food. She plans to have a sandwich or something later, so she was shocked when Leon suddenly instructed her to sit down. Her eyes start to fill with tears, wondering if His Majesty intends to share his meal with her. Hari sits herself down and smiles with a new set of plates before her, but His Majesty suddenly asks her what she's doing. Dullahan stares at her, but Hari is uncertain what he means. His Majesty then spells out to her that she should make sure that the ribs are easy to eat. Hari says that she thought he was going to share, which, of course, earns her a glare from the Night King. Leon asks her in which country they allow kings and peasants to dine together. With nothing to answer his question, Hari can only blandly smile back. In Hari's defense, the flow of our king's words was really misleading. Outside, a black car drives by, and the person within it says that the Hunters Association has granted support funding and resettlement aid for His Majesty. Though they can't provide him a palace, they'll ensure he stays comfortable. Leon appreciates the consideration and claims that he can't ask for too much since he's only a guest, and he leaves this matter to her. Hari was about to talk about the loot distribution. Still, Leon cuts her off, reminding her that he has already left that issue with her to resolve. He says he only wants the cape for himself, so she should settle the other loot. Hari can only agree, as usual. Yep, she somehow really ended up as Leon's secretary. Reaching their destination, Hari tells him that the place is close to the Hunters Association and even has a helipad on the top floor. She asks if His Majesty is satisfied, and Leon gives a non-committal sound. A weird ornament catches his attention, making him frown at it. They went inside the place and someone greeted Hari by her title. Hari is taken aback since His Majesty's stay there was supposed to be a secret. She questions the identity of the other person. The man smiles, claiming it is a coincidence, and he introduces himself as the director of Dujong's Food of the Future, Park Jong-chan. Hari gives a stern smile, thinking that the director of one of the top 3 chaebol groups in South Korea is waiting for them. Zhang Chen smugly grins at Hari's companion and reaches out a hand for a handshake as he calls Leon survivor. This only confirms Hari's suspicion that this guy already knew that they were coming. Zhang Chen then greets Leon by his full name, but His Majesty merely looks at the offered hand. He then calls Zhang Chen a mere merchant who wants a handshake. That guy deserves that. Fast forward to the next scene. Hari says that the place provided to His Majesty is for a year, and the association will handle its utility and rent so he can rest easy. She then tells him that there are room service and cleaning maid services that he can utilize. Hari is actually relieved at what happened earlier. It is the protocol to keep information about survivors top secret, so in the situation with Park Zhang-chan, whose intent is unknown, Hari is immensely satisfied with how His Majesty ignored the other man. Curious if His Majesty knows, she asks him if he is aware of why the other man visited. Leon answers that a merchant wants only one thing, and that is profit. Hari thinks about it and realizes that His Majesty is pertaining to the blessed rice from the Hunan Plains. There were some holes in the information management due to the urgent situation, so a streamer took advantage of that and filmed what happened. The association did ask the guy to delete the video. Still, when Hari checked her phone, it was re-uploaded by a streamer called Farmer Mr. Park. And that means there'll be more people who will visit our king for the same reason. At that time, another guy is watching the same video and curses. He is pissed at the arrogance shown to him, and he asks a staff member if the effects of the rice are true. The man in eyeglasses confirms this while bowing. Zhang Chen remains skeptical, saying that it wasn't even tried on humans, and questions the guarantee of its effectiveness. The guy was unable to answer, so Zhang Chen's secretary said they went to meet the rice field owner to get more information. At that time, they discovered how a dying dog recovered and how chronic inflammation and sinus infections were even cured after eating that rice. The same goes for all kinds of minor and major diseases. Though they couldn't gather data from human testing, it is good enough to say that it was already proven by the people who ate it from the same village. Zhang Chen grins at this news, but when he remembers that psycho, he can't help but be irked. To be called a mere merchant despite his position in the Duzhong group is a big hit on his pride. His secretary reminds Zhang Chen that they must get that rice, and the director agrees. This means he must meet that guy again. He grunts angrily for being looked down upon and ridicules the savage survivor. Zhang Chen suddenly grins, thinking that Leon is just like any other survivor. He generalizes that all survivors believe that the world they're from is the best. With a menacing smirk, Zhang Chen announces his intention to overpower the savage survivor with culture shock. In your dreams, merchant. Dullahan has set 3 goals ever since he returned to Earth. The first goal is to spread the faith in divinity. While there are gods and followers in the world, divine power doesn't exist. From Leon's experience, a god must embrace the faith and bless the world, but this doesn't happen in that world. To gain divine power, a new faith is crucial and requires followers of the new god. Leon's second goal is to remake the Knights Templar. In that world, no group uses divine power. While Leon is considered a demigod due to his status as the guardian of the Holy Grail, the Knights Templar can be regarded as saints. They serve as the knights of gods who can use divine power and eradicate evil. Leon's last goal is to eliminate all evil on that land. This, of course, requires recovering divine power and creating the Knights Templar. Our king's final goal is basically the same as his goal from his previous world. Leon mulls over these, thinking about the necessary actions and if he's hoping too much from a place like the Earth. It may be the case, but Leon knows he still must fulfill his duties. Hari calls him out of his thoughts and informs him how someone requested an official meeting with His Majesty. Leon thinks it over and says he'll hear them out since they've done the required procedures. Leon sits on a sofa with Hari standing near him. Zhang Chen arrives with other men and a big case. Zhang Chen thanks His Majesty for granting them an audience. Leon doesn't reply and merely looks down on him despite sitting on a sofa. Zhang Chen kept smiling even though he cursed at His Majesty deep inside. Zhang Chen claims that he brought a small gift this time. One of Zhang Chen's men places the big metal case before them, and Zhang Chen offers his gift with a smile. The merchant thinks the savage survivor would be shocked once he sees that the director has brought a top-tier luxury item. He already imagines how the savage would react to it and intends to make Leon beg him to be his manager. I can already see where this is going. Leon accepts it since the merchant somehow made an effort. Zhang Chen is surprised that the savage claimed to take it as if it is an honor for Zhang Chen that he's even accepting it. Zhang Chen maintains an amicable expression despite the boiling anger in his head, trying to change the power flow of the meeting. Zhang Chen says His Majesty should take a look first. Leon makes a disappointed sound, finding it tedious to explain etiquette. He simply commands Hari to open that thing, and Hari complies. The big metal case opens at Hari's touch, surprising her with the contents. Sure of his win, Zhang Chan laughs a bit and tells about their group's most elite weapons. He invites His Majesty to choose what he likes from the selection. Hari is clearly surprised since she knows all those unique rank weapons are crafted by the Dujun group's master craftsman. Zhang Chan grins and confirms this. He then mentions how he learned that His Majesty plans to work as a hunter and hopes that the weapons would be of help to him. Hari is taken aback by the fact that the director intends to hand it out as if it is a small matter. She is well aware that these are weapons that can't be bought with money, and she knows this from watching YouTube videos as a student. But, as we all expected, Leon frowns at the merchant and asks where he is supposed to use those low-rank weapons. Woo! Burn! Zhang Chan and Hari can't hide their horrifying shock at His Majesty's question. Hari asks what His Majesty meant by low rank, and Leon patiently explains it. Leon says a good sword is created with the star's aura or the holy blessing. He then asks them if they only use weapons meant for hunting beasts. This confuses Zhang Chan, making him wonder if weapons must be dried out and preyed upon. This reaction doesn't go unnoticed, and Leon calls out the merchant for being unfaithful. Zhang Chan quickly claims that it is a misunderstanding. Leon lets it go, saying that it is only typical of a merchant to show off their wares. Our king suddenly claims those weapons are only good for killing farm animals, but he will still try them out. He takes out his holy sword from subspace, making everyone else amazed. Zhang Chan notices that it's an old sword, making him think that he's being underestimated by the savage. Our first guy in this manhwa who can't understand the saying, "Don't judge the book by its cover." Zhang Chan tries to keep his smile and says he would like to see what His Majesty's sword could do. Zhang Chan calls on Hari and offers her to try one of the weapons. This chance surprises her, so she looks at His Majesty, and Leon merely nods. Hari looks at the selection and chooses the weapon she's admired for 4 years. It was the craft of Master Craftsman Park Jinchiel, called the Dawn. She admires the sword, feeling its immense power. She asks His Majesty if she can really use it, and Leon replies that she doesn't require permission to swing a toy. The comment irks Zhang Chan, making him curse Leon in his head. Leon holds up his sword while Hari gets into position. Hari gathers fire energy on the blade while Leon nonchalantly holds onto his sword. Hari raises the sword in all seriousness and strikes at Leon's sword. The sword cracks and breaks off, shocking Hari and the other men in the room. The dawn is broken, while Leon's sword remains whole. Poor sword, it's that merchant's fault that you're broken. Leon tosses his sword into the air and puts it back into his subspace, claiming it was a waste of time. He announces to shorten the meeting duration, giving Zhang Chan 3 minutes. The director falters, still shocked by what happened. But as a businessman, he collects himself. Zhang Chan then announced his desire to have patent rights on the rice grains. Leon boredly looks at them. Zhang Chan quickly explains that they will pay him, saying their calculations led them to the value of 180 billion won. Zhang Chan knows full well that it's worth more than that since the rice can even cure cancer, underestimating the savage's knowledge of its value. His Majesty asks if he intends to buy the rice with money. Zhang Chan gets ahead of himself, believing he has won despite losing the Dawn's sword. Zhang Chan confirms Leon's question and even starts mentioning contracts signing about the monopoly of the product. For a businessman, he really has poor judgments. Zhang Chan offers to raise the price a bit, but Leon doesn't let him finish and calls him an imbecile. Leon is angered by the fact that Zhang Chan just insulted divinity. Oh, better beg for your life, mister. In the face of our king's malice, Zhang Chan and the men behind him struggle to maintain calm. Zhang Chan can't help imagining that a massive lion is before him, and that he is about to meet his end because of it. Leon calls him a fool, since he just confessed his sins. Unable to remain standing, Zhang Chan shakes in fear and cries that he is really ignorant of his mistake. You're digging your own grave there. We all know what you did wrong. Leon sighs at this, asking how oblivious and uncultured he can be. With a wave of his hand, he releases the pressure in the air, finally allowing Zhang Chan to breathe properly. Leon says that the crop Zhang Chan wants is created through the blessing of Goddess Demera. It is provided as a reward for the farmer's hard work in the fields. Leon announces that it cannot be bought with money, for it requires a grateful heart and faith as payment. Our king calls Zhang Chan a lowly creature who is only concerned with profit and doesn't care if he deceives others, as long as he gains something from it. Looking at the merchant's poor form, The Night King asks why he wants to gain divine products when he lacks faith. Zhang Chan doesn't answer and can only clench his fist in anger. Dude, you're in the wrong here. Please get off your high horse. After some time, Hari asks Leon if it is really okay to let that man go as it is. She voices her concern regarding the issue, saying that the man still has influence, even if His Majesty sees Zhang Chan as a mere merchant. Leon isn't concerned about this, deeming it worthless of his time. He changes the subject and asks Hari if what he asked for has been prepared. Hari confirms that the association called, and she can't help asking with a grin if His Majesty plans to take the test as well. She adds that doing so will also be convenient. Leon glares back at her, calling her out for being absurd. He can't believe that she even suggested testing a king like him. Realizing that she just dug her own grave with that thoughtless remark, Hari asks why His Majesty wants to go there. Don't worry, I'm also confused about what they're talking about. Leon announces that he wants to search for soldiers that he can use. He clarifies that he is the one doing the testing. Hari stutters as she says that it will be difficult, but our king is willful, so he demands to make it possible. It is a new day and some people are greeting one another, just outside of the Hunters Association. Hu Dae-sung, a D-rank unaffiliated hunter, greets Kim Do-hun. Do-hun waves at Dae-sung, saying that he is betting that he is there for a retest. Oh, Dae-sung is probably an important character, since he has a name card and all, unlike Do-hun. The two enter the building and reach the lobby. Do-hun comments that Dae-sung is working hard. Dae-sung only downheartedly chuckles at this. Do-hun asks Dae-sung for his opinion, if his rank will be higher this time. Dae-sung says that he can only try his best. Oh, so that talk about the test is regarding this. Do-hun offers Dae-sung a spot on his team, but Dae-sung is preoccupied with his own thoughts about how he has been a D-rank hunter for 10 years already, not noticing Dae-sung's lack of attention. Do-hun praises the younger man for his dedication to his job, saying he will be an ace soon. The older man is aware that people don't look fondly at the mining team, but he claims that being in one is not all bad. Dae-sung focuses again on the conversion and agrees since he himself has been at it for a decade already. Despite agreeing, Dae-sung still wants to try. He finds it hard to make ends meet without the money he gets from doing dungeon raids. With his family in mind, he wants to work harder and give it a shot. The test is crucial for him, since becoming a C rank will be more beneficial. Do-hun notices the appearance of a foreigner, and Dae-sung looks over as well. They start wondering about the foreigner's existence, wondering if he is there as a laborer. Despite this possibility, they can't help but marvel at how the foreigner looks like a royal. Well, that's because that guy you're talking about is our king, after all. Do-hun approaches Leon and calls him a young man. He tries to make conversation, but Leon, being Leon, glares back at Do-hun, flabbergasted by a peasant's ignorance. This response greatly surprises Do-hun, to the point that he feels like his soul is already leaving his body. As Leon leaves him, Do-hun can only smile at Dae-sung, making an excuse that the foreigner probably learned Korean in a weird way. Dae-sung can only agree to this. When Leon looks back at them, Dae-sung can't help shuddering. Do-hun notices this and asks if Dae-sung is hurt, since he looks pale and can't stop shaking. Oh, is MC doing the same thing he did to that merchant? Dae-sung can't answer, for he is confused as well. Looking at the foreigner, he finds it hard to breathe, for some sort of tremendous pressure is weighing him down. A staff member suddenly appears and calls out number 57, Gu Dae-sung. She tells him to head to the second interview room. The call somehow snaps Dae-sung from the pressure, and he says that he is coming. As Dae-sung leaves for the assigned room, Leon notices how the man has reacted to his pressure. Arcane mulls over the fact there is only one. While he doesn't have high expectations, Leon can't help thinking that there is not even a single person worthy of becoming his soldier. I bet checking all the boxes in MC's criteria for a soldier is close to impossible unless you're a robot. Feeling hopeless, Leon thinks the only ones taking that exam are typically low rankers or those who have just awakened. As he mulls over this, he is called over to interview room 9. Leon heads to the room, thinking he shouldn't have high expectations from the start. Leon opens the door to his assigned room. The examiner calls him by his number and full name. Leon does not take this kindly and tells the peasant to call him Your Majesty. Though taken aback, the examiner does as he was told. Recovering from the shock, the examiner instructs Leon to place his hand on the device before them. Leon stares at the measuring device for some time, before calling the examiner a fool. Oh no, here we go again. Our king starts complaining about how a peasant is testing a knight's honor. The examiner stutters as he explains that it is actually the device doing the test and not them. Hearing this, Leon merely corrects his words, now complaining about how a machine is measuring a knight's strength. He then shouts how only honorable knights and gods are allowed to gauge a knight's power. The examiner pales, wondering why Leon is even there. He doesn't want to be tested. Leon looks away, saying he came there to look for soldiers he can use, yet the judges there are fathomless. The people in the room are surprised that Leon openly states his objective of recruiting others who are taking that exam. Ignoring their looks at him, Leon says he hasn't found anyone he likes and asks what the next exam is. Another examiner answers that the next one is a gate test. Hearing this, Leon perceives it as the right place to show one's skills and decides to give it a look. The examiner still looks pale, thinking about how Leon should be participating and not only looking. Nope, don't even dream of moving our king into action with your instructions. Fast forward to the gate exam. The examiner asks if anyone feels dizzy or anything else. He explains how some people get motion sickness when passing through the gate. Right now, they are inside the soul gate. While cleared gates usually closes right after, there are still some gates left open for such circumstances, and such is the soul gate. The examiner calls everyone's attention while Dae-sung thinks about how the strength exam is similar to how it was the previous year. As he follows the examiner, he ponders how he should do better in the current exam to get a good result. Dae-sung looks back at the newly awakened hunters with him in that test. The two behind him are obviously new, based on how their conversation is going. Even Dae-sung can easily tell that the two are newbies. Beside him is a short old man who seems happy being inside a gate. Looking at the old man, Dae-sung thinks that he is over 60 with a D or C rank. Finally, Dae-sung looks behind and looks at Leon, still thinking that our king is some sort of foreign laborer. Dae-sung thinks that Leon is also a newbie, considering his age. Brah, if you only knew what our king's age is, you wouldn't be jumping to conclusions like that. Dae-sung determines that aside from the old man, everyone else in that exam with him is a newbie. With this thinking, the D-ranker can't help but worry for his future. Once everyone is inside the gate, Dae-sung suggests that everyone introduce themselves and choose positions. Having suggested this, Dae-sung starts introducing himself. He says that it is his 10th year as a hunter, and he is a warrior. Dae-sung adds that his primary position is a dealer. The man holding a shield with a spear on his back says he is Shin Tae-hoon. He only awakened that year, and merely states his weapons of choice. Beside him is his sister, Shin Na-yeon, who uses daggers and is currently studying the use of a bow and arrow. Dae-sung realizes that the two still haven't determined their main weapons, so he asks if the two have even been in a training center. Tae-hoon and Na-yeon proudly show off that they've been into one for 3 months. Their answer makes Dae-sung pale, now that he knows that the two are complete noobs. It's okay. Dae-sung, you might get lucky this year since you are in the presence of our king. Dae-sung looks at the old man with hope and asks about him. The old man introduces himself as Oh Gong-tae, who is already in his 5th year as a hunter. His primary weapon of choice is gauntlets, though he had awakened. He only recently resigned. The worrywart Dae-sung ponders how the old man's experience as a hunter is lacking compared to his age. Considering his weapon, its reach is not suitable when teaming up with a swordsman or a spearman. Scratching his head, Dae-sung asks the foreign laborers speak, even asking if he can speak Korean. The other members of the test also look back to Leon with expectation. Leon thinks about it and announces that he doesn't fight, since using a sword meant for dragons against chickens is pointless. Our king knows when to say no. Dae-sung pales and is so surprised that the guy he imagines to be a foreign laborer can speak fluent Korean. With that settled, the examiner explains that they need to hunt 50 kobolds for the gate test. He adds that a null will sometimes appear, so if things get dangerous, then he will intervene. The examiner assures them and advises them to focus on showing what they can do. As they walk in the forest, Dae-sung can't help looking back with worry as he recalls what happened earlier. He asked Leon if he didn't bring any weapon with him. The other team members are surprised by this, and Na-yeon even offers her bow and arrow. Leon holds the bow, asking if she wants him to use it as the king. Na-yeon ignores the odd way Leon speaks and simply confirms that he can return it once he's done. Leon becomes furious and throws the bow into the ground. His sudden, aggressive action surprises everyone. Well, at least our king didn't destroy the bow. While everyone is shaken by what Leon just did, the examiner merely ignores this as if he is already used to it and tells them that they should go now. Now that they are walking in the forest, Daesung can't help but worry that they might fail that test. Determined to make it through, he suggests a location he knows of for hunting. Considering Daesung's experience, Taehoon agrees and Gangtae says he's okay with anything. Leon only listens to them, not making any response. Taehoon then mentions a settlement at the end of the terrain and says there might also be a lot of kobolds in that area. Hearing this, Daesung patiently explains that going into a settlement with a small group like theirs won't be good for them, since they can easily be surrounded. Daesung says that they'll hunt kobolds living in caves now, since they can set fire to the entrance and let the smoke enter the caves. With this plan, they can easily slay some cave kobolds. The plan Daesung presented settles it for the siblings, who are happy that they are teamed up with someone with experience. I must admit, his plan kinda works if they prefer playing it safe. Daesung says it is nothing. After all, he can't be proud of something like this. Knowing that he is a D rank, he studied any reading materials on gates, tutorials, and strategies. Though his only real gate experience is that one, he resolves himself to get promoted and finally move up from his ranking of 10 years. Beside him, Taehoon suddenly sweats as he points out that there are kobolds in front of them. Seeing this, Daesung holds Taehoon back from moving forward. As the kobolds start to dash toward them, Daesung instructs Taehoon to block using his shield. As a kobold screams to attack, it easily gets hit with a downward strike, which causes it to perish. It was Taehoon who made this strike, calling the kobolds stupid. He feels smug with his first kill, saying how easy it is to block if they just run straight at you. Nayeon shouts at him to pay attention to his front. Instead of heeding his sister's words, Taehoon only looks back at her, not seeing the kobold that is just about to tackle him. He gets thrown to the ground upon impact. Oh, that is why you should focus. Daesung sees this and quickly aids by slaying the kobold on top of Taehoon. He then reminds Taehoon not to let his guard down, because they are still fast, even if the enemy is weak. The other kobolds screech as arrows hit them, while another kobold receives a beating from Gangtae. Behind them, Leon and the Examiner are just watching the 4 hunters fight the kobolds. Seeing them fight, Daesung is relieved that Nayeon and Gangtae are pulling their weight. With this, they can keep going. Once they've slain all of the kobolds nearby, the team reconvenes. Taehoon apologizes for his mistake. Daesung assures him that it's fine, since this is his first time. He then mentions how Nayeon managed to slay 2 and nobody was hurt because of the old man. Daesung says everyone did a good job. He feels reassured with how the team performed just now. Still, it doesn't change how a single person didn't participate. Like our king said, his sword is not for such enemies. Leon looks at them, mulling over things. Daesung calls him out for not doing anything during the fight. Everyone looks back at Leon, and they point out how he stayed watching from the back. They ask the Examiner if this is okay. The Examiner awkwardly chuckles, as he says that this will be taken into account in his grading. Daesung can only let it go, but Nayeon is still fuming that one is not participating. Having settled the issue of how Leon is not participating, Daesung suggests going further inside until they reach the cave. After some time of gathering easily flammable stuff from somewhere, the team finally reaches a cave. Taehoon is a bit surprised that there really is a cave. Daesung says that they should set the fire. They place the flammable items right in front of the cave. When Daesung is about to light it up, someone behind him speaks up, asking if this is really the best he can do. Daesung looks back and asks what the foreigner was saying, when he didn't even help them earlier. Please don't forget that this is an exam, brah. Leon repeats his question and tells Daesung not to make him repeat himself. Daesung says that he already used this method 3 times now and has also succeeded those previous times. Leon says it is not bad since it has been proved by his previous experience, but then again, he can't understand why he relies on it when Daesung has so little experience. This pisses Daesung, and he talks back about how Leon is younger than him, so he can't say stuff about experience. He proceeds to light up a fire and instructs everyone to gather, since the kobolds from inside will soon come out. In a short while, Taehoon shouts that the kobolds are coming out. Nayeon shouts, and the fight begins. A rock is thrown at the kobold while Nayeon hits her mark, making 2 of the kobolds screech in pain. Seeing this happen, Daesung thinks that his method is suitable. The team throws at the incoming kobolds, easily picking on them as they leave the cave. Daesung feels that they only need to kill the kobolds there and some gnolls in the plains. A bone-chilling growl snaps Daesung from his thoughts. He believes that this sound is coming from a null captain. Daesung knows that this enemy is the boss of the Soul Station Gate, and it is above C rank. With its sudden appearance, Daesung begins to panic. It's Murphy's Law happening. The Null captain roars out loud as if to flaunt his prowess. Nayeon shouts at Daesung, snapping him from his panic. Recovering himself, Daesung gives instructions. He says that he and Taehoon will handle the Null captain, while the other two will take on the remaining kobolds in the cave. Daesung divided the team this way, since they should have someone experienced in each team. He and Taehoon head to where the boss is while thinking to himself that this is basically suicide for an inexperienced D-ranker like him. Daesung knows that Taehoon is only a beginner, but with the current situation, he can only place his trust in him to hold out against the boss. Taehoon looks up at the enemy with fear. The Null captain looks back down at him and gives a deaf-fiending roar. It lunges to where Taehoon is, and the newbie tears up as he tries to maintain his ground. Oh no, he might be done for. Daesung shouts at Taehoon to get himself together, knowing that the new guy is intimidated. The Null captain raises his weapon to strike at Taehoon. Seeing how Taehoon is reacting, Daesung is sure that he won't be able to block that attack. Nonetheless, Taehoon tries to block it, but because of his current state of mind, he is unable to do so. He loses his shield in the process and tumbles to the ground. Due to the impact, Daesung shouts for Taehoon while cursing deep inside. Taehoon tries to back up as he shudders in fear. Daesung looks at the examiner, wondering why he isn't doing anything despite the dangerous situation. He can't help but think about how Taehoon will meet his end as the Null captain towers over his teammate. Daesung curses and grabs the shield that Taehoon dropped. He shouts at Taehoon to get back as he faces the enemy boss himself. The monster strikes at him, making a loud clanging sound. The Null captain is surprised that his attack didn't work. Daesung managed to make it in time and block the attack using Taehoon's shield. Good job, Daesung. Keep it up. He grunts upon the impact as his feet dig into the ground. Mustering all of his strength, Daesung shifts the weight of the enemy's weapon, making it slide to the ground. The Null captain growls at this and roars as he lifts his weapon for another strike. Daesung maintains his position with the shield, wondering if he can block the next one as well. He tries to stay positive, thinking that they may be able to defeat the enemy if Taehoon pulls himself together. But this doesn't erase Daesung's fear that they will all meet their end in that gate. Someone suddenly speaks up, commenting on how it's not that bad. A hand reaches out, stopping the Null captain's attack using only 2 of his fingers. Upon halting the attack, Leon tells Daesung to try again. Our king is turning the test into a literal training ground. Daesung is surprised by what the foreigner just said, and he can't believe how easy it was for him to stop that big attack with just one hand. Leon tells Daesung to raise his shield and face the Null once more. He is adamant that Daesung should try doing it again after doing it once. Our king then commands the D-ranker to get up and raise his shield once more. Daesung looks at Leon as if he has lost his mind with his commands. Letting go of the Null captain's broadsword, Leon instructs Daesung to block his enemy's attack and do a counter. Daesung looks back and forth at the monster and Leon, saying he won't do it. Even the Null captain is confused as it looks at Leon as well. Daesung shouts at Leon to take a good look at the situation, saying that they are in danger. The answering back and shouting makes our king furious. He calls Daesung a disrespectful peasant for defying him despite receiving the guidance of a king. Leon continues to shout about how he is a Templar guiding a peasant soldier and wants the peasant to recognize what kind of honor it is to experience such a thing. He is furious that the peasant won't even thank him. Please forgive the common folk, your majesty. Both Daesung and the Null captain stare at Leon's outburst, disbelief and confusion evident in their expressions. Leon once again commands Daesung to raise his shield to block the monster's attack and counterattack. Daesung is so confused that he is asking himself what he did wrong. Nevertheless, he must do something to survive. The Null captain growls as it stares at Leon. It faces his majesty and is about to lunge at him. But before it can even do that, Leon glares at the Null captain, asking if a crazed dog desires death. The aura that Leon gives off is enough to make the monster whimper and back down. You have no right to be in the presence of our king, you beast. Daesung notices how the monster is shuddering in fear. Realizing that it can't face Leon, the Null captain sets its sights on Daesung again and attacks. Daesung manages to block the attack. Now that the two are focusing again on their fight, the heavy strike almost makes him drop his shield. Leon calls him out for being foolish. He reminds Daesung that he is now wielding a shield and that he shouldn't simply rely on strength. The king lectures about not facing a stronger opponent head-on. Instead, Daesung should deflect the attacks and be on the lookout for an opening. He points out that success can't be achieved by simply defending, and his opponent is a living beast who can also learn. Daesung tries his best to defend using the shield, while Li Yan goes on about his lecture. Li Yan shouts at him to think, but Daesung is clearly so overwhelmed that he looks back at Li Yan, for he doesn't know what he should be doing. The king kicks him in the back of his knee as the null captain strikes again. Li Yan reminds him not to remove his sight from his enemy. "Brah, you clearly lack even the basics." Daesung realizes that he could have died if he blocked that attack. Li Yan tells him to focus and not let his potential rot, and that Daesung must use it instead. He believes that Daesung can do better. Hearing the foreigner tell him that he has potential, despite being a D rank with no skill, confounds Daesung. Faced with a null captain, he can only think that this is impossible. He doubts that there really is a potential within him, just because another person thinks that way. But for some reason, Daesung calms down, and he starts feeling as if he can finally do it this time. The null captain lunges for another attack. Daesung believes in himself and shouts. The monster's sword strikes and creates substantial damage to the shield. Despite this, Daesung manages to deflect the attack as Li Yan instructed. "You're starting to get it. Do a better job and make sure to please our king, peasant." Having blocked it, Daesung is amazed that he managed to pull that off. Suddenly, a fist hits him in the face, easily knocking him to the ground. Li Yan expresses his disapproval of how Daesung can't see the whole picture. He announces that Daesung still has a long way to go. With Daesung knocked out by the null captain, he ends up with a D for his evaluation results that year. Back in the Hunters Association, Li Yan mentions to the person before him that a warrior like him cannot be a mercenary. The old man chuckles, claiming that even the use of a bewitching mask to disguise himself is pointless. This person is the Korean Hunter Association president, Oh Kang-hyuk. Wait, did he pretend to be the old man, Oh Gong-tae? Though a bit worried, Kang-hyuk mentions Li Yan's exam participation and asks if he managed to get what he wants. Li Yan says he at least got a soldier candidate from it. He adds that the president really has nothing to worry about since he has no intentions of going overseas. Kang-hyuk is surprised that Li Yan can tell what he's thinking and admits that he is nervous because of His Majesty's prowess. He then mentions how he was also impressed with what happened inside the gate. Kang-hyuk claims that even if it was a monster from a D-rank gate, the null captain was still about C rank. A quick flashback of what happened after Daesung got knocked out, Li Yan lifts a finger and scolds the null captain for even staring at him. Using that single finger, he easily defeats the null captain. Looking back at it, Kang-hyuk is amused by how His Majesty treated the enemy as if it were a mere toy. Li Yan claims that it doesn't even deserve to be a toy. The Korean Hunters Association president changes the topic, saying that if His Majesty wants to create a guild, then he will surely aid him. He knows that His Majesty is aware how fame is the best way of establishing an organization. He adds how doing so in that day and age only gives a few options. Kang-hyuk tells him that there is a gate that became red in Cheonju after a raid failed. He says it has been a year, and no one has ever cleared it since. In that desolate place filled with death, the aim is to destroy or take the Jewel of Wisdom protected by the Red Gate boss, Jad Spin. Yet another mess for our king to clean up. Let's first have a look at what happened in the Cheonju Sports Complex Gate, back when KPP Guild raided it for the first time. In short, this is another flashback. The team enters the gate, and seeing the buildings, they can quickly tell that they are in a gate with modern civilization. They think it might even be more advanced compared to the Earth they came from. One of the female team members is amazed by this, while another says it is completely possible, since there are gates with a fantasy and Mirim setting. Another member points out to their guildmaster that the place they're in right now is more of a cyberpunk setup. It's remarkable that the gates in this manhwa have different settings. The guildmaster sighs at this, saying they must revise their plan, starting with the part organization, since it was made based on the assumption that they'll face a few strong adversaries. The guildmaster looks around and announces that they will make their base camp in one of the abandoned buildings, since it has a good height where they can view those around them. Once they are inside, the guildmaster asks Horiol if he sees anything. Horiol says he could not detect anything, whether it may be NPCs or monsters. The guildmaster then asks about Jag Spin, who is the boss of that gate. Still looking outside, Horiol says he doesn't see them either. Hearing this made the KPP guildmaster feel strange. From Big City, there were no sightings of anything. He tries to stay positive, thinking they aren't at least against any army. With so little information, the guildmaster calls the attention of his members. He reminds them that they should remain vigilant and that they will select their expedition as to who will map the area. The guildmaster couldn't finish his words because what happened next completely made him perish. What just happened? Hoyol was the closest when it took place, and he could only call out Hun Su's name. Everyone is aghast by what happened, but knowing that they are in danger of being shot at, they quickly take action by finding a cover. The thing that is attacking them is an armed robot. Equipped with other weapons, it attacks the KPP team's hideout. The members quickly run for cover, but some of them cannot make it. Hoyol shouts at fellow team members and thinks of how their guildmaster, who was an A-rank tanker, was even unable to retaliate himself. He can only imagine what kind of monster they are facing. The remaining members keep on getting shot at, and Hoyol shouts that they will die if this continues. He asks another member if she can locate the enemy. The woman says that the enemy is at 3 o'clock, but she cannot measure the distance because the dust is blocking their view. She then turns to Hoyol and refers to him as the Vice Guildmaster, saying that the building they're in will soon collapse. Hoyol quickly makes a decision and shouts that they shall fall back. With those words, everyone still alive runs out for their lives. This series is turning into a suspense thriller. The woman asks what they should do about their guildmaster as they run for safety. Hoyol says there is something strange, so they have to focus first on recovering before returning for their guildmaster. After those words, he instructs Hyeri to check their exit. Hyeri complies and runs ahead to check. Once near the entrance, she announces that she doesn't detect anything, and even concludes that it is safe. She quickly dashes out but stops short. She touches her neck, wondering why it is itching. Suddenly, wires become more apparent, and Hoyol and the rest of the guild members become horrified upon seeing Hyeri perish. Hoyol sees the wires, and apparently, the whole place is now set with numerous traps of them. That is seriously messed up. It reminds me of that laser scene from Resident Evil. They had only been inside the gate for a short while, so Hoyol is surprised by this. He gives the order to cut all the wires, since they should make their escape. Hoyol adds that everyone should infuse their mana on their weapons to cut them. As Hoyol does this himself, he starts thinking if there is really only one enemy in that place, and since when has it been watching them? Far from where their group is, someone or something is watching them. A spider-like armed robot detects them and immediately launches another whip-like weapon towards the group. Hoyol somehow notices this, but is already too late for him to warn the other guild members. The launched attack creates massive destruction, and many of the members scream. After a short while, the dust settled and the smoke dissipated. Hoyol managed to survive despite losing an arm. Before him are the lifeless bodies of his companions. Enraged, Hoyol shouts and curses at the enemy to show himself. From nearby, the robot from before appears. Hoyol is surprised that these were all caused by a single robot. He asks if the robot is Jagged Spin. For some reason, the robot retrieves an old memory of a woman asking for its opinion, saying that having a steel arm like that will enable it to fight, even if it loses its ammo. Back to the fight, the robot uses that same steel arm. Hoyol shouts at the robot, cursing at it for slaying his team. However, he is unable to speak more, for the robot does another attack. A voice of the woman from before calls the robot Yappi. The whip-like weapon of the robot wraps around Hoyol as Yappi recalls the order to protect the city. With that, Hoyol is no more. The Chiyangju Gate, with its record of its first raid team up to the third raid team being unsuccessful, is later marked as a red gate. Due to the gate's difficulty, the raid for this gate is halted. Now, going back to the present, a big hammer thumps to the ground, sending dust everywhere. A big guy with dreadlocks comments on the bad weather, while a woman says that they shouldn't enter the city since it is more likely to face Jagged Spin the further they delve in. A white-haired man wearing a black cloak, leading others like him, speaks up about how they will proceed as planned. Their group will be taking the Jewel of Wisdom, while the other guild will have the rest of the rewards, including the 60 billion. Brah, you should focus on clearing the gate first. These people who entered the Chiyangju Sports Complex gate are from the Golden Lion Guild, which is among the top 10 in Korea. They have their guildmaster, Hwang Gi-yoon Cheol, and vice guildmaster, Hwang Yeon-ha, with 47 other members. With them in this gate is Guild Taesung, who is affiliated with the Magic Tower and has 48 hired mercenaries. But they are not the only ones in that gate. Han Hari is wearing her gate subjugation clothes and is serving His Majesty some tea. Li Yan drinks the tea with elegance and appreciates the drink. He asks Hari what it is called. Hari says it's barley tea, while Li Yan relaxedly drinks his tea while sitting on some rubble. Unlike the others, our king only brought a servant to give him his tea. With all of them gathered there, the fourth raid of Cheonju Sports Complex Gate finally starts. Inside the Cheonju Gate, the fourth raid team has already set their base camp. Li Yan asks Hari if there's a problem. Hari hesitates at first, then admits that she worries about things going smoothly and not going smoothly at the same time. She then adds that the best scenario for her is if His Majesty won't have to intervene. Yet, it also bothers her that His Majesty won't be able to garner fame if this happens. Li Yan says it is indeed the best scenario, surprising Hari with his response. Li Yan continues, saying that his non-intervening means that the situation is not that bad. He then asks Hari what she thinks is the duty of the king in his kingdom. Hari thinks about it and says that the king is meant to rule. Li Yan says this is only natural. However, this role can fall under anyone. He surmises that most rulers are the same, unless one is arrogant. Listening to this, Hari realizes that the King of Knights plays a different role. She recalls how His Majesty only intervenes when an attack from an enemy can't be blocked. Basically, a Night King fights when necessary. Hari is about to ask about the King of Lionheart's duty, but Li Yan cuts in, claiming that the role also means that the king is the last fortress. He asks if Hari understands the meaning of this. Li Yan explains that his intervention is equivalent to the shame of the knights and the gravity of the situation. Li Yan then says that it looks like he has to intervene once more for weaklings like them and laments about how he misses his knights. Hari is confused by his words and says that the raid team has an S ranker and a mage, so things might turn out okay. Hari, you shouldn't apply your world's standards to our king. Li Yan recalls how they are called hunters and says that they are indeed strong for mere humans. However, this doesn't change how inexperienced they are when it comes to war. He mentions how they deem the outskirts safe, despite only encountering the enemy 3 times with so little information. Li Yan goes on about how they call themselves raid teams who analyze enemy movements and respond according to this, treating it as if it is only a game. Hari listens intently, as Li Yan says that a general knows how to respond, no matter what the situation is. He adds that there is no pattern for such a thing. From what he learned about that gate, Li Yan has his own conclusion regarding the matter with the Jag spin, deeming the enemy to be a talented warlord. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs in a different place, confusing the hunters. In a different POV, someone calls Yappi and apologizes to it. The woman in a lab coat says that she's about to meet her end, and asks him for a final favor. The final order given to Jag spin entity number 10,253 is to remove all unidentified beings invading the city. Oh, so the Jag spin is also called Yappi. We'll call them Yappi or Jag spin going forward. Armed with a gun, the robot shoots at the hunters. With all the screaming, some still manage to survive, and they start taking cover. Something clicks from Jag's spin, and it starts detecting the foreign beings in the city. It then starts charging electricity, and shoots it to a group of hunters from a far distance. It then computes how its attack has slain 23% of the unidentified beings. The robot starts commencing fire for effect and charges energy. As it does this, Gyu Chiol appears with his big hammer, telling the robot to die. He hits it right in one of its legs, damaging one of the main joint regions and increasing internal pressure. Due to this, Jag's spin changes its priority to removing the foreign being before him. Gyu Chiol grins at this, saying it is too late, and calls on Gyu soon. Yamha also appears and pulls a punch against the robot, while shouting at Gyu Chiol not to call her Gyu soon. They're obviously siblings. Jag's spin is a bit stunned by what happened, while another person compliments the job well done. Suddenly, a blast of energy hits the robot. The person who just attacked is Taesung, claiming that he's taking over. Due to the attack, the robot suffers an activity overload and starts an emergency purge. However, its radar system is broken, and it starts using restricted resources of the city. The RWR equipment activates, and the Jag spin once again changes target. The cameras littering within the town aim at the mage who just attacked. The robot marks Taesung as a level 3 threat on top of its current removal list. I wonder what the maximum level of threat is for Yappi. The robot suddenly jumps, and the hunters start chasing it. Still, the enemy is armed and shoots at them as it flees. This causes confusion and mayhem amongst the hunters. Seeing this, Taesung announces that he will use the distortion force field. and instructs everyone to gather around him. The remaining hunters do as they were told, and Taesung activates the shield. The shots released by Jag Spin change direction as they hit the force field. One of the hunters comments about it, and Taesung explains that it is a magic tool meant for that fight. He's a bit sorry that he had to use it when the fight had just started. Jag Spin observes this abnormality and starts a maintenance operation. Once it completes its analysis, it marks some points in the area and starts shooting again. Suddenly, the person behind Taesung gets shot. Taesung is surprised by what happened. He cannot believe that the enemy quickly calculated the angles where the bullets changed directions. Taesung can only imagine what exactly their enemy is. Their preparation for the fight has proved itself futile. With the change in the direction of bullets calculated, the attack resumes, now hitting its targets. A hunter shouts at Taesung to turn off the distortion force field, for it only makes it harder for them to predict where the shots are coming from. Taesung curses as he announces he'll turn it off while Yeonha readies her fists. Taesung instructs them to charge at the enemy as soon as the field deactivates. Taesung counts down and everyone readies. As Taesung's count reaches 1, Gi-yoon Cheol notices something and immediately shouts at everyone to stop. His loud command initially confuses them, but then they realize why Gi-yoon Cheol made that call. The surrounding area is now filled with wires. They all realize that the enemy isn't actually running away. Instead, it has been setting a trap for them. The Jag Spin gets into position and once again starts charging. Taesung and the others falters. He realizes that gathering to activate the force field is nothing but a mistake. With them in one location and trapped by wires, there is no way for them to dodge any attacks by the robot. Sitting ducks, indeed. Right at that moment, Jag Spin finishes charging and is about to fire. The robot stops short, when the sound of running hooves can be heard from a distance. Everyone is surprised by this. A white horse appears from the distance, and it doesn't stop as it nears the wires. Suddenly, the stallion bites the wires with its teeth, easily snapping them. As the horse calms down, someone pets it, saying that it has been some time since he and his old sworn friend met. Li Yan continues to pet the horse amidst the confusion. He then rides the horse and leads it in front of the hunters in peril. Li Yan suddenly shouts, calling out to the warriors to listen to him. He then makes a compliment about charging through enemies, despite being alone. His words only confuse the enemy robot, but Li Yan is not finished. His Majesty then speaks of his glorious presence and some honor of facing in a duel. Li Yan shouts that he is granting the robot royal permission to fight him. And then he calls out to the warrior once more. Wait, is our king planning a 1-versus-1 battle again? Gi-yoon Cheol and Taesung turn pale at Li Yan's words, and Gi-yoon Cheol can't help but wonder if there's something wrong with the survivor's head. The Jag Spin doesn't respond to Li Yan's words, and instead establishes the railgun acceleration timing. It generates 13% of its capacity, and deems the newcomer as a simple organism of 0 level. Despite that, it still decides to remove the foreign being just the same. Level 0? Really? Seeing this, Li Yan starts pulling a different sword from the air and tells his old sworn friend that they shall run. At Li Yan's command, the horse's eyes brighten with light and it starts galloping. At that exact moment, the robot fires at him. Li Yan is unflinching by the incoming attack and shouts that a knight cannot be foiled by something as dastardly as long-range weapons. Li Yan and the horse continue to dash toward the incoming attack, despite its ability to easily create a path of destruction along its way. Both king and horse head straight, unyielding in the face of danger. It's amazing how the horse really trusts our king. Li Yan shouts as he faces the attack head-on, and a bright light appears upon impact. Suddenly, robotic parts are flying in the air, and Jag Spin is surprised by what just happened. Li Yan destroys one of its legs and some parts, with just a thrust of his sword. It is at this moment that the robot's 8-eye calculations stop functioning. It cannot comprehend that this phenomenon is occurring before it. Unlike its confusion, Li Yan smirks at his opponent's sturdiness. Let's first take a look at the robot's thinking before taking fatal damage. In that fight, the robot has evaluated that the weapon used by the unknown being is an old-fashioned weapon meant for a bout. It also judged the horse's speed and determined that the impact would be limited, since this depended on the weapon's weight. With that kind of evaluation, the threat level remained at 0. Jag Spin concluded that the railgun would instantly slay the invader. However, 3 seconds before impact, the foreign being's shout generates a thin barrier. This deviates from the pattern the robot recorded and evaluated. Then, 2 seconds prior, the robot predicts that the invader directly clashes with the bullet of the railgun. The robot estimated that the impact would slay the invader, even if it was blocked. It was in the single second before that, the bullet flew into the air, as if it were nothing, and exploded behind the rushing figure. Unlike its prediction, the foreign being didn't clash or even block the attack. Instead, it chose to merely deflect the attack. Unknown to the robot, this is a skill that can be easily done by a Grail Knight from the kingdom of Lionheart. This is considered a miracle that only the strongest fighters of humanity can have, and it is a method to carry out the world's rules. It is then that Leon hits the Jag's spin. What he used is the Divine Law, blessing of the Arrow Shield, an ability that deflects any long-range attack. Now that we've caught up with what happened in that few seconds, let's move on to what happens next. The robot blasts to the ground because of Leon's attack. It is unable to analyze what just happened, and electricity buzzes through its whole body. Because of what happened, Jag's spin forcefully increased the threat level of our king to 5. With this evaluation, the robot deems it best to leave the battlefield. It immediately releases smoke, and in that short while, it manages to escape. That means 5 is the highest level of threat in Yappi's book. Let's go to one of the robot's memories again. The woman from before calls on Yappi, telling it to protect that place. She says that it shouldn't let anyone approach it as well. Back to the present, one of the robot's legs falls to the ground. As it evaluates its current status, it also checks on its weaponry to determine what is available, what needs to be made, what needs to be resupplied, and what it needs to do to face a threat level 5 enemy. As electricity runs within its space, the robot recalls the woman thanking it for protecting the city. Once it completes its strategic modulation, Jag's spin decides to resume its mission. Inside the gate in Block B of the city, a group of hunters is wary of their surroundings. A group member tells everyone to pause, for it detects a visible part of the machine gun nearby. He then instructs the long-range dealers and the rest on what to do. However, a sudden splash of something liquid makes him stop. The man looks back and there are now wires behind him. All of the other members of his group perished. The man's face pales as he curses. He notices a movement behind him and strikes, cursing the enemy. However, his attack only hits the air, leaving him confused. But a wire is already set, and he meets his end along with his colleagues. I'll never get used to such scenes. The upgraded Jag's spin confirms the removal of identified beings. A sudden shriek catches its attention. Another man with a slim form runs away, screaming in fear. The robot detects this, judging the enemy to be threat level 0. The cowardly man continues to scream as he runs. He trips down on the grass and quickly collects himself. He looks back and pleads for his life. The coward hides behind a tomb and screeches as the robot crawls nearer. As Jag's spin steps into the grass, it recalls another memory of the woman calling him Yappi. The woman mentioned how she would soon be buried in that place like everyone else. She said that she would be a part of that city forever, and asked Yappi to protect that place. The robot starts conducting logical reasoning a second time, concluding that its priority is removing invaders. It does another one, coming up with the same conclusion. Jag's spin then conducts an autonomous evaluation, hacking its own logical reasoning and its ability for decision-making. With this, its own logical reasoning has been silenced, and its priority changes. His priority lies with the last command from the woman, who affectionately calls him Yappi. The crying coward becomes confused when he sees that the robot isn't doing anything. The man becomes more surprised when the robot suddenly leaps away from that place without hurting him. A voice calls out to the coward, asking if he's okay. The coward cries out to Tae-sung, claiming that the enemy is tired. Tae-sung asks what he means, and the coward explains how the robot chose to run away, rather than slay him. Dude, just be thankful that you survived that encounter with Yappi. He then weaves a story of how it might be because it saw Tae-sung coming, thinking that it wouldn't win. Tae-sung somehow believes the coward's claims, considering that the enemy probably has its limitations. Looking around, they realize that the place they are in right now is actually a cemetery. They observe how that place is clean, unlike the other places in the city. Going to where the robot is, Jag's spin is still leaping around the city. It checks the enemy forces and concludes that its chance of winning is 92%. The robot thinks that the final decision is retreating. One of the hunters comments that the place is unpleasant and that they should leave. Another complies with a shout. The robot's final decision is its priority, and this is to protect its world's citizens, even if they are all already gone. Jag's spin returns to its base and prepares itself. It estimates that 49 of the enemies are still left, and that the one it marked as a level 5 threat is still in good health. Another one marked as level 3 is also in the same state. It then concludes that it has some chance to remove all the level 1 threats. The robot decides to resume battle. However, it becomes surprised by another presence within its abode. A voice comments on how it is there. The voice belongs to Li Yan, who then asks the robot if it had fun with the commoners. Wait, the robot didn't detect our king's incoming presence? Li Yan has the highest regard for chivalry. It is to the point that one could even say that he is the epitome of chivalry. He greatly detests those who conduct cowardly ambushes and prefers a fair fight. In this regard, he seeks Jagd's spin and asks if it is ready. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the level 5 threat, the robot quickly makes it move, and an explosion ensues. Though our king seeks fairness, such a thing can't be expected to be the same, coming from his opponent. Still, even if this is the case, the Night King will never disregard his morals as a knight. His will as a knight will never waver, and this is the main reason why he is strong and has been chosen by the gods. Li Yan manifests his sword and comments on how he shouldn't have expected a machine to have honor. Well, it's a robot, after all, not a trained knight. From a distance, the robot administrates an equipment check. Confirming that it has more than 400 bullets left on its machine gun, it starts raining shots on Li Yan. The shots don't bother Li Yan one bit, for he has the divine law, blessing of the arrow shield that lets him deflect long-ranged attacks. Jagd's spin recognizes the same pattern from before and labels it as an abnormal phenomenon. It then analyzes curvature and starts marking specific points. After doing so, it starts firing again at Li Yan. Li Yan smiles at this kind of attack as if amused. Then he presses his feet into the ground, making the ground form boulders around him, effectively protecting him from the attack released by the machine. This form of defense astonishes Jagd's spin. Suddenly, a huge sword stabs where it previously was. The machine skids backward, barely avoiding the sudden attack. It is once again taken by surprise when it sees the invader atop a horse with that huge sword from before. Oh, is this a continuation of the previous fight? Li Yan glares at the robot, making the machine move away and start attacking with its machine gun again. Jagd's spin finds the organism before him incomprehensible, while Li Yan remains calm before such an adversary. The Night King talks to his stallion, saying that their enemy likes playing hide and seek. The robot leaps from place to place, while Li Yan and the horse dashes right where the robot goes. Each point creates a huge explosion, making the robot deem the invader to be incomprehensible once more. It cannot believe that such a being can match its speed. As the Jagd spin moves, it finds a pole in the street and uses it to catapult itself to initiate its attack. Li Yan shouts Stallion as they dash toward the incoming robot. Wait, is the horse's name really Stallion? The two forces charge toward each other as if they are jousting. The horse neighs and continues to run forward. They both remain unscathed despite their clash. Li Yan compliments the machine, while the other doesn't respond. Jagd's spin readies its machine gun, while the stallion starts galloping again. The machine rains them with numerous bullets, but the horse is so fast that they escape it unharmed. The robot follows them, continuously shooting at them, but each bullet ends up wasted, for none of it hits both man and horse. Their fight causes massive destruction in the already abandoned city. Li Yan once again shouts Stallion. The horse easily understands what the king intends to do and gallops upward through the rubble. Their trust in one another is admirable. They reach a greater height, as if defying gravity. Through this, they manage to approach the robot from a higher vantage point. Jagd's spin determines that it only has 68 ammo left and chooses to fire all of this on its enemy, who is also in midair. Li Yan and the horse don't even attempt to evade the attack, for the attack is nothing in the face of the blessing of the arrow shield. The robot fails to anticipate this and is surprised that its attack is pointless. Li Yan's eyes are ablaze with bright light as he shouts out loud for the glory of his kingdom. The Night King strikes at the machine with no hesitation, creating a vast ray of light and destruction. Jagd's spin is rendered broken, with half of his body gone and only 2 legs left. Its remaining consciousness determines that it has received lethal damage and has already surpassed its limits. The robot once again recalls the woman's reminder of not letting the seal item be released. With those thoughts, Jagd's spin opts to self-detonate. A bright red light shines as the robot sets all explosives to detonate for the landfill operation. Li Yan sees this, but before he can do anything, a massive explosion occurs right before him. Let's jump to another flashback of Yappi's story. The first time JS10253 came to life was in a container that smelled like oil. Someone called out its name, calling it Jagged Spin. An injured man shouted at it to protect the city and do its duty. However, before the man could speak further, he was stabbed by tentacles. A tentacle crawls into his space, and it belongs to a one-eyed monstrous being. Shots were fired at it, making it shriek in pain. The Jagged Spin was given a mission, and that was to support its allies and protect that city. Monstrous beings litter the city, and numerous robots similar to Jagged Spin fight them all for the sake of their mission. The robots are called Jagged Spins, and they are deemed the city's guardians and heroes. The existence of these unmanned tanks saved not only the city, but also became a symbol of hope for the citizens. In a sense, they are considered Knights of Steel. In that world, Yappi is actually one of the protectors. The Jagged Spinnins fought numerous battles during their time. Among them, JS10-253 was remodeled along with the others. They all continuously did their job of protecting the city until they reached the point that there was nothing left for them to protect. An injured woman calls Yappi about her final request, which is to protect the city and never let that thing leave that place. Yappi is the last battle machine in the city. It was given the mission to ensure that no one will be able to approach that thing. The Elder's all on its own. It did all the job necessary to prepare and protect in an almost never-ending cycle. Back to the present, Yappi's body is half destroyed. Leon finds the almost destroyed machine on the floor and comments on how it fell down there. The Night King is able to survive the massive explosion through the blessing of the arrow shield. Leon looks back and looks at the dark gem emitting a dark aura. He says that this must be what the robot is trying to protect. Leon calls it the Jewel of Wisdom and pulls his sword from his subspace. He announces that it is something that shouldn't exist and heads to where the jewel is. Yappi sees this in surprise and tries to raise itself. Leon notices this and asks if it is still trying to go into combat. He then asks if it has been protecting that place for a long time already, and how long it has taken it to do so. This is basically like our king's situation back in his world. A bright light starts to emit from the ground as Leon begins to describe the robot as a knight of devotion and loyalty. He then mentions how all beings from different dimensions owe their gratitude for what it has done, and calls the robot Sir Jagged Spin. Raising his light-emitting holy sword, Leon declares that the machine's quest is now complete. He brings down his sword toward the jewel, and a huge bright light shoots up and destroys the land above them. The light starts to diminish, and before them, the Jewel of Wisdom is now destroyed. This kind of reminds me of that fruit from the Tree of Wisdom. Leon hopes that the machine will attain peace as the life within it disappears. With a broken Jagged Spin, a voice from somewhere thanks Yappi. With that wrapped up, Leon and the others return to Earth. Currently, he's walking in a hallway with the Hunter Association's president, Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk acknowledges how Leon destroyed the jewel. Leon looks at him and asks if he has any complaints. Kang Hyuk good-naturedly laughs as he says no. The president says that destroying the Jagged Spin gives His Majesty the right to do whatever he wants with the jewel. Leon says that he shouldn't be disappointed about it, since that was poison. He then explains that it was a jewel made by the Eagle of Wisdom with the intention of tempting humans. Yep, definitely the fruit from the forbidden tree. Leon summarizes it, calling it an item of demon. Kang Hyuk is surprised by His Majesty's claims. Leon further explains that it will initially grant someone's wishes. However, this same thing will demand payment. He describes this as something akin to feeding a beast to be tamed. Leon adds that it also uses the temptation of eternal life on humans and takes their humanity to turn them into a demon. The Night King asks if similar items have been found in different locations and says that those should be destroyed immediately. Kang Hyuk is surprised by this information and says that he will inform the US government about this matter ASAP. Leon agrees to this, but also cautions that those people might have already succumbed to that demonic seduction. I just hope they heed our king's words. The two finally reach a huge mechanical gate that opens to a big lab. Leon asks if that is the place where he is resting. Kang Hyuk confirms this, saying that it is safe. In the middle of the lab, on a raised platform, lays the remains of the Jagged Spin that he fought. Kang Hyuk asks what His Majesty wants to do with it. Leon mulls momentarily and mentions how his opponent was an honorable knight. He expresses his desire to bury its remains and pray for it to make it in the God's Banquet Hall. Leon says that it still needs to be blessed to achieve that and pulls out the Holy Grail. Kang Hyuk is surprised, since this is the first time he has seen it outside the reports. Bright light starts to emit from the Holy Grail as Leon raises it, He calls out to the fallen opponent as a loyal knight, saying that it may rest. Li Yan pours down the golden liquid from the grail, and another flash of bright light appears. Suddenly, the broken machine starts to move, surprising the people around Li Yan. The Night King remains calm as it calls out. The robot makes a sound, and a small claw appears from a rectangular hole in the machine. Li Yan looks at this as he recognizes the divine power being emitted from the robot. He knows that there is no energy source and concludes that this is a miracle brought about by divine blessing. Wait, does this mean that Yappi is alive? The tiny claws start working to take out parts from the destroyed jagged spin and create its own body. A small robot appears before them, and red light emits as if it were its eyes. The small machine with 4 legs makes a sound similar to the jagged spin. Recognizing this, Li Yan pulls out his sword, saying that if it is him, then the goddess will definitely choose him. The small robot appears surprised by this welcome, while the others only watch as this happens. The sword is stabbed to the ground, and bright light once again emits from it. This garners the shock of Kang Hee-yuk and the others in the lab. At the same time, the small robot looks at this without doing anything else. Li Yan's eyes start to glow brightly, along with his sword. He suddenly swings it in the air, lighting up the path of its swing. The bright light he just slashed in the space starts to crackle with energy, and soon Ariana appears before them. Through the light, contacting Ariana is faster and letting Demera manifest in a handmade doll. Li Yan smiles while Kang Hee-yuk is completely flabbergasted by this sight. Kang Hee-yuk and the others suddenly fall to the ground, losing energy in their knees. It is no doubt that for them, the woman they see in that light is not a human like them. They all can feel that she is a transcendent divine being. Li Yan kneels before the goddess and calls her the goddess Ariana. Ariana calls out to her first knight and asks him what he desires. Li Yan thoughtfully thinks about it for a moment and starts speaking of Sir Jagged Spin, who is an honorable knight and is undeniably a role model to others. Li Yan says that this knight deserves her care. Ariana looks down at the small robot and says that he has not fulfilled her quest, proved his honor, or even offered glory to her. Li Yan looks up at her as he pleads this case as her first knight. He mentions how, if he himself doesn't exist, then it would be Sir Jagged Spin, who would be the most befitting of the title of the King of Lionheart. Li Yan adds that he is a great knight. Like they said, yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Ariana smiles at his description and makes her decision. She says that she doesn't need to look into it further, but she still needs to be sure of one thing. Ariana reaches out her hand and calls Jagged Spin, the otherworld's steel knight, and asks if he pledges to worship the light and sing justice by becoming a part of her knight's military. The Jagged Spin makes the same sound, as it always does in response. Ariana mentions how he is full of honor and wisdom, yet his heart is still that of a child. She tasks the Steel Knight to aid her knight in eliminating the evil in that world, and he, too, shall be a knight. The small Jagged Spin looks back at Li Yan in question, and Li Yan nods his head in affirmation. As if reaching a decision, the robot faces Ariana, and the steel in its small head raises, as if nodding. It makes this robotic sound, but no one really understands what it is saying. Realizing this, Jagged Spin hacks into the signal pattern of the language and installs a language module. Ariana patiently waits for his response, and he checks if the language module works. Right. As a machine, Yappi can quickly learn anything. That's convenient. Not used to the language, he speaks in broken words, saying that attacking demons is a good plan. Ariana smiles proudly at this, and once again reaches out her hands to Sir Jagged Spin and blesses him. She announces that his loyalty and support to her first knight means that she will also be with him in glory. A brilliant ray of light appears and envelops Jagged Spin, as he is granted light and justice. Now he is Grail Knight Jagged Spin 10, 253. In a different country's magic tower, a voice apologizes loudly to the great being. The sound is coming from the room of Master Reynold Sherman, in the USA's Magic Tower. The voice admits his inability to accomplish the great being's instructions. The great being calls the other a fool for not fulfilling such a task. He expresses his dismay at the blunder, despite providing wisdom and truth. A man bows before a red glowing orb and stammers another apology. This old man, who happens to be the master of the American Branch Magic Tower, explains that he was unable to accomplish his command because of a survivor called Li Yan. From the orb, the great being is fed up with Reynolds' excuses and speaks of the survivor, Li Yan. The voice stops mid-sentence and suddenly curses for the bowing man to repeat what he just said. This confuses Reynold, but the great being instructs the man to turn on the news instead. Reinald quickly does as he was told, and the television opens on the news, which shows a live stream of Li Yan, with Hari by his side. Li Yan proudly announces his identity as the King of Lionheart. Hearing this, the great being experiences great shock and shouts in a foreign language, which is probably a curse. The great being curses at the appearance of Li Yan, confused as to why that man is in that world. This reaction from his master confuses Reinald, for he cannot believe that the great being is afraid. Suddenly, the great being shouts that he is giving up and that he won't do it anymore. And just like that, he is gone. Reinald sweats in surprise as he sees that his master is gone. He closes in towards the orb and carries it, as he repeatedly calls out for his master. Receiving no response, Reinald shouts for his master in horror and dismay. And ever since that incident, the jewel never spoke again. Wow, our king's name makes demons cry and curse in fear. In the Korea Hunter Association, Ariana is now gone, and Kang Hyuk asks if they will register Sir Jag Spin as a member of His Majesty's Guild. He adds that it will take time to establish this, but Li Yan is fine with it. Now that Li Yan and Jag Spin are out of the lab, the two pauses just by the closed passage, making Jag Spin a bit confused. Suddenly, Li Yan coughs up, surprising the new knight. Ariana talks to Li Yan, asking if he is okay. Li Yan cleans up the mess in his mouth with a handkerchief, saying he is fine. He mulls about how making a Grail Knight in a land-lacking divinity has an unfavorable effect on him. Jag Spin taps at him with his usual robotic sound. Li Yan breathes out as he assures the new knight that this is not his fault, since he should be stronger. Though not physically present, Ariana hears this and takes the responsibility upon herself. Li Yan doesn't immediately reply, but then he says that divinity can't be blamed, whatever the case may be. He touches his chest, as he tells the goddess not to speak like that again. Ariana speaks to her knight, expressing her gratitude for his loyalty. She then brings up the topic of how the land lacks divinity, and claims that it is hers and the other gods' fault for not doing their part before. Li Yan becomes confused and surprised by this. Ariana then tells him to rest, have faith, and wait for her and the other gods. A bright light burns in Li Yan's chest as he calls for the goddess. In a different space, Ariana calls on her brothers and sisters, announcing that they must help their loyal follower. We're having another flashback. Back when Li Yan turned 121 years old, it happened to be the day that his world ended, for he was the only knight remaining. Because of this, Li Yan chooses to drive the divinity of his world into his heart. With only one man left to worship them, the gods of his world retreated into the heart of the remaining holy man in that world. The gods watched as the Night King annihilated the evil in the land. In the span of 180 years, they let Li Yan shoulder the responsibility of their world all on his own. Letting this occur, the gods of the Pantheon are undoubtedly in debt due to what happened. The four gods meet, and Ariana sighs. Hearing her sigh, Demra stutters as she asks about their baby's state. Wait, did the goddess of life and fertility really call our king baby? Ariana looks down as she says that it is not good, while referring to Demra as life. Ariana says that her knight pushed himself. This response makes Demra rise, asking what they must do. Another god shouts with disbelief that their knight appointing a single Grail Knight took a significant toll on his body. Filled with scars all over his body, the divinity of war and fire, Pedos, asks where the brightly shining king of Lionheart is gone. This is probably how the story tries to limit the MC's apparent OP abilities, but he's still way up there compared to others. Ariana reminds Pedos of his dignity, referring to him as war. She reminds him of how their knight fought for them for more than 200 years. On top of that, he won that war even though he was left on his own. Pedos shouts that he also knows this, and that this is precisely why he is feeling agitated at himself. The other three gods understand him, and the atmosphere further dwindles. Ariana says that it has been 180 years, and that it is time for them to move. She announces that she can't watch her knight suffer more. A hand suddenly raises and initiates a suggestion. The god is Hito, divinity of steel and blacksmith, who says that they could do something, the same as what they did in the plains. They should provide blessings and increase the faith of humankind. Pedos asks if Hito intends to make them do missionary work. Hito confirms this, adding that they will also present them with divine miracles. Hito explains that their observation of those who follow life reveal that the world is connected through something called the internet, and he plans to make use of this. Pedos asks why the king hasn't thought of this before despite being a previous citizen of that world. Oh, so the gods are aware of our king's circumstances. Hito claims that their knight lived in that world before the internet became widespread. Ariana looks at Hito, referring to him as Steel, and asks about the trial and error. She mentions how it took Leon 20 years to spread the announcement he had made before. Ariana probably refers to what happened in their world, about spreading news regarding the Empire and the demons. Hito smiles and announces that this is where their new Grail Knight will start. Back on Earth, someone shouts to call manager Jinsu's attention, who is probably taking a short break by reading a webtoon on his phone. Jinsu stands up to check, and the bald guy with glasses shows his screen on YouTube and asks if what is shown is permitted. Jinsu looks at it and suddenly pales as he asks about the Naju plains and the YouTuber. The manager suddenly sweats as he sees that the YouTube channel is Pantheon TV. At that moment, the channel is holding a live stream about praying to goddess Demara. The two look at the channel's other contents, such as a farmer trumping against an office worker, something about the rice that changed lives, and other things. Jinsu thought of how the channel is filled with clickbait. The videos have comments that are complaining, and some that marvel at the fact that it gets translated into numerous languages. Seeing that comment, Jinsu can't help thinking how high quality this is. Wait, is this the task the gods gave to the new Grail Knight, Sir Yappi? Jinsu and the other staff of the Hunters Association became quiet. Jinsu breaks the silence by asking who made the channel. The bald guy says it's called Pantheon, and thinks it is related to His Majesty Leon. Jinsu seriously asks if the other even thought of the probability that that man would be on YouTube. The bald guy says he doesn't think so, based on His Majesty's personality. Yup, there's no way our king would do such a thing on his own. The bald guy then assumes that it could have been made by the assistant manager. Jinsu recalls the level of Hari's knowledge of computers and bluntly says that she sucks when it comes to such things. Jinsu and the others continue to look at the screen. He then argues that the more significant issue is that the videos are not clickbait, since their content is genuine. Jinsu is clueless as to what action they should take regarding this matter, and can only imagine what the survivor is even doing. Giving up his pointless thoughts, Jinsu decides to head out, saying that he'll meet up with that Leon guy. In Leon's current penthouse, behind a closed door, robotic arms are quickly tapping away at a laptop. Sir Jag's spin announces the completion of creating a subtitle and proceeds to upload a video. The door to the room opens, and Hari appears. She calls Sir Yappi, asking if he is done using her laptop and what he did with it. Yappi looks back at Hari and announces that Phase 1 of the Noise marketing plan is complete. Sir Yappi starts emitting divinity and announces that he's proceeding with the second phase, which is network hacking. Hari expresses her amazement, even if she doesn't really understand what the Grail Knight meant. Her face suddenly brightens up, thinking that Sir Yappi must be playing games with her laptop. She really doesn't know a thing about computers. Sir Yappi might already be taking over the world, and she would still have no idea. In the Naju Plains, a residential home has been set up as the Pantheon Guild's temporary branch. Jinsu rushes into the place red with sweat. He shouts for His Majesty, demanding that the video must be removed. Peasant, don't you know better than to command our king? Hari looks at the sudden appearance of the section chief in that place, confused by his sudden appearance. Instead of making a big deal out of it, Hari offers Jinsu some barley tea. Jinsu gulps the tea for a moment, then remembers the issue about the video. Now that he is before the Night King and had some tea, Jinsu finally calms down and asks who uploaded the video. Leon doesn't comment on what Jinsu just did, and simply replies that it was Sir Spin who did it. You've escaped death today, peasant. Jinsu is confused and asks about this. Hari simply points to where Yappi is, who is busy doing work in front of a laptop. Jinsu can't believe the killing machine made that video, and he doesn't understand how it can even do such a thing. Yappi ignores his presence as the Grail Knight skillfully taps away at the laptop. I swear it looks like Yappi is faster at typing than I am. Leon then addresses him, asking about the video Jinsu is saying. Jinsu thinks about it and brings up the topic of how the rice grains produced by Naju Plains are entirely different from those that grow in that world. He mentions how it can heal diseases and even make the consumer healthy, as if it came straight out of a fairy tale. Getting to the point, Jinsu says that once people learn of its existence, the whole world will undoubtedly come for it. Once this happens, thieves will certainly appear, and this won't stop with simple thievery. Jinsu says the association will help once the Food Administration permits the sowing. He bows before the king and asks them to wait until that time. Leon expresses that he understands that they have their own law and systems set up, but worrying is pointless. Jin-Su makes a face at this, confused. Leon explains that the goddess plantation cannot be stolen by anyone. Jin-Su sweats, baffled by his majesty's confidence. Really, Jin-Su? When did our king ever lie? That night in Naju Plains, 4 vehicles and some people arrived. A man looks at his phone regarding the request to secure the seeds and burn the plains. With such a request, he can imagine that the effects of the rice grain are real. Another man curses, pointing out the lack of security in that place. Another asks if those are really the only tasks for them. The man with pointed ears confirms that they've already received payment for this and should do as they were told. He then directs his men to bring out the gas tanks. This group of people is the Viper Squad. They are a hitman group that serves as the Korean branch of the Demonic Human Association. Wait, they allow such existence? The group proceeds with their plan and walks into the field. As they walk further in, they encounter a shadow. Thinking that it is a person, one of them starts to draw his weapon. However, moonlight shines upon the shadow, making them realize that the thing before them is actually a scarecrow. That's creepy. I bet it scared off a lot of crows already. Another member calls the guy who drew his sword a fool. The other apologizes, reasoning that he thought that it was moving earlier. The other tells him that it might be because of the wind. However, looking back at the scarecrow makes him feel creeped out. Another member calls their leader's attention, pointing out how there are a lot of scarecrows in the field. Some of the scarecrows even have a pitchfork on them. This ominous look startles a member. Hearing this, their leader criticizes him for being scared of scarecrows, despite being a demonic human. The irritated leader orders him to sense the direction of the wind, since they have to burn the largest area within a short period. Then there's also the task of getting the seeds. Greed knows no bounds. The group organizes themselves and starts pouring gas into the field. As they do this task, the leader says they should also set aside some seeds for their group and is about to command Mansu and Jin Tae. However, he realizes that the two are gone and asks another member where those two went. The member who was asked looks back in surprise, claiming that those two were behind him the whole time. His voice trails off, seeing that no one is behind him, and mentions how even Do-sun is gone. The leader suddenly sweats at this, realizing that something is wrong. He then calls attention to the scarecrows, asking if those things have always been near them. Yet another horrifying scene from this manhwa. What's next? Zombies? A huge scarecrow with jagged spikes in its hands appears behind the group leader. The leader looks back, noticing its sudden appearance. Its shadowed appearance is as ominous as it gets, but as the moonlight sheds the shadows, a funny face appears, as if mocking its beholder. Lol. Who drew that? Was it you, Hari? The leader curses and doesn't hesitate to slash at it. A member is confused and surprised by this sudden action. The leader looks back and shouts at everyone that the scarecrows are actually moving. He adds that those aren't ordinary scarecrows and instead are monsters. Everyone sees the scarecrows in a different light. They give off a foreboding aura with how they carry their farming tools. A smiling, cute face appears in a scarecrow's face, further mocking the intruders of the field. Panicked, a member shouts at their leader, asking what they should do. They can't help but think that the scarecrows are real monsters, even though there is no dungeon break. A few moments later, a hand taps on the ground in exhaustion. The person on the ground asks their leader about their enemies, saying he has never seen anything like that, even inside a gate. Their leader removes his mask and shouts that he doesn't know either. He curses at the fact that many of his underlings are not there because they just left in a hurry. He recalls the request, thinking how the request is so strange. As he thinks of this, the leader intends to take revenge on anyone who makes a fool out of them. I doubt that's the case. Bruh. One of the members points out toward a direction, calling their leader's attention. The man points to a building, saying that it must be the silo. The leader looks at this and grins with ill intent. He thinks that if the story regarding that place is accurate, then it will surely change things for them. Thinking that the storage is safe, unlike the fields, the leader commands his men to bring as much rice as they can to their vehicles. With a broad smile on his face, the leader tells everyone to go and is about to step on the ground. As his foot touches the ground, an explosion sends him flying into the air. This confuses the members, effectively freaking them out. Once the explosion subsides, they find their leader lying face down on the ground. Their leader manages to survive that and stutters as he questions the fact that there are mines in that place. Realizing that mines are set up before the storage, everyone looks at the land warily. They can't believe that someone would do such a thing. Ta-da, you found the place's security. a robotic sound suddenly catches their attention. They look at the source in surprise. The small robot confirms the appearance of intruders. One of the remaining able men in the group looks at the robot in horror and confusion. He recognizes the robot as the Cheonju Gate's jagged spin. Our Yappi is notorious, even though he has already changed form. Yappi announces the removal and things settle down that night. The next day, a bright light shines upon the intruders, who are all tightly tied up by the building of the Pantheon Guild's Nanju Plains branch. Beside them is a post of the doctrines of life and fertility. The items in the doctrine outline the regulations enforced in Nanju Plains. The first one is about what to do with the first harvest. The second is about the fertilizer. The third is setting up the scarecrows. The fourth is about singing during harvest. And the last is that no one is allowed to skip meals, no matter how busy they are. In the bottom right corner of the post, another note is written in red. It says that the most essential doctrine is that thieves die. And with that, the Viper Squad is caught. Yep, no need to worry about thievery in Nanju Plains, with those scarecrows and Sir Yappi around. The arrest of the Demonic Human Association increased the value of the Pantheon and the Blessed Rice. Sir Jag's spin is then deemed as the incarnation of the algorithm. Yu and Leon started moving to publicize the Pantheon and promote the circulation of the Blessed Rice. Wow, it's a meeting between two leaders. During such an event, a minor incident arose regarding how His Majesty insulted a reporter by asking how a peasant dared to dine with the king. Nevertheless, this issue of cultural difference passed, and the Pantheon and anything related to them is now trending on the internet. Leon puts down the newspaper and smirks at how the gods plan all this. He can't help but think about how they are adjusting better than he is in this situation. Someone suddenly shouts about big news, taking Leon's attention. He looks at Hari as she informs him that the evaluation of the Blessed Rice resulted in giving it the price of 230 million won per pack. That's around $170,000. Leon makes a non-committal sound and simply says that it must be made cheaper. Hari is confused by this and asks His Majesty about it. Leon says that the market decides its price. However, with that kind of price, he questions how peasants will be able to afford it. He then imparts to Hari how God's favor must be equally shared with everyone. Hearing this made Hari a bit surprised by this side of His Majesty. Leon shares how he had already met with the president of South Korea and discussed preaching about divinity's favor. However, as the president, the other man says he must remain neutral when it comes to religion. Hari looks away and hesitantly agrees. That may be the case, but Leon is still glad that he managed to gather more faith. With this, he intends to gather more power and force for the Lionheart. Hari is concerned about this and asks His Majesty if it will really be fine. Leon asks what Hari means by this. Hari says that she did what he told her to do, which was to bid for the Yellow Gate. She successfully gets the right to raid it, but she is hesitant about the people His Majesty chose for this raid. She thinks that it will be close to impossible. Leon smiles and says that they can only see it once it happens. Have faith, Hari. Our king never makes foolish decisions. Inside a building, Gu Dae-sung and team manager Kim Do-hun meet once more. Do-hun asks if Dae-sung is also there because of the text message saying that the Hunter Association president is gathering low-ranked hunters like them. He expresses his curiosity regarding the matter, and Dae-sung even wonders about this, too. Dae-sung looks around, recognizing that everyone there is mostly D or C-rank hunters. Some of the hunters recognize the presence of Hun Hari, the A-rank mage swordsman who got the highest record from the previous year's draft. You've got to admit that Hari is excellent by their world's standards. Hari walks in with other Hunter Association staff. Dae-sung watches this and becomes surprised when someone announces the entrance of His Majesty Lee on Dragonia Lionheart. Dae-sung looks back and recognizes the survivor. He recalls how the survivor easily held off the attack from Null Captain before using one hand. Once Leon reaches the podium, he welcomes everyone and immediately gets to the point of his invitation. He announces his intention to look for soldiers who will join the Pantheon Guild. He then enumerates his requirements for this. It doesn't escape the attention of the hunters how Leon used the word soldiers instead of guild members. Leon announces that those who prove themselves will be granted the honor of becoming a part of his military. Dae-sung thinks of how His Majesty referred to it as military instead of guild. Well, he is building a military force, after all. The bald guy from the Hunters Association starts taking over and announces the entrance test for this. He explains that they must clear the gate at Samjian Station. which is marked as yellow. This announcement surprises all of the invited hunters. They shout, asking how they can clear such a gate, and that this is akin to telling them to perish. This kind of reaction from the hunters is to be expected. In their world, a gate's rank and difficulty can be determined by its color. There is black, which is where our king is from. There is red, where Yappi is from. There is also orange, where our king fought Dullahan. Under these follows yellow, green, and blue. The gate for the previous promotion exam took place in the blue gate in Seoul Station. Liu Sung, a D rank, found it hard in the latter part of the exam. So, for them to enter a yellow gate is equivalent to death. Most of the hunters in that place are complaining about the exam, and the bald guy sweats as he tries to control the crowd. He tells them that they can just leave if they don't want to participate. Hearing this, many of the hunters expressed their disapproval and left the building. Well, at least they've easily cut the problematic ones from the group. Dae-sung watches this happen, wondering if it is fine to let them do this. Once those complaining hunters are gone, only a few of them are left. Leon only watched this happen. He points to one guy with an afro and asks why he stayed. The afro stutters at first and says he thinks that there is a meaning to this. Leon asks the same question to others. Some answer that they simply did, while another says it is because their friend stayed. Leon thinks about it, then points to Dae-sung and asks the same question. Dae-sung frowns as he thinks of how this is a guild, made by a person who can easily be labeled as S rank. Thinking that he must take this opportunity, Dae-sung musters his confidence and says that he thinks that His Majesty wouldn't let them die. Hence, he decides to stay. Great answer, Dae-sung. You've learned well. Leon smiles at this answer, saying that this is a good attitude and that he is energetic. He then walks away from the podium and repeats his intention to gather soldiers. He tells them that a soldier's duty is to follow. It is expected from a soldier to obey a knight's order and to not doubt them. Leon says that they must trust the knight's honor and power, and this is all they must do. In short, their role is to listen. Leon suddenly shouts that they will immediately go in. He says that everyone remaining must take their share of equipment and complete their preparation. In the Seonjeon Station Yellow Rank Gate, a group of people are wearing armor and are all lined up. The old man sighs at how heavy the armor is, but he is still glad that he is wearing good equipment just the same. Dullahan points out that all of these are rare and guesses that what he is wearing must cost at least 10 million. Dae-sung looks at the huge shield he is given, thinking that he is a dealer. Dullahan continues to admire the equipment, saying that those of their rank could only dream of getting their hands on such items. He then looks away and points out how the king isn't wearing any equipment. Dae-sung calls Hari's attention, and Hari recognizes him. Dae-sung stammers as he asks her about how His Majesty isn't wearing any armor. Hari's face darkens at this question, and she simply says that the king's skin is harder than armor. Hari must be recalling the first time she met her king, when Leon effortlessly slayed a great devil without any armor or a single stitch. Dae-sung imagines this must be the case, since His Majesty is really strong. Looking at Leon, Dae-sung tries to reassure himself that nothing terrible will happen. Inside the gate, an orc meets its end as the other hunters watch. They are all confused as to what just happened. Leon grunts that he can't hear him out anymore as he looks down at the dead orc. He shouts out loud about how they are not honorable warriors. Leon expresses his anger and mocks them to crawl like bugs and meet their end there. Light comes from Leon's eyes as he announces that this is unwavering justice. Yup, it's a sudden story jump. Before we reach that mayhem, let's go back to what happened prior. Inside the gate, Hari is walking beside the marching exam takers. One of them comments on how they will fight in a place with fresh air. Suddenly, the system window appears, informing them of the setting. It seems that those who entered the gate are considered mercenaries. Because of an ongoing war between two tribes, the mercenaries can choose a side to support and win the war. Dae-sung says that it is an NPC support quest. Dullahan calls him, saying their quest is related to factions. Dae-sung agrees with this and mentions what accomplishing the quest entails. Dullahan brings up the issue of which of the sides will make it easier for them to accomplish their quest. A member of their group suddenly speaks up and points somewhere, saying that there's a monster. From a distance, a group seems to be dashing to where His Majesty's people are. The approaching group are orcs with hogs as their mount, and their weapon of choice is the battle axe. Oh, is this the start of that mayhem? Hari and the others stay put as the orcs stop before them in a semicircle. The leader of the group of orcs shouts at them, asking who they are. He shouts that they are in the Battle Axe tribe's territory, and their presence there is equivalent to an invasion. The men wearing armor remains quiet, feeling the gravity of the situation. Hari calls the attention of His Majesty, who is making an awful, angry face and trying to keep his mouth shut. Hari, who now has Yappi on her head, asks Leon if they should proceed with the quest in the meantime. Still furious, Leon says to do as they wish. Hari stammers as she thanks His Majesty. With Leon's permission, Hari faces the orcs and announces that they are mercenaries. She claims that they are there to help a tribe and get rewarded. The orc's tone changes, and he assumes they are the outsiders their chief talked about. The orc suddenly orders them to come with them, effectively increasing our king's displeasure regarding the whole matter. Hari subtly looks at the king, already feeling ominous. Why proceed when you know this will pose a problem with our king? That quest is quite effed up. In the end, their group followed the orcs. Upon reaching the Battle Axe tribe's dwelling, they all maintain their positions. The Battle Axe tribe's chief, Kartakarak, looks at them and comments on how they look weaker than he expected. Though this may be his thoughts, he still commands our king's group to support them in battle. The chief then shouts about a large-scale war, honorable death, and winning the battle to gain everything. Hearing this further incites Leon's hatred, and he can't stop himself from speaking up. This surprises not only the chief, but also the other exam takers. Leon starts emitting his golden aura as he mentions the word honor. Completely angry at how beasts like them speak of honor, he starts mocking them. This earns the enmity of the Battle Axe tribe's chief, who can't believe that he was just insulted. Before he can say more, Leon suddenly slashes the orc, giving him a quick trip to the afterlife. Daesung can only watch as this happens. Leon shouts that orcs are not honorable warriors, and that they deserve to crawl the ground like bugs and perish. He steps on the remains of the chief and screams that this is unwavering justice. And now we're all caught up with what made our king cause that mayhem. With the way Leon is acting, there is no mistake about his hatred of the orcs' kind. He is known to be an orc slayer, and a legend with a streak of 8,769,653 orcs. The usual calm demeanor of Leon is completely different when faced with this kind. The tribe of orcs is surprised by their chief's death and immediately takes action. Upon determining that they are enemies, the exam takers are surprised by the sudden turn of events, but Leon only shouts at them to raise their shields and commands them to form a circle to stop the enemy attacks. Left with no choice, the hunters comply and take out their weapons. They are well aware that they are only D rank, but faced with this, they can only follow the king's commands. With shields raised to protect themselves, they can only curse as an orc is about to strike at them. As the weapon is brought down, the hunters question their own ability and find themselves surprised for being able to block such an attack. A system window suddenly appears, informing them of the Lionheart's aura and its effects. The Legion reinforcement effects are so many, to the point that you have to pause this video if you really want to know them all. The hunters are surprised because it doesn't end there. There are also the effects of the most prolific orc slayer amongst primates that work well when fighting against the race of orcs. Every exam taker is surprised by these notifications because, more than that, the list of buff title effects goes on, and you have to pause again just to read it. The hunters realize these effects are ridiculously amazing as they continue blocking attacks from the orcs. Leon continues to fight as he gives them another order to raise their shield to push the enemy away. He adds that they must await the most opportune moment to retaliate. The hunters comply with Leon's instructions and manage to fight back from their defensive position. With their defensive position and fighting style, they were all able to inflict damage against their enemies. Suffering damage from such attacks, an orc shouts to their god of warriors. This, of course, once again earns Leon's anger. Leon heatedly shouts at the gall of such beasts of crying out for God. He commands his men to inflict significant damage on those beasts. Leon adds that they must also scorn the false entity that the orcs believe in. The Night King then calls on Stallion, and a blast of white smoke appears with the horse's appearance. With their sight blocked, the orcs can only stay put until they suddenly get kneed by His Majesty's white horse. Stallion skids on the ground after that attack, as if expressing his own distaste for making contact with such green beasts. Well, even a horse hates the orcs. Atop Stallion, Leon crosses his arms as he takes two swords from his subspace. Just releasing his swords in their full glory sends a blast of energy through the air. Leon announces his intent to slay all the orcs, and the field becomes more chaotic. After a short while, the last of the Battle Axe tribe's orcs falls to the ground. Leon raises his sword in the air and commands everyone to scream triumphantly at their honorable win in that battle. But as expected, the hunters comply with this command awkwardly. A win is a win, you fools. Take this chance and celebrate. Hari then approaches His Majesty and asks why he did this. Confused by her question, Leon asks her if there really is a reason to slay orcs. Hari is dumbfounded by such a thing and points out their quest in that gate. Leon fumes as he is reminded of the quest to aid the orcs. He illustrates to her how he would rather throw himself into the fire than support those green beasts. Leon clenches his teeth as he says that those things are not entitled to any sort of respect. He claims that their mere existence is evil, giving them no right to live. Leon admits that they can be brave. However, this is incomparable to the knight's valor. The king recalls the sight of the orcs as they did dastardly things to his people. Well, our king's discrimination is not unfounded. He then warns Hari to never treat those beings as if they are humans, for they are nothing but disgusting beasts. Seeing this side of His Majesty, Hari can't help but describe him as someone who is unreasonable. Hari tries something else, saying there might be kind orcs somewhere else. Leon scoffs at this and tells Hari to remember that the only kind orcs are those that are already dead. Let's talk about the race of orcs. Once the gates appeared on Earth, there were also survivors in the form of orcs who emerged. While humans are welcoming, the same can't be said about the orcs. Their inability to adjust only turned to the creation of demonic humans. It is undeniable that the orcs' existence is a problem even on Earth. Going back to our story, Yappi arrives by the river. He then looks back as he points out to the river and explains that fulfilling their plan in that place will possibly result in an all-kill that is undoubtedly efficient. Leon accedes to this, saying that he is leaving it to Sir Spin. Both he and Hari are wearing bunny-designed bandanas on their head to cover their brightly colored hair. But we all know that their simply being there is conspicuous enough, even without such disguise. With His Majesty's approval, Yappi gets to work, and golden energy envelops him. He generates capacity at almost 100% operation. An item glows bright blue as Yappi continues to work. He then glows bright gold as he narrates his activity. Leon simply watches this happen, while Hari is amazed by what Yappi is doing. Yappi finally quickens the fuel rod's deterioration and conducts core fusion. Once he finishes, the glowing light disappears. Yappi turns his back on the flowing water and releases the deteriorated fuel rod into the water as it remains glowing. Seeing this action reminds Hari of removing waste, earning her a scolding from Leon. I was trying not to imagine it that way, but then she just goes ahead and says it anyway. Hari's eyes suddenly change as she asks His Majesty if doing this is really okay. She thinks that releasing radioactive material in the river to slay orcs is against the honor of a knight. Though he is surprised by such a question, Leon still smirks. The Night King then goes on to lecture both Hari and Sir Spin. He tells them that fighting those green beasts is not considered war or battle. Instead, it is more akin to eliminating beasts. Hari stares at His Majesty, thinking once more how unreasonable he is. Leon continues his lecture, saying that a hunter isn't concerned about honor when it comes to hunting. With a menacing grin on his face, Leon Dragonia Lionheart repeats that a good orc is a dead orc. In another orc tribe, one of the orcs shouts as he hits another with his weapon. An orc, who is watching, laughs at what happened, while another compliments Grokter for his excellent axe skill. Grokter looks down at Galdan, saying how the other perished, while vehemently fighting. Right, you're the one who gave him his end just now. Grokter says the god of warriors will send Galdan to the eternal fighting range. That's the kind of afterlife that I wouldn't want. I prefer going to the god's banquet hall. Grokter proposes a toast for victory and makes his way to a bucket by the river. The others cheer at him as he takes water from the river using the bucket. He gulps the water and comments on its weird taste. However, Grokter just dismisses this, thinking that it is something else. After some time, a loud screeching can be heard in the orc tribe's base. Grokter is groaning out loud as he clutches his chest. He shouts out loud for the witch doctor and tries to go outside in that state. Sweat, tears, and drool drip from his face as he sees that his brethren are in the same state as him. Everyone else is also shouting for the witch doctor to save them. A voice suddenly shouts of his own incompetence in treating this problem as a staff with bones falls to the ground. A cloaked orc, most likely the witch doctor, claims that this thing is neither a curse nor an enchantment. Confusion has befallen him as he watches the other orcs suffer. Suddenly, someone shouts for the honor of the Lionheart. surprising the witch doctor. With Leon on his back, Stallion gallops to where the witch doctor is, making the orc fly off, screaming. Leon commands his soldiers to slay all of the beasts without missing any of them. Corruption resistance activates as the soldiers make their way into the camp of the orcs. The soldier leading at the front shouts about the free experience and tells everyone to eliminate all of the orcs. The orcs who are suffering in pain can only watch, unable to do anything against the Lionheart soldiers, who came to give them their end. Seeing this happen, an orc shouts about the cowardly ways of humans. Nope, all is fair in love and war. Once numerous orcs have been slayed, a system notification appears about the elimination of the Battle Axe tribe. It adds that the entire orc race is now their enemy, and they have become a common enemy of the orcs. A new hidden quest appears, telling them to erase all of the orcs. Every hunter sees this, and Hari stutters as she calls out to His Majesty about this change in their quest. Finally, something that our king can approve of. This news makes Leon glad that he gives one of his rare smiles. He calls on his soldiers and is about to give a heartfelt speech. However, a loud sound stops him. The witch doctor starts emitting a green aura. Though his eyes are dead, the orc accuses them of cursing the river's water. He curses at the invaders and mocks them for calling themselves warriors. Hearing this infuriates the Night King, who can't believe that he is hearing about honor from a beast. He claims that simply looking at them is already atrocious enough that he wishes to take out his own eyes. Leon exaggerates as he announces that this is a great sin that he can't make up for. Tired of their existence, Leon grants the orc the opportunity to end himself. This only makes the orc curse at Leon. Frustrated, he unleashes a black-green energy and shouts that go-croc will never ever pardon them. Leon changes his hold on his great sword and expresses his amusement at how a beast uses chains. He then throws the massive weapon at the orc, creating a path of blinding light as it stabs his enemy with it. Well, that was fast. The orc screams in pain, but he continues to struggle to fight back and take revenge. He shouts that it is already too late as his immediate surroundings crackle with black-green energy. Tentacle-like shadows of this energy begin to wrap around the fallen orcs as the witch doctor announces the arrival of go-croc. The dead orcs' bodies rise into the air and the black energy starts to accumulate above them in a vast sphere. Hari looks at this in horror as she asks His Majesty about this. Leon says that this is an offering. This act does not surprise him, considering that the enemies are uncivilized beasts. They watch as the sphere of black-green energy gets more extensive. Suddenly, a huge red hand appears from within and slams on the ground with great force. The witch doctor calls their attention to this as if they don't see that colossal thing themselves. A system notification appears, announcing the appearance of another hidden quest. The witch doctor announces the appearance of the great go-croc's eye and right arm. So where are the other parts? Is this like having the 5 pieces of Exodia or something? As it happens, the new hidden quest is to eliminate go-croc, the enchantment god orc. Before go-croc and the witch doctor, Leon and Stallion glow a subtle gold as they remain calm. The right hand forms the shape of a circle and raises it to its eye. He looks at Leon and announces that it is an existence that shouldn't be permitted. Go-croc then expresses its desire to slay the golden being before him. His eye suddenly shines bright and blasts green energy toward the undesirable being. Hari shouts for His Majesty in worry. However, go-croc addresses Leon, saying that it being similar to him protects the mortal. He then asks about the identity of this god. Wrong way of asking. Brah, you'll surely meet your end soon. Leon mutters about how the other compared himself to his gods. He was able to survive the blast of green light because of the divine law blessing of the arrow shield. Leon becomes furious at the gall of this enemy to compare himself to a god. The Night King shouts as he mocks go-croc, and the golden aura he emits becomes more blinding. Leon pulls out his sword, and Stallion starts galloping to where the enemy is. Leon announces his identity as the King of Lionheart and expresses his intolerance of the enemy's existence. This claim infuriates go-croc, who raises his right arm and calls Leon an inferior mortal. Announcing his death, go-croc brings his fist down to Leon and Stallion. Both horse and man do not hesitate in such a display of power. Instead, Leon changes the hold on his sword and slashes go-croc's right arm. His attack glows gold, unleashing his aura just the same. Suddenly, the fist detaches from the arm, greatly surprising go-croc into a scream. He sure is foolish, for someone who calls himself a supreme being. The god raises his arm to look at it, and he stammers as he expresses his confusion. about why he feels pain, despite it not being his real body. Go-croc continues to scream in pain, surprising the witch doctor as well. Go-croc looks at Leon, realizing that it is all the sword's fault. He calls the sword the Holy Sword of Radiance, and finally recognizes who he is against. Go-croc calls Leon the Orc Executioner and Demon Slayer. He identifies his attacker as the knight who solely survived that terrifying world. Go-croc suddenly sweats and pauses. Now that he knows full well who he is against, he decides to fall back. This reaction surprises the witch doctor, who calls for him. Go-croc tells the witch doctor that he will pay for his brash audacity. And with that, Go-croc completely disappears. Wow, I guess any demon or orc will only cower in fear once they realize who our king is. Leon climbs off his horse and Stallion disappears in a bright white light. The Night King approaches the kneeling witch doctor and comments about his god. He continues to mock the orcs, or in the other's ire, the witch doctor's swears to take revenge. But before he can speak further, Leon grants him death. The lifeless body of the witch doctor falls to the ground. Leon looks down at the fallen enemy and harumphs as he comments on how the enemy still tried. Still, this doesn't mean that Leon will let them live. With the death of the witch doctor, a system notification appears, announcing the completion of all hidden quests. Aside from this, the traits of Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arms will be applied to all the raid participants. Upon checking, the title Orc Hunter lets the bearer do 30% more damage against orcs. As for the War Knight's Men-at-Arms, it enables the bearer to earn a 20% increase in attack resistance, as long as they are fighting along the side of someone who has the War Knight trait. Really, those are fantastic buffs. Daesung looks at the notification, thinking that this kind of resistance is usually only gained by tankers. The others also see these notifications and marvel at the 30% extra damage, even if it was only against orcs. On top of that, physical attack resistance is nothing to scoff at, even with its limitations. Leon's loud voice suddenly fills the air as he commands everyone to collect the loot. He instructs them to move fast to collect the loot, which is the winner's right. The soldiers quickly move to do his bidding. One of the soldiers reminds the others to focus on getting the items from high-ranked warriors, and that they will also collect all of the witch doctor's equipment. Leon hums in contentment when Hari calls for his attention. She asks for his instructions regarding the arm from the self-proclaimed god. Suddenly, Yappi jumps on Hari's head and raises an arm. Leon allows Sir Spen to speak his thoughts, and Yappi relays a message from Steel. Steel is short for the god of steel and blacksmith, Hado. Yappi uses his technology to project Hado's message before them. The god tells Leon of the mana from the beast's arm and instructs him to use the Holy Grail to absorb this. By doing this, they will be able to provide Leon with power. Leon complies with Hado's instruction and takes out the Holy Grail. He then walks close to the arm and points the golden cup towards it. A wave of golden light starts to glow, and soon, the arm becomes light and gets devoured by the Grail. Leon makes an irritated expression as he does this. He senses a power akin to divine power and surmises that it really likes the beast's worship. Though this may be the case, Leon still detests the fact that they don't love other creations. He also sees them as forces that should be eradicated. He may seem unreasonable, but do understand that our king is a devoted stan of the gods of Pantheon. Suddenly, Ariana's voice calls him. Leon answers the goddess' call and asks why she pushes herself to speak with him when he hasn't even set up a ritual to do so. Ariana assures him it is okay, because of the beast's mana he collected. She then gets straight to the reason for their communication, telling him that he needs to decide. The goddess explains how she can recover a sacred item's power using the mana. Leon asks if this is true, but Pedos, the god of war and fire, only urges Leon to choose the holy sword. Ariana tells Pedos to hush and says that she will respect her knight's decision regarding this matter. Leon mulls over this opportunity. He has 4 sacred items, which are the Holy Spear, Holy Sword, Holy Grail, and the Lion Heart. Oh, it's a spear. My bad for calling it a great sword before. Leon thinks that the Holy Sword's power is too much, considering its necessity. With those thoughts, the Night King makes up his mind and chooses to receive the Holy Grail's power instead. Hearing his decision, Ariana agrees and bestows the power of the Holy Grail to Leon. The Grail lights up with divinity and floats into the air. Once it is done, Leon takes the Holy Grail with the content smile. A voice suddenly calls for His Majesty, making him look back. He tucks the Holy Grail back to his subspace and asks Hari if there's anything wrong. Hari says that he should see it himself. Leon notices that Sir Spin is gone from Hari's head and asks where the Grail Knight is. Hari stammers as she tries to answer. However, loud shouting and cursing catch their attention. A man is down on the ground with Yappi on his chest. The man yells for help, but Yappi simply wraps the man with his wires to restrain him. The man curses again at Yappi, making the Grail Knight's eyes shine red. There must be a good reason for this, right? The other soldiers only watch as this happens. But before something else could transpire, Leon and Hari arrived on the scene. The man wrapped in wires says that the robot is attacking him, but Leon doesn't let him talk more. Leon warns him to watch his word, or else he'll have to bid goodbye to his tongue. The man is surprised that the robot is being defended in this case. Leon shouts for him to be quiet, appalled at how a mere soldier is not addressing a knight appropriately. The man can't believe his ears and looks up at His Majesty in confusion. Lol, did you honestly expect our king to side with you? Leon addresses Sir Spin and asks about what happened. Yappi simply says loot thief, making the tied-up man surprised and sweaty. The man stammers as he defends himself, saying it is all a misunderstanding, but he only earns Leon's disgust. Leon says that things will be determined once they check the man's belongings. He then commands Hari to do the job, and Hari quickly agrees to do it. Hari raises her hands and seriously looks at the tied-up man. The man tries to stop her with his words, but his pleas are ignored. The man looks down with a nervous frown as Hari takes a wrapped item from him. As she takes the item from within, Hari confirms that it is the great orc warrior's heart, which is known to be the most valuable loot within that gate. Hari questions his intentions, reminding the man that doing this is such a grave sin. Yappi's actions are justified in this case. The man continues looking down and says that this is all a misunderstanding. He suddenly looks up, shouting that he didn't steal it, and tries to talk his way out of that situation. But before he could say more, Leon already bestows him the punishment for such an act. The man looks as his arm flies off. He abruptly shouts out loud, both in pain and horror. Leon places his holy sword back into the subspace as he says that he knows that there are differences between their laws and common sense. But with the man being a part of his military, this only means that he must obey the Lionheart's law and not what he knows of. Leon shouts that these are his laws and rules, and if anyone can't follow them, then they must raise their hands. In the Lionheart Kingdom, the punishment for stealing is cutting off the hands, which is quite barbaric for the modern kind. People from modern Earth have difficulty accepting such laws. However, the buffs they just experienced made them feel stronger than ever. With such benefits, there's no way they can just give that up. With their minds made up, they start thinking how the other guy is basically wrong for even stealing. They made up some reasons in their head to better accept the strict laws that Leon had just set. Amidst the soldiers, one suddenly speaks up to His Majesty, even though he's nervous. Leon lets him speak and asks for the soldier's name. The man removes his helmet, revealing Gu Dae-sung. After Dae-sung says his name, Leon calmly asks why he is speaking up. Dae-sung looks at the tied-up man and asks His Majesty's permission to let the thief retrieve his arm. Whoa, you're really courageous there. Leon asks if Dae-sung's request is to have it placed back. Dae-sung pauses before confirming this. Leon says that Dae-sung's opposition will make the punishment pointless. Dae-sung is well aware of this, but he still voices his thoughts on how they live with different ideals compared to His Majesty. Aside from this, it is their first time hearing His Majesty's rules. With those words, Dae-sung asks His Majesty to give the other man a chance. Leon seriously thinks of those words and judges them as reasonable, while Dae-sung bows down and apologizes. Leon steps close to the thief, surprising the struggling man. His Majesty then tells the man to be grateful for having a comrade who willingly speaks reason as he takes the Holy Grail from his subspace. With the Grail glowing, Leon pours some of its contents onto the man's limb. Golden energy lights up, and the man is surprised by what happens as he looks at his arm. The others are also surprised, and they can't help exclaiming how the thief's arm regenerated. Right, it's the Holy Grail. It would be weird if it didn't have healing properties. Dae-sung looks at this with the same wonder as he thinks about how even an S rank can only replace an amputated arm. Yet, before him, there is someone who has immense combat skills and a healing ability that is way superior to what an S rank healer can ever do. Dae-sung can't believe that such abilities are in the possession of a single person. Leon looks down in distaste at the man he just healed and tells him to leave. He adds that he is only forgiven once because he respects the laws of his world. However, this also means the thief has lost his rights. The man cradles his new arm and expresses gratitude for the mercy. He also apologizes for what he did. Having that issue wrapped up, Leon addresses the rest of the soldiers. He tells them to stay if they want to be a part of his military. Otherwise, they may take their share and leave. The others look at one another, and everyone thinks this is an opportunity they can't miss. They would be fools if they left. Seeing that none of them wants to leave, Leon announces that the training will begin immediately, since he trusts that they are capable. He then shouts for them to take the loot and tells them that they will head back. And this gets everyone cheering out loud. Hari approaches Leon and asks about the next training. Leon smiles as he tells her that is physical training. Back on Earth, the sun shines brightly down on the golden crops. The soldiers have now gathered in front of a building wearing comfortable clothes. Someone suddenly calls out to Dae-sung about his injuries. Dae-sung looks back to see that it is Dullahan. The old man makes some small talk with Dae-sung as they head to where the others are. Hari suddenly appears and coughs to get everyone's attention. She then announces the presence of His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart and Grail Knight Sir Jag Spin. Hari has really adapted well to dealing with such nobility. Everyone stands upright as Leon enters. Leon gets on the podium and congratulates everyone there for passing the simple exam. He says that everyone is slightly lacking to be a part of his military. Nevertheless, this is something that they can work on. Dae-sung intently listens as he thinks about how His Majesty talks of the Orc Gate as a simple test. Leon continues to speak about what he observed during the fight, and the most crucial issue he found was their bodies. The Afro thinks this over, while Dae-sung can only consider how everyone there is D or C rank. The Night King announces to everyone that based on this, they will go ahead with physical training. Leon gladly tells everyone that they will undergo strict training that adheres to the training manual of his kingdom's standing army. Dae-sung and the others imagine that the training might be medieval muscle training of sorts. Their guess is not that far off, for Leon announces that they will train their muscles, push their bodies to their limits, and overcome them. With an ominous grin, Leon talks about a Grail Knight called Sir Gratis, who is also known as the Giant Slayer. He explained that Sir Gratis made the standing army's training manual and once said that beating up humans makes them stronger. What? Leon doesn't hide his grin as he says that those are wise words. Everyone there becomes confused, but not for long. Leon shouts a question about how soldiers of the kingdom train and answers it himself. He screams that they must train harder than a farmer. Because of this, Leon deems Sir Gratis' words wise, since it is the most efficient way to train. With a menacing smile, Leon announces that the method is to shred and break the soldiers' bodies and heal them right after. He explains that this will make the muscles tougher. On top of this, their visual intuition will improve because they will undoubtedly attempt to avoid getting beat up. The soldiers become horrified once they understand His Majesty's words. Leon points at them and gives them the command to get started with it. In Hermione's words, that is totally barbaric. Leon tells them to do it and makes a more gruesome description of when to stop. Unable to hold himself back, Dae-sung shouts about this being nonsense. Realizing his mistake, he quickly changes his words, saying that His Majesty is not wrong. However, this doesn't change the fact of how their bodies will break down. That's the actual aim of the training, Dae-sung. Leon is confused by Dae-sung's words and asks him about it. He then pulls out the Holy Grail for everyone to see. Leon speaks of their fortune for being before the guardian of the Holy Grail. The golden cup glows as golden energy swirls around it. Dullahan looks at Dae-sung in surprise and points out that his injuries are healing. Dae-sung gets startled as he notices the golden glow of energy that is healing his face injuries. Wow, the Holy Grail even has an AoE? Leon explains that the warriors near the Holy Grail will be healed. He adds that, unless they drink holy water, it will only aid in regenerating their shredded muscles and broken bones. Leon gives them 5 hours to break everything they see in front of them, adding that there are no allies. He tells them to accept the attacks while doing a counterattack. With an ominous grin, Leon turns back and announces that if anyone is still fine after 5 hours, then they will be beaten up by Leon himself. With that announcement, Leon leaves the podium and the task to Sir Jag Spin. Every soldier is surprised at how the training manual turned out to be. The soldiers look at one another, and Dae-sung and Dullahan can't help but awkwardly laugh at their predicament. Yappi sees that no one is starting and takes the given task seriously by pointing out the fraudulent act from Hari's head. Sir Spin then whips at them with a soldier barely missing the punishment. Ha, none of you can escape. With his eye glowing bright red, Yappi menacingly suggests for them to fight. He adds that if they fail to do so, then he will make use of his armament. This announcement makes everyone sweat, realizing that they have no real choice on the matter. They start doing as they were told. Everyone in the field starts attacking without holding back. Daesung can't help commenting on the insanity happening before his eyes. Before he can speak more sense to those around him, he receives a punch in the face. With that covered, let's talk about the schedule of the hunters, who are undergoing the training to become Leon's soldiers. At 9 in the morning, they start with the Steelskin project, made by Sir Gratis for the standing army training. By 12 in the afternoon, they are given a bare minimum lunch. The first time this occurs, the hunters are all confused, but they can't oppose the king, who gives them water with sugar and salt. Apparently, this is also a rule indicated in the training manual. It should be called the training from hell. By 1 in the afternoon, everyone proceeds with tactical training. In such an exercise, Leon splits them into groups and instructs them to stop him from charging at them with a horse. Though initially confused, they also can't refute this, so they still end up getting run down or flown off by Leon and Stallion. By the time it is 9 in the evening, everyone will already be passed out from the harsh training. The only reason the hunters can endure such hellish training is because of Hari, who provides them with late-night snacks. But unbeknownst to them, this is all part of Leon's plan. Oh, the stick and carrot method. That makes sense. It is another day of training, and Daesung is training all on his own, while wearing armor and using both sword and shield. He practices the stabbing with one hand, while the shield is raised by the other. His numerous stabs make him weary, making him think of the shield's weight and the effort it takes to swing the sword simultaneously. Daesung once again takes his stance, and does the same exercise while thinking of his postures during shield formation as too restricting. He believes that practicing stabbing will help him use the sword better when they're in formation. A voice suddenly speaks up, saying that it is wrong. Daesung is surprised by His Majesty's presence, but Leon simply tells him to continue what he's doing. He also advises him to correct his posture before giving another stab. Be grateful that you're receiving another lesson from our king. Daesung confirms and tries to do what he is told by getting into position. He thrusts his sword forward once more as Leon watches, but upon completing the move, Leon tells him again that it is wrong. Daesung is flustered that he made the same mistake before the Night King. Leon suddenly approaches him and holds Daesung's shield to fix his position. The move surprises Daesung, but Leon simply tells him of his habit of lowering the shield as he stabs. He then reminds Daesung of the shield's purpose of protecting his ally's right shoulder as well. Leon instructs him not to lower the shield, even if he can't see. This line of direction confuses Daesung, and he asks for an explanation. Leon describes how a shield not in position reveals a gap, creating an opportunity for the enemy. Daesung asks His Majesty if his strategy is to have soldiers with shields hold off the enemies while the knights attack to slay them. Leon confirms this, saying that it is called hammer and anvil. His Majesty deems it the right way, and it is his. Yep. Whatever Leon says is the law. Daesung sweats as he carefully threads his words about the opponents being monsters. He looks down and speaks his thoughts about how such tactics might not work against such enemies. This makes Leon pause, and he becomes irked at how someone like Daesung is telling him how to fight foreign creatures. Seeing His Majesty's reaction makes Daesung panic, and he stammers as he clarifies that he is not trying to teach His Majesty. Leon carefully thinks about this and decides to explain to Daesung how the monsters within the gates also once existed in his world. He adds how the monsters within the gates are cute compared to what he fought back in his world. Leon then describes what kind of unusual monstrous beings he faced. Yep, he faced all of those for centuries. The Night King says that one must be equipped with numerous types of hunting methods to face those things. Aside from this, one should be able to adapt to any kind of situation that suddenly happens. Leon tells Daesung that all of this can only be learned through first-hand experiences. Leon asks Daesung if he has years and years of experience serving the goddess and fighting monsters. He asks if he has a triumphant spirit that can glorify any weapon and battlefield. The obvious answer is no. Daesung looks down, realizing the weight His Majesty carried to get to where he is now. Leon says that there is only one thing he teaches soldiers. While a knight must be well-rounded, the king says that to increase a soldier's chances of surviving, he must sharpen a single talent. Dae-sung clenches his fist and teeth and says that he wants to accomplish something more than that. Leon smiles at the younger man's determination and asks if Dae-sung dreams of becoming a knight. This question startles Dae-sung, and he stammers about being a peasant and how knights are nobles. Huh? Don't you forget about Yappi. Leon sighs at this and says he shouldn't apply his world's logic to his kingdom. He then explains how becoming a knight is not limited to aristocrats. Leon starts by describing a person who willingly faces hardship, with a sense of noble duty, who protects people and is courageously righteous, and who is eternally loyal to the goddess and the people. The Night King says that anyone can become a knight as long as they make that divine promise. Leon tells Dae-sung that if one has the courage and character to shoulder such duty, then it is enough to earn his respect. Hearing those words, Dae-sung realized that he was prejudiced. With renewed hope, Dae-sung decides that he wants to become a knight. He'll most likely become one, since he got a name intro card right from his first scene in this manhwa. In the US Magic Tower branch of being curses, asking if he's a leftover. Master Reynold Sherman exclaims at the presence and return of the great being as the huge orb glows purple. The voice from the orb calls Reynold a fool and commands him to bow down. Reynold quickly complies. The voice from the orb tells Reynold that he will teach him wisdom and truth, but in return, he must be revered and given offerings. Reynold notices the change in the voice, but he doesn't say anything about it. The Great Being tells Reynold to cast a space transfer spell on the crystal, so that the Great Being can quickly blast it off to space, if there is an emergency. This command surprises Reynold, who voices his thoughts on how the Great Being plans to descend to Earth using the crystal. The Great Being scoffs at this, saying there is no way he'll voluntarily do such a thing, when such a monster resides on that planet. Lol, demons are terrified of our king. Reynold is so confused by this, but the Great Being merely ignores the man's ignorance. The voice announces his intention to slay that man while he still has no army. He then commands Reynold to make sure that he will get into the same gate as him. He's referring to our king. Reynold can only agree, while the Great Being sighs. The voice can only hope that the Night King will perish this time. After some time is finally the day of the Pantheon Guild's standing army graduation ceremony. Someone asks if they are really raiding a yellow gate with only trainee soldiers. The other confirms this. Hearing this, Hari surmises that she and Sir Yappi are not joining the raid. Jinsu sighs after checking his weapon and says that he'll be doing all the work. Nah, I doubt that will happen if our king is joining. Hari wishes the section chief good luck. In a short while, Leon addresses the soldiers, saying that they've proven themselves during the previous month of training. He tells them to show what they can do and head in to raid the gate. Leon speaks of how this is the kind of gate that one wouldn't usually attempt. Still, once inside, they will understand what it truly means to be a soldier for the King of Lionheart. He announces how they will face the divinity that they will serve. Leon shouts for Pantheon and tells them to go. Entering the yellow gate are 49 hunters averaging D rank, along with one hunter from the Hunter Association and His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Hari and Yappi watch from the side as they head in. Hari assures Sir Yappi not to worry, since His Majesty will also be entering. However, Yappi makes a warning sound and announces that there is a problem. He speaks of those who will enter from the Pantheon and the Observer. Hari confirms this and sees no problem with that. Yappi suddenly says that 52 have entered the gate. With this unidentified person, Yappi quickly makes an emergency response by heading to the gate himself. Seeing this, Hari chases after him to join. But by the time she reaches the gate, she smacks her face right on it. Yep, comedic relief belongs to Han Hari. She even left a mark on the gate. The staff from the Hunter Association can only watch as this happens. Hari pushes herself off the ground in surprise and worry. The staff nearby suddenly exclaims as the gate wavers and its mana changes. The yellow gate turns orange, then red, and everyone outside is surprised by this change. Hari can only watch as she calls it a fluctuating gate. Inside the gate, demons are attacking as they head towards the castle. The soldiers inside the gate are fighting the demons who are invading. The Pantheon Guild sees this scene before them, and they realize that the opponents in this gate are demons. Leon makes a disgusted face and raises his sword. He commands the soldiers to raise their shields, adding that it is a magic square. Leon shouts for them to get into formation. The soldiers heed His Majesty's command and get into position. Jingsu is surprised that everyone is complying with no complaints. The soldiers form the Pantheon's testudo. Leon shouts for them to move forward. Jingsu is still in shock that instead of running back out of the gate, they are moving forward to face the demons. If you recall, Jingsu is a B-rank tanker, and the soldiers are only at the average of D rank. While maintaining their formation, the soldiers step forward with no hesitation. Jingsu is still surprised that they're not afraid, and instead are facing this head-on. A system notification suddenly appears, and Jingsu curses in amazement upon seeing the buff effects of Lionheart's aura. From experience, Jingsu knows this kind of buff is way better than someone at the commander level, and the best thing is that it is even applied to everyone. The demons finally notice their presence and quickly start heading in their direction. The one in front of the formation announces the incoming enemies and tells everyone to raise their shields. The enemies shout as they charge directly at the soldiers. Using their shields, the soldiers were able to block the attacks. With Jingsu being in the center of the formation, he watches everyone, while thinking about how a B rank he knows of even struggles with the attack of a Black Hound. However, everyone around him simply blocks the attacks with sheer willpower. You can only imagine what happened in those 4 weeks of training. It would be best if you don't learn more about the training from Hell, Jingsu. Leon commands them to take one step forward. The soldiers comply, and another command to push the enemy and counterattack is given. The soldiers follow what the Night King ordered. They were all reminded not to let the enemy fight back and to stab at any openings. Shrieks from the demons can be heard as the soldiers act in accordance. The soldiers are able to maintain their formation despite that initial scuffle. They proceed to push the enemy when Jingsu notices the presence of a demon troll amongst those who are charging towards them. Everyone relays this message to the other in preparation. Some of them even think that this attack can't be blocked since its heavy attacks are equivalent to that of an A rank. The demon troll roars out loud as it is about to strike down on one soldier. As it happens, that soldier is the Squad 3 captain, Hu Dae-sung. Dae-sung musters his morale and strength with a shout as the demon troll brings his club down. Dae-sung's shield sizzles red as he comments on how the attack is lighter compared to His Majesty's charge attack. The other soldiers should really learn from Dae-sung's example. The demon troll growls out loud for having its attack nullified, but before it can make another attack, Yappi arrives and responds to the mid-sized entity with his machine gun. The Grail Knight showers the troll with bullets, making it hard for the demon to retaliate. While everyone is surprised by Sir Yappi's appearance inside the gate, Leon chooses that moment to make a follow-up attack as he changes his position on Stallion's back. His Majesty grins as he compliments Dae-sung's block and makes mincemeat out of the demon troll. With the demon troll defeated by Leon, the other demons shriek in panic. Seeing this as dangerous, they all decide to run away from the battle instead. The humans from that gate see this happen and start celebrating their win in that fight. One of those soldiers approaches Leon and respectfully thanks them for saving the Sparrow Kingdom. Suddenly, a system notification appears about protecting the Sparrow Kingdom from the Demon King's invasion, and they are given a week for this quest. It's weird how late the quest notification is. When the Pantheon Guild's soldiers read this, they wonder if it means they are fighting a great demon. They are confused by this, since it is supposed to be a yellow gate. Upon confirming this, a soldier approaches Leon and reports that the gate they were supposed to exit disappeared. The other soldiers realize this only now and become worried. Leon immediately tells everyone to quiet down and not act up. The soldiers shout their confirmation as Leon makes his way to where the gate was supposed to be. Yappi approaches him and reports about the other person who went with them in that gate. Leon acknowledges the report and now understands why Sir Spin also entered that gate. Leon looks back at the soldiers and asks for any of them to explain this situation to him. A soldier raises a hand at this. Dae-sung explains that they're in a fluctuating gate where the difficulty suddenly increases. He adds that entering one means you also can't get out unless it is cleared. This is quite a common theme for manhwa with gates or dungeons. Leon mulls over this, thinking that it is no coincidence. After giving it a thought, the king announces that there is no change in their plan of clearing the gate. Dae-sung stammers as he asks His Majesty if he is sure of this, since they might be facing a demon king. Leon proudly announces that he is the king of Lionheart and he has already slain 2 demon kings and more than 30 great demons. He then asks if they still doubt his abilities. Hearing this reassures the soldiers, and they start mentioning how His Majesty also has demon-related traits. Lol, a bunch of buff-hungry soldiers. However, everything that Leon said is something he did back in his world, when he had a lot of divine power. Leon knows there is no guarantee that things will be the same, but he is the king. As the king, he must be sturdy and reliable, whatever the situation may be. Leon can only ensure that his soldiers will never lose hope, even if it means becoming the incarnation of it. Somewhere in that gate, someone gives a villainous laugh. The voice from the orb laughs hard, seeing that the king of Lionheart has gotten weaker. He gleefully points out the limitation of the king, which is his humanity. This cheerful amusement gives Ranald Sheeman a thought, and he immediately asks the Great Being if he should start the ritual for the Great Being's descent. The voice from the orb shouts a loud no to this, saying that he is still of sound mind. Coward, just face it, you're nothing against our king. The Great Being says that stepping in is unnecessary, since another creature within that gate has already been controlled by another demon for 100 years. He is confident that once that creature becomes the demon king, then it will only be a short while before he can kill the Night King. Let's do a background on Sparrow Kingdom first. This once peaceful kingdom has a millennium of history. However, they found themselves in a perilous situation when the demons didn't stop trying to invade the city. In this battle, only the palace remained, and the last of the survivors within the kingdom grabbed on their last hope and willingly fought to live. Apparently, Daesung is explaining this theme to the king. Leon asks for confirmation about this theme, and Jin-Su confirms it. Leon recalls how the gates have different settings. Daesung says that the gate therein differs, since there is a time limit. He explains how dungeon break occurs when the enemies within the gate are neglected. Daesung adds that those with a time limit mean that the gate will close as long as the quest conditions are completed. Leon mulls over this and then looks at the observer that the Hunter Association sent in with them. He asks if the man's name is Kim Jin-Su. Jin-Su confirms this and asks what His Majesty wants to know. Leon says that he has no plans to step in. Still, based on the current situation, he wants to know if Jin-Su's opinion will change if he and Sir Spin involve themselves in this matter. Daesung wonders the same as he looks at Jin-Su. Jin-Su only takes a moment to think about it and says that it is fine, since the association president has already taken this into account. This is probably before they even entered the gate. Daesung and the other soldiers cheer, thinking that they will finally get promoted. Leon says there is another thing, and asks Jin-Su's opinion about hidden quests. This question makes Daesung freeze with worry, while Jin-Su asks His Majesty about his plans. With no hesitation, Leon announces his intention to slay the demon king of that gate. It's already dark in the Sparrow Kingdom, and Leon mulls over how the energy from a demon troll is no good. He surmises that it is only enough to let him make a short connection with the Pantheon. With that, Leon places the Holy Grail on the table before him and puts a hand in his heart. As golden energy appears, Ariana speaks her first night, and Leon greets her back. Ariana asks if Leon also felt it. The Night King confirms that he did, although it took some time for him to do so. He admits to feeling a foreign energy in that gate. Ariana comforts him by saying that it is not easy, since Leon possesses a living body. The goddess then explains how that world has naturally absorbed the energy. Leon thinks about how a powerful being can mask its presence from him. He surmises that this being might be a demon king or something at the level of a lord. Ariana finds something strange about this, saying that such a being should possess a stronger energy. Do demons hibernate or something? Ariana tells Leon that another god wants to relay a message to him. Leon confirms his attention to Ariana's words. The goddess says that Plu wants to inspect the world that Leon is in right now. Wait, there's another god? Just how many gods do they have? In the Pantheon, Ariana looks back at Plu as she says that the other goddess must have noticed something. Hearing this, Leon says that they will need energy for Plu's descent. Ariana is sure that she doesn't have to explain how this should be done. Leon confirms that there is a definite method to do this. Time passes, and a carriage arrives before huge gates. The door of the carriage opens, and Leon descends with Daesung, Jin-Su, and Dullahan, who are acting as his servants. An old man is in front of the gate and welcomes them. He introduces himself as Farco, the head butler. He says that he will serve them to his utmost and begins to lead the way. Inside that place, Their group walks in a hallway, and Daesung can't help but marvel at his surroundings. Leon comments on the palace owner's impeccable taste for art. The butler compliments His Majesty for his deep insight and tells them that the Sparrow Kingdom has a long history behind it. The butler speaks of the first queen, Fiora, and the current queen, Beatrice. The group passes by a massive painting of a woman whose face can't be seen. The butler mentions how he has served under countless queens. He must be really old then, Farco. Wait, are you the same age as our king? Dullahan is surprised that it is all queens, while Daesung comments that it must be a matriarchal society. Hearing them speak makes Leon turn back and glare at them. Noticing this, they try to shush under that look. Leon is appalled by such behavior and calls them out for gossiping about the royals despite being peasants. Dullahan and Daesung quickly shout their apology. Realizing they made a faux pas, Leon apologizes to the butler for being accompanied by idiots who never learned etiquette. He explains that this only happened due to the urgent situation. The butler laughs it off, saying that it can happen. Good thing the butler didn't get angry. You're not a demon like Sebastian, right? Upon reaching a door, the butler says that it leads to the presence chamber. A soldier manning the door says that they can enter and that Her Majesty is waiting for them. They open the door for the visitors, and light comes out of the room. Inside are soldiers and the queen's subjects, lined up to meet the foreigners, who helped save the palace from a wave of demons. The queen is at the far end of the room, hidden behind a sheer curtain. Someone steps down the stairs and addresses Leon, asking for his identity. He also introduces himself as Duke Archeum, the Sparrow Kingdom's chancellor. The Duke smugly smiles as he announces the decision to bestow knighthood to Sir Lionheart for what he accomplished in the previous battle. What? Are you mocking our king? Leon simply lets the man spout some nonsense about his speech. However, Leon only gives him a look and announces that he will first greet the queen. Leon passes by the chancellor and approaches the throne. But before he can get closer, an old knight stops Leon in his tracks. The chancellor tells Lionheart that even with his accomplishments, he can't just approach the queen when he is only an outsider. Daesung thinks of how the duke is right, while Dullahan and Jinsu also worry about what could happen. They wonder if His Majesty won't get angry, despite the chancellor's shouting. I doubt that. Leon gives an exasperated sigh, unable to hold himself back anymore. He clenches his teeth and calls out to the queen. He announces his identity as the king of the Lionheart Kingdom, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Leon then explains that he simply does what he must, albeit knowing how rude it may be deemed. The chancellor shouts out loud once more, daring to ask Leon what he is doing. He shouts for the captain to take the foreigner away. However, Leon has other plans set for the chancellor and holds the other's head. Seeing Leon's ominous look, Daesung shouts for His Majesty and is about to ask what he is doing. But before he could even finish his sentence, Leon already does as he pleases. Yep, our king is unstoppable. This makes Daesung shout once more at the atrocity his king is making. Leon makes a disgusted face that makes Daesung confused about what irks His Majesty now. The Chancellor screams in pain and falls to the ground after what Leon did. The soldiers of the Sparrow Kingdom shout in surprise and grab their weapons, ready to fight against the foreigner who just saved their kingdom. Leon's face contorts into a frown, his eyes on the Chancellor. He seizes the Chancellor's arm in a swift, unexpected move, causing Daesung to cry out in confusion. Leon's sudden actions prompt his soldier to question the foreigner's intentions, his voice filled with alarm. Leon ignores them as he continues to look at the fallen Chancellor. He comments on how ridiculous it is and asks when he will stop hiding his identity. Leon can't believe it has the gall to do so when it obviously can't hide from his eyes. He then calls out to the demon to show himself. The Chancellor, his appearance now grotesque, stirs, and his eyes glow a menacing red. A maniacal laughter escapes his lips, and the soldiers of the Sparrow Kingdom finally comprehend the truth. The figure they knew as the Chancellor sheds its human form, revealing a monstrous insect-like creature. The reason for Leon's earlier actions becomes chillingly clear. They are surprised that the Chancellor is a demon, but it doesn't stop there. Amidst the people, some also transform with a shriek. They begin surrounding Leon and some of the guards, bringing panic to the unarmed. Leon shouts for them to stop panicking and mocks them at the same time. He shouts for them to assemble and fight as one. As he says this while looking back, one of the monsters lunges to strike at Leon. However, the attack is easily held off with 2 fingers, surprising the enemy. Irritated by the disrespect, Leon pulls at the monster's arm with the same 2 fingers. He gives it a quick end, surprising the head of the guards. The general is aghast by the fact that demons have infiltrated already and curses at them. "Well, it's your fault that you have poor security. You should be thankful that our king is there to clean up your kingdom's mess." Suddenly, the unarmed people are shouting to be saved as other demons chase them. Fueled by anger, the general quickly runs to defeat the monsters in their midst. Having recovered from the shock, he announces the infiltration of demons. He shouts for his subordinates to eliminate every single demon they see. The soldiers quickly follow the commands and do their part in slaying the enemies. After some time, they are able to get rid of all the demons. Leon looks at the queen, still sitting on the throne, and plans to approach. But the general's sword stops him from doing so. Leon glares back at the general, saying that he knows of his loyalty. However, it makes him ponder why the other isn't prioritizing the royal family in such a situation. The general says that he is only loyal to the queen. Dae-sung and the others are worried that another fight might transpire when Leon says the other's words are reasonable. Though this is the case, Leon looks at the sword blocking his path and flicks it upward. The sword flies up with such great force that it stabs itself to the ceiling. "Please stop getting in the way or you'll hurt yourself, General." Leon glares once more at the general and announces that as the king, he is in charge of asking and making judgments. He adds that this also applies to the queen, so the general should be aware of his standing. The general's hand is trembling as he says that the queen is not in the right mentality to do so. He explains that with the chancellor's death, he has the authority. Leon looks at the other as he thinks of this and decides to speak of the situation. The Night King talks of the corrupted energy that fills the castle and the urgency of eliminating it. The general is surprised by this revelation and asks if this is true. Leon confirms this by saying that a king never lies. The general asks the foreigner what he wants. Leon says that it is the right to command the soldiers and the authority to eradicate evil. The Night King announces his intention to resolve the issue since she is powerless. In the central square of the Sparrow Kingdom, civilians have gathered. Before them, Leon announces his full authority and his identity. He lets them know of the fact that demons have already possessed some of them. Leon explains the demons' plan to infiltrate and start a revolution. He assures them not to worry, for he already has a method of determining who the demons are. This piques the people's interest, and Leon says he will show them. Suddenly, Leon is holding a man and a woman by their clothes. The people's expressions change into surprise as Leon announces that anyone who is not evil, corrupted, or a heathen must prove their innocence through the flames. He shouts that he will present them with an example and throws both man and woman. The two shout in surprise, and the people watching are horrified by what His Majesty just did. The man screams in pain as he gets burned. But the same thing can't be said of the woman walking out of the flames completely safe. Staying her unscathed confuses the people, and they turn to the man who was screaming earlier. A civilian points to the soldier, and Leon tells them to watch. The one who is screaming now in the flames is a demon, and there are demons among the civilians. Leon glares at the burning demon as he explains that those who are evil are the only ones who will be burned by the sacred flames. He tells the people to thank Patos, the divinity of war and fire, and instructs them to shout the god's name in glory as they walk in the sacred flames. The faces of the people pale once they finally understand how they can prove themselves innocent. They voice out their doubts about the method, making Leon angry. Seeing that none of them wants to start, the Night King suddenly shouts at them to be quick in entering. Leon imagines that all of them are corrupted, since none of them wants to do it, and he threatens everyone with his sword, with no other choice but to prove themselves. The civilians courageously run to the sacred flames while shrieking and cursing. After some time, the civilians are now gone from Central Square, and before Leon are those who are demons. Seeing their presence, Leon makes a face and covers his mouth and nose because of their horrendous stench. He announces his intention to punish them by ripping up their souls into pieces. The demons are angered by the human mocking them and start to threaten him. But Leon, being Leon, doesn't let the demon finish his words and shouts at the other for being a demon and makes a shrieking sound that makes the demon's ears blow. Leon kept on shouting in a mocking tone at the demons, his anger reflecting in his whole being. The Night King is appalled by the gall of the demons to pretend to be humans by walking on 2 feet, grouping together, and here becoming a part of the soldiers. Leon announces that he would never allow something like that, and that they will all meet their end in pain. He swears that the demons' cries will be heard all throughout the world. The demons are surprised by Leon's words. They can't believe that they are being hated for the simple fact that they are able to walk on 2 feet. They start sweating, thinking they have messed with the wrong person. In a different location within the gate, Reinald watches what is happening, with a huge orb in hand. Seeing how the King of Lionheart is acting, he can't help thinking that the infiltration plan failed. They continue to watch as Leon shouts for the demons to scream to make him happy. The great being is shaken by this scene and curses Leon for being scary. It is another day in the central square of the Sparrow Kingdom. Leon is once again calling out to the citizens of the Sparrow Kingdom, while a winged demon is wrapped tightly with rope in a wooden pole. Leon reassures them that they have nothing to fear, for evil will not be able to hurt them as long as he is alive. He then continues to explain how the demon can plant negative emotions. The people look at the monster with worry, while the demon grins at the civilians despite its predicament, suddenly filled with laughter. The demon confidently announces that it is not over and threatens everyone who is in the central square. However, Leon is not having any of the demon's nonsense and shuts it up. He makes the people look at the beast, saying that this happened because the people have given in to temptation and despair. Leon says this is the reason for their hunger, diseases, family conflicts, falling over in the morning, inability to get married, and even losing money in gambling. Is it really now? The demon looks at Leon in confusion and asks how that became his fault. But Leon only shuts it up again by breaking his horn. The people stare at the demon, and one woman asks if the demon really is the cause of her mom's disease. The faces of the civilians turn to anger, as one man asks if it is the demon's fault, why he was rejected. At the same time, another blames the demon for losing his money from gambling. The demon angrily responds that it's not his fault, but Leon once again shuts it up by breaking its other horn. Leon then addresses the people, calling them citizens who try to be good. He tells them about how demons can bring misfortune, and that the thing that has gone wrong in their life is also the demon's responsibility. It must be some sort of butterfly effect of their mere existence. The demon is already beaten up and can't talk back against the accusations placed on its shoulders. Leon continues to speak, saying that their lack of right faith is also caused by the demons. Though this is the case, Leon tells them not to be afraid, as he raises a torch. He then explains that Peitos, the divinity of war and fire, has given them the sacred flames. Leon then calls on a red-haired boy and tells him to come up and hold the torch. The boy does as he is told, and has the flaming wood in his hands. The sacred flames don't burn him, and Leon instructs him to punish the demon with the wood with sacred flames. The boy is surprised by the command, and hesitates upon seeing the demon's eyes flash red. However, Leon is scarier with his glare and question, asking if the boy pities the demon. The boy quickly denies this, saying that his father died because of those demons. Determined, the boy holds the wood with both hands and approaches the demon. The demon gets irritated by this and starts threatening the boy. Still, Leon quickly punches it and commands it to make a softer expression. The demon loses a tooth in the process, and it can only watch as the trembling boy is overcome with anger and punishes him. The demon shouts in pain as it suffers from the sacred flames. It curses everyone there, so Leon takes it upon himself to make it shut up again. In a different place, screaming can be heard in a dungeon. Balters, the demon of pleasure and corruption, is startled at hearing the agonizing scream. The demon thinks about how it lived for 34 years as a demon, with experience in agonizing and corrupting humans. Never in its wildest thoughts did it imagine that it'd end up tied up in a human dungeon. Yappi appears before the demon, making the demon startled and worried. The demon talks back, but in its head is anxious as to how it can even corrupt a machine. Yappi simply tells the demon to give him information. The demon acts tough, saying there's no way a demon will listen to someone inferior. Brah, inferior? You're before a Grail Knight. Yappi announces that the 14th hostage is uncooperative, and Pantheon soldiers appear. The demon is surprised, but it still bravely challenges them to slay him. The demon says more but suddenly stops when a soldier brings in a wooden basin emitting a golden aura from within. The golden aura is apparent because the water in the basin contains 15% holy water. The soldier places it before the demon, who is now horrified about what will happen next. Yappi gets on the basin's rim, saying that based on his extensive data reference, his conclusion is inference. With one glaring red eye, Yappi announces that water knows the answer. The demon is suddenly pulled by Yappi and submerged in the liquid with holy water. The demon shrieks in pain as Yappi and the soldiers watch. Once the demon raises its head, it continues to shriek and even curses as it proclaims its identity. Seeing that the demon remains uncooperative, Yappi proceeds with the use of the holy water. The demon shrieks and tries to talk back every chance it gets, but Yappi only repeatedly burns the demon with the sacred water, as the soldiers watch with discomfort. The demon's face is already red, and it asks what it could even say when it knows nothing. Yappi deems the demon uncooperative again and goes on. After some time, the demon's head exudes some golden aura, with its face completely red. Yappi announces the extraction of information from the 14th captive, with a total of 30,564 characters. However, this amount is less than the average amount of information he gathered from the first 13 captives. Having someone like Yappi in this situation is so helpful. The demon is confused by this and asks the robot about it. Yappi explains that the demon can still provide more information. The demon calls Yappi a psycho in his head, thinking that there's no way he could know that the others told more than he did. Suddenly, Yappi questions the merit of keeping the captive alive when it is unable to provide more information. With those words, the demon realizes that its life is on the line based on the intel he can tell. His demeanor changes as it asks what it should say. Once the gathering of information from the demons is done, Yappi reports to Leon that 89% of what he collected from the 32 captives is the same. He concludes that this information implies truth. Leon nods and compliments Sir Spin on his excellent work. Leon takes a glass of wine and asks Yappi about what he did with the demons right after. Yappi says that he eliminated them and reports the average time it took him to do so. He assures the Night King that he is successful in this regard, and Leon smiles, while complimenting Yappi. Leon then expresses his appreciation for hearing the Psalm of Justice. However, Leon's smile doesn't last long. The glass of wine is thrown to the ground, surprising Yappi. The Grail Knight observes Leon and finds an increase in heart rate, headache, chest pain, and breathing difficulties. Wait, is he poisoned or something? Leon clenches his teeth and fist, his whole being engulfed by anger. The Night King suddenly stands up, surprising Yappi with the sudden movement. Leon addresses Sir Spin and announces that he can't accept the fact that he is on a land where evil also lives and breathes. He asks Sir Spin's opinion on this matter, and Yappi doesn't disappoint. The Grail Knight says that they should not delay their elimination. Yappi's response to his question makes Leon happy, saying it is a great plan. Leon says that they should exterminate the cause. With that decision, he and Sir Spin jump out of the window to do as he said. Lol, he's smiling as he jumps. The King of Lionheart is a demigod, who doesn't get exhausted, which also applies to Sir Spin, who is a robot. Leon creates a massive impact as he lands on the ground. He and Yappi immediately leap off as he announces that they'll do a late-night outing. And this is the start of a cruel night for the demons, at least. In a different place inside the gate, demons surround Reynold Sherman, who is still carrying the huge purple orb. The demons talk amongst themselves about the presence of a human. Reynold looks around him and groans as he asks the great being if this is really okay. The voice from the orb tells Reynold not to look at those things for too long, since he is immortal who can be easily corrupted. Reynold heeds the great being's words and closes his eyes. He knows since he already corrupted you, there's no way the great being would want you to become someone else's lackey. A voice suddenly tells him to stop. Reynold opens his eyes in surprise and finds an 8-armed demon with a crown. The demon shouts at Sherman for stepping into its place of entertainment. The evil being is also amazed by such gall of a human, who doesn't seem to know fear. Reynold is taken aback by the thick evil energy the crown demon emits. The voice from the orb warns Reynold not to look at the crown. The great being then addresses the crown demon, calling it Androgen, the great demon of pleasure and corruption. Androgen looks down at the orb and calls the voice of someone lacking common sense or backbone, the goblin who experienced unexpected success. Oh, this is the goblin who became an archdemon that our king mentioned before. The archdemon calls out to Androgen, claiming to have an offer that the other can't resist. Androgen is skeptical about this and laughs out loud. The crown demon tells the beast to know his place, since he is a demon who already lost his lord and most of the great demons. Androgen mocks the goblin for thinking that they're on equal footing. The great being doesn't speak for a moment, but when it does, it points out how Androgen's demons also died. Hence, the other can't really be arrogant about such a matter. Androgen is angered by the archdemon's words, but the voice from the orb just keeps going. The great being mentions how Androgen's lord also perished from the Great Ascension, which happened 180 years ago. Androgen is enraged, calling the goblin an insect. The voice from the orb claims its knowledge of what transpired back then. And here's a flashback about the demons 180 years ago. It happened back when they were trying to take over a world. To do this, the five evils formed an alliance for the first time. However, things ended badly for the demons. 3 of the demon lords and numerous demons perished before the king of Lionheart. Wow, our king still has some clothes left around that time. Demons of low status would cry in fear once they were in the presence of Leon, for it only means impending death. It was then that over 10 million demons were eliminated. Back to the present, the voice from the orb says that it survived such a place. Androgen is surprised that the goblin is aware of what really happened at that time. The great being cackles and mocks the beasts for giving in to their instincts. The voice announces that it is there to make an offer that Androgen can't reject. The other demon is fed up with the goblin's nonsense. It furiously demands the demon from the orb to speak, as it'll ensure that the fool is thrust into the most bottomless hole. The voice from the orb says that it learned of the order given to Androgen by a distinguished great demon. Androgen smugly announces that the mission is almost over, since her holding on is futile, since she is immortal. The crown demon speaks of how near the end is. At that moment, a woman lies curled up in bed. Wait, is that the Sparrow Kingdom's queen? After some time, Reinald is now in the woods, still carrying the orb. He asks the great being if it is already done, while the voice announces that this is their most effective method. It gauges that the probability of them winning is 7-3, with 7 on Androgen and 3 on that beatard. Yep, he's referring to our king. Reinald suddenly exclaims that if he, an S rank, and the great being step in, this would ensure their win. The voice from the orb reminds Reinald that he has no plans of going, making Reinald curse at the other in his head. Reinald asks where to go, and the great being answers that they should head to the quartz harvesters by the palace forest. The voice from the orb exclaims how they are famous because of their attack power. As they walk further into the forest, they meet a battered demon. Reinald asks if this is one of the quartz harvesters, and the great being confirms this. The quartz harvester mentioned is now walking with drool and sweat on its face, and one of his arms is actually a bunch of tentacles. The quartz harvester groans with its eye looking odd. The great being quickly tells Reinald to hide when a string-like weapon swishes by and hits the quartz harvester. Reinald and the great being are both surprised by this as the demon gets tied up and pulled away. The demon reaches out a hand toward Reinald, and it growls as if asking for help. The quartz harvester screams in denial as it tries to save itself by holding onto the ground. With Reinald and the orb invisible, the two try to keep quiet as they watch this happen. They suddenly hear a voice calling out to Sir Spin, asking if he is done. Reinald and the great being are well aware of who the voice belongs to. Numerous corpse harvesters are hanging on the trees, all tied up. This is like that scene from Demon Slayer, except it is the demons hanging this time. Leon appears with tattered clothes, while Yappi assumes that there are still more of those alive. The Grail Knight mentions how the last one he hunted seems to be looking at something. Leon's eyes glow blue as he asks if there are really still more of them. Before them, Reinald and the great being are whispering about the stealth skill, feeling anxious that they might be found out. Reinald is confused as to why they were there, when he didn't hear any noise of their arrival at all. The voice from the orb explains that this is because of the Grail Knight's divine law of silence. The great being adds that it can block any noise, even the sound of running horses. Based on what they're seeing, the voice concludes that they use that law to slay all the demons in the forest. Wow, a knight with a ninja-like skill. Leon suddenly mutters how strange it is that he feels some unpleasant energy from that area. Reinald and the orb are both surprised by such insight. Leon suddenly gets close to where they are, trying to sense it, and says it feels right around that area. Yappi suddenly makes a sound, catching Leon's attention. Leon asks Sir Spin, and Yappi confirms that its satellite caught sight of another target in a different location. Leon says that there are still more, so he takes another look at the unpleasant energy and tells Sir Spin that they should go. And with that, the two head off again. Reinald is still sweating, and he suddenly slumps into the floor. He is relieved that he and the great being weren't caught. Too bad they weren't caught. Based on the broken window, we're now back where Leon is staying. The King of Lionheart wipes himself clean as he thinks of the demons of pleasure and corruption. He finds it strange that such numerous demons reside within that gate. During his hunt with Yappi, they found demons of high rank and some elites. Leon surmises that there is also a great demon within that gate. He can't help but think about why those demons are there. The voice suddenly speaks of the disgusting smell of blood. Leon is surprised by the sudden presence. The woman comments on how Leon must be tired and asks why he doesn't take a rest. The woman with white hair and purple eyes then smiles at Leon. She calls Leon Knight, but then she asks him if he prefers to be called His Majesty, the King of Lionheart. Leon closes his eyes as he thinks of how beautiful and sensual the woman is before him. He takes his clothes, considering that the root of the conflict is a beautiful woman, which also symbolizes downfall. Leon wears clothes as he mulls how ordinary people wouldn't even realize their own downfall as they drown. The one of great beauty raises a hand before Leon. She introduces herself as Beatrice Alligier Sparrow, the queen of that small kingdom. Leon does what a gentleman does in such a situation and introduces himself as well. He looks at Beatrice, thinking it took him some time to notice. Beatrice chuckles as she tells Leon not to be wary. She says that she only wants to greet the person who saved the Sparrow Kingdom. Leon gives a non-committal response and points out the inappropriate time for a noble lady to visit. Beatrice's expression changes as she says that she is being watched. Leon is surprised by this and asks who has the gall to watch the queen. Beatrice says the general and his knights are watching and keeping her captive. Leon frowns at this, thinking that the general doesn't look like someone who can be disloyal. Beatrice suddenly holds Leon's hand, saying there is no time, and asks him for a favor. After a short pause, Leon tells her that he will make his choice. Once he hears her out, Beatrice looks up at Leon and asks him to slay the general and his knights. She says that if Leon does this, then she will give him that kingdom. What? Lady, you're really sus. For a queen to give up on her kingdom, are you even really a queen? Leon doesn't respond to this, and Beatrice gets closer and on tiptoe as she tells him to inspect the castle's underground floors. She claims that the general is hiding something in there. Suddenly, the general and his knights can be heard making their way in the hallway. The general calls out to His Majesty and apologizes for the bother. However, he still barges in, without waiting for Leon's response. Upon opening the door, the general frowns as he sees Leon alone in the room. Aha! Are you expecting to find the queen there? Leon speaks of their impertinence and entering the king's bedroom at night. The general admits his rudeness and reasons that there is an urgent situation. Let me guess, is it about the queen? Leon thinks about it and simply says that he met the queen. The general only acknowledges this, not saying anything else. Leon is perplexed by this reaction and asks the general about it. The general says that the queen has always been like that. Leon sighs at the fact that the kingdom's knights left the queen on her own, while demons are littering the kingdom. The general says the demons don't attack at nighttime, and Leon can't help, calling out the general on his BS. The Night King can't believe that the demons have ever worried about attacking at a specific time of day, and he's sure the general knows of this. This only makes Leon mull things more, since he knows such an idiot can never become a general. So he comments on the general's certainty regarding the matter. The general doesn't respond to this remark, and instead chooses to apologize for his rudeness. He then turns away, saying he has other matters to attend to. Leon suddenly brings up how the queen said they are holding her captive. This makes the general stop and look back. He then tells His Majesty that this is not something an outsider like him should worry about. And with that, the general and his knights leave Leon's room. Leon crosses his arms, thinking of how suspicious things are and the fact that he lacks information about that place. He recalls the queen's words and deems it necessary to investigate the underground floors. Ah, so where did the queen hide? Did she escape through a hidden stairs or something? Leon calls on Sir Spin, who suddenly appears from the broken window. He says that there is something that Sir Spin must check. Yappi makes a questioning sound in response. The following day, demons are once again attacking the Sparrow Kingdom. The demons cackle with glee as they head to the kingdom and announce their morbid intentions. They are so excited to head to battle, and one even mentions how Sir Androgen told them that the demon who could climb the castle wall first will be given a reward, and the others cheer once more of their intention. Suddenly, a sharp object engulfed with golden light shoots at them, creating a massive explosion that slays many of the demons. The others who survived are surprised by this. Before them is a huge spear that destroyed even the ground. The surviving demons take a closer look and find souls leaving the lifeless demons. The souls shout their discontent as they get absorbed by the Holy Grail. Leon holds the Grail as he addresses the demons, who know nothing of death and only chase their impulsive desires. Irked by their mere existence, Leon pulls out the Holy Sword and announces that as the King of Lionheart, he will teach them the essential splendor of life. Leon bids the evil souls to come, for the embodiment of their fear is there. In a different part of the palace, someone calls out to the general, A knight asks why the general is there when there is an ongoing battle. The general says that the outsider will handle the battle, and adds that the more crucial problem is the seal. Now you're just shamelessly relying on our king. The general asks for the knights if it is still working right. A knight confirms that it is and is about to say something else, but changes his mind. Without their knowledge, Yappi manages to infiltrate and is now closely following behind their group. The general and knights walk together, and the general mentions how 100 years of resentment will soon be complete. Before them is a curtain four-poster bed. As they reach close, the general pulls the curtains, and Yappi is confused by what he has just seen. The land is filled with red, and lifeless bodies of demons are littering the ground. Tied-up demons make a line as they walk. One of the demons suddenly falls face down to the ground, and Dae-sung notices this. Dae-sung decides to come close and tells the demon to be careful. However, he is completely shocked. Before him, a beautiful woman looks up and calls out to him to help untie her. She smiles up at Dae-sung, promising that she'll do something good for him if he does so. Dae-sung is overwhelmed and makes incoherent sounds. He starts to reach out, making the woman smile. Suddenly, a system notification appears, saying that corruption resistance is activated for the Legion. Dae-sung pales, realizing that the woman is nothing but an illusion made by a one-eyed demon. He curses out loud and slaps the demon. Lol, this is why you shouldn't feel sorry for demons. The demon is surprised by the fact that an ordinary human managed to resist its seduction. In horror, Dae-sung feels disgusted after realizing what almost happened. A shout suddenly calls out, asking who it is. Dae-sung and the demon turn to look at where the voice is coming from in surprise. A white horse stops near them. Leon is atop stallion, and is also pulling a different set of demons along. Leon glares down at them, asking who caused the disturbance. Both Dae-sung and the one-eyed demon are initially quiet, but Dae-sung quickly makes up his mind and points at the one-eyed demon on the ground. Leon shakes in a fury. He can't believe the nerve of the demon, attempting to snare his soldier with its horrendous being. The demon sweats in panic and apologizes, but Leon's temper speaks volumes due to his actions. He chastises the demon, while the demon keeps on apologizing. The other demons can only watch as their brethren get trampled. They can only think of Leon as more demonic than a demon. Well, our king is unforgiving, especially when facing evil. After some time, Leon and his soldiers are now inside the kingdom walls. Walking on the streets, Jin-soo calls Leon's attention and mentions how strange it is that the people's reaction to their victory is relatively tepid. Leon mulls over this and says that a lowly demon can easily tempt a human and corrupt them. He tells Jin-soo that the battle against demons is never ending, which is why only a number of elites can be glad for this win. Leon adds that this is normal for a war against demons. What they can do is to make the citizens participate in that war by making them hang the demons themselves. Oh, so that's why he made the people gather and made them more angry about the demon's existence. Jin-soo hesitantly agrees with His Majesty's order, and they proceed to head back to the castle. Leon comments on how they've brought victory, yet no one is there to greet them. Something bright red shines from within the castle, and it is Yappi's eye. Leon then mentions how the others succeeded. Once they are in the castle, a soldier is surprised by the presence of the foreign king and his entourage in that area. The soldier calls out for them to stop, since they have no permission. Leon doesn't let the man finish, and suddenly kicks. The soldiers fly off, and even the huge gate gets destroyed. Leon looks back as Jin-soo and Yappi take care of the fallen soldiers. Their group heads underground, with Dae-sung leading them. Jin-soo suddenly asks if it is really okay for them to force their way in like that. Dullahan smiles, saying he should just give up worrying about such things. The old man has truly embraced a soldier's duty to his king. As they head deeper, Dae-sung gets surprised and calls out to his companion to look as well. Leon keeps calm, while the others show their apparent surprise upon seeing a fancy four-poster bed in the castle's underground. Leon wonders if this is the secret the queen mentioned before, and says that this is clearly the Sparrow Kingdom trying to hide something. Finding that standing around is pointless, Leon walks toward the bed to check it out. The Night King moves the bed curtain and finds Beatrice lying on that bed. Jin-soo and Dae-sung blush at the sight of the beautiful woman. Jin-soo mutters how gorgeous she is, and he, Dullahan, and the other soldiers start moving forward, as if in a trance. Leon looks back and sees this. He shouts for them to resist, as he releases a golden aura. Leon warns them not to be seduced by the dark energy, but the others only keep going. Realizing that his aura isn't doing anything for his men, Leon chooses a different method to stop them from doing something they'll regret. He does this to everyone, but stops himself when he sees Dae-sung. Dae-sung clenches his teeth and Leon smiles at this. He notices what Dae-sung did to prevent himself from getting seduced. Great job, Dae-sung. You've once again proven how amazing you are. Dae-sung calls out to his majesty and Leon instructs him to take a deep breath. The Night King takes out the Holy Grail, specifically instructing Dae-sung how to breathe and clear his mind. The Grail glows gold as Dae-sung gets healed from his injury. Suddenly, the general appears. He expresses his amazement at how they aren't tempted after getting close to the queen. The general is followed by his knights, and they approach Leon and Dae-sung. Leon finally understands what is happening and comments on how none of them are getting seduced. The Sparrow Kingdom knights draw their swords, while the general claims they are already used to it. Leon sees this as nonsense, since he knows that what the queen is experiencing is close to a curse, and it isn't something one can get used to. The Night King is aware of this, because he has already met someone with such ability. Leon recalls that it was the Lady of Pleasure. Our king probably met that demon back in his world. His Majesty speaks of the power as a demonic pleasure that makes others corrupted. Leon steps closer to the queen and says that he finds it strange. The Night King describes himself as someone who detests demons more than anyone. In the case of the queen, he can't feel such energy. Leon then mentions how the soldiers are all unfazed. The Night King then drops something in the water-filled Holy Grail. He calls on the divinity of dream and death and asks for her blessing as her guardian. Bright purple light envelops the place, and the white-haired goddess, Plu, appears. The general is surprised by the appearance of such a being. Plu calls on Leon as Ariana's knight, and owner of the Lion Heart. Holding on a lantern with a long stick, Plu responds to Leon's call. Leon bows and greets Plu, calling her the divinity of dream and death. He then speaks of his compliance with her wish to descend. Plu says she feels the demon's corruption and how they have created a mess. The goddess of dream and death calls it a never-ending dream, where demons are making a corrupt consciousness. With it being a dream, this only means that they should soon wake up from it. Is that why the demons keep on attacking? Plu swings her staff at the lantern and demands they show their true selves. Her lantern's light glows brightly as purple energy spreads throughout the place. Darkness starts to engulf Leon and the others. It reaches the point that the whole Sparrow Kingdom is covered in darkness. The darkness that engulfed everything suddenly breaks, and Dae-sung is surprised. He looks at the blue flames and finds that the Sparrow Kingdom's Meg's armor has seen better days. But what is more shocking is that they are all bones. Dae-sung calls them Death Knights. Wait, are they enemies? Leon finally understands why it escaped his notice and realization. The truth is that they used authority to create a world. The general steps as he announces that the queen's rest must not be disturbed. Suddenly, words about protecting the queen and the seal are muttered. Dae-sung pulls an unconscious Jinsu and sees the increasing number of knights. He shouts to his majesty, calling his attention towards the Death Knights in the back. Plu and Leon look at the knights in calm demeanor. Leon observes the general, seeing that he isn't actually corrupted despite being a Death Knight. He takes out the holy sword and concludes that the Gate's dream origin is actually the queen. Yup, that lady is sus from the start. Leon releases a golden aura as he announces his intention to greet the queen. He says that doing so will naturally make the dream. But his remaining words are left unspoken, for the general suddenly lunges to strike at him. Leon easily defends himself with his sword. However, the Night King is not only fighting against him. Another knight dashes towards them to attack. Leon sees the weapon heading his way and quickly retaliates to free himself from the attack. The Night King shouts about the battle being one-on-one. He furiously asks the general if he plans to betray a knight's honor. The general announces that he has long betrayed honor, and his subordinates rush in to attack Leon again. This reminds me of Leon previously announcing the extermination of orcs. Our king is now getting a taste of his own medicine. Angered, Leon shouts that he can't be stopped, even if they try to block him from both sides. The Night King releases a golden aura and attacks the Death Knights coming at him. One defends against his attack, while another follows up to attack Leon. An explosion happens, and Leon suddenly reaches out his left hand to hold the attacking Death Knight by its skull. With his menacing aura, Leon easily overpowers the Death Knight to the ground. The King of Lionheart acknowledges the enemy's strength. He thought that the enemy being undead meant it should be weaker. That may be the case, but Leon pulls up his sword with both hands and stabs it to the ground. He shouts that their crooked pride and honor means that they are unable to protect. Golden energy is released to the ground, where the Death Knights are standing. At the bright flash of light, the general can only call to his queen. The ground they are in finally explodes and shatters. After the explosion, the general collects himself and sees that the royal bodyguards have been defeated with that single blow. A sword suddenly points at him, and he can only call out in surprise at the King of Lionheart. Despite working together, you're still no match for our king. Leon tells the old knight to wake up from that dream. The knight tries to speak up, but Leon tells him that if he doesn't, the general can only live in that ridiculous dream forever. Raising his sword, Leon calls the other a foolish knight. But before the Night King even brings his sword down, he stops his attack, realizing that something is strange. He thinks about how everyone turned their backs, but the apostles never did that. Leon suddenly wonders why the queen asked him to kill the knights. The King of Lionheart turns his head towards the queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, who is still in bed. Yep, she's still playing Sleeping Beauty. Leon wonders if she really isn't a villain. He then looks down at the general and tells him to speak of what they have done to the queen. The general bows before Leon and hesitantly starts talking about how the queen made a deal with a demon. It's time for a flashback. People are lying dead on the castle's receiving court. The queen and the general are both on the raised throne with their heads down. Someone suddenly calls out to the queen, and Beatrice looks up. A fully covered being speaks of her bravery and offers her a deal. Beatrice asks about it, and the visitor says she must harbor the corruption's essence and relive her kingdom's collapse for 100 years. The veiled being grins and says that if Beatrice remains uncorrupted, then it will save her and her people. Beatrice looks at the other in thought. With her kingdom in ruins, there is no other option for her but to accept the deal, and this is what she decided, even if it is a trap set by the demon. Fast forward to 5 years after that day, and things turned out for the worse. The endless cycle of pleasure and torture made the corrupted lose their minds. The Sparrow Kingdom experienced mayhem every day. In the daytime, Beatrice watches as the demons slaughter everyone. Once it is nighttime, the corrupted whispers to her. The queen lived those horrendous days facing the consequences of her actions, and she still has 95 years of this left. It was manageable during the first years, but she is still against the great demon of pleasure. Like any demon, their trap is bound to be canny and devious. No loopholes can be found in the deal, and it even mentions how it can't be escaped even if one chooses to go to the afterlife. In addition, once the deal ends, everyone will become corruption's servant. Their fate is obviously sealed with that last part. During that time, the general watched as the queen turned crazy. Beatrice watched the fall of Sparrow, while the corruption's essence within her was also enraptured. 50 years after the deal started, the seduction reached the point where even Beatrice's loyal knight could not hold back and made an attempt. This same loyal knight met his end in the hands of General Ricardo Buns. It was then that the general made his choice. He gathered his subordinates and announced that anyone alive couldn't withstand the enticement. Seeing that this is the case, he suggests the unthinkable. This decision is all for the sake of ensuring the queen's safety and assuring their loyalty. On that night, the Knights of Sparrow Kingdom met their end. Despite the consequences of their actions, they embraced the responsibility to protect their queen. So that's how they became Death Knights. Does this mean the only person still alive in that place is the queen? Back to the present, General Ricardo Buns looks up at Leon as he retells what happened that night. He adds that their decision means the queen's temptation does not work on them. The general then claims that they seal the queen. The seal has been there for 80 years already, and they can only manage to have the queen sleep half a day. Hearing this, Leon can't help thinking that the knights are actually extremely loyal. The Night King finally understands why the queen asked him to slay them. Suddenly, Plu calls on Leon and asks if he feels it. Leon says he does, as he looks back from where they came in. An ominous energy starts to spread, and the source of this is coming from Androgen and his minions. Leon is enraged by the appearance of demons. He shouts out loud for his soldiers to wake up, surprising the general of the Sparrow Kingdom. Jin Su and the others wake up from their slumber. Dullahan shouts in confusion, but Leon simply grabs the old man by his armor and shouts again for them to wake. Leon heads back to where they came from along with the others, shouting that they must fulfill their duties. Slaying demons is our king's priority, after all. The general watches in confusion as this happens. However, Plu, the divinity of dream and death, remain with him, saying they should continue their conversation. The soldiers are standing by when Leon arrives. They immediately report the invasion of the demons in the castle. Jin Su looks in the distance and starts to panic. Many demons of all kinds run towards them, and Leon watches their arrival. A soldier suddenly steps in. Daesung walks forward with no hesitation. He wears his helmet and tells the others to raise their shields. The others quickly get into position and repeat Daesung's words. They recall His Majesty's words about maintaining their position and blocking the enemies. Good thing they're all well trained. As the soldiers get into their position, Leon walks to their formation's side and emits a golden aura. The soldiers know that they should hold out no matter what. Sir Spin makes his way to the other side of the formation and releases golden energy as well. With both mics by their side, the soldiers are sure that it will be taken care of. Androgen clenches his teeth and shouts for his minions to work and struggle with the pleasure that pain brings. The demons are engulfed in purple energy as frenzification is used on them to turn their pain into pleasure. The demons rush towards where Leon, Yappi, and the Lionheart soldiers are maintaining their position. Yappi announces his intention to annihilate all and opts to use all the weapons in his arsenal. Leon then calls out to Stallion, summoning his white horse. The numerous demons immediately clash against them, and the battle starts. The soldiers do their utmost to block the demons' charging attacks. They feel overwhelmed by the attacks, but they try to remain immovable as they put their fate in the hands of His Majesty. One of the soldiers looks at the side where Leon is and finds that His Majesty is engulfed by a horde of demons. Upon seeing this, the soldier can't help worrying that this might be their end. Suddenly, a massive burst of light sends the demons flying away. Leon is safe and shouts that he is doing this for the Lionhearts. Golden energy envelops him and those around him as he stands atop a group of demons. Leon knows that the demon of pleasure gets its strength from their number. The Night King looks back in worry for Stallion, who was down from the surge of demons earlier. Though the said demons aren't good at fighting, dealing with such numerous demons is still troublesome, even for our king. Leon knows that this is a trick that the great demons of pleasure typically use. Grinning, the Night King decides that he requires more charge power. Looking at the massive number of demons they must face, Leon ponders. If he has enough power to do it, he closes his eyes, and after a short pause, Leon opens them with determination. Whatever the case, this is something he must do, and he unleashes a tremendous golden aura from his holy sword. A gust of wind suddenly comes from the castle entrance, and a loud voice shouts for them to charge ahead. The general and the other Death Knights appear atop their own horses. They charge ahead beside the soldiers, toward the demons seeking the kingdom's demise. With their swords, they make quick work of the demons that cross their paths. They finally got a good grip on what they should be doing. With the initial force of demons eliminated, the general addresses the King of Lionheart. Leon looks back at him and grins, commenting on how he has finally woken up from his dream. The general claims that he is still loyal to the Queen. Leon says that that is how it is supposed to be. The general then speaks of how they have become accustomed to losing, but if the foreign king can change that, then they will surely place their bets on that. Leon smiles at this and swings his sword. He announces that he will show them and achieve their expectations of him. Leon, the symbol of hope, once again glows gold. His steps begin to become fiery red as he calls on the divinity of war and fire. The Night King stays as the symbol of hope, even when his world became filled with demons. Leon continues to walk, and the golden energy he emits turns into flames. He had long proved himself, even when the gods of his world had no choice, but to evacuate into his heart. With his hair growing longer and the flames getting greater, Leon asks for Pitos' reply. A bright red light shines on Leon, and Pitos' voice comments that Leon is still sacrificing himself. You're so right about that, Pitos. Good thing our king is no sunfish like John Hyuk. The god's voice surprises the others who hear it as well. Pitos says that without Leon, the fire would be snuffed out. Leon answers that he will always stand before them until they are able to stand on their own. With the blessing of the god of fire and war, Leon continues to emit flames, and his golden hair shines so bright that it is almost white. He glares at the demons before him, scaring them. Suddenly, Leon stabs his sword to the ground and announces that he is the King of Lionheart, who also happens to be the best horseman of Pitos, the divinity of war and fire. Calling war and fire, Leon makes his request. The Death Knights' armor change and their blue flames turn red. Leon becomes engulfed in flames, and he asks for the fire of war to aid them in punishing the evil of that world. He pulls out the sword and gives off more excellent light and fire. Leon's actions make the demons hesitate in fear. That's right, you guys are about to get unalive. With the sound of hooves on the ground, two great golden bulls appear with a chariot behind them. Leon climbs into the chariot and Stallion disappears with white light. The Kite King looks back at his white horse, saying he should rest. Now that he chooses to attack with a chariot, Leon pulls out the holy spear. Pointing the spear toward the demons, he tells his soldiers and the knights to follow him. With confidence, he promises them victory in that battle. The bull pulling the chariot growls out loud, and the general is shocked by this. He shouts out loud in warning, but Leon and the bulls ignore him and dash forward. The demons muster their courage before the charging chariot. Leon sees the enemy's determination and calls them inferior beings who don't understand the point of a cavalry. Angered, Leon shouts that charging means wielding a sword and spear. The bulls also growl out loud at Leon's shouting. They continue to head forward and use their horns against the demons. A system notification suddenly appears, announcing the activation of the title's strongest attacker. Demons fly into the air as the chariot continues to charge at them. The general and Androgen are both surprised by this spectacle. Unlike them, Leon remains steadfast as he and the bulls continue to destroy the demons. Our king still hasn't regained his full power, yet he's already wiping the floor with the demons. Androgen is surprised and confused by what is happening. The demon can't believe that they are unable to stop Leon even for a moment. Irritated by this, Androgen commands his minions to fire the magic cannons. The smaller demons quickly heed the command and shoot, ignoring the fact that the attack may also hit friendly force. Seeing the attack irks Leon, who shouts at the dishonor of using long-range weapons. Another system notification appears, announcing the application of several titles, such as the Ranger Hater and Arrow Nullification to the Legion. With the Death Knight coming under Leon's banner, they also receive the effects of the Arrow Nullification. The attack from the magic cannons rains on them, creating an explosion in the area. However, Leon and his chariot remain unscathed, as he shouts out loud to rally his men. The system notification doesn't end, for another one appears. The list is long, so you might want to pause to read it. The demons fly off because of the charging chariot. Suddenly, someone curses at Leon, making him look up. Androgen leaps to attack Leon, announcing his death. His strike makes the chariot dislodge from the bulls who only kept charging at the demon. Their attack momentarily distracts Androgen, making the demon lose sight of Leon. Above him, the chariot is still in the air, and Leon is still on it. The Night King uses its surface to launch himself and attack with greater force. Androgen manages to evade Leon just in time. Realizing that it must show its utmost, Androgen snaps the bind in two of his wrists and shouts at his subordinates to slay him. Brah, I doubt removing your bind will change your disastrous fate. On the ground, Leon pulls out his holy sword and says they must endure for 1 minute. The dead knights dash from his side, understanding what his majesty means. Androgen looks at Leon and curses that only a single person has been added, yet they are already faltering before the humans. The knights of the Sparrow Kingdom attack the demons, and Androgen is skeptical of their strength. Purple energy envelops Androgen as he calls the King of Lionheart. Enraged, the demon questions if it was Leon who slayed Dothrenon. Leon mulls over this and suddenly smirks as he recalls a demon he had fought before. The Night King describes how he slayed those, and how Androgen and the others will soon experience it for themselves. With both spear and sword, Leon announces that their only difference is that Androgen has more arms for our king to destroy. Androgen rages and swears to remove Leon from existence. With that proclamation, the demon releases more purple energy and throws his weapons toward Leon. Leon faces this with no hesitation. He pulls back his spear and shouts about how the other is not even throwing it with its own power and is instead dependent on magic power. Leon screams about how this is why they are all weak and throws the holy spear at his enemy. The spear easily blasts through Androgen's weapons and destroys them. It even hits the demon on the shoulder, shocking the other. The demon finally realizes the other's strength. Leon reminds Androgen of his promise to destroy his limbs. The demon looks up in surprise, seeing that Leon is already before him. Instead of getting scared, Androgen grins and calls out Desire. The crown on the demon's head flashes brightly before Leon can even reach him with his holy sword. The Crown of Desire is a skill that makes the target surrender to their impulsive and wild desires. The Knights of the Sparrow Kingdom see this danger and call out to the King of Lionheart. But their worry is not needed, for Leon remains resolute about destroying the demon before him. Well, slaying demons and orcs is our king's most basic desire. Androgen shouts out loud, in the pain from the Night King's attack. The demon is so confused as to how Leon escaped his illusion of desire. Androgen holds onto his wound in confusion as Leon walks to his enemy and tells about how even the Lady of Pleasure can't make him succumb. Leon sarcastically asks the demon how it can even think that it could possibly tempt him. Androgen realizes that something's wrong, for the demon firmly believes that any breathing being has desires. Whatever the case may be, the demon decides that it must run and shouts at his minions to stop the Night King. Suddenly, a golden bull dashes to where Androgen is and topples the demon over. The huge demon falls on his back, and Leon comments on how the demon's back is wide open. The Night King steps on the demon's chest, and Androgen tries to make a case about how their fight is interrupted and demands fairness. Leon is clearly irked by this and pretends to think about the demon's words about an honorable duel. Sweating, Androgen tries to worm his way out of his demise, but Leon shuts down any hope the demon has. The Night King announces that honor is inconsequential for demons, since what they are having in the first place is not a duel, but an extermination. Androgen shouts at Leon's prejudice, and it is then that the demon meets its end in the hands of the King of Lionheart. Sorry, Androgen. Our king spares no mercy for evil beings. Let's do another flashback. The Sparrow Kingdom used to be peaceful. It was the kind of peace that people imagined that would last forever. Even Beatrice thought the same, but this didn't last until the demons started invading them. Faced with numerous demons, the intelligent Mage Queen fought them, despite knowing that those things would soon make their way to the Sparrow Kingdom. The battles end with the kingdom's victories, inspiring hope in its people. However, the hope didn't remain for long. Beatrice recognized that the demons don't really meet their end upon death. With hopeless eyes, she speaks of how that war was lost right from its beginning. Beatrice is aware that even if they slay more demons, they'd only end up returning, deeming this to be unfair. It may be hard to accept, but all is fair in love and war. Your enemy is clearly using everything in their arsenal to take over your kingdom. As time passed, destruction approached. The kingdom is about to meet its end when a completely covered stranger offers the deal to Beatrice. It is a deal that requires her to carry the essence of corruption on top of reliving the end of the Sparrow Kingdom for 100 years. If Beatrice remains uncorrupted, the demons will stop invading that world and return everything to normal. Beatrice only looked up and reached out her hand without even questioning if it was real. The queen accepted the deal, and bright purple light brightened the place. It is a demon's trap, yet Beatrice agrees with this deal to protect everything she loves. Because of that deal, the Sparrow Kingdom met its downfall. In the midst of pleasure and corruption, its citizens, knights, and queen easily succumbed to evil, and anyone who turned to evil can never return. It reaches the point where a once loyal knight cannot hold back from his desires and does something inconceivable. At that time, General Ricardo asks for the queen's forgiveness for his disloyalty and seals the queen in the underground chambers of the castle. The general then decides to do the unthinkable and becomes a ghost along with the other knights. Beatrice knows this is her fault and spends a decade of anguish and sorrow. It is the consequence that made her repeatedly experience a predetermined end. Beatrice carries the responsibility for her decision and wishes that the nightmare would end soon. At present, Leon and the Sparrow Kingdom's knights are again in the castle's underground chambers. They took the crown and weapons used by Androgen, which are still emitting purple energy. Yappi takes a close look at the weapons, and Leon asks if he likes them. Yappi says that kind of material is useful. Leon is a bit skeptical of this, and mentions how the weapon is corrupted by evil, and its ability to trap souls. Yappi merely says that it can be eliminated. Leon chooses to trust Yappi on this, and lets the Grail Knight do as he pleases. With the weapons settled, Leon looks at the crown. Plu calls out to Leon, surprising him. He quickly asks the goddess to speak, and Plu asks him to show her the crown taken from the demon. Leon looks back at the crown and mentions that it will sully the goddess' eyes. Wow, our king can be pretty overprotective in weird ways. Plu assures him that it's fine, and Leon complies with the goddess' request, showing it to her. Plu takes a close look at the purple glowing crown. The goddess reminds Leon that it is a crown shared by all the great evils of pleasure. She then speaks of its power to make an illusion to fool the young ones. Plu smiles and says she might be able to get something from it. Leon looks at the item, saying he is about to destroy it either way, so if the goddess wants it, then he'll give it to her. Plu thanks Leon and compliments him for the great work. She then tells him that the Pantheon is glad and thankful for his honor and glory. Leon bows and humbly says that it is his responsibility. Plu suddenly calls on war essays greetings as well. Peters laughs at this and finally appears before Leon. Now that the god is before Leon, Peters suddenly feels shy and compliments Leon for his excellent job. Plu says that he should be more honest. For a god of war with a big build, Peters sure is acting shy. Dullahan lowers his head before the divinities and asks them for a request. Peters looks down at Leon and smiles, commenting that Leon didn't even greet him with a short hi. Plu gives Peters a look and simply tells Leon to go ahead. Leon looks behind him and asks them to take the souls of the dead knights. This request surprises the general as they continue to bow down before the divinities. Peters thinks about it and looks grim as he asks if Leon wants him to guide those corpses to the paradise of souls. He adds that those have already been cut off from the cycle of life and death. Plu scolds War for being harsh and reminds him that she is in charge of the cycle of life and death. She adds that War can't intervene in this. Peters glares at Plu and asks what kind of divinity will even let the undead enter paradise. Plu sees sense in Peters' words and mulls over this. Plu calls on Leon and says that those who defy death must be punished for escaping the cycle of death. Suddenly, someone steps in and asks the divinities to forgive them. The general is surprised to find Her Majesty Beatrice and asks her to take care of herself. With Androgen gone, Beatrice is herself again. The queen looks at the divinities and speaks to them. She is aware of her rudeness, but she still asks for their reconsideration, despite her inadequacy as a queen of a fallen kingdom. Plu thinks of her request and addresses the queen's loyal knights. She then announces that nobody in the Pantheon will accept them in paradise. The general assists the queen as they take the hard truth of their situation. But Plu is not done speaking. She smiles and says that their good deeds exceed the bad ones. She adds how she and the other gods are touched by their show of loyalty. Aside from this, Plu mentions how the Night King made the request. For her, this is the most significant approval. With that decided, Plu announces that she will purify the souls and give them another chance in life. Woo, so there's still some chance for them. The divinity of dream and death steps on the ground, and her form becomes more physically real. She makes a suggestion to the queen, saying it is the only method to put the knights' souls to rest. Plu asks Beatrice to become her priestess and aid the king of Lionheart in spreading the faith. She then explains that once the afterlife she is ruling over activates, the goddess can grant reincarnation to the knights. Beatrice recalls the despair brought by her previous decision and is surprised by the goddess' offer. With no hesitation, Beatrice accepts it. Once that is settled, Leon, Beatrice, and Yappi are now outside. Leon looks over at his soldiers, who are gathered together. Daesung approaches Leon and reports that although most of the injured were healed by the Holy Grail, 6 of the soldiers still passed away. Some of the soldiers are mourning, and Leon approaches the dead. He thinks of how they managed to minimize the damage despite being against numerous demons. The Night King takes his holy sword and announces that he will pray for the dead. Stabbing the sword on the ground, Leon half kneels and flames appear as he calls to the god of war and fire. He announces the honorable deaths of the warriors and asks for guidance for their souls. Leon asks for their sins to be cleansed and for them to be praised for their courage. He also requests for them to be able to join the god's banquet hall. Daesung is amazed by the red flames rising up. Leon then instructs them to have a list of the dead and have their families informed. He adds how Pantheon will never forget the sacrifices. Everyone watches as the red flames envelop the dead. Leon then announces that it is time for them to return. A system notification appears about the Gate of God's Paradise opening. Red notifications about denying the entry of souls appear due to the lack of fitness, faith, and honor. These are probably the souls of the soldiers who died in battle. Despite the rejection of entry, an absolute effect takes place because Leon, the king of Lionheart, blessed the dead. Soon, the souls were granted entry to paradise. Back on Earth, the sudden fluctuation of the gate made the Hunter Association deploy all of the available hunters on standby. It took a week before the gate opened again, and those who came in went back. Their clearing of the gate and the appearance of survivors are immediately reported to the headquarters. After things were a bit settled, Leon met with O Kong Hyuk, the president of the Hunter Association. He soon registered Beatrice as a survivor. The president also lamented the death of the hunters and prayed for their peaceful rest. Leon then discusses the videos provided by Sir Spin. Kong Hyuk confirms this and comments that it is a miracle that the damage isn't greater. Leon mulls over the president's words and speaks of his plan to visit the families of the deceased. Kong Hyuk asks if he will do this on his own, and Leon only says that it is the least he can do for his soldiers. Kiev expresses his worries about how His Majesty might experience something undesirable. Leon says he understands this, and he already knows what to expect. Centuries of fighting evil and losing his men gave him that experience. The Night King then calls out to the president and goes back to the topic of the videos. Leon requests the videos to be released and to have more hunters gathered for the demons who will soon invade their world. He finds it imperative to prepare knights and soldiers for this fight. Kang-hyuk faces Leon in understanding and says that he'll set up a schedule and plan for this. In the Pantheon building of Nanju Plains, Leon mulls over the suspicious actions of the demons and how urgent help is necessary. He puts his right hand on his chest and soon emits golden energy, while thinking that he must now go himself. Leon concentrates, and soon his consciousness is transferred to a different place. As he opens his eyes, numerous people welcome him to the place, for Leon is the greatest Grail Guardian. That's a lot of people. Wait, is that place what I think it is? Leon enters a huge kingdom with the others as he greets Anjak. He asks her about her experience so far in paradise. Wah, it is indeed paradise. So, does that mean our king can easily leave everything behind and just stay there if he wishes? Anjak answers Leon with a smile, saying that it is all because of his protection that she is able to enjoy paradise. This woman is Anjak Pratesia, aka the Great Saintess. Leon then greets Sir Gildas and Sir Amtok. The knight jokes about going there earlier if he only knew how great that place is. Leon smiles and good-naturedly scolds the other knight for his joke. Another man suddenly appears and calls Leon king. Leon looks at the other, addressing him as the former king. The former king of Lionheart, Arjun Majesty Lionheart, greets Leon with a smile. Leon bows before the former king and apologizes for disturbing his rest. Arjun says this is nonsense, since the two of them share the same heart. Leon then asks the former king about the new souls who recently arrived. Arjun thinks of the new souls who suddenly dropped into paradise and comments on how it has been 180 years since new souls appeared in that place. He then assures Leon that those souls are being significantly treated. Honestly, they're quite lucky to enjoy paradise in their afterlife. Arjun is sure Leon came there for a different reason and asks him about it. Leon says that he is there to greet the gods of the Pantheon. He also adds that he wants to reunite and speak with them. Suddenly, Leon speaks of the situation's urgency and asks for his predecessor's wisdom. Arjun continues to smile and says that they should head to the forest. He also allows Leon to borrow Pantheon. After a short while, Leon rides a winged brown horse and flies in the air. Below him, he is followed by others, who are atop their own horses. Leon thinks of how he will someday be riding through the fields of paradise with Stallion. I wonder if Stallion will also grow a pair of wings by then. The Night King mulls how he can't do that without a successor. Leon looks at the direction of their destination and addresses the winged horse as Sir Pantheon. He directs the winged horse, and soon they arrive in a forest. Leon gets off Pantheon and looks at the forest when a voice suddenly calls out to him. The voice calls him by his title and fame. Leon greets the sages of the forest and apologizes for his intrusion. The voice calls out to the king of Lionheart and reminds him that all living is indebted to him. Faces appear on the trees and they tell Leon that this also applies to the gods. The trees move and welcome Leon to the forest. Leon expresses his gratitude for their gesture. The tree once again calls Leon by his title and asks about his presence in the paradise of the dead. Leon speaks of Gunrar and asks to meet the youngest among them, who also happens to be his friend. The sage mutters the name and calls it the youngest sage. In a short while, birds fly off and someone greets Leon as his longtime friend. Leon smiles up at the other as the sage asks about his presence there. I swear he looks no different from the other sage. In fact, this one looks older than the previous sage. Leon calls out to Gunrar and asks for the sage's sealing. Gunrar is surprised by the request and crouches closer to Leon. The Night King recalls how Gunrar went to paradise without planting his seedling. Gunrar looks down at his friend and asks if Leon is in a rush. Leon makes a confirming sound and says that his home world, Earth, is being invaded by demons. He speaks of his certainty regarding this matter because of his recent expedition. Leon adds how they are aware of his presence and even starts scheming. The Night King doesn't think it is far-fetched to say that some have already wormed their way into Earth. Gunrar recalls what happened with the Empire. Leon agrees with this, saying that it will rot from the inside. Hearing this, Gunnar decides to agree to his friend's request. The youngest sage raises a root and says that only Leon is allowed to take things from paradise. Gunnar prepares the seedling, and after a while, the sage grants it to Leon. The Night King says his thanks, while Gunnar expresses his happiness in seeing his old friend after a long time. The youngest recalls something and reminds Leon that he should not rush to that place. After some time, Leon returns to the castle. There, Sir Gratis, Anjak, and Arjun are seeing him off. Oh, Sir Gratis, it's that Grail Knight who made the Standing Army's Hellish training manual. Arjun hands Leon something and tells him to take it. Arjun explains that he is giving him what he thinks is most crucial, among those that Leon needs at that moment. The former king knows there is a limitation to what Leon can bring back from paradise. Arjun is gifting him the reins of a renowned animal trainer. It has the ability to tame even monsters. The former king recalls giving it to Leon before he died, but Leon chose to bury it with him. Sir Gratis walks in next, holding an old book. He hands it to Leon, who is surprised to receive it. Sir Gratis says that he heard about Leon training his current army, right from the beginning and from experience. Finds it frustrating. Leon reads the title and mentions that it is the legendary training manual. The soldiers are bound to another hellish training. Leon, Sir Gratis, and Arjun talk about Sir Gratis slaying giants with serfs as Anjak watches them. She then calls for Leon's attention and gives him a cross. Leon sees that she has given him a holy relic that can only be passed down to another saintess and asks how he can even accept it. Anjak assures Leon that no one will question this since he is the agent of Pantheon. She says that it will be able to protect him until this holy sword gets reborn and asks him to take it. Carrying all the gifts that others bestowed him, Leon thanks everyone and announces that he will use them to the utmost. Back on Earth, Leon approaches a door and knocks on it. He announces his identity and asks to enter. The door suddenly opens, surprising Leon, but the Night King still doesn't enter. Beatrice asks if he is not coming in, and Leon says he still has to receive her permission to enter. The queen smiles at this and comments on how serious he is. Beatrice then gives him permission to enter. This queen still looks beguiling. Leon meets Beatrice and greets her. He bows and apologizes for not providing her a better place to stay. Beatrice bows her head in return and says it is unreasonable for a queen of her status to do so. She also apologizes for her rudeness. Leon tells her not to worry about it, while thinking the queen cannot do anything about her aura. He then informs Beatrice about how the divinity is pressuring the essence of corruption within her and how it wasn't totally removed. Leon explains that balance must be maintained. Beatrice looks at the symbol in her hand and expresses her understanding. With her being Plu's priestess and still having the essence of corruption within her, it's like Beatrice is half divine and half demonic. The two are finally seated, with glasses of wine before them. Leon offers to drink as a farewell to the knights. Beatrice takes her glass and says that this is all she can do. Leon looks at her and asks how she is adjusting. Beatrice honestly answers that she needs more time. She then comments about how the place entirely differs from where she's from. Leon tells her that she doesn't really need to adjust, surprising Beatrice. He then tells her to be determined and fulfill her own laws. Leon reminds her of how a monarch must have his own rule of virtue wherever he may be. Leon then announces that criminals of all worlds must follow the king's path. It's how our king keeps giving off this regal aura. Beatrice smiles, commenting that it is an invader's mindset. Leon smirks, claiming it is different. He speaks of how harming the world, because of desire as an individual's ambition while helping people and teaching them, is the enlightenment of the king of Lionheart. Beatrice doesn't reply and only smiles, thinking that this mindset is necessary to fight demons for a very long time. The queen slightly changes the topic, commenting on how Leon is facing more than demons. Leon agrees to this, saying that he has a divine quest from the gods. The king then offers the Queen of Sparrow Kingdom to join his quest. Beatrice smiles at this. She then speaks of her debt to him and announces her intention to repay him for saving her kingdom. However, there is still one thing. Beatrice mentions the name Quay, the archdemon of pleasure. Her demeanor changes as she asks Leon to teach her how to eliminate such a thing. You definitely asked the right person. Leon smiles at Beatrice's resolve and says he can do anything as long as it is related to getting rid of those parasites. He then mentions how his heart races whenever he eradicates their souls using the divine laws that they fear. Beatrice is a bit shocked, but she still gives a descriptive narration of what their kingdom does to execute demons. She mentions how they keep coming back no matter how much they end them, so they resorted to traumatizing them at least. Leon actually finds this wise and adds how demons are selfish in nature and tend to prioritize their pain. Leon fires up as he asks Beatrice if she tried something different and exclaims about how it can make the demons scream the loudest. Beatrice's expression changes and she laughs, as she describes something similar to Leon's suggestion. Leon laughs at this, saying that her methods are creative, and Beatrice laughs back in appreciation. The two toasts as they bond on how to make demons suffer. It is still dark outside in the Nanju Plains, and Ho numbers Hari is just entering the gates, wearing comfortable clothes. She notices the presence of his and her majesty, and quickly greets them. Seeing her, Leon tells her to pour them some tea. Hari tries to maintain her smile and grabs a thermos from her bag, completely prepared. By the sudden request, she asks for the queen's preference, and Beatrice responds that she likes anything warm. Holding his paper cup, Leon announces that Hari should work for Queen Beatrice. He then reminds her to dress and act accordingly before the queen. Oh, yet another task for Hari to do. Beatrice is a bit taken aback and says it is unnecessary. Hari makes a face as she tries to hold her tongue. Leon disagrees with Beatrice, claiming that royalty requires appropriate treatment and servants. Beatrice then addresses Hari and comments on her fiery energy. She asks Hari's permission to look at it. Hari is surprised that the queen recognizes her exclusive skill. Leon understands Beatrice's interest and tells Hari to swing her sword. He states that Hari deserves a reward for working under him all this time. Leon once again tells her to show her sword technique, and he'll also look at it. The Night King takes out a sword, while Hari expresses her appreciation. Leon hands Hari the sword, and Hari soon gets into position. She unleashes fire and strikes her sword with a wide slash. Seeing this attack display, Leon immediately comments on how big her attack is. His Majesty asks if Hari does it to use her skill. Hari hands the sword back and confirms Leon's suspicions. Leon takes a stance and explains how using a sword means she should be powerful, while making a short move. The Night King then demonstrates how it is done. With a short straight strike, Leon unleashes great energy that destroys the ground, making a noticeable path of his action's strength. Our king is finally teaching Hari, but his slight movement still feels OP. Hari is so surprised by what happened. Unlike her, Leon simply gives her an easy task, telling Hari to practice it 10,000 times a day. Hari makes an expression of surprise and hesitance at the sudden daily task. Her work is really piling up now. Leon asks for Beatrice's opinion, and the queen mentions Hari's lack of controlling fire. She then stands up and explains how fire can easily dissipate. The queen takes a sword from her own subspace and explains that instead of doing what Hari just did, she should concentrate the flames. Beatrice shows Hari how it is done and explains how a concentrated flame won't be wasted. She then demonstrates how the fire is concentrated on the sword, while swinging and adds that Hari can release the concentrated flames. Beatrice speaks of how this should be done when dealing a deadly blow and presents how doing it with a stab works. The queen releases the fire energy with a stab, quickly turning it into a ray of energy that makes a fantastic finishing move. Hari is totally surprised by what she just saw. Beatrice gives Hari a bright smile and tells her that she should easily concentrate the fire enough to provide that kind of heat. Hari is stunned speechless, thinking that this is not easy for her at all. Their definition of easy is the average person's definition of difficult. That same night, Hari is in front of her laptop, entirely dejected by the amount of her work. She speaks out about all the tasks she still has to do, like giving a report, getting potatoes, and sweet potatoes for the new soldiers in training, getting new weapons and equipment, and finding a blacksmith for such a task. Hari suddenly laments the fact that there's also the issue of handling taxes, and how the academy never taught her about such things. Poor Hari, a high-rank hunter who is stuck doing various tasks out of her job scope. Yappi suddenly appears, scaring Hari into shock. The Grail Knight asks about the accounting work and suggests creating a division of accounting work. Hearing this, Hari suddenly recalls how Sir Yappi is a supercomputer and imagines how easy this task is for the knight. She then starts explaining things to Yappi. The Grail suddenly goes on about referring to the big data and lists off the stuff that needs to be considered. Hearing the sudden long list makes Hari sweat and feel defeated. Her head poofs, not understanding a single thing that Yappi mentioned, while claiming how helpful it was. Yappi thinks he helped somehow and reminds her to report in case of more trouble. Nope, you just gave her a headache, Yappi. Hari then recalls something and speaks of how she needs some clothes for when she's working as a servant like a maid's uniform. Yappi mentions how the Lionheart Kingdom is akin to middle-aged European kingdoms, and concludes that a maid uniform being a servant's clothing is a reasonable theory. Hari gets excited, seeing that Sir Yappi understands her. She confides how she is scared of getting scolded if it looks like cosplay. Yappi, feeling like he could help, offers to order the maid uniform for her based on the big data. Hari confirms, feeling grateful for Sir Yappi's help. However, Hari has no idea that the big data that Sir Yappi is referring to is actually compiled data he got online. So in this case, Sir Yappi purchased the most popular item, considering the 5-star reviews. This just shows the evil effect of the big data. I can already imagine what kind of disaster will befall Hari. It is another new day, and a bus arrives carrying our new characters. Hansuo, an A-class hunter from the academy, gets out of the bus. He is followed by another A-class hunter named Kim Jae-hyuk, who comments on how there are more of them than he expected. Sudo smiles back at Jae-hyuk, saying this is only to be expected. Let's do a flashback of when Leon visited the Hunter Academy. Leon announces that he is looking for seedlings of knights instead of soldiers. He tells the academy students how he will be teaching them swordsmanship, spearmanship, horse riding, and theology. The last part surprised a lot of the students. A student bravely speaks of how they specialize in archery, which gains Leon's irk. The Night King quickly fails the student who just spoke, saying his attitude is more of soldiers. The student sits back, commenting on His Majesty's harsh treatment. Initially, the students have their complaints about Leon's attitude, but this changes. Leon explains how studying theology also means that they get to learn of simple divine laws. To explain further, Leon shows them his golden aura of divinity. With a few movements and poses, he shows them a glowing orb of divine power. This catches the students' awe, and they are immediately convinced by Leon's display of OP. We all love OP characters. That's why we're all here. Recalling that previous scene, Jae-hyuk says is a complete shock, while Suo mentions how it lets anyone use magic. A black-haired girl, getting out of the bus, joins their conversation and says it is not magic. Chiyan So-yeon, another A-class hunter, says what they saw isn't magic. Jae-hyuk smirks at So-yeon's attendance and how she previously got called a peasant by His Majesty. So-yeon suddenly blushes upon recalling this as well. Sumo then asks her about her choice, when she happens to be the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guild's guildmaster. So-yeon raises her phone and shows them her reason for joining. Jae-hyuk and Suho look at her phone, which has the Pantheon TV channel on. So-yeon says that the channel has videos regarding divine laws and fluctuating gates. Sumo checks it on his phone and notices that Hari is also in some videos. Oh, Sumo is related to Hari. Jae-hyuk comments on how Suho has a lot of money, yet he's still using an old phone. Suho replies that he has already donated most of it to the orphanage. Jae-hyuk looks at the video where Hari is and comments on how these siblings are both working hard. He then recalls how Hari is also currently dispatched to Pantheon. Jae-hyuk smiles and confirms, thinking of how his Nuna is undoubtedly doing a great job at that moment. However, things are not actually going Hari's way. Hari is now wearing a sexy maid uniform, utterly distraught by her current situation. She asks Sir Yappi if he is sure about this, and the Grail Knight confirms. He mentions how the numbers from the big data do not lie. Hari is complaining about how short the uniform is, but Yappi is adamant that the data he got is correct. Aha, you're complaining that you still wore it. The two are just behind the headquarters gate, where the academy students just arrived. Suo recognizes his Nuna's workplace and wants to surprise her. He doesn't hesitate to knock on the gate, making Hari startled by the sudden presence on the other side. Only then does she recall how guests are arriving that day, and Yappi offers to greet them since she is busy. Hari shouts, trying to stop Sir Yappi, but Yappi is undeterred and shoots a string to open the gate. Hari continues to shout to stop him, yet the gate door is now open, revealing Suo with a huge smile. Hari is entirely red, seeing Suo as she tries to cover herself. Really, where are your other clothes, Hari? Sumo is speechless at the sight of his new Nuna in such a dress. Though on the brink of tears, Hari tries to salvage the situation by greeting the guests. Snapping out of shock, Sumo hinders Jae-hyuk's sight and asks what his new Nuna is even wearing. Hari tries to defend herself, saying that she wore it, not because she wanted to. Hearing this, Yappi again asks if she is questioning his big data. Suddenly, Leon appears, asking what Hari is wearing. Hari continues to blush as she squeezes Yappi and looks back at his majesty. Leon is completely aghast by such display and scolds her. He shouts for her to immediately get changed. Hari can't really complain and can only accept her fate. Hari angrily looks at Yappi in shame, making the robot finally realize that he actually made a mistake. Yappi suddenly announces that it is the second-term trainee food time, as if only recalling that salt water must be given. The Grail Knight suddenly makes his escape, leaving Hari on her own to get scolded some more for his own mistake. Stuno can only watch as his Nuna gets scolded, ruining the reunion with his respected sister. In another part of the country, a red gate has appeared on Jeju Island. The Huang siblings are in the vicinity, and Yeonha mentions her brother's greed as the reason why they are there. Cheol, in his defense, reminds her of their guild's financial situation due to what happened with the Cheonju Gate. He's referring to the gate where Yappi is from. Cheol claims that they must make up for it. In this case, he brought 40 others from the Golden Lion Guild. Someone approaches the siblings and greets Cheol. The pair looks in surprise at the appearance of the other. Cheol smirks as he mocks the other for disappearing after the incident that involved the government and asks if he was also chosen for that mission. Yeonwon glares at Cheol and mocks the other regarding the guild incident that happened in Cheonju. This irks Cheol, who angrily laughs while looking down at Yeonwon. The Phoenix Guild's guildmaster does the same, except he's looking up. Cheol then asks if the payment for them will be split equally. Yeonwon calls him out for such BS and says that he won't even be doing as much. Hearing this, Cheol mocks Yeonwon some more, calling him an outright traitor that others wouldn't really help. This angers Yeonwon, and he reminds Cheol not to cross the line. For some guys who intend to team up, they're really going at each other's throats. Suddenly, Yeonwon says that the sharing is 6-4. Cheol readily agrees to this and asks Yeonwon to treat them to a meal. Yeonwon shoots back, saying they should buy their own meal while pointing at Cheol. Yeonha sighs as she watches the two, feeling like she is with a pair of kids instead of two grown men. Someone suddenly appears behind Yeonha, agreeing with her sentiments. Yeonha curses in surprise and tells the other to make some noise when walking. Ha-Yuri, an S-class of the Phoenix Guild, smiles at Yeonha, telling her to talk more nicely. Yuri points out how they've all gathered there before a dungeon break occurs. She adds that the team comprises 3 S-rankers and one who is almost an S-rank. Considering this, Yuri believes that this is enough to ensure the clearance of a lower black S-rank gate. However, such overwhelming confidence can be their downfall. Inside the gate, Yeonwon sweats in worry. Numerous people are lying lifeless on the ground. He and the other hunters remain vigilant. Someone in complete armor is furious at their attempt to save those insects. The one in full armor calls himself Geovric, a Grail Knight of the Lionheart. Wait, is the gate a part of our king's world? Just how do these gates really work? Geovric is filled with a green aura as he announces his intentions to hand out divine punishment to them. The system appears before the hunters, announcing that the quest is to save those in peril and the clear condition of the raid is to defeat the magnificent Geovric. Cheol and the others look at Geovric in surprise and confusion. Geovric calls them outsiders and asks why they have harmed the royal military. The Grail Knight claims that his Warhammer's actions depend on their answer. Yeonha cracks her knuckles, starting to get irritated by the other. Yeonwon takes over, saying that there was a misunderstanding. He talks in an amicable tone, reasoning that they only defended themselves when a knight attacked them. The knight in question retorts at this, calling Yeonwon an inferior mercenary. Geovric suddenly brings his Warhammer to the ground with a large thud and calls out Delian M-Chain. The Grail Knight warns the other of his impatience that can cause ruin and scolds the other for dirtying the goddess's name with his impulsive actions. Delian looks down and stutters an apology. Geovric then apologizes to the outsiders on behalf of Delian. Yeonwon continues to act amicable and expresses his gladness in clearing up the misunderstanding. But this guy is Yeonwon, the same person who has a bad habit of looking down on others. Yeonwon thinks it is easy for him to deal with such a thing and expects things to be simple. Geovric suddenly speaks, surprising Yeonwon and the others. The Grail Knight then talks about how inferior mercenaries have slain 6 soldiers of the kingdom. Deeming that this is a severe sin, Geovric speaks, as if in deep thought. With 6 of his men gone, he finds that it is only just to take 60 heads for it in return. Are you really related to our king? Back in Naju Plains, Hari is now wearing her usual hunter attire as she walks with the newcomers. Sumo and the others are looking around. Jae-hyuk thinks they are just in the countryside, which obviously lacks modern facilities and medical lounges. Well, there's no need for medical lounges when they have the Holy Grail. Jae-hyuk continues to look around, observing how the people only drink water at the cafeteria. Hari announces that they have arrived at their destination, and Sumo, who is in front, is shocked at what's before them. Jae-hyuk is initially confused by Sumo's expression, but he and the others soon become surprised as well. Hari says that they are now in the soldier training grounds. At that time, the soldiers are all currently training without holding back. Jae-hyuk rubs his eyes in disbelief as he asks Hari what is happening. Hari makes a face as she stutters that it is training. The others can't believe that the mayhem they're seeing is actually training. Hari claims there is a deeper meaning behind that kind of training and was about to speak more of it. She then recalls how His Majesty said that the training manual for knights is different. Her face darkens while she maintains a smile, saying that they are lucky. Right? Lucky them. They'll get to experience what our king went through to become a knight. Looking at Hari, Jae-hyuk can only think of getting out and escaping that place. Suddenly, Leon speaks from behind Jae-hyuk, commenting on their presence. Jae-hyuk stifles his almost shriek at the sudden appearance and quickly moves away. The others are completely shocked, while Hari smiles as she greets His Majesty. Leon gives a non-committal response and announces the presence of students who are thinking of entering his military. He shouts for the soldiers to halt their training and take their seats. In a short while, Hari places a pillow on the training grounds. She asks His Majesty to sit there, while the students are a bit confused. Once seated, Leon tells Hari to stand with the students. Leon reminds her to prepare to become a mission knight and aim for higher. Hearing his consideration, Hari agrees to what His Majesty said. Hari walks to where the students are, and the soldiers smile at her as she passes by. Yep, Hari is up for promotion tilled. With that settled, Leon announces that he intends to take the most talented among them as his disciples. He explains that he will personally teach those who are chosen, and this is an honor. Hari calls Suo's attention with a motion of her hand. She then whispers to him, reminding him not to be rude to His Majesty. Hari claims this is because she is extremely worried for him. Suo is only confused by this. Just listen. She's the most experienced when it comes to dealing with our king. With Leon's announcement, his aura becomes deadly as he urges them to show off their skills. He tells them to raise their swords and attack him. The students are surprised and confused by this, while Hari can only cry as she grabs her sword. Leon says the time limit is until the last one falls. He then reminds them of the Holy Grail's existence, stating there is no need to worry about injuries. Leon suddenly appears in the midst of the students and Hari. He smiles as he says that with them being 40, he will be glad if even one of them manages to attack him. Hari quickly shouts for everyone to move, but Leon is already at it. A student is stunned when Leon suddenly comes before him. Leon announces the first one with a flick of his finger, sending the student flying off in a scream of pain and surprise. Yep, merciless. At least you only got a flick on the head. The others are shocked by what just happened. Freddy didn't even see it. With a student knocked out by a simple flick in the forehead, another shouts for them to get their weapons out. Leon smiles at this and tells them to come at him. In that short time, the impact of the flicks and screaming can be heard. Jae-hyuk is already on the ground, groaning at the bump on his head. Sumo is on all fours with his own bump while the others are lying down on the ground, ultimately defeated. With everyone down, Leon observes how everyone still has a long way to go. He mutters how he thought they would be at least on the level of a knight-errant. Sumo, Jae-hyuk, and So-hyun somehow recovered. Sumo is confused, considering how they didn't even hesitate. Jae-hyuk confirms this, saying he was a bit surprised at first, but still gave his all on attacking. Hari remains on the ground, commenting on how strong His Majesty is and describes the experience akin to a boss raid. Hari then recalls how there was no opening at all. Here's a short flashback of what happened. Sumo and Jae-hyuk are attacking from different sides simultaneously, while Leon remains standing in the middle. Sumo makes the first strike. However, Leon easily grabs Suho's sword while misdirecting Jae-hyuk's attack with his other hand at the same time. The Night King then proceeds to smash them both to the ground. While Leon is busy with them, Hari appears from behind, intending to catch Leon off guard. Determined, Hari gives her all in striking, creating a huge explosion with her fire. In spite of that, Leon remains unscathed and is instead grabbing Hari's sword with a menacing smile on his face. Hari is unable to take her sword back, but So Yeon chooses to take advantage of this moment to strike Leon in the back. So Yeon is about to attack, but Leon only looks back at her with a smile, saying it's not bad. And that's the end of the flashback. Seeing that the students are fine, Leon proceeds with his previous explanation. He tells them the method is simple with soldiers, since they only endlessly push the body. However, the same thing can't be said for a knight. The Night King says the first group that was able to endure until the end must reach the Kingdom Knight's level, while the others must improve by at least a level. So Aeon raises her hand and asks His Majesty's standards. With a reasonable question, Leon explains how his kingdom categorizes knights into 5 levels. The first level is the Knight Errant, who is still waiting to be appointed. Next is the Kingdom Knight, who proves themselves and finally gets appointed. The third is the War Knight, who commands those knights. And the next one is the Mission Knight. Oh, it's the category that Leon wants Hari to prepare for. Suho asks about the Mission Knights. Leon explains that they are those who leave everything behind and wander around in search of God's quest. He adds how one must be prepared to wander around for decades to undergo such a thing. Leon smiles, recalling his journey to receive and accomplish the quest from Goddess Ariana. He then tells them that this is how he became a Grail Knight. Suho raises a hand and asks if the Grail Knight is the highest level. Leon confirms this and chooses to explain further. He says that a Grail Guardian is a title bestowed to a single Grail Knight, who succeeded as the King of Lionheart. Leon adds that intending to obtain that title means challenging his kingship. He then gives everyone a grim reminder that such a challenger will be immediately slayed, seeing how powerful you are. No one would even dare. The warning makes everyone sweat, and Jae-hyo can't help but make a scared sound at such a proclamation. Leon returns to his calm demeanor and smiles as he says that this is the only time they can challenge him, since his power is currently weakened. He adds that his power is more akin to a Grail Knight's. The students recall how Leon looked as they fought, wondering how he could even be described as someone weaker. Thinking about it, Jae-hyo asks about the strength of a Grail Knight. Leon ponders this question for a moment and says that a Grail Knight's strength is something hard for them to understand. Back inside the Jeju Island gate, the hunters are on the ground while Juvrik stands in the middle as he releases green energy, with Jium, Cheol, and the others down. The Grail Knight is about to bring down his warhammer once more. Well, I guess a Grail Knight is stronger than numerous high-rank hunters combined. Yeon Ha wakes up in surprise and groans as she sits up. She curses at her headache and thinks about how she was unconscious and can't recall what happened. A woman suddenly speaks up and enters the room. The woman introduces herself as Hilder, a shaman of the Woodsling tribe. She calls Yeon Ha a hero, confusing the hunter. Hilder smiles at Yeon Ha as she approaches, claiming that she defended them from the kingdom's merciless troops. Jium Cheol then enters and smiles, glad that his sister is still alive. Yeon Ha calls her brother a brat, while Hilder comments on the other hero's return. Jium Cheol looks back, saying that he managed to shake them off. Yeon Ha is still confused by what's happening and asks about it. Jium Cheol asks about the extent of his sister's memory. Yeon Ha recalls the smashed ground and somehow escaping because of Ha Yuri's smoke bomb. Jium Cheol sighs, saying that Yeon Ha lost a whole day's worth of memories, which is only understandable. Why? Is this something common for your sister? Jium Cheol then talks about how the spell failed and how they managed to escape. Jium Cheol claims that pursuing them was hard for the foot soldiers. However, this can't be said the same for the Grail Knight, who Jium Cheol describes as a crazy monster. Juvrik determinedly chased them, and it was around this time that the Woodsling tribe aided them. Jium Cheol then informs Yeon Ha how she got hit by a hammer while fighting. Recalling this makes Yeon Ha's hair rise. Oh, so that's why she lost a bit of her memory. Jium Cheol says his sister should be grateful, since she almost met her maker, and they only managed to prevent this with the shaman's help. Hearing such news, Yeon Ha asks about their healers. Jium Cheol explains how the healers can't recover for some reason, only confusing Yeon Ha more. Hilder joins the conversation, describing how Juvrik can curse others by preventing them from healing. What? Does a Grail Knight really have such an ability? Hilder adds how Juvrik uses his ability to recover and regenerate, opposite of what it is intended for. The shaman holds Yeon Ha's shoulder, making the hunter notice some markings on her back. She looks back in surprise and asks what those are. Hildur explains that it is an imprinted spell, meant for recovery. It is a unique skill of the people from the tribe, and each marking carries a different effect. Hearing this explanation, Yeon-ha lets it go, and even calls it cool. Cheol then asks if his sister can stand up now, since they will have a meeting. A little later, the hunters are in a hut with some Woodsling tribe people. The tribal chief Beldy is among them, explaining how the kingdom's army has branded them heretics. If it is the Lionheart Kingdom, there's probably a good reason they did it. Beldy shares a graphic description of what they had to suffer under the hands of their adversary, and how their tribe retaliated. However, 3 of their tribes still perished. They reached the point of asking the gods for help, which is how the heroes appeared, as an answer to their call. Yeon-won silently contemplates Beldy's words, while Cheol comments on how strong the enemy is. Yuri mentions how they have 3 S-class hunters and 150 others on their raid team. Hildur speaks up, letting them know that Juvrik's armor can withstand a giant bull's charge, on top of having regenerative power that can heal even burned flesh. She adds that his whole army has the same benefits. As long as Juvrik stands, she must be referring to the buffs a Grail Knight receives, and how this is automatically shared with friendly forces. Yeon-won recalls this and comments on how Yeon-ha's Vambrace is the only item that worked against the knight. Yeon-ha confirms this, saying it is meant for penetrating armor. She thinks they should have more armor-piercing items. Hildur looks at her and asks about it. Yeon-ha explains that it is the kind of item that can ignore defense. Hearing this, Hildur smiles and suggests their tribe's marking that has the same effect. A system appears, notifying of Mazer's molar marking, which can increase armor penetration up to 35% and have an additional 20% increase in endurance and strength. Yeon-won looks at the marking in his hand in amazement, saying they now have a chance when faced with the enemy. That kind of buff is nothing, compared to the long list of buff our king shares with his people. Beldy nods at this, commenting on how the preparations are done. He calls the hunters heroes and asks them to save them. Beldy adds that they are willing to do anything if they can aid them. We're now moving to June Ranch on Jeju Island. A horse neighs, making someone exclaim upon seeing a real horse. The academy students just finished their basic tests and training, so Leon brought them to a horse ranch located on Jeju Island. Everyone is looking at the horses from the other side of the fence, and Jae-hyuk exclaims that this is the first time he has seen one. Someone approaches their group and calls Leon's attention. Leon smiles, saying decent horses are there, and expresses his appreciation for accommodating them, despite the short notice. He then says that he is there for a warhorse. The man who approached Leon says that is an honor for him. He starts boasting that their breeding stock is the cream of the crop, including racehorse descent. Leon continues to smile. He says that a horse is only as good as its sire and intends to have a look. It's incredible how our king can be sarcastic and polite simultaneously. Leon turns back to the students and makes them listen. He explains how a horse is a lifelong companion for a knight, so they must bond with their horse and learn to move as one. With a smile, he instructs them to approach a horse they like, try to make a connection, and ride. This immediately fills the students with excitement, and they dash toward the horses. Leon looks back at the ranch manager, counting on his support for the day. The man stutters, as he swears to do his best. Another person exclaims at the many horses in that place. Beatrice arrives with Hari on her side. Good job, Hari. You're finally wearing a proper made uniform. Hari continues to shade Beatrice with the umbrella as the king and queen exchange pleasantries. Leon offers to escort Beatrice, completely ignoring Hari's presence. Some of the horses are grazing at the center of the ranch. Leon, Beatrice, and Hari are walking in the ranch, and the 2 monarchs can't help, commenting that the place is decently good. Leon then offers the queen a ride. Beatrice readily agrees with a smile and asks for his recommendation. Looking at the horses, Leon points out to a black horse. Beatrice agrees to this choice and starts approaching the horse. Leon looks back at Hari, telling her to pick one as well. Hari looks at the horses, and the white one catches her eyes. She is about to speak of her choice when Leon suddenly tells her to choose the yellow horse because of its muscular and sturdy build. Our king is probably testing her eye for horses, but her choice is poor, so he decides for her instead. Hari looks at the horse and can only agree with His Majesty's decision. Upon closer inspection, Hari deems that it does look adorable. Looking at the horses, Leon suddenly notices something and tells Hari to move, bumping into her. Leon suddenly offers a hand to Beatrice, saying he will assist her. Hari looks at this display, finding it rude of His Majesty to treat her like that. In a short while, Beatrice elegantly rides the horse in a side saddle, with Leon leading it, while those two make a pretty picture. Hari's hair is getting chomped on by the horse that Leon chose for her. At least Hari is making that connection with the horse. Someone suddenly shouts for His Majesty, making them look at the approaching figure. Leon addresses the newcomer, and the other huffs as he takes a break from running. Raising a hand, the man shows an emergency call from the association president. Finally done catching his breath, Jin-Soo quickly explains the situation, and Leon instructs the other to connect the call. Jin-Soo proceeds, and from the phone, Kang Hee-yuk greets His Majesty. Leon questions the other about the emergency call, and the president asks Leon for his assistance. He explains that there will soon be a dungeon break. Leon coolly replies that he is not responsible for assisting or cleaning up after them. Kang Hee-yuk acknowledges this and says that his reason for calling will interest the king. He then speaks of the goddess of life and fertility, which catches Leon's attention completely. Kang Hee-yuk explains that someone claiming to be the knight of the goddess is the gate's field boss. Oh, they're getting our king involved again. Leon, Beatrice, Hari, and the Academy cadets have entered the gate on Jeju Island. Hari is surprised by the scene before her, unbelieving the cruelty displayed. Crows are picking on some of the lifeless beings in the area, and the cadets can't help but feel nauseated by what they're seeing. As Leon looks around, he recalls what happened before entering. Short flashback. Kang Hee-yuk says one of the survivors from the gate is the man before them. He explains that they've already sedated the man, which should only take a while. Leon says there's no need for this, making Beatrice aware of what must be done. Beatrice asks if it is her turn, and Leon confirms. Beatrice lifts her hand, containing the symbol of the divinity of dream and death, and energy gathers in her hand. Leon says it is not hard, and explains that she only needs to create a space in the man's dreams. He is sure of Beatrice's ability, because she is the creator of a world that underwent numerous cycles within a gate, right? Plu mentioned that place being a never-ending dream in chapter 32. Beatrice concentrates, and soon, there's a burst of purple light. The queen speaks of a knight with a warhammer, who claims to be the knight, blessed by the goddess of life and fertility. Leon is surprised by this information and asks for the knight's name. Beatrice checks and answers that it is Juvrik, who is also called the majestic Juvrik. Going back to the present, Leon continues to look around. Beatrice determines that it has already been some time since the execution grounds were set and asks Leon if he thinks they were hunters. From Leon's observation, it doesn't seem to be the case. He explains that they carried out burning field tactics and then proceeded with the execution. Leon adds that the intention is not to leave a single seed alive on that land. Beatrice looks at Leon, wondering how he is well informed of what happened there. Leon explains that he did the same while slaying orcs. It's probably a Grail Knight kind of thing. Leon looks back at the others, saying that it has been a long time since they finished there, and announces that they will trail back the traces to find out what exactly is happening in that gate. After some time, their group rides their horses within the gate. Beatrice calls on Leon's attention and mentions how he seems to be in a rush to the point that he didn't even wait for the arrival of Sir Yappi's troops. She asks if something is going on there. Leon realizes his reconsideration and decides to explain. The Night King says how half-baked skills are treacherous, especially with the appearance of a Grail Knight in that gate. Beatrice looks at Leon, asking if he is referring to Sir Juvrik. Leon reveals that the favorite of Demira, the goddess of life and fertility, is actually Sir Juvrik. He explains how the other is a Grail Knight 3 generations before him. Leon adds how Sir Juvrik's martial arts were passed down to his generation. The Night King tells the story of how, 800 years ago, Sir Juvrik ascended to heaven when he went on a journey to hunt a savage tribe. Oh, is our king referring to the Woodsling tribe? Hari listens intently as they travel and imagines how Sir Juvrik ascended. Suho knows what his Nuna is thinking and corrects her. Leon continues the story, saying Sir Juvrik didn't make it to paradise. He explains that a Grail Knight is considered a saint, for he naturally receives God's love. In the case of Sir Juvrik, his soul wasn't accepted. Beatrice is confused as to how that could happen. Did his soul get stuck or something? Leon says that he tracked the holy item's energy. However, he was still unable to find Juvrik or his subordinates. He then shares 3 theories that he has in mind. One is that Sir Juvrik is alive, The next is that the Grail Knight's soul lost his way. Leon's face darkens as he announces that the last theory is that the Grail Knight changed sides. The Night King unleashes a golden aura at the thought of such atrocity. Leon then says that the involvement of a Grail Knight bestowed with extraordinary abilities means that the battle will surpass what mortals know of. With how things currently stand, they must clear that gate to understand what really happened there. After some time, the group soon reaches another execution ground. Seeing this, Hari can't help commenting on how it was set up for everyone to see. Leon looks up at the lifeless beings on the poles and expresses his anger at such things. Clenching his teeth, he announces how those atrocious criminals must be slain. Hari sees His Majesty's reaction and can't help but admire the righteousness he is displaying. Leon then calls everyone's attention and reminds them that they should only follow him, whatever happens. He adds how they should not trust even their own eyes and minds. Is this something like that demon who tried to fool Dae-sung? Leon asks for their confirmation, and everyone readily agrees with him. Hearing their positive response, he tells them to hurry, for it seems that they are close. Right at that moment, mayhem is happening. Knights are slaying people, with markings on their bodies. Seeing this village, Hari calls for His Majesty's attention, pointing out how they attacked the villagers. Leon is completely shocked by what's happening, looking at everything his eyes can see. Suddenly, the Night King curses out loud as he releases a surge of golden energy. Leon immediately heads straight to the village with Stallion. He shouts how friendly forces are in precarious situations and yells for the others to charge. Oh, those guys are dead meat. This reaction gives Hari high hopes for the king. She is actually glad that His Majesty is enraged, thinking that he cannot stomach such a disaster for people. Leon continues to shout out loud as he charges. Seeing the distance, Jae-hyuk can't help, commenting on how fast His Majesty is. Hari claims this is natural when His Majesty is enraged and recalls how he was the same when faced with orcs. The thought of orcs makes Hari pause. Seeing that His Majesty is genuinely enraged, she starts doubting herself. In that short period, Leon immediately reaches the battlefield and shouts, surprising those on the battlefield. The Night King directly charges with his holy spear and stallion to where the tribespeople are. Leon screams the Lionheart battle cry, and the people he passes by get thrown off in various directions. Those poor guys turn into stickmen. Hari shouts for His Majesty, unbelieving of what she just saw. Leon goes bonkers and announces his intentions. As for Hari, she can only think how the king is going in the wrong direction. Who knows, it might be the right direction. A big ray of golden light bursts on the battlefield. Hari and the others are surprised by what Leon just did. A man groans in peril, but Leon has no patience, nor empathy for them. Extremely satisfied, he urges Stallion, so that they can head to the next prey. Hari can't believe what she is seeing, and Jae-hyuk even wonders if the king is still in his right mind. Hari doesn't understand why the king is siding with the soldiers and intends to stop him. She's about to draw her sword when a purple energy approaches and envelops her. Surprised, Hari looks at the queen with a question. Beatrice tells her to wait and reminds her to trust the king. Since there is always a reason behind his actions, Hari calms down, thinking of the queen's words. Right at that moment, Leon maniacally laughs as he continues his annihilation. He already managed to do 5 in that short time, and even proudly waves his spear around. Looking at the way he's acting, it's hard to tell if there really is a meaning to his actions. Horrified, Hari asks if the queen is sure that the king is not just acting as he pleases. Beatrice can only smile, commenting on how the king sometimes gets excited. Like you're no different when faced with demons. Seeing that their leader has no plans to stop, Jae-hyuk hesitantly says they have no choice. So Yeon then reminds them that whatever the case may be, they can't really stop the king. Hari continues to watch, still hesitant. The only reason they didn't really participate in this act, despite seeing the cruelty, isn't because they lack justice. In their minds, those people perishing are fake. To be exact, the NPCs within a gate are made from past memories. The only exception to this is the rare survivors. With that exception, the enemies and NPCs within the gates are nothing but memories of something that happened before. Considering that they are fake, the actions of slaying or executing aren't considered a sin. And at that moment, Leon continues to shout his intention without holding back. Arcane does his utmost for what's before him, even if those are only memories. After some time, the fight finally ends, and the winning side is obviously the soldiers. Leon's group finally meets the soldiers who gathered. They remove their helmets, and soon, all kneel to the ground on one knee and greet Leon, addressing him as a Grail Knight, a living saint. Leon tells them to rise, for they are still on the battlefield. They heed his command, and the one in front introduces himself as Taskada Vendelik, Lord Vendelik's brother. He adds that he is affiliated with the Lebanon Dawn Knights. Leon recalls that Vendelik is a city by Lanquil. He then asks about being brothers with the Lord. Taskada explains that he is the only one who has his talent as a knight acknowledged. The Night King thinks of it and observes how Taskada has yet to embark on his pilgrimage. Taskada confirms this, saying that he intends to go after that raid. This is getting sad. If they are nothing but memories, then this only means that this guy won't ever get to go on a pilgrimage. Leon expresses his understanding. However, he doesn't recall anyone with Taskada's name. Leon thinks that if the man became a Grail Knight, then they would have met in paradise, but this is not the case. He suspects that Taskada either failed his mission or that he died on that raid. Looking at them, Leon doesn't recognize even a single face. He can only conclude that they have failed in writing down their names in history. With the current situation, Leon decides to introduce himself. He announces his title as the Lord of Dragonia, owner of the Lion Heart, and the Knight of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Leon emits a golden aura and energy from within. The knights see this, and Taskada comments that he is indeed enveloped in glorious holy light. Blast them with a golden divine energy, and poof, you can now prove that you are the king of Lionheart. However, Taskada is still skeptical and asks if this is a joke. Leon questions this and asks if a knight would even dare to pretend to be king of Lionheart. Hari and the others only watch, realizing that this group is from a different era, where the king of Lionheart is a different person. Taskada deems Leon's words logical and says that he trusts him. Hari is surprised that the other accepted his majesty's words just like that. It's all right, Hari. It just happens that their ways are complex for the modern mind. Leon addresses all of the knights and asks if they are there to raid barbarians. Taskada confirms this and addresses Leon as his majesty. Leon then asks if the war knight there is the Grail Knight of Life and Fertility, Sergiuvrik. Taskada is a bit confused, but still confirms this. Leon thinks momentarily and announces that he must immediately meet Sergiuvrik. Beatrice looks at Leon with worry in her eyes. Leon asks the knights where the war knight is while thinking how the group there is in charge of dealing with the remnants. Considering their method, Leon forms a conclusion in his mind. One of the knights speaks up, saying Sergiuvrik is on his way to deal with the barbarians. Leon finally understands that it is in that war that the Grail Knight Giuvrik experiences a mishap. In short, the setting of the gate they're in is something that happened in the past in our king's world. Going to where the tribes are, they have erected their defense, and the hunters are standing at the ready. Gium Chiel smirks as he observes the knight's arrival and how the leader is there as well. Giuvrik is riding a winged horse, and his subordinates have gathered below. Yunha looks at them and asks if that gate is really only red, for she feels that the difficulty is actually more like black. Yuri understands her sentiment, but simply says that it is still manageable. She adds that all of the tribes have now gathered, and their current number is at an advantage. More than that, they have the buffs they got from the markings. Yuri thinks of how they can receive the seal, as long as they worship the beast gods that the tribes worship. With their current power, she believes that it is doable. Giuvrik looks at how the mercenaries survived and joined the heretics. The Grail Knight considers them inferior. However, he did still let them go as an act of mercy. This time, Giuvrik asks why they are there. He's still giving them a chance to not get involved. Yangwon smirks at the question and says they are there to defeat him. He thinks this is only just, considering that the condition for clearing the gate is to defeat Giuvrik. The Grail Knight looks down at them and says he'll give them one chance to give up their weapons and leave that place, for they do not carry any great sin. Yangwon frowns at this and claims the other is in no position to speak about sin, when he obviously did something unspeakable. Hearing this infuriates Giuvrik. He raises his weapon and announces that there is nothing for him to be ashamed or embarrassed of. Green energy envelops him as he shouts that his actions are justice. The mercenary crosses the line with his accusations, and Giuvrik judges that they must receive divine punishment. Hilder stutters as she calls on the warrior. Yangwon tells her to use her defense art, believing that what the knight is doing can't be something used often. Yangwon thinks that blocking it once will be enough. However, his words falter when he sees that the green energy is starting to get bigger. I doubt they can block such an attack, unless they have something else under their sleeve. The knights on the ground raise their swords as they release a green aura. The knights have sworn to protect their kingdom and left their future in the hands of the gods. Now, their faith concentrates into one. This scene surprises the hunters. The knights announce their loyalty and provide their power, all in the name of eradicating evil. This oddly feels like a scene from Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon Sun and Moon Ultra Legends. The green energy amassed by Geovric shines brightly, giving this glory to the real gods. He commands them to kneel and brings down his weapon to unleash the amassed power. It is at this moment the miracle occurred, and with it, the earth fell. Those knights chosen by gods are given the power. It is those knights who have transcended as saints, and this is provided by Ariana, who watches over every knight. The divine energy that Geovric just released created a massive hole in the earth. The divine punishment is a divine law handled by a knight order, and it depends on the god that the Grail Knight serves. In the case of the Grail Knight of Life and Fertility, the ability destroys the earth. Our king is right. A Grail Knight's strength is hard to understand for earthlings. Yanwan and the other hunters were overwhelmed by this display of power. Chiol is confounded by how that single attack erased 3,000 tribal warriors out of existence. They can only comfort themselves by the fact that it didn't hit them. Looking up at Geovric, who is still atop his winged horse, the hunters can only wonder if the knight is even human. They are now well aware that they can't win against their foe. This is why you should listen to Geovric's words. Geovric grips his weapon and calls on the goddess. He asks for protection and the stability to move forward. As for those who have strayed, Geovric asks for them to be given the chance to be purified. Glaring at the remaining tribespeople, the Grail Knight announces their end. Yanwan watches as the fight resumes. A command is given to the main dealers to hold back the enemy and face them head-on. The instruction reminds them of their numbers and tells them to surround the enemy. With their horses, the knights dash to their enemies and are soon surrounded by hunters and tribespeople. A knight gets attacked on the side by a hunter. The knight manages to block, and he comments on the strength of the mercenary. The knight asks if this strength comes from the heathen's mark on their body. However, the knight easily retaliates against the hunter's attack, sending him off to destroy a watchtower. Seriously, even if they have some buff, it doesn't mean they can handle a knight on their own. The hunters clearly overlook something. The knights might not have walked the path toward the quest of gods, but this doesn't change the fact that they were heroes who traveled all over the continent to prove themselves. The knight removes his helmet, commenting on how they must face garbage. The blonde knight yells for the others to dismount and get into their positions. This blonde guy is a kingdom knight of the Knights of Realm. The knights had held their weapons for decades, and a knight that can have pride from his experiences only means that they have already had around 100 years of it. The warriors that slayed green beasts and heathens are also those who stopped the outsiders from their invasion. Their numerous experience against such strong beasts only makes them more formidable. The blonde knight shouts a battle cry, making Yanwan flinch and curse. Chiol observes the situation, saying how the soldiers from the back are also approaching their way. If they get any closer, he predicts that they'll undoubtedly get destroyed. Yanwan knows this himself. Chiol then suggests that they should take this chance to run. Yanha can't believe the words coming out of her brother. Chiol bluntly speaks of how their number can't handle a group of knights or the field boss. Yanwan considers this and says they can gather help from the other top 10 guilds. However, this also means a dungeon break will occur before they can gather forces to help them. Chiol says there is a way that can help them end things better. Yanwan looks at Chiol, not understanding what he means. Brah, Hildur is clearly listening. Are you sure you should be planning right before her, even if she's an NPC? Chiol then speaks of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, and Demira, the goddess of life and fertility. He then asks Yanwan if he has heard of them. The Phoenix Guild guildmaster says he hasn't, since he's not interested in religion, and he is skeptical as to how religion can be related to the gate. Chiol asks instead if Yanwan has seen the YT channel of the King of Lionheart. Yanwan's face changes when he is reminded of the survivor. Chiol shares his thoughts on how that king might be from that gate's kingdom. He supported his suspicions by saying how he felt off when he heard people speak of God's Knight and whatnot. Yanwan mulls over Chiol's words. If this is indeed the case, then it would be best for them to retreat instead. Hildur calls to them and asks if they are leaving and abandoning them. Yangwon turns his back on her, saying they will bring back support, and adds that they must retreat for now. As he says this, he thinks of how time is wasted by chatting with an NPC. Not always. It is actually an achievement if one interacts with the NPCs in Genshin. Yangwon then gives the command to inform everyone of retreating. Hilder's face darkens. Once she hears the continuous command to get out of the gate, she suddenly speaks in a cold voice as to how the monsters won't also be defeated this time. Yangwon feels a chill as he hears the shaman talk. Hilder bites her thumb as she talks about how none of their kind has ever managed to clear that gate, and calls them disgusting. She bites her thumb with force, making Yangwon more wary of her. Hilder ignores Yangwon and says she'll have to use an XP again. The shaman knows that he will be displeased, but makes up her mind about it being their fault. Hilder then snaps her fingers, which creates a red electrifying energy. The Kingdom Knight notices that something is wrong and looks at the lifeless body with glowing marks on the ground. He immediately shouts to the others that dark magic is being used. The body on the ground spits out with a shout, his eyes coming alive. The living tribe's people rejoice upon receiving the blessing of the great beast. In that short time, the tribe's people change forms into beasts with screeching screams. The mark on the hunters makes them groan in pain. Yangwon asks what Hilder did. The woman smiles, saying it is pointless to resist. Hilder says the marking is new, but it will only take a short time to take effect. As she says this, Yangwon's eyes turn white as he continues to groan. This is why you guys should have been wary of her. Hilder claps her hands, commanding them to slay all of the knights. The hunters are now under her control and can only follow the shaman's words. Hilder shows a large smile as she recalls going to different worlds, but still ending up not eradicating the knights. At that moment, Geovric is already on the ground, dealing with the tribe's men charging at him. He is shocked when the mind-controlled mercenary attacks him. He manages to block the attack, but still curses at them for taking the heathen's marking. Mind-controlled Jium Chiol only growls back at him. Geovric then commands the handling of the markings. Jium Chiol shouts, and soon, the ground breaks into pieces between them. Yuri and Yeonha suddenly appear behind Geovric, striking him into the air. It doesn't end there, for a flaming arrow goes for his head. Yangwon's attack creates a massive explosion. Honestly, they have better teamwork now that they're under Hilder's control. However, their attacks are not enough and Geovric is still among the living. The Grail Knight curses, realizing the current situation is terrible for them. He intends to send back the survivors to the kingdom, even at the cost of his life. Geovric stomps his weapon to the ground, once again emitting green energy. He intends to face all of the mercenaries on his own, and mocks them. A loud battle cry suddenly resounds, and great destruction occurs as someone suddenly drops between Geovric and the hunters. Geovric is surprised by the shout, and the newcomer. He asks for the other's identity. Leon just appeared with his holy spear. The Night King looks back at Geovric as he announces his identity as the King of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Finally, our king is here. Beatrice is looking down below as she uses the former king's reins that can be used to tame any beast. She looks at Leon, who just dropped into the fight, leaving the reins to her. However, this is within her expectations, based on what she observed of the king. Beatrice fondly looks at Stallion, addressing the horse with an honorable title, and thanks him. Wow, I guess all horses of Grail Knights can have wings then. Yappi might be the only exception. Anyway, let's go back to 5 minutes before this scene. Leon describes them as rats that, no matter how you try to dwindle their number, they still multiply and increase. Their group is currently riding hard. Hari tries to reason how the methods are barbaric. Leon glares back, saying that the kingdom and knights are not stupid. He then explains that the technique was used because of the markings on the body. This indicates their allegiance to the beast god. Just thinking of it makes Leon clench his teeth in distaste. He then speaks of how the marking gives them power, but in return, it slowly destroys their souls. This explanation worries Hari, realizing that they are no different from demons. That explains a lot of things in this story arc, but the clear condition given by the system is still messed up. Leon then warns everyone with him that their human mindset and ideals are useless in that vicious fight. He says that what they need is truth and absolute justice. Back to the present, Beatrice continues to fly with Stallion and announces that she must also do her part, as she sees the flying beasts. The Mage Queen brings up her hand and summons magic circles. Beatrice faces these flying monsters with Stallion and tells them to stay back. Back to the battle on the ground, Geovric calls out to Leon, using his title, Leon looks back at the Grail Knight, observing how the enemy's markings are working well despite being against Geovric's attacks. He can only conclude that something might be wrong with the Grail Knight's divine law. Surrounded by enemies, Leon calls Geovric the Grail Knight of Demira. He reminds him that they must first handle the hurdle before them. Geovric agrees, but he still has questions. Leon looks at the hunters, under the markings control, and says they should cut the connection on those idiots. Yep, they're indeed foolish, despite being high-ranking hunters. Decided, Leon opens up his subspace as he announces his identity and intention to lead them to paradise. Geovric is stunned to see what Leon brings out. He can't believe that the Holy Grail is there. With the Holy Grail and Holy Spear in each hand, Leon announces the great divine law, brilliant light. At his call, blinding light releases from the Holy Grail, filling the immediate space with it. Geovric is almost speechless by such a display of divinity. Light continuously bursts from the Holy Grail. The knights are all surprised to see their injuries heal, and their missing limbs regenerate. At the same time, the markings on the hunters disappear. Many are now on the ground, and Yeonha mutters about the pain. Woo, good thing the Holy Grail can remove those. It would have left a bad taste if they had to use the other method. The thing that happened there is what a real divine miracle is. Geovric becomes enlightened by this, only realizing now that this is what he had been oblivious to. Divine power. Demira's voice can be heard as she calls on her lost knight. Geovric recognizes the voice of his goddess. Demira then tells him to go and help the King of Knights. Hearing the goddess's voice clears all the questions and doubts in Geovric's heart. He then stands up, releasing bright green energy, and swears to heed her command. Leon looks back at him and smiles as he expresses his appreciation to Sir Geovric for being able to stand on the same battlefield as him. Geovric announces his intention to stand beside the guardian of the Holy Grail, and the two stand side by side, emitting the divine aura. Now, they can finally wrap things up. Leon observes the main thing occurring on the enemy's side, seeing that the lifeless beasts are gathered in one area, with one seeming to be a host. Hilda curses, seeing that they are now facing more than a halfling Grail Knight that already has its soul tied. She then shouts to the great iron bear and offers sacrifice. A loud growl then comes from the huge beast formed and shouts Lionheart. The beast swears to make a mincemeat of Leon, and smaller beasts start dashing toward them. Beatrice suddenly appears, saying that she'll open a path for him. Riding Stallion, Beatrice creates a vast magic circle above her. Purple electric-like energy gathers, and the system notification pops up, announcing the great prophecy. Beatrice uses Death Eye, and from the magic circle, a huge ray of purple light blasts on the beasts. The loud sound of screaming can be heard. From where the monster is, the enemy once more speaks of Lionheart, as if cursing for meeting again. Beatrice effectively eradicates the other beasts, leaving the only giant monster. She's really OP, but still a bit behind, compared to our king. Leon walks, telling his brothers, sisters, knights, and soldiers to listen well. He grabs his holy sword and announces the time to punish the heathens. In a different part of the gate, Hilda runs as fast as she can, trying to escape. She curses out loud at those monstrous beings and Grail Knight. She already has a hard time dealing with Geovric, so the appearance of the King of Lionheart only gives her more problems. Hilda also recalls how a witch was there. Lol, our king makes it look easy. A voice suddenly calls out to her, asking where she is running to. Hilda is surprised not only by the call, but also by the purple thing trapping her into place. The voice asks if the item she holds is a mana stone, recalling how this is a new source of concentrated mana that can be gained from hunting within a gate. Beatrice appears behind Hilda as she asks her questions. The queen speaks of the weird production rate since it can be easily found. She wonders out loud if this is because numerous monsters were slain. Oh, so that gate serves as some sort of mana stone mine. Hilda remains defiant despite the binding on her. Beatrice recognizes that the gate is in a loop similar to how it was for her. The queen chuckles at how the other isn't a demon, but is acting like she is. Hilda clenches her teeth, realizing something. Beatrice walks closer to the shaman, saying that she has numerous questions. Hilda now understands that her pretense as an NPC was discovered. Beatrice's eyes suddenly turn red as she explains that it is not the kind of power she likes. However, she wouldn't want it to go to waste. The red aura that Beatrice releases starts to envelop Hilda. The shaman realizes that it is actually seduction, but is already too late for her. Hilda slowly calls out to Beatrice, addressing her as master. The queen smiles at this in satisfaction. She's really making good use of the remaining essence of corruption in her. Suddenly, something pops out of nowhere, speaking of how she is disappointing them again. The things that appear ask if Hildur truly no longer recognizes it as her real master. The shaman looks at those, calling them gods. Beatrice sees this and approaches Hildur once more. She then speaks to Hildur's gods, saying how the shaman is now her slave. Beatrice hugs Hildur as she asks what those gods can do now. The gods see this and call out Beatrice for being a corrupted breed of pleasure, promising to give her pain. Suddenly, the sky above them cracks open, making Hildur shout loudly. She describes how the gods will descend, since that gate is the beast god's territory. Hildur speaks in worry, explaining that they might not be in their actual forms, but having the rest of the beast gods descend will only. The rest of Hildur's words falter. Beatrice looks up the cracks with a frown, recognizing that whatever is happening is terrible. These beast gods are really asking for a being. Back to where the others are. Hari and the students are helping the other hunters with their injuries. Geovrik is with Leon, and they speak of the 11th king of Lionheart, who frequently used to talk about Geovrik and other knights. Geovrik is surprised that the current king has met a previous king, and asks about this. Leon explains that he met the 11th king in God's paradise, further surprising the Grail Knight. Hari approaches them and asks Geovrik if he remembers anything. The Grail Knight says he doesn't, and that they are only there to raid the barbarians. Hari looks at Leon with somber eyes, as she calls to him. Still calm, Leon says they should be informed, and instructs her to do so. Looking downcast, Hari starts explaining that Geovrik and the other knights can't leave that gate, because they are all characters restricted within it. She adds that clearing that gate means they have to defeat Sir Geovrik. The Grail Knight suddenly makes a weird sound, making Hari worried for him. Suddenly, Geovrik laughs out loud. He brings his weapon down, with a huge thud to the ground, and dresses Leon. The Grail Knight then boasts to the king that it seems he hasn't lost even once. Leon smiles at this, saying they wouldn't have met if Sir Geovrik had lost. The cracks in the sky increase, and a voice calls out to Lionheart, promising to make a mincemeat out of him. These beast gods really lack imagination. He literally just said the same threat as before. A face and hand appear in between the crack. Leon says that it started. He then looks back, asking if there's a method to prevent its descent. The person laughs at this. Hildur is wrapped immobile by Beatrice's ability, as she happily claims that there is no way this can be done, since the gate is already done for. She adds how the beast gods will even use their power just to destroy that place. Hearing this, Leon decides to fight, since he can't leave the glorious knights. Beatrice voices her opinion on the matter, saying it isn't wise. Leon says they have no choice, since a dungeon break will occur, if let be. Geovrik looks up and says no. He then claims that there is another method. Leon is surprised by this. Geovrik softly emits a green aura and suddenly attacks himself. The Grail Knight groans, making Hari call out to him. Geovrik remains standing and shows them a mana stone that he took from himself. He reminds them that to close the gate means his fall. Geovrik tells the king to use his power for the living, since fighting in a gate that is about to end is pointless. His words make sense, but I still don't like it. Leon clenches his teeth, unable to say anything about Sir Geovrik's decision. Facing his brothers and sisters, Geovrik announces that the final battle is upon them. He speaks of the king's presence and how they, being dead, will sacrifice themselves for the living. The Grail Knight asks if they are with him. Everyone looks at Geovrik and the knights upon hearing this announcement. The knights do not speak with their mouths, but with their actions. The sounds of groans enter everyone's ears. All of the knights grab the mana stone within them. Leon bows his head, saying that their loyalty is putting him to shame, and speaks of the great task that they have left him. Geovrik looks back at his majesty and asks him for another favor. He asks the king to wait, and Leon assents. Geovrik smiles at this and starts calling out to goddess Demera. He asks her to grant his wish. As the chosen knight of Demera and the loyal knight of the king of Lionheart, he passes his powers through his warhammer. Using the power of the mana stone that Geovrik and the knights hold, green energy gets absorbed into Geovrik's warhammer. The weapon is soon filled with the power of Geovrik. The Grail Knight presents his weapon to the king. He asks his majesty to take it, until someone deserving appears before him. Leon grabs the hammer with one hand, speaking his doubt on the existence of someone who can wield it as well as Geovrik does. Well, whoever inherits Sir Geovrik's weapon is bound to become exceptional. Leon holds Geovrik's hand on the warhammer. The Grail Knight expresses his gladness for the honor and glory of fighting. beside the king. Leon accepts his words, promising to remember Sir Giuvric's honor. Leon leaves and Giuvric faces the loyal knights, who had faced everything with him. He addresses his cavalry and gives his final order. He commands everyone to protect the king until the last of them falls. Leon clenches his teeth as the knights shout their acceptance of the order. They all shout their blessings to the king. As he leaves, Leon then gives the order to the others to fall back. Giuvric gives a last glance at the king's back and soon faces forward. The kingdom knight kneels on his side and hands him a sword. Giuvric raises the sword and announces his name and accomplishments as a knight, a war knight, and the enemies he has slain for the motherland. They really hate those beasts. Giuvric walks between the knights and speaks of how goddess Demra protected them, how goddess Ariana looked after them, and how they brought joy to god Pitos. Long hands appear from the cracks in the sky as Giuvric shouts out loud his title as the all-powerful Knight of Montreal and his identity as Giuvric, the Grail Knight of life and fertility. In front, Giuvric heeds every one of them to go, announcing their death to serve justice. Numerous hands appear through the cracks, and a huge beast is on the land. Giuvric and the other knights face this, as he prays to the gods to look after them. They all take their stances, as Giuvric shouts the Lionheart battle cry. Going to where Leon and the others are, someone calls out his majesty, making him look back. Leon sees that Hari and the others are still there before the portal and tells them to leave. Hari is initially hesitant, but she still speaks of her desire to watch until the end. Leon closes his eyes in thought and gives them permission to stay if they want. Everyone should hear of Sir Giuvric and the other knights' bravery in this fight. Hari stands beside Leon as they watch the clash happening from the distance. Leon keeps hold of the warhammer as they continue to stay there. Hari then calls out to him once more, but Leon says it is not yet time. Leon repeatedly says this. Giuvric had already lost parts of his armor. Leon repeats his words when Giuvric loses the bottom half of his helmet and the Grail Knight shouts as he attacks with the last of his power. A loud shout can be heard, and Jae-hyuk is startled by what he's seeing and asks what is happening. The huge beast can still be seen as it thrashes around. Someone then says that the beast is hurting. Leon's face darkens in silence as he looks at the stain in the warhammer float. Harvey calls for his majesty. Leon continues to look as the stains dissipate from the warhammer in his hand. He grimly speaks of how Sir Giuvric has ascended. Leon's face fills with anger as he releases golden energy and swears gruesome revenge against the beasts. They'll soon get their karma. Leon starts walking to the portal and announces that they're falling back. The Grail's Knights are known as beings who can forcefully bring results by using divine laws. With the words that the great Grail Guardian said, the question is, will this have any influence? Leon looks back at the battlefield, swearing to remember what happened that day. Leon leads his group, and the Night King's words will only be realized through his actions. Leon's shirt and tie are tidily folded on the bench while he practices his swordsmanship. A deep frown etches his face as he delivers each strike. He recalls a memory of the knights dying before him on a rainy night when they slay a colossal monster. It was a night that filled him with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. As he swings his sword, the weight of that night's memory bears down on him, forcing him to stop with a heavy sigh. Clutching his head, he confronts his exhaustion. Leon reflects on how he never felt this tired when he was annihilating demons. He can't help but wonder why this memory is resurfacing and affecting him so deeply. The image of Hari, Sir Yappi, Queen Beatrice, the knights in training, and the soldiers appears in his head, making him finally realize the real reason. He is afraid of losing everything he holds dear and the possibility of fighting on his own once more. Our king may be cold, but he deeply cares for everyone. Leon gets back into his stance and tries to remain resolute. He thinks of this burden he must carry on his own and ponders how he could even share such a thing. A voice suddenly calls out to his majesty. Leon turns around and finds Hari by the passage door. He puts his sword back in his subspace as he comments on how Hari typically rests around that time to watch some drama or something. I'm amazed that our king is even aware of what Hari does in her free time. Hari chuckles at the king's comment. She blushes as she stammers about her desire to train more. Leon is surprised by her sudden change. Hearing this, Hari profusely denies that it's not sudden. Leon looks down at her with apparent doubt, asking what brought it about. Hari looks away from his majesty's gaze and starts speaking of how many of them have realized and learned a lot. Her explanation somehow passes, and Leon takes a wooden sword from his subspace. He tells her to grab a sword to let him see her progress. Hari quickly agrees to this and shows how honored she is. Leon doesn't speak but wonders when Hari will ever stop talking in that ancient Korean dialect. She'll probably only stop when you point it out to her. But then, that might reveal that you are originally from that world. Facing each other, Leon tells Hari to raise her sword, holding a wooden sword with both hands. Hari listens, as Leon instructs her to try blocking his attacks. Leon holds a wooden sword in one hand before Hari, but suddenly, he disappears. Leon's disappearance surprises Hari, and the Night King is already behind her. As if sensing this, Hari manages to raise her sword against Leon's attack with a surprised shriek. Hari's expression changes, thinking of how strong the king is. You should take this seriously, Hari. The two of them continue to clash as Leon instructs her to keep her arms above her belly button or she'll be 0.2 seconds slower. He adds that if it is even lower, her speed will decrease multiple-fold. Hari responds with her understanding as they continue to spar. Leon is suddenly above her, about to deliver a heavier blow with how he is holding his wooden sword with two hands. Hari raises her own wooden sword to block the attack and groans at the attack's impact. Leon tells Hari not to defend with only her arms and sword. The Night King instructs her to put one foot back and not let the sword's weight push her back. Hari listens and does as she is told as she shifts the weight. Leon notices how Hari manages to block his attack correctly this time. Hari is happily surprised by this and comments about it. However, Leon doesn't let her finish, effectively chopping her in the head with his hand. The chop creates a significant impact, making Hari groan out loud in pain. You celebrated too early, Hari. Leon's chop made a mark on Hari's forehead. Hari can only glare at the unfairness, as Leon comments on her big movements. He reminds her again that she must be fast and sharp. Leon then questions the logic of creating an opening for the enemy. Hari looks away, as she stammers about using her abilities. Leon gives an exasperated sigh, unbelieving that Hari is giving the same reason. He then tells her that victory is not limited to how efficiently she uses her skills. Leon reminds her that it is pointless if she ends up dying. His words somehow enlighten Hari, making her face really light up. Lol, she can't believe that our king is worried for her. Seeing her reaction, Leon scowls at her in question. Hari avoids his gaze, saying that it's nothing. Leon doesn't let it go and asks again, intensifying his glare. Hari keeps her gaze away, despite the intensity. Hari finally faces the king, thinking of her words before speaking. She then reveals to him how she imagined that his majesty would tell her to sacrifice herself if necessary. Hari adds that it might be for honor or glory to do so. Leon is surprised by Hari's words. Though initially speechless, he lightly bumps her head with a wooden sword, calling her a fool. He understands why Hari said those words and asks if there is anyone she can dedicate that honor and glory to. Leon says it's pointless to copy the knights if there's no one to dedicate those things to. Yep, just do what you can, Hari. It's no good if you start comparing yourself. Hari mulls on his majesty's words with seriousness, making Leon smile. Leon returns the sword to his subspace and tells her to rest. Hari listens, but seeing his majesty trudge as he walks away makes her look at him with confusion. Sometime later, Hari speaks of how his majesty looks like he's lacking energy. Yappi responds to Hari's observation, saying he detected an abnormal biological reaction from the king because of some pressure. Hari is a bit surprised and asks Sir Yappi to make it easier for her to understand what he means. Yappi simply says that the king is stressed and needs to distress. Hearing this, Hari can finally relate. She asks if Sir Yappi knows what activities the king enjoys. This question makes Yappi pause. He suddenly starts researching and says biological beings enjoy entertainment such as games. Yappi adds that activity is necessary to raise the mood while resting. He concludes the game is perfect for distressing. This should be a good lesson for those who want to distress. Hari mulls over this with doubt. She asks the Grail Knight for something more specific, making the robot pause again in thought. Yappi suddenly announces that games that increase dopamine of organic matters are outside of his concern. Hari frowns down at Yappi, wondering why the other can't be just honest and say he has no idea. Hari, it's a matter of pride. Hari suddenly thinks of something, claiming that even his majesty would like it. Yappi responds in question, and Hari quickly explains her plan. Hearing her plan makes Yappi nod and claim that it is a reasonable plan. He then adds that this is only just a coincidence and that Hari will never be able to grasp his calculation ability. Hari arrogantly laughs at Yappi, while verbally agreeing. Hari's reaction irks Yappi. He easily grasps Hari's mockery, saying this isn't an attitude that a simple organic matter should take on. Hari can only remind the Grail Knight that she won this round. They're like kids trying to best each other. In a well-lit place, a massive statue of Ariana holding the weighing scales of justice stands tall. Ariana speaks to her knight, saying how his volunteering makes the gods glad, but it still worries her. Leon is kneeling on one knee at the foot of the statue and apologizes. Ariana says that Leon has been fighting hard for 200 years with no rest and suggests that he enjoys entertainment. She tells him to go take a break while he's at it. Though Ariana smiles fondly, Leon remains serious, as he says that he hasn't heard the word entertainment in a long time. Ariana agrees and comments on the numerous forms of entertainment in that era. However, she's not sure which one her knight would enjoy. The goddess then wisely says that the best form of entertainment transcends time. Leon asks about its existence, and Ariana simply speaks her thoughts. I can't believe those words came from the goddess. Leon is speechless and tries not to react to the suggestion. Ariana then offers suggestions, such as the queen or the girl with red hair. Leon continues to be respectful, saying that Hari is very young, and that he can't believe the goddess would suggest such a thing. Ariana mentions that she is a full-grown adult and offers wise words about the entertainment she speaks of. As if to seal the deal, the goddess reminds Leon about rebuilding the royal family. That's a heavy responsibility. Dullahan remains kneeling and is about to say something regarding the matter. However, a voice suddenly calls out for him from the enormous doors. Hari peeks in, and Leon reminds her of her manners. Hari remains undeterred by His Majesty's scolding and is excited to share something. She runs to him as she speaks and falls down on her face in the aisle. Leon finally stands up and looks down at her. He can't believe that someone with transcendental physical abilities can still trip and act like a fish out of water. Aha. I have the same concerns. I mean, how is that even possible? Hari remains on the floor, embarrassed by what happened and His Majesty's words. Going straight to the topic, Leon asks the reason why she's there. Hari suddenly rises as she remembers what she's there for. She tells him about something she prepared for His Majesty. Leon is surprised, while Hari goes on about how Sir Yappi even advised and helped her with it. Leon frowns as his mind fills with unmentionable things, clearly skeptical about this plan of theirs. Leon emits golden energy as he grabs Hari's antenna, recalling the sickening outfit she wore before, and threatens to make her run around in her birth suit. Hari turns almost as red as her hair and shouts that the thing she prepared is nothing like his thoughts. Well, you can't really blame Arcane for thinking such things. After a while, we arrive at a gate where numerous Hunter Association staff and some hunters are standing around. Jinsu notices the arrival of His Majesty. Leon asks what it is about, and Jinsu quickly explains how the association aided Hari in setting up the event she planned. Leon is hesitant, thinking that it wouldn't be anything strange since Sir Spin also helped. Our king, you trust Sir Spin so much. You should know that he's behind the maid outfit incident. Hari looks at Leon with apparent excitement as she tells him to enter the gate. Leon looks at her with curiosity and ends up agreeing. Inside the gate, they arrive in a forest with everyone else from the association. Hari suddenly walks past Leon and stands beside the others. Leon is confused by this, but doesn't say anything. Is passing by the king considered rude? Hari then starts explaining about the gate called Suhei. She says that different animals and monsters reside there. Hari then presents a drawing chart of the beings in that gate, with points written on the side. Jinsu holds the chart with a businesslike smile as Hari explains that each being has an equivalent point, with orcs being the highest. Leon looks at this and easily deduces that it is some sort of a hunting game. Hari excitedly confirms this. She then shyly mentions how she thought this kind of game might be a trend from where he came from. Leon smiles at the thought Hari put into this. He then speaks of how she prepared a hunting ground for him to distress and appreciates her consideration. Hari happily laughs at the compliment. Leon then looks around saying that it has been a long time since he last hunted and wonders if he's still good at it. I doubt that you'll be bad at it. After a short while, the loud screams of an orc fill the air as it gets shot in the head by an arrow. Leon has gone bonkers with glee, announcing that hunting instead of fighting is also fun. The arrows were shot at the same time, instantly slaying an orc. The orcs are troubled by this sudden attack, but Leon gives them no time to collect themselves and shoots more arrows as he curses at them. Hari watches Leon enjoy himself, recalling how he was a bit uneasy before they started. Though she doesn't wholeheartedly approve what she sees, Hari is still relieved that the king is enjoying himself. What matters is that the plan worked. Leon takes an orc tooth from the orc he just hunted, saying one should take a souvenir when hunting. The ground is already littered with lifeless orcs when Hari approaches him. She comments on how good he is with the bow and arrow. Hari gives him an intense look, wondering if His Majesty really hates long-range weapons. Leon understands her unsaid thoughts and says that she misunderstood. He explains that he knows how to use long-range weapons, even if he is a knight. Leon tells her about hunting as a noble's honor and hobby. This is especially true when it comes to knights errant and mission knights, who need to find food sources wherever they go. Leon finishes his explanation by saying knights have no choice but to become experts when it comes to hunting. Oh, knights probably just find more honor in fighting in close-range combat. Looking at the dead orcs, Hari can't help saying that His Majesty is really good at it. Leon boasts that he is the strongest champion of all time, and the second most excellent hunter back then. Hari is surprised that His Majesty is only second, and asks if the first is another Grail Knight. Leon says they can't really call her a Grail Knight. He explains that the goddess of moon and hunting washed over that person, but she was more like a hunter than a knight. Leon takes an arrow from a dead orc and explains that the person who bested him was the head of the Temple of Moon and Hunting, and she was a priestess. He describes the priestess' arrows like meteors, saying that if she chose to use her full strength, she could have easily shot the arrow over a mountain. Hari tries to imagine it, thinking that it might only be possible in His Majesty's world. If Hari becomes a priestess of the divinity of moon and hunting, it won't be impossible for her anymore. Hari notices that His Majesty only hunted orcs and says that she shouldn't have asked the others to herd the animals. Leon apologizes for that, explaining that winning a competition means hunting those with the most points. Hari realizes the wisdom of his words and thinks of how His Majesty really sees orcs as prey. Leon then brings out an item, saying how it feels cursed. Hari looks at it and says that he is right. She explains that it is a cursed totem, and it is considered rare. Leon mulls it over for a second and hands Hari the item. He tells her to sell it and give the money to those who herded the animals. Surprised, Hari asks if he is sure, saying that it costs around 100 million. Leon merely says that it will be a treat for those who work hard during their day off. Hari thinks of it and can only listen. Yes, better reward those poor people who are working with no pay. Leon starts moving again and tells Hari to come with him. He mentions the footsteps of the orcs who ran away. Hari is surprised that His Majesty still plans to continue his hunt. Leon looks back at her with an ominous smile, saying that those beasts are still dirtying that forest by living. Even if those are fake, the Night King still wants to annihilate them. Hari can't talk back and can only follow. Leon repeats his instruction to follow him. He adds how they'll teach her how to use a bow and arrow. Hari walks beside Leon as she heeds his call. She then calls his attention and smiles, mentioning her happiness at seeing him feel better. Leon looks at her in surprise and smiles as well. He wonders how long it's been since someone was so nice to him, without seeking something in return. Leon then softly tells Hari that he is proud of her. Hari didn't hear him the first time, however, Leon doesn't repeat himself. Too bad she missed it. Leon simply instructs her to slay at least 3 orcs, using the techniques he showed her. If she fails, then he'll be mad at her. Overwhelmed by the sudden test, Hari says that she is still new to the use of bow and arrow. Time passed after that. Back in Pantheon Guild's training facility, Hari happily pushes a cart of wooden swords. She is delighted that His Majesty feels better. Jinsu suddenly calls her, and Hari asks why he is there. Jinsu explains that the tractor broke, so he needs to drop at a supply room. He adds how no one has used it since the incident in Naju. Hearing his explanation, Hari chooses to join him. Outside the Pantheon Guild's supply room, Hari and Jinsu are standing before the doors. Jinsu looks at Hari, asking if Sir Jevrick's warhammer is in there. Hari sadly smiles as she confirms this. She suddenly prays for the Grail Knight, and Jinsu can't help wondering how she is really praying. The doors open as Jinsu asks if the weapon has been there all along. Hari confirms this, saying no one can really use it at the moment. She explains how they are keeping it there in the meantime. With the doors finally wide open, the two of them realize that the hammer they are speaking of is actually missing. Hari's face fills with extreme shock and confusion at the scene before her. Wait, did someone steal it? It is another day in the Naju Plains. A black Satan stops by a line of people. Two men step out of the car, intending to see the nation's most powerful epic item. Yappi appears, stopping them in their tracks. The man realizes that it is Jag's spin, while the other scratches his head as he confirms that the rumor about it being in Pantheon Guild is true. Yappi asks if they are there for the hammer challenge. The man confirms this, and Sir Spin quickly welcomes them. The man hesitantly appreciates the welcome, while the other comments on how it is actually nicer than he imagined. Right, that's nice. Yappi's eye suddenly flashes red, and he brings down a whip that hits the ground before the two men. The two are so surprised that they shriek and make a fool of themselves. The man who climbed on his friend asks the robot what the matter is. Looking menacing, Yappi says the entrance fee. The man is so taken aback that Yappi explains that they must pay an entrance fee before entering and points to a sign. The sign says that the entrance fee costs 5 million won for hunters, while it only costs 500,000 won for civilians. That's a preposterous amount. 5 million won is almost $4,000. The man exclaims at the price and asks about the hefty price gap for civilians and hunters. Yappi taps on the board, saying that civilians are there to appreciate, while hunters are there to challenge. He adds that these go to the upkeep of holy relics. The men are aghast by the unfairness of the treatment, but they start thinking of the value of the epic item and can only gloomily ask for payment options. Yappi then gladly takes the bank transfer. The men trudge in tears, feeling scammed. Someone sees them and welcomes them to the place, wearing a lion costume. Hari introduces herself while holding a sign. They are shockingly confused upon seeing the top rookie from last year in such a state. You might be confused, so let's do a flashback. Going back to the day the Warhammer disappeared a week before, Leon finds out that the weapon is outside on the training grounds. A soldier groans out loud as he tries his best to lift the Warhammer. However, it won't budge from the ground. Everyone else is watching as the man admits defeat. Apparently, the weapon has been there since that morning. Sir Jevrick's Warhammer lies unbudging on the ground as Leon looks at it. He takes hold of it and easily lifts it. Hari and the other soldiers are so surprised at how easy it was for the king to do it. Welp, it's the hole only the chosen may wield trump. Leon speaks to the Warhammer, asking what it is trying to accomplish. The weapon emits a golden aura, and with a burst of energy, it pulls itself out of Leon's hands and lodges itself on the ground with a loud crash. I guess this answers how it got outside. It did it on its own. Everyone is taken aback by what happened. Beatrice comments on how expressive it is. Leon says that the Warhammer looks like it wants something. Hearing this, Hari immediately asks if it is possible for it to have its own consciousness. Leon confirms that a holy relic like the Warhammer can. The Night King explains that this is especially true with items that have been with a priest or someone divine for an extended period. Leon adds that it can develop its own will and can be difficult to handle. Oh, so holy relics can be troublesome or well-behaved, depending on who's holding it. His Majesty doesn't say it, but he thinks of how he didn't feel that the Warhammer had a consciousness back when he received it from Jevrick. Leon recalls how Demira's Grail Knight proudly announced his intention to pass his powers through his Warhammer. The Night King finally understands and smiles. Looking at the Warhammer, Leon asks if it wants him to find an owner for him. The weapon doesn't speak, but continuously emits a bright golden aura. Leon smiles as he instructs Hari to inform the association about this. Hari asks what she should tell him. Leon says that anyone who can raise the Warhammer will be allowed to keep it. He's the king of Lionheart, so it makes sense that he understands what it wants. Hari is so shocked that she asks if His Majesty is sure about this. She then relays to him how the association will be sending someone to appraise it first. After that, the appraiser who came shouts out loud upon seeing the weapon and its details. Hari asks if there is a problem, and the appraiser trembles as he says that the Warhammer is epic rank. The eyes of the spectating soldiers bulge out at the news. The appraiser faces His Majesty, repeating his words about the weapon being an epic item. Unlike the others, Leon is indifferent to the appraisal results. Well, our king has 3 holy relics on him, so it naturally doesn't surprise him. The hunters of Earth use special equipment to fight monsters, and their equipment is ranked to make it convenient for humans to tell apart. The equipment is generally ranked normal, rare, unique, and legendary. The equipment that starts to be considered a luxury is created by regular blacksmiths and can be ranked as unique. Next to this is the type made through endless effort with financial and labor support, which is ranked as legendary. However, a few items were discovered in the previous 30 years. These items were ranked as epic, surpassing those of the legendary rank. There is the Shiwan Mountain's Master, which is the Heaven Destruction Sword of the Heavenly Demon. Huh. Is this a weapon from Nano Machine? Another well-known weapon is the 12-ring Kakkara, also known as a Great Mage's Staff that can create global-level disasters. There is also the Frost Queen's Heart, an item that, up until now, is expanding snowy fields in Siberia. Another item is the Wandering Demon's Sword, which is still missing after the Black Gate catastrophe that happened in London. All of these items have immense impact and power to the point that they can bring victory in hopeless situations. And right now, before everyone in the Pantheon Guild training grounds is such an epic item. The appraiser is still dumbfounded by the results and asks if they really intend to give the weapon to anyone who can lift it. Hari understands the appraiser's reaction and confirms it. The appraiser can't believe it and looks back at His Majesty. Leon repeats himself, saying that anyone who can lift the war hammer will become its owner. It honestly feels like a freebie for the Chosen One. The appraiser stammers before the king, saying that it has astounding value. He then shows the king a paper detailing the item's description. The item is called Juvrik's One-Handed Hammer and has an epic rank. It is a divine weapon blessed with Juvrik's soul, which comes with a good number of buffs and even some unidentified ones. Hari's eyes shake at the detail, but Leon still remains indifferent. The Night King merely states that his decision is still the same and tells the man to inform the association about this. The appraiser looks back at the weapon and asks if he can make a quick call. In a different place, a phone rings, revealing that evaluator Lee Chansu is calling. Kang Hyuk answers the call and listens to Chansu on the other end. After a short while, he becomes stunned, filled with disbelief that the item appraised is an epic item. With the aid of the association, news of the epic item has been released to the media, letting everyone know that they can be someone who can own it. And this is why many challengers are coming to the Pantheon Guild. Now, we're all caught up with what happened. Let's return to the present, where Hari is in her lion costume. The man before her asks where Juvrik's hammer is, wanting to see it immediately. Hari is surprised and scolds the man for being disrespectful to Sir Juvrik. She then gives them a lesson about addressing others with respect, especially if they're knights. The men can't talk back, but they are clearly thinking that it is only an item and not a knight. Defeated by Hari's scolding, they can only repeat their question, but this time referring to the item as Sir Juvrik's hammer. Hearing them call Sir Juvrik with respect makes Hari happy and finally leads them to where the weapon is. She'll probably start a fan club at this rate. Inside the tent, the warhammer emits a golden aura that immediately mystifies the men. Seeing that the extraordinary aura is coming from the weapon, they are clearly amazed. One of the men decides to challenge it now and reaches out for the warhammer. Holding it with both hands, the man gets electrocuted, making him scream and fall to the ground. He suddenly sits up in surprise at the hammer's ability. Hari explains that this is something that the weapon does when it deems that the people holding it aren't worthy. A lot of people probably got electrocuted already. The man shouts in surprise at this information, complaining about how it should have been mentioned before. Hari explains that it is actually all up to the warhammer, so they are also not clear about all of its conditions. The weapon doesn't want to be touched by those who are unworthy. Yappi suddenly appears, bringing more people with him. The electrocuted man is surprised that the robot is there again. Yappi asks if the man will pay the tithe. The man asks about the tithe, thinking how they already paid for the entrance fee, and now wants them to donate. With his fried brain, the man says the words tithe and goddess holy relic. He suddenly gets an idea, confusing his friend. The man then reaches out his phone towards Yappi, giving him 10 million for the tithe. Everyone there is so surprised by the man's action that even his friend wonders if he has gone crazy. Unlike them, Yappi simply thanks the man for the tithe. Wow, easy money for the Pantheon Guild. With 10 million gone, the man looks back at the warhammer with resolution. He grabs it one more time and yells out loud as he tries to lift it. The man is so surprised that he didn't get electrocuted and that the warhammer swayed a bit. Everyone in the tent is surprised by this significant change. What? Holy relics can also act. Suddenly, Yappi stands before the warhammer and announces that they are taking tithes for the Pantheon Guild's construction. Everyone is silent at first, but they soon understand what this means. They all raise their money in phones, claiming that they'll pay. Everyone starts to argue about who will go first, horrifying Hari with this scene. They've literally gone crazy. This is not a gacha game that you can whale people. Hari asks Sir Yappi if this is truly okay. Yappi approaches her, while the hunters visiting are busy. He states that this is an efficient method of making money, and that Hari only needs to follow his plan. Hari still feels terrible about it as she looks at the others trying to lift the weapon. She can only say that it seems evil. Yappi makes his usual Keurig sound and announces that hammer is money. Sir Spin is also the Pantheon Guild's financial officer, and he is only just beginning his plans. It is another day in Pantheon Guild headquarters in Nachu Plains. Hari bursts into the room, calling out to Yappi about a famous coffee franchise wanted to set up a store in Pantheon. Yappi merely tells Hari to report on the tithe. Not long ago, Pantheon Guild has grown really popular. Hunters are coming to challenge Sir Jeverick's hammer, and people who just get close to the guild are getting healing effects. It is no wonder that it enticed many people to visit. In this period, Yappi is hooked on collecting money and resources to fund the guild, while simultaneously making it famous and influential. All of the Grail Knight's actions are for the sake of a facility. A towering building is soon created. Hari is amazed by how massive it is, and asks what all the space is for. Yappi replies that it is a high-intensity forging facility. Hari looks around at the advanced setup of the place, asking Yappi if that place really is a smithy. Yappi confirms this, saying it is the lowest forging facility in his records. He adds that this is all he can manage based on the planet's poor metallurgy level. Hari continues to look around, claiming that it really looks great. Yappi looks down at her, straight up saying that this is only because she's an organic matter. This makes Hari feel attacked by his mean words. It's a futuristic kind of smithy. Hari walks around the facility, asking how Sir Yappi is the Grail Knight of the divinity of steel and blacksmith. Yappi confirms this, and Hari stammers, as she asks if he can make a sword for her. Yappi outright rejects her, making Hari feel like an outsider, since she's from the association. Yappi says that isn't why he rejected her. He then explains how the facility is incomplete. Yappi mentions that an additional facility is necessary to work with adamantite. For non-gamers here, adamantite is a fictitious rare metal, typically referred to in games like Terraria, Harvest Moon, and Final Fantasy. Hari smiles up at Yappi, understanding that he is not really rejecting her request. Yappi gets off Hari's head, claiming that he must earn more. Hari wishes him good luck as he goes off into a small passage within the facility. Yappi soon reaches a different space, announcing the opening of the minimum level forging facility and the completion of obtaining seed money. The Grail Knight looks up the screens before him, which shows various charts and images. Looking at these, Yappi announces his intention to be a righteous thief once more. Wait, aren't those charts related to stocks? Recently, the global stock market has suffered a great disaster. People who work on the stock exchange are befuddled as to why articles of oppositely desired news are released and are arguing about this. They can only curse at the appearance of an elusive entity that intervenes in the schemes of stock price manipulation, ultimately ruining the timing of sales. The entity would arrive, taking all the profits, and then disappear without leaving a single trace. But we all already know this entity's identity. It is none other than Yappi. Currently, the Grail Knight is keeping a close watch on the food industry's financial assets, considering that they don't look good in the 21st century. Many lands have been corrupted by demonic elements. In the beginning, powerful nations responded well to the massive change. Despite this, dungeon breaks still occur in poor nations every other day, including the areas in Eastern Europe and Middle East Asia. What Yappi did was buy those valueless, corrupted lands. His first target was the grain industry in a province in China. 20 years ago, the Shanghai disaster corrupted the lands of Heilongjiang, known as one of the 50 warlord nations. Yappi purchased a part of the grain industry, and the Grail Knight spread the faith of Demira to purify the soil. Though doing this at Leon's speed or scale is impossible, the soil will soon produce blessed crops that will be immensely profitable for the grain industry. Yappi does his work, thinking about how the Pantheon Guild will be able to monopolize the food resources. It may seem selfish, but they are solving the food shortage issue created by the gates and corrupted lands. Yappi looks up the screen as he considers the issue of possible invasion in Heilongjiang. Collecting extensive data, the Grail Knight weighs the possibility of global politics and wars. He deems it a pointless act, considering the threat level increase of gates. Yappi concludes that logical human leaders will not involve themselves in the nonsensical use of armed forces. With this in mind, Yappi believes that the land he purchased will rise. One afternoon, a piece of breaking news is being streamed live. A war broke out, initially making Yappi curious. But then, his whole demeanor changes into panic, considering the effects of this war on his investment. Uh-oh, this might cause some internal strife. After some time, Yappi approaches Hari, telling her about a private equity that he owns. He then explains what it is about, try and get her interested. Yappi then offers to manage Hari's funds and tells her to register. Hari asks if Yappi wants her to invest. The Grail Knight clarifies that he will manage her funds. Hari becomes amazed that Sir Yappi is also active in the stock market. Yappi points out Hari's weak financial state and concludes that she requires professional support in this field. Hari turns red at being called weak and defends herself. Yappi stares at her, bluntly saying how she only saved up to 15% of what a typical A rank hunter has in their savings. He also points out how she earns low and spends most of her bonuses on donating to charities. Well, it's her money. She can do whatever she wants with it. Hari looks down and explains that she's donating the money that she doesn't need to the orphanage she grew up in. Hearing this, Yappi says that managing her finances means she can make more significant donations. Hari nervously claims that she doesn't need it. Yappi suddenly lashes out at her for being lazy in her finance studies, claiming that it is akin to giving up on life. He scolds her, saying that she should even be thankful that he is offering to do such a thing for her. Knowing that Yappi won't stop unless she gives in, Hari says she'll let him manage 2 million won. Yappi says it should be 20 million and that she should also sell her semi-basement apartment in Seoul. Hari groans in discontent, thinking that with Sir Yappi involved, it shouldn't be anything dubious. Though still worried, she finally gives in to his demands. Glad with Hari's decision, Yappi announces that she's now a silver member since he's nice enough to level her up from bronze. Hari is confused by this and asks. Yappi explains that while bronze members have a guarantee of 100% return, silver members can enjoy double the percentage of it. Oh, she's getting hooked. He then asks if Hari wants to be promoted to a higher level. Hari's expression changes and she quickly agrees. Yappi explains that Hari must register 5 other members to be promoted to gold, which will triple her profit rate. The advantage of such a level astonishes Hari, and she can't help feeling giddy about it. For a 20-year-old who just entered society, she still lacks experience of living in society. Hari is still naive, that she is ignorant on the classic MLM scheme. However, the problem doesn't end there. Others trust her. I can only hope this thing doesn't blow up. That night, Hari is on a call with Suho, recruiting him as a member of Yappi's private equity. She has already managed to get 8 people to join. From outside, Yappi is keeping a close watch on Hari's progress, and in that short period, his pyramid scheme quickly gained momentum. It is another new day in the Naju Plains. A set-in stops before the Pantheon Guild headquarters, and men in suits are getting out of the car. They immediately headed inside the guild and met with His Majesty and Sir Spin. The men introduce themselves as people from the district court. The man at the front states that they are there to warn them about the asset confiscation. Leon is so surprised by this news, while Yappi starts panicking. The man from the district court looms over Yappi, making him more worried. The Grail Knight is suddenly startled, as if understanding what is really happening. No, this is all Yappi's fault. The men from the district court are finally gone. Leon emits a golden aura, as he sits in his office with everyone else standing around. The Night King is in a foul mood, as he commands someone to explain the situation. Yappi droops, with a red tag apparent on his forehead. To explain what happened, Yappi made loans under the Pantheon Guild name and was unable to repay them. Many of the guild employees who invested in Yappi are now in debt, for the private equity plummeted. Most of those employees are angry with Yappi, while Hari cries her heart out. She lost all of her money, amounting to 87 million, and even her apartment. Jinsu goes crazy, considering that he has invested his and his wife's money. Daesung laments the fact that he put in 5 years' worth of his savings, which is intended for miracle medicine. This is literally a big problem, if everyone is in debt. Leon sweats, seeing that even the old employees are pulled into the scheme. With a dark face, he asks Sir Spin how much he has lost. Yappi pales and finally reveals that the loss is more than 87 billion won. He also admits that more than 49 million won is being added to the loss every hour, which is approximately 72%. This news makes Hari faint and the others really angry. Everyone is shouting and some start suggesting taking stuff from the guild. One guy somehow got hold of Androgen's weapon, saying that they should take it. Yappi is so surprised that he jumps to take the weapon from him, claiming that it's his private property. Everything is now in chaos. Hari is lying on the ground, while everyone else is either screaming or lamenting. Sugo sits in a corner, completely lost, while Jae-hyuk keeps him company as comfort. Everyone in the room is speaking all at the same time. Guys, please, chill. Leon struggles to remain calm, despite the mess. Hari, who is already losing her sanity, seeks help from her superior. Jinsu shouts to keep her sane. The shouting is really too much, and Leon finally loses it himself. The Night King roars out loud to stop everyone from making a fuss. His shout effectively stops everyone from taking things further. For the Grail Knight, Yappi is really letting the others pull at him. Leon looks at Sir Spin. Considering the Grail Knight's intelligence, Leon merely states his trust in the Grail Knight's ability to resolve the issue. He then asks how much time will he need. Yappi calculates it in his head. He then jumps from the guy holding him and confidently announces that he'll have it resolved by tomorrow. Trusting Sir Spin's words, Leon announces that he'll leave it to him. He then faces the others, saying that he'll be the financial guarantor for their debts. Considering the matter settled, he tells everyone to return to their duties. Everyone can only listen to His Majesty, but Jinsu is still skeptical if this will really be resolved in a day. That same day, Yappi stands before the high-intensity forging facility. The Grail Knight emits a golden aura, his eye blazing red. An emergency occurs, ignoring the safety tests. The facility lights turn red, and the special exoskeleton integration armor platform Mark 1 activates. That's too long. I'll just call it MK.1 in the meantime. A space within the facility glows red, and a human-like robot lights up. The robot's single eye shines bright red, and it is given the mission code, Fund Restoration, in Heilong Jiang. Many of its buildings are already in ruins. Ruoyo, a Jilin Republican Army orc corporal, yawns out loud. Someone calls out to him, asking where the enemy is. 2 orcs enter his dwelling, with one claiming how bored they are, since the neighbor just ran off when they sought a fight. The other orc says that humans are weak and know no honor. Are my eyes deceiving me? These orcs are wearing clothes. Ruoyo picks on his nose, claiming he only cares about food. He says that they should wait before going out to invade the others again. The complaining orc agrees, hoping to get human stew. The orcs start laughing in excitement. Ruoyo says they should wrap up things there as he looks up. His words trail off as he sees an incoming red light. The orc corporal is confused by what he is seeing. A spear-like item is shooting down from the sky. In that short moment, Ruoyo can only wonder if that thing is a meteor. Soon, everything is set ablaze and destroyed in that area. Well, those are some very short-lived characters. In a different location, Minister Julius from the U.S. Department of Defense shouts in surprise, asking if the Divine Staff was hacked. He asks who did it when only 3 people have the code key. A man with a headset reports that the White House and Special Hunter HQ claim that they don't know. Hearing this, Julius asks again if it was really hacked. Another guy says that the passcode key regularly changes every minute, and there are numerous combinations, so even the world's best supercomputer will take a long time to figure it all out. Julius is still confused as to why it happened, and can only ponder who did it. I think we all know who's behind this. The man curses, saying that it should be stopped somehow, and asks for a way to do it. Another guy says it's impossible, since the passcode pattern is already reinforced, and has more than 10 billion possible combinations. Julius can't believe it is happening. Another guy calls out to him, reporting that Grizzly was activated as well. The guy immediately directs the moving lens, and a countdown starts. He continuously reports about the preparation to simultaneously activate with Grizzly. The other guy in glasses confirms that the target is the Jilin Republic. Julius asks why it is heading there. Another man receives new information and presents it to Julius. The minister is surprised at seeing a live press conference. In the video, Julius is giving a speech about how the Jilin Republic disturbed the peace. Then, a blonde guy from Russia announces their cooperation with the US. Julius is so disturbed at seeing himself in the video that the man who handed him the phone can only confirm that it is a fake video. Seeing the uncanny resemblance, Julius can only say that it is a deepfake. Oh no, this might get him caught. Suddenly, every screen turns black and some static starts to appear. In all of the screens, a text appears, and they are set in multiple languages, announcing that he's there to end the war. Julius and everyone only became more confused by this. Back in Heilong Jiang, an orc is starting to worry. Linshan Kazak, a Jilin Republic general, is worrying about how things come to that point. The orc is before others and speaks of how they are the strongest of the nations. Linshan says that there is only endless war left in the future. One of Linshan's subordinates asks what they will do now. Thinking that things are already terrible, holding his head, Linshan mulls it over and says they should just take any money left and book it. He starts planning how their group will move to the plains and increase their numbers. Another orc agrees to this, suggesting something vile while he's at it. A hand suddenly appears above the orc's head. crushing him right on the table. The hand belongs to MK.1, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The orcs are in disarray at the sudden interruption, while the robot announces that he found the targets, which are the orcs. Weaponry suddenly starts appearing from MK.1's arms and back, directed at Lin Shang. The robot's red eye shines bright as it announces its intention to take back its funds. Lol. So, this is how Yappi plans to resolve the financial issue. An apparent hole can be seen on top of a ruined building. Inside, Lin Shang says he has no idea who the other is, but he knows he's got guts. The other orcs suddenly surround MK.1 and swing their weapons at him. The robot easily evades it with a high jump. MK.1 activates assassination mode, bringing out more weaponry from his body. Isn't an assassination supposed to be silent and not loud? He rains numerous shots at the orcs, making them scream in pain. Lin Shang protects himself with a big piece of debris. Another orc pops out from a different direction, shouting as he dashes to where MK.1 is. The robot quickly diverts his attention to the incoming attack. MK.1 shoots at the other using his palm, causing the other to perish in pieces. He then releases the shell from his forearm as the other orcs look at him, stunned at what just happened. MK.1 does a special modification and uses an ultra-high mass 12-gauge bullet set. The robot points all of his ready weapons at the orcs. He releases the conditional firearm restriction to make them accessible to use, as he marks all of the living orcs within that space. MK.1 announces to release all ammo and showers numerous shots at his enemies. Screaming can be heard on top of the loud booming sounds of the shooting. Some of the orcs are unable to defend themselves at such an attack, and soon MK.1 stops. The robot looks at the result of his attack, seeing that many orcs are already down, and that only one enemy remains. The remaining orc complements the other, since those who just perished are those who were supposed to be promoted to generals. Well, now you know that they don't deserve the promotion. MK.1 doesn't really care, and simply resumes his assassination. Lin Shang shouts if the other even understands what assassination really means. MK.1 continues to ignore his words, and simply shoots again at Lin Shang. The orc manages to evade these and dashes to where MK.1 is. He pulls his axe to strike. As Lin Shang brings his weapon down, MK.1 raises an arm to defend himself. The weapon on his arm breaks off at Lin Shang's attack. MK.1 is surprised when his arm gets broken, realizing that his opponent's weapon is adamantite. Lin Shang swings his weapon once more as he confirms that his axe is purely made from adamantite. He gleefully claims that even a drake didn't survive it. Yeah, thanks for letting us know that you're a show-off. The two exchange hits, and MK.1 assumes that the opponent's rank is actually S. With this in mind, he determines that he lacks ammo for this fight. He catches one of the Lin Shang's strikes with one hand, and attacks him with the other. The shot merely grazes the orc, making Lin Shang amused. He then charges at the robot, claiming that there's no way a clump of metal like him can win against him, who has been blessed by the warrior god Helkin. Uh-oh, you'll soon disappear for that. The orc general raises his axe and strikes MK.1 right on the head. However, MK.1 merely speaks of the lack of time and the scenario's failure. This only confuses Lin Shang, who doesn't grasp what exactly is happening. Suddenly, wires are wrapped all over the orc's body, making Lin Shang confounded. MK.1 survives the orc general's attack, and its chest suddenly opens. Lin Shang is so surprised when Yappi comes out of MK.1. The Grail Knight says that he gathered a lot of helpful data for real-life battles, and adds that his big data is perfect now. Lin Shang is so confused by what is happening that he can only shout. Yappi suddenly emits a golden aura and speaks of the tactical divine law. He releases more wires as he is enveloped in golden energy. Lin Shang doesn't understand what's happening, but he soon meets his end with that move. Yappi suddenly looks back and takes the adamantite weapon. He then announces that all witnesses have been removed, making the assassination a success. Wow, so that's why he keeps on calling it an assassination, even though he isn't silent at all. Back in Pantheon Guild, the news reports that the rebellion of the Jilin Republic has been settled, and the rectified government apologizes for the chaos. It then announces that some blessed crops were found in the rice fields of Bida Huan. Hearing the good news, Hari looks at Yappi, repeating how the war is over. Yappi merely makes a sound of acknowledgement. Hari checks her phone and finds that there is 200% on the fund's profit margin. Good thing Yappi did all that. Behind them, Leon drinks from a cup as he looks at a clipboard. He considers the different lessons and concludes that Suho has improved, Leon thinks he should connect him to the gods soon, but there is still the matter of developing his faith. Considering that time is of the essence, the gods have allowed them to simplify the process. Leon checks the other data and looks at So Yeon's updated profile. Seeing the remarks on her profile, Leon mentions how a knight must adhere to virtue's rule. He thinks that greed is involved and speculates that the child joined them because of the divine laws. Leon recalls a memory of a woman accusing him of slaying someone, despite being the greatest king of Lionheart. The Night King is suddenly startled from his thoughts by an energy that triggers his senses. He felt that the war hammer moved. Whoa! Someone finally managed to lift it. Curious to learn who did it, he quickly stands up. Leon takes long strides out of the guild's cafeteria, confusing the others with his sudden actions. Leon leaves the building and goes to where the war hammer is. He finds that the weapon is no longer on the ground, and smiles warmly at this unexpected scene. Before Leon, Daesung is struggling, but it is also clear that he managed to lift the glowing war hammer with both hands. Wah! Daesung is the chosen one. It is another day in the empty fields near Naju Plains. Hari's horse is once again munching on her braid. This kind of horse taming amazes me. The students are all together, and Leon announces that they are taking in a new student. Everyone expresses their surprise at this announcement. Jae-hyuk says all the other students from the academy should have been in other guilds by now, while another wonders who the new student is. Leon looks at a distance as he mentions how he will receive training with everyone there, and also pursue a knight's title in the future. Hari and the others look at the newcomer with apparent surprise. Daesung arrives on top of a horse, obviously still struggling with it. Leon smiles at Daesung's arrival, though it is blurry. Daesung introduces himself and announces that he's a first-generation student of Man-at-Arms. Yes, he finally got promoted from being a soldier. In the Korean Hunter Association building, someone calls out to the president and reports that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's maritime SDF have already been checked in. Kang Hee-hyuk mulls it over and speaks of the Dragon Palace. He then says that it is all certain now. Here's a short flashback. There is a gate above the ocean that is called Dragon Palace. The gate was discovered at Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. Back then, people thought that gates only surfaced on land and no satellites were installed for the purpose of looking out for gates. Humans at that time didn't search the oceans for gates, so the Tokyo Bay gate was left neglected until a dungeon break happened. This resulted in the destruction of Tokyo. On top of this, there was the corruption of nearby beaches, which turned the ocean creatures into monsters. The whole thing was counted as one of the worst gate disasters in human history. Because of this, nations began cooperating to raid gates. Back to the present, a man reports to the president that Hurricane Nabi, which was heading to the Pacific Ocean, changed directions and is now heading straight to Oleung Island. The man adds that this is expected to be the worst hurricane of the year. Nervous by the news, Kang Hee-hyuk mutters at the timing. On one of the screens, a news reporter explains the movement of the hurricane and how there are expected damages to the direction it is heading. Kang Hee-hyuk finally decides and looks back at one of the staff, instructing him to contact His Majesty right away. They're really relying on our king for difficult gates. After half an hour, Yangwon arrives, asking if no one else is there. Kang Hee-hyuk smiles at his arrival, commenting on how the Phoenix Guild Master has changed since he used to ignore the draft. Yangwon turns red at this while Yuri chuckles beside him. He then obstinately asks why their guild is the priority draft, when better guilds are out there. Kang Hee-hyuk smiles, claiming the difficulty of finding a guild, as great as the Phoenix Guild. Yangwon looks away, saying the guild is still recovering from the Jeju Island incident. Are you embarrassed, Yangwon? Of course, Kang Hee-hyuk thinks otherwise. Yangwon curses the old man in his head, thinking of how the other is using his authority on him. He can't help imagining that this is because of Leon. Yangwon speaks his thoughts on the matter, thinking that they are not the only ones being sent. He asks if the president is making his ace card step in. Kang Hee-hyuk is surprised by such a description and corrects Yangwon. He says that His Majesty can't be evaluated by someone like him. Yangwon expresses his irritation at this. Kang Hee-hyuk learned well from his past. Yangwon curses out loud at how things are not working the way he wants. Yuri smirks at this, saying that he is only reaping what he sows. Yangwon glares at her, but Yuri remains unfazed. Yangwon sighs as he recalls what happened before, inside the Jeju Island gate. Short flashback. One of the knights approached him, saying that Yangwon should take the horse, even if his horse riding skill is not good enough. The knight assures him that the horse will follow the king. He then wishes for them to live an honorable life with the god's blessings. Recalling those makes Yanwan feel bad. Oh, is this guy growing some conscience? An association staff appears and reports to the president that the VIP is visiting. Kang Hee-yuk acknowledges this, making Yanwan look at them with curiosity. He is surprised when he sees the old man fixing his tie and even uses a mouth freshener spray. In a short while, Leon, along with Hari and Jinsu, steps in. Kang Hee-yuk politely greets His Majesty. Leon says that Kang Hee-yuk should have a good reason for calling him there. Kang Hee-yuk laughs and assures him that there is. Kang Hee-yuk then leads the way to explain the situation. After some time, Leon just finished listening and he summarizes the situation. The gate is in the ocean, and raiding it will be difficult because of the hurricane. Kang Hee-yuk confirms this and says that US and Japan will help them with the gate. He adds that the other guilds will also be on standby. Kang Hee-yuk bows his head, claiming that this will be an opportunity for the king to raise his honor. He then asks His Majesty to bestow his exceptional heroic abilities on them, as he bows deeply. Leon appreciates his words and agrees to his request. The president studied well on how he could gain a king's favor. The Night King speaks of how heavy a king's value is and asks him to prepare a worthy tribute. Kang Hee-yuk asks if there is anything that His Majesty desires. Smiling, Leon claims that a king doesn't count coins, so Kang Hee-yuk can speak with Sir Spin regarding this matter. Kang Hee-yuk nods his head, thinking how the king made him an empty promise. Thinking that handling him is complex, the president watches them leave as Leon asks Hari for the name list. Once outside, Leon checks the clipboard and tells Hari to list those that he has chosen to participate in the raid. Once Hari is ready, Leon says a couple of names, starting with Sir Spin, the students, then the soldiers. As Hari writes them down, she notices something and looks up at His Majesty. She mentions that none of the names he calls out are women, making Leon look at her in question. Seeing his look, Hari's thoughts go off a tangent, thinking about how His Majesty differentiates between ladies from women. She really knows how to hold a grudge. That may be the case, but Hari is also aware that His Majesty wouldn't discriminate between two genders in that kind of situation. Leon looks at her, saying that the answer to his decision is evident. With a really serious face, he announces that having women on board is bad luck. Hari is so surprised that His Majesty is blatantly saying this. I can't believe that our king is superstitious. It is a different day. Helicopters are in the air while some ships are still on the pier, and this is South Korea's first fleet. One of the helicopters starts to descend, and some of the ship's crew are watching. Leon's group gets off the helicopters and approaches the waiting men. Leon addresses the one in front, asking if he is the commander of that base. The man without a hat confirms this, introducing himself as Lieutenant General Choi Jae-sung of the First Fleet. Jae-sung expresses his gladness at meeting His Majesty. He tells the king how Goddess Damara's crops healed his granddaughter's illness and wants to thank the goddess on his behalf. Leon removes his sunglasses and smiles, telling the other that his desire to thank the goddess for her blessings means they are brothers. Jae-sung chuckles, saying that it is an honor. He's your brother since he has faith. The Lieutenant General then leads the way to introduce their allies for the raid. Inside a building, Yamwon curiously looks at the others and asks if those people are part of the US raid team. Jae-sung confirms this, saying that the team arrived using a cargo aircraft as soon as they could. He adds how it is surprising when the team is known for being passive. The two continue to look over at that side, and Yongwon recognizes the master of the American Magic Tower among them. Some of the hunters from the Korean side wonder why someone like him is there. Reno looks over at their side and smirks, seeing that he's famous even in Korea. For a renowned guy, you're playing for the enemy's side. You'll soon get your karma. He then greets them with a smile and introduces himself as he holds onto that huge orb. Reynold is about to say some more but falters when he sees Leon among those that he is greeting. He and the Great Being internally curse out loud at the sight of the King of Lionheart. Reynold asks the Great Being what they should do when Leon is right in front of them. The Great Being tells him to calm down. Leon looks at them, a bit confused. The Great Being then says that Reynold would have been killed on the spot if the Great Being had been noticed. Oh, that makes sense. The demon then tells Reynold to have faith in the ring's power that he gave him. At that moment, Reynold looks at the said ring. As he praises the demon, he fiddles with the ring, thinking about how it can conceal demonic mana, feeling reassured that they won't be discovered. Suddenly, the ring cracks a bit, surprising Reynold and the demon. Reynold shouts for the Great Being in his thoughts, while the other equally shrieks and tries to calm him down. The The demon then explains that the item is being worn out because of the divine power that the Night King is emitting. Leon continues to look at the master of the American Magic Tower, a bit curious as to what is happening to him. The great being shouts at Reinald to get away from Leon. However, Reinald doesn't listen, knowing that it will be suspicious of him to suddenly do so. The great being curses at him, but he can't really do anything abruptly. Reinald stammers as he greets his majesty, saying he really wants to meet him upon hearing about him. He then looks at his hand in worry, thinking that he can't shake the Night King's hand or he'll be busted. Leon smiles at the way Reinald acts, saying that the other knows his place well. Reinald is confused by this as Leon passes by. He can only question the fact that the other is satisfied somehow. He's satisfied because you didn't shake his hand. You're just not on the same level to be shaking his. Reinald is still pale and decides to get away for now, hoping that the great being agrees with this. The orb moves in Reinald's hands, while the demon says that it is crucial for them to do just that, since they really must get into that gate. Reinald looks down at the orb, cursing in his head as to why he got stuck with such an inferior demon. Outside, Hari is walking as she mulls on the fact that His Majesty won't allow women on board the ship. She suddenly stops in her tracks, noticing that Hunter Gude Sung is helping out in carrying boxes. Hari walks towards Dae Sung and calls him out. The other wipes on his sweat as he acknowledges Hari's presence. In a short while, a cola drops from a vending machine, and Dae Sung takes it. Hari starts questioning his actions, saying this is the type of work that the association handles. Dae Sung says that he should still help. Hari then reminds him that he is already a knight trainee, and she is sure that the king wouldn't give him such tasks. Hari, it's up to him, whether he wants to help or not. Dae Sung scratches his head in embarrassment since he thinks that his ability to lift the war hammer is being treated so highly. Hari glares at him, saying it is a big deal, since even she can't move it. She reminds him of how numerous have tried, and only he made it work. Hari claims that Dae Sung is chosen by the goddess. Dae Sung looks at her with obvious doubt and denies it again. Hari pouts at his stubbornness and starts saying how His Majesty would speak about a peasant doubting the king's decision. Dae Sung sees something behind Hari and pales, but Hari is not done with her monologue. Oh no, this is bad. You better stop already, Hari. Dae Sung tries to calm her down, but she's still at it. Behind her, Leon listens and gets irritated by what she's doing. Dae Sung stutters, unable to say anything else but call her name. Hari finally stops, and the two of them are finally silent as Leon glares at her from the back. She is afraid to look back and can only ask Dae Sung if he is behind her. Dae Sung can only nod at her question. Leon suddenly grabs Hari's hair antenna and scolds her for her insolence in mocking and imitating a king. Hari cries out loud as she apologizes, asking to be punished. Still irritated, Leon holds himself back and finally sighs as he lets her go. Hari's poor antenna, but she deserves it. Leon finds it ridiculous that she is being blessed. Hari looks back at the king, wondering about what he said. Leon sighs, saying she's been blessed by the divinity of sea and waves. He says that Poma decided to make Hari a saintess. Hari is confused by this. Leon looks disappointed as he simply tells her that she'll join the raid. Surprised by this change of plans, Hari wonders why the king is making such a face. After some time, Hari screams out loud as she is tied despite being a saintess. Hari makes a big fuss, surprising Yangwan, who sees this mess. The Phoenix Guild master is so confused. He can only watch Hari be moved by the students as she shouts for help. Leon smirks, saying that having a woman on board is bad luck. However, there is still a way to undo this. Yangwan looks back at him, getting an idea of what the king meant. Leon smirks, claiming that it's a figurehead. Wait, is this our king's method of getting back at Hari for what she did earlier? Hari continues to shout out loud in protest. She claims that it is wrong. Even if Hari agreed to it, this wasn't what she expected to happen. She calls out to Suho for help, who is currently one of those who is carrying her. Suno can only look away. As he apologizes, Hari calls him a traitor and decides to call out to the other hunters in the area. She pleads for anyone who is reasonable to help her stop them. Hari continues to shout while So Yeon can only look away as she helps carry Hari. I guess the other women are now allowed on board since they now have the female figurehead. Hari continues to make a fuss as she is placed on the front deck of the ship. She finally stops shouting as she looks at the vast sea before her. The crew finally makes a signal, and soon, the ship is moving to depart. With the movement of the ship and the splashing waves before her, Hari resumes her shout for help. Lightning and thunder fill the skies as the ships make their way in that stormy weather. A crew reports the movement of Hurricane Nabi, while Hari continues to yell for help. Her loud shouting can be heard all over, and Leon finally commands her to be quiet. He claims that she is scaring the fish with her loud voice. I bet he's really good at it as well. Leon is currently fishing, and Hari complains about His Majesty's actions when she is clearly stuck there. Leon expresses his irritation, how the fish were all chased away. Hari glares at him, saying that fish wouldn't be near a military ship. However, Leon's fishing rod suddenly tenses, and he quickly maneuvers to catch a huge fish. Well, that quickly proved Hari wrong. Holding the fish by its tail, Leon instructs the Lieutenant General to prepare what he asked before. Shocked, Jae-sung looks at the fish and agrees to His Majesty's request. The fish that Leon just caught is later placed on a makeshift altar, and Leon kneels on one knee before it. He calls out to the dear master of the graceful sea, asking for the divinity to appear before them. The fish on the altar glows bright and shoots a ray of blinding light up into the sky. Many of them are surprised by this phenomenon, wondering if what they are seeing is a wave. A wall of water is before them, as if ready to engulf them at that moment. Suddenly, the water swirls as it calls out to Lionheart, his beloved watchtower and the protector of his temple. Leon humbly greets Poma, the divinity of sea and waves. Suddenly, the water changes form, turning into a giant shark, as if calming everything around them. Whoa, is that Poma's actual form? Poma speaks of how senseless that sea is, remarking on how Plu mentioned that no divinity can be found on that land. The god then complains that the boat doesn't have any sails, and that none of them understands the grace of the sea. Leon finally stands, explaining that the world they're in lacks the teachings of the sea, and asks for Poma's pity and guidance. Poma laughs out loud, claiming that there's no reason for him to help those who have no faith in him. He adds that it is only through fear and respect will they receive his grace. Leon mulls over something and asks Poma why he has chosen that child to be his saintess. At that moment, Hari is quietly crying as she looks at the shark. Poma only laughs out loud at this, saying that he barely convinced Pitos about it. However, the god still finds this decision worthy, claiming that she's a great vessel. Him persuading Pitos. It must be because Hari's power is fire-related, which would make more sense if she's connected to the god of war and fire. Leon looks up in question. Poma then assures Leon that the child is not as good as the king of Lionheart, since he can carry all of the divinities within him. Leon looks up at Poma, saying that he did sense misfortune in Hari's fate, and deems that he is right about it. Poma claims that it is a blessing, and asks why the Night King calls it a misfortune. Leon replies that the god's attention can be poisonous to humans who lack faith. Hari worries as she listens to their conversation. Poma only laughs at Leon's worry, saying that he'll be taking care of that for him. Right. Leon's goal is to spread faith in that world. Having covered that, Poma calls out to Hari, his new saintess. He grants her the authority over waves and the blessing of water. Poma tells her to gladly accept this and spread his teachings. Hari looks up at Poma with a smile and agrees. She then asks if the god will now untie her from being a figurehead. Poma looks at her, speechless. He then says that her sacrifice means no wave will ever surge on her boat. Hari doesn't understand what the god just replied. Suddenly, lightning and rain resumes, and Poma is gone. Wow, he just left his saintess there. Hari looks up at where Poma was before, wondering if that was all. A crew shouts at the approaching hurricane and its height, while Stuvo can only look at his Nuna. The other crew tells everyone to head in, or they'll be swept over. Hari is left on the deck. She can only watch the storm and scream out loud for help. Leon looks at her, commenting on her lack of faith. Hari is surprised that His Majesty is still outside. Leon says that Poma likes her, so it is possible that the god is overlooking her lack of faith. Hari yells that she doesn't need forgiveness and asks to be released from there. Leon smiles, telling her to calm down and leave herself to the extraordinary nature's hands. If she does this, then the endless nature will embrace her. As if to demonstrate, Leon even goes beyond the rail with open arms, and Hari only screams some more. Please don't do this if you're not the king of Lionheart. Hari is suddenly surprised, and Leon smiles back at her, asking if she doesn't find this strange. He mentions how rough the hurricane is, yet none of the waves have come their way. Hari looks in surprise, finally realizing that the ship isn't rocking and that the waves somehow disappear once it gets close to the vessel. Leon then explains how Poma is using her, the saintess, as the medium to appease the waves. Hari finds this unbelievable. Leon mentions that no one believes in Poma, so the god has no choice but to use the saintess as his medium. Hari finally smiles in understanding. All this time, she thought that the king had her placed up there because he was prejudiced. Her becoming the figurehead is a must. Out of nowhere, the ropes keeping her secure loosen, and she falls on her butt. Suddenly, she bounces off the deck, making her fly off in a scream as the ship rocks. Leon remains on the ship since he hooked his foot on a rail, while Hari can only hug at the log, asking to be tied up again. Lol, now she's asking it herself for safety's sake. Hari continues to shout out loud, and soon she's back on her post as the figurehead for the ship with Leon's help. After some time on the US's ship, Reinhold is on the deck, thinking about how the vessel almost flipped over. He is relieved that it's okay now, since they are following the other ship. The Great Being says that Leon is using the authority of the sea and waves. He explains that a ship blessed by such divinity means it will have a rich harvest, and it won't ever get sunk by storms. Reinhold mutters his understanding, while thinking that the other is useless. If you think he's worthless, then just destroy the orb. Brah. The captain of their ship suddenly makes an announcement, explaining that the Japanese ship capsized due to the hurricane, and is currently being rescued. Reinhold comments on how a third of their forces were already lost, even before the raid started. The Great Being tells him that he should just focus on the gate, and Reinhold can only agree. In a little while, the ships reach their destination. The vessels then send in the raid team boats. Soon, they head to enter the Red Gate. Leon is in one boat with Suvo, Dae-sung, and Jae-hyuk. In another boat, Hari is still tied up with Yappi on top of the log. Jinsu then shouts out that the Pantheon Guild is entering. Hari can only cry at her predicament, and soon, their team enters the gate. Someone suddenly shouts out loud to watch out. Hari can only look up in confusion as she sees a waterspout that already had the other hunters whirling around. Hari's team soon gets caught on it, and they are now screaming their lungs out. Now, everyone is being loud. Inside the gate, Hari lies unconscious on the shore. She starts muttering about kimchi and shouts that it is too salty. With her tongue out, she suddenly wakes up and spits the salt water, while complaining about how salty it is. Just so you know, seawater kimchi exists. Look it up and you'll find a recipe for it. Hari just remembers how they were all swept by that waterspout and wonders where the others are. She looks up and sees that the others are lying unconscious around her. Hari shouts out loud to wake everyone up, making them groan as they regain consciousness. Like the others, Suho complains about his head. Hari checks up on him while Suho confirms their situation. Hari wonders if this is all there is since she can't see his majesty, Sir Yappi, and the other hunters among them. Poma suddenly speaks up, telling her to calm down, since he's sure that everyone is safe. Hari is so surprised by the voice that she starts looking up, searching for the god. Poma simply tells her to look down. Hari does as she was told and finds a small turtle that is smiling and wagging its tail. Poma then confirms that it is him. He explains that he sent a messenger to aid her. Hari and Suho were looking intently at the turtle with doubts apparent on their faces. Hari comments on how tiny the messenger is. Poma's irk is apparent in the turtle's face as he calls out his saintess impudence for disrespecting a divine creature. Hari thinks of it, and images of what a divine creature would possibly look like pop into her head. Obviously, Hari still hasn't grasped her role as a saintess. She looks down at Poma, asking if he is sure that everyone is safe, and if he knows what exactly happened there. Poma confirms this and explains how he carried everyone to safe land using his authority. However, he was unable to stop them from getting separated. Hearing this, Hari compliments the god for doing a great job. Poma looks up at Hari and mentions that his current form can be inconvenient. He asks her to lend him her shoulder, which Hari ends up agreeing to. As Poma sighs in relief, Hari wonders what they should do now. She suddenly hears something, yelling for everyone to stay alert. Giant crabs appear before them, leaping and crawling towards them. Dae-sung shouts for them to raise their shields, while Hari is already releasing her flames as she takes out her sword. She thinks about how they didn't even get a chance to recover. Hari intends to eliminate all the monsters with a single move as her flames get greater. Suddenly, the fire sizzles out as water appears before her. Hari is so confused by what just happened, but Poma simply scolds the saintess of ocean and waves for using fire. Well, that was to be expected. Hari glares down at Poma, who is still on her shoulder. She then cries out that she doesn't want to be a saintess if she can't use fire. Hari flings Poma around as she complains, but Poma refuses, commanding her to put him back. Hari's eyes shake as she stares down at Poma. With Hari out of firepower, the soldiers, including Dae-sung, can only raise their shields against the incoming monsters. In a different location, the giant crabs have already met their end. Reinald is standing in the middle of this as he holds the huge orb. With the monsters taken care of, the great being mentions how things went astray right from the start, but is better now, since they're away from that monster. Yep, they're talking about our king. The great being tells Reinald to leave the task of taking care of the shelter to the American hunters, since they also have something that they have to do. Reinald agrees and looks at one of the monsters he just defeated. Using purple energy, the Magic Tower Master calls upon the monster to rise, enveloping it with his power. Soon, the monsters around Reinald start moving, and he instructs them to guide him to the stone statue. In a short while, Reinald reaches where the stone statue is, wondering if it is the right one. The great being confirms this, and adds that there are still some of these that Reinald must also look for. Hearing this, Reinald uses his ability to create a red magic circle that gathers energy in the middle. Someone suddenly interrupts Reinald. Appearing behind him, Yangwan and his guild members arrive, asking the Magic Tower Master if he knows what the stone statue is. Impeccable timing, Yangwan. Please do stop this guy, I'm pretty sure he's up to no good. Reinald looks at them and indifferently comments on how Yangwan and Yuri are okay. He then speaks to the great being, saying he didn't think that they would get there immediately. The demon says that at least they're not dealing with that monster. Reinald faces them and answers Yangwan's question by saying how they're supposed to destroy those based on the quest they've gotten. Yangwan confirms this, since the quest specifically mentioned how they should inspect the island and destroy 3 statues of Raksha the Great. However, Yangwan is hesitant about this. He recalls how the goal of the Red Gate back in Jeju Island was to defeat Juvrik. Based on the Phoenix Guild's experience, there was more to that quest. Once they understood what exactly was happening, Yangwan concludes that they lack information about quests and gates. I'm tearing up. Little Yangwan is finally growing. With this type of reasoning, Yangwan deems that it is possible that the statue is a trap. He looks at Reinald and says that they should first learn what Raksha is. Reinald mulls over this, thinking that it does make sense. The great being advises Reinald to fall back in the meantime, since he can't win against their number. Reinald suddenly chuckles, accepting it to be logical, and even compliments Yangwan. The sudden change of the Magic Tower Master confuses those from the Phoenix Guild, making Yangwan and Yuri look at one another. Reinald then suggests that they all head back to the beach, since the Maverick Guild members are also there. Going back to where Hari and the others are, they are finally able to defeat the monsters, and Hari asks if anyone is hurt. Sumo confirms that he and the other trainees are fine. Hari then calls out to Park Daesik, asking if they're also okay. Daesik thumps his chest, confirming that he and the other soldiers are fine. Dae-sung suddenly calls out for Hari's attention, and is at first hesitant. He then says how they can't feel His Majesty's aura anymore. Hari is initially confused and comments on the terrible news, since she knows how amazing the king's buffs are. Dae-sung realizes that Hari doesn't get his meaning, and starts explaining how they tested His Majesty's aura previously to understand its range. For the Demon Resentment buff, the buff has a coverage of up to 30 kilometers. However, none of them are under the buff's effect right now. 30 kilometers is insane. The other buffs have the same range. This surprises Hari, who finally understands what Dae-sung is saying. She gauges that the island they're on is smaller than 30 kilometers, whether in width or length. They can only conclude that His Majesty isn't in any of the other islands near them. Filled with disbelief, Hari looks at Poma, who is on her shoulder. Poma tries and says that his connection to the Night King seems to have also been cut off. This situation is bad, considering that they also haven't found the rest of their group. Hari looks at the horizon, wondering where His Majesty is. Under the vast ocean, something gold glows on top of the remains of a destroyed civilization. Someone speaks about ending his long slumber, and Liam remains unfazed by his current situation. Divine power protects him from drowning. However, the thing before Liam is a colossal monster, who is complaining about getting tired of seafood, since that has been his diet for 5 centuries already. The tentacled beast then looks down at Liam with glee, wondering about what the God's Night tastes like. For some reason, this guy reminds me of Tamatoa from Moana, even though he's clearly not a crab. In a different location, a machine-like sound wears, as it starts to boot up and experiences failure. Upon determining that there are unrecognized materials in its device, it retries to boot up 3 more times only to experience failure repeatedly. It then attempts to reboot again, but this time with restricted resources. Yappi's red eye is still unstable as it starts to boot up. He is initially lying on his side, but soon stands upright upon seeing those around him. The giant crabs cheer, similar to the sounds Yappi typically makes. This startles the Grail Knight into making the same sound. The crabs cheer once more, and this only makes Yappi wonder. He found his kin. The Grail Knight licks one arm to one side, and the crabs immediately followed his direction. He points to the other side, making the crabs wave toward the same way. Though confused, Yappi starts sweating in worry. Wait, doesn't this mean the giant crabs aren't enemies? Back to Hari and the others, they are discussing those who are missing from their group. Some of them are Dullahan, Jae-hyuk, and Jinsu. Soyeon didn't expect for them to go missing, while Suho remains optimistic that the others are okay. Hari can only agree with her brother's positive outlook. She then looks back and thanks the hunters from the American Guild for their help in taking down the monsters. One of the guys from the American Guild greets and salutes them. He introduces himself as Mistral from the Maverick Guild. Likewise, Hari introduces herself. She suddenly ponders on Mistral's name and soon realizes that he is Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter who is ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. Mistral clears his throat, saying his call sign is pointless, if Hari will just outright call him by his real name. Mistral's colleague sure is having fun with this. Hari bows as she apologizes to Mistral behind her. Some of the trainees talk about Mistral's fame. Hari looks up at Mistral, commenting on how she was unaware of his participation in that raid. The American looks away, thinking that they weren't notified because of their haste to get there. Mistral then talks about how the Pantheon Guild's guild master got separated from them and asks if they should look for those who are missing. Hari gives a carefree smile, saying that it's all fine. Mistral doesn't understand it, but Hari simply says that the god of the sea blessed them. Also, if His Majesty really wanted to find them, he would have already done so. Sudo smiles, agreeing with his sister's assessment, since His Majesty does have his Pegasus. Wow, even Stallion has a pair of wings. It really is the norm for Grail Knight's horses, I guess. Mistral is confused as he thinks of the god of sea and the Pegasus that they mentioned and asks about what they meant. Suddenly, a notification appears, informing everyone of the incoming first wave. This greatly shocks Hari, who asks if they must defeat a wave of monsters. Mistral says they should talk later, after dealing with the incoming wave. Monsters suddenly appear from the water. With the arrival of the first wave of monsters, the hunters must defeat them within 3 hours. The first wave of incoming monsters is around the level of a rank, field bosses, making it hard to deal with. One squid-like monster raises its tentacle with a screech, while the other mer creatures holding tridents are dashing towards the hunters. Hari and Mistral back off, but unlike them, Dae-sung leads the soldiers to raise their shields and block the attacks. He's courageous as ever. I hope we see Dae-sung using Sir Jevrick's Warhammer soon. Dae-sung directly deals with the squid-like monster's attack. He groans at the impact since they are now weaker without His Majesty's buff. The attack power is too much, and soon, he and the other soldiers are thrown off by the enemy's strength. Hari shouts in worry, asking if they are all okay. The other trainees help the shield squad get up, and Dae-sung assures them that they are fine and tells them to keep fighting. Hari clenches her teeth, furious at her inability to use her fire-type skills. Despite this, Hari faces the enemies head-on and slashes at them as she dashes. Hari calls out to Poma, saying that she is his saintess. She then asks if he will not grant her any skills, like a tsunami or water breathing. Poma smiles and says that Hari watches too much anime. Angered, Hari claims that Poma is more like an anime character than she is. Well, both of you are manhwa characters, so really, those are pointless accusations. An energy suddenly blasts behind Hari, defeating a monster. Mistral reminds her not to get distracted, and Hari thanks him for the help. Looking around the battlefield, Hari is surprised that the other monsters have already been defeated. Mistral claims the monsters aren't exactly strong despite being A ranks. Sumo and So-yeon look at the defeated squid-like monster while agreeing on how strong America's best hunter guild is. Mistral then says that they should finish cleaning up since there aren't that many left. After some time, on a different island, the third wave had just finished. Mer creatures are lying lifeless on the beach, along with some crabs. Yappi is on top of one giant crab, and it has already been 36 hours since he was rescued by the giant crab monsters. The Grail Knight is able to stop the waves of monsters with the help of the crabs, who are suspiciously obeying him without contradictions. They probably deem Yappi as some sort of god-sent savior. Yappi mentions how the waves of monsters happen in 12-hour intervals. He then comments on how the giant crab monsters are growing and multiplying at insane speed. Yappi knows that living organisms need nutrients to develop, but the giant crab monsters are different. Someone suddenly calls out to Yappi. The Grail Knight looks back at Jae-hyuk, asking what the matter is. Jae-hyuk tells Yappi that the system window appeared, and that none of the Rakshar statues have been destroyed yet. Lucky Jae-hyuk, he doesn't have to face the waves of monsters, since he has a Grail Knight and the giant crab monsters with him. Jae-hyuk then speaks about not knowing how the survivors can't see the system windows, even when it's right before them, like right now. Yappi confirms this, saying that sharing information is vital in that kind of situation. Oh, Jae-hyuk is being helpful after all. Thinking of information, Jae-hyuk tells Yappi how the quest is telling them to destroy the statues. Yappi goes to Jae-hyuk's shoulder and attempts to see the system window that Jae-hyuk speaks of. The Grail Knight hypothesizes that the giant crab monsters have been at war with the other monsters for a long time already, and that the one who's trying to get rid of the statues is also the one behind the waves of monsters. Jae-hyuk mulls over Yappi's words, and also finds the situation strange. He mentions that the goal of the monsters is probably the statues. Yappi confirms that this makes the most sense. Looking back at the battlefield, Jae-hyuk mentions how many of the Kiri tribe perished. He asks Sir Yappi if they can still stop the waves of monsters. Wow, he easily named those giant crabs. I'm sure he'll be recorded in the Kiri tribe's history, along with Yappi for that. Yappi answers that it will be impossible, since the wave's difficulty rises each time. Considering their current situation, the Grail Knight surmises that they will likely lose on the 5th wave. Jae-hyuk is honestly surprised by this conclusion, since the Grail Knight is there. Yappi confirms that it is impossible, since they also need weapons. Jae-hyuk then imagines the crabs carrying huge knives to fight. Right. Yappi booted up with restricted resources, meaning he isn't in his optimal state for battle. The trainee suddenly recalls something, saying that he discovered something interesting. The two of them head to a waterfall on the island, and Jae-hyuk explains how he found a cave behind it. With Yappi on his head, lighting the way, Jae-hyuk walks into the cave. They soon reach a bright area within the cave, and Jae-hyuk tells the Grail Knight to look at it. The scene before them surprises Yappi. Jae-hyuk says that there is a possibility that the Kiri tribe came from a much more developed civilization. Before them are huge buildings and empty roads, similar to how a city typically looks. Going back to under the sea, Liam remains safe and makes his immediate surroundings glow because of divine power. Heads up, this is a scene back when our king just got separated from the rest. So, this is more like a flashback. Liam comments on what a pain it is. He mulls over the fact that the place isn't just the bottom of the ocean. There are apparent traces of a past civilization, and Liam speaks of a fallen world. He thinks about how Poma's authority was cut off after the boat flipped over. Liam assumes that the gods' powers were diminished because they entered the territory of another being. Considering this, there are only two possibilities of the other being's identity. It could either be a deity or an evil god, but there's a very small chance that it's a deity. With this in mind, Liam makes his conclusion and shouts out loud for the evil being to show itself. A grim voice laughs and speaks of Lionheart and his titles and accomplishments. Huh, that oddly sounds like a fanboy speaking. Soon, a tentacled monstrous being still enveloped in darkness appears, and mocks Liam for being weak now. Liam glares at the monster, asking how it knows of him. The other then claims that no demon is unaware of the king of Lionheart. It then speaks of Liam's fame as a renowned hero, and how numerous heroes have also sought that place. However, none of those heroes were strong enough to defeat him. It then asks Liam if he is any different. Liam glares up at the monster, appalled at how a dirty demon dares to weigh his worth. The demon mockingly laughs at this. Golden braces and chains made of energy bind the demon's tentacles, as it speaks of how grateful it is to the Night King. It says that Malice downfall in Liam's hands gave it a chance. In case you forgot, Malice is the Lord of Chaos, the same demon summoned by the Empire back in Liam's world. You can jump back to Chapter 1 to check it. Liam thinks of Malice, whom the demon speaks of. Though still bound by chains, the tentacled monster announces that it is now time for it to end its 5 centuries of waiting. Back on the beach where Hari and the others are, it is already the 4th wave raid. Hari is making a fuss on the water, with Poma on top of her head. She pouts as she swings her hands on the water's surface, and Poma sighs at Hari's actions. The god then tells her that if she wants to play in the water, doing it in her birth suit would be better. Hari turns red and punches the water, as she scolds Poma since she's doing this to awaken. The god tells her that she's only playing and that whatever she does, she won't awaken anything. Hearing this, Hari sighs and lifts her hands. She starts speaking about her knowledge of how, with goddess Ariana, one must uphold justice numerous times or act honorably to get close to the goddess. Poma agrees with this and comments on how the goddess is a bit too narrow-viewed. It's probably why our king is her knight. Their views align quite well. Hari then mentions how, with goddess Demira, one must farm and thank the earth. As for Pedos, it is about winning battles and flames of determination, but Hari is not so sure about it. With this line of logic, Hari imagines that it should be something related to the ocean. When it comes to Poma, the god simply tells Hari that playing on the beach won't make it work. Hari complains as she nudges the turtle's head, asking for it to just spill the information since they have to save his majesty. Poma admits that this is true and mulls over the possibility that the Night King might be underwater. With this in mind, Hari says that they should hurry. She thinks that awakening will aid in finding his majesty faster. Poma agrees with her conclusion. Hari then points out that it will be immediately accomplished if Poma simply tells her how to awaken. Though she's Poma's saintess, she is still far from understanding what the god's thoughts are. Poma sighs and calls out to his saintess. He then tells her that learning the creed of the sea and waves on top of building faith is easy for her. Poma says that the sea is the source of infinite life, and if Hari is thankful even for that, it will aid her in gaining more faith. Though this is the case, Poma reminds her that the path of a believer and a saint is different, just as how the knowledge of a knight is different from that of a soldier. In short, it is an issue of mentality. You need some sort of mind shift. Hari looks at Poma, as if understanding what the god meant. She can only sigh and say that she will try harder. Poma continues to smile, agreeing with her. Suddenly, Sumo comes from the forest, calling out loud to Hari. Hari looks back and finds Suho catching his breath. Suho shouts that they found a statue of Rakshar. Hari is startled by this news, while Suho continues speaking about how the Maverick Guild found it. On another island, Reinald looks over the members of the Phoenix Guild, who are still determinedly guarding the statue. He wonders why they are doing something that no one asked them to do. Seeing how they are intently observing the statue, Reinald can only conclude that they are doubting the quest they were all given. As they should. You're on the wrong side here, after all. The Magic Tower Master's eyes glow purple, wondering if they should just secretly destroy the statue at night. The Great Being says that it will only make the others suspicious of him. He then reassures Reinald that an opportunity will soon appear. A foreign hunter calls out to Yangwan and the others, asking if they should destroy the statue since it's already been 3 days. The S-rank hunter from the Maverick Guild, Minuteman, then says that it is the only statue on the island, and that it must be one of the statues that the quest is asking them to destroy. Yangwan and Yuri look back at Minuteman at his comment. Yuri whispers to Yangwan, saying that they don't have any other choice on the matter. Yangwan can only agree with her and finally acquiesces to destroy the statue. No, you should hold your ground, Yangwan. We still don't know what might happen. With that, Minuteman approaches. Using his ability, he punches the statue and destroys it. A system notification appears, announcing the statue's destruction, and that there are still 2 statues to be destroyed. The bright red orb from before is now dull because of the destroyed statue. Seeing the notifications, Minuteman smiles widely, saying that destroying it was the correct choice. Yangwan sighs as he looks at the system window and can only agree. Yuri gives up, since they are unable to determine any other option on the matter. Yuri then looks at Yangwan, saying that they should prepare. Yangwan asks if it is time for another wave, only realizing now that they spent too much time there. The 2 wait for the wave of monsters to appear, only to discover that none are coming at all. Someone suddenly calls out to Yangwan. Raylan laughs as he says that destroying the statue was the right decision, since a wave isn't coming anymore. Yangwan looks away in irritation and simply says he's glad. Reinald looks smug as he claims that he'll summarize what happened and that everyone should gather. I honestly want to swipe that disgusting look on his face. With everyone gathered, Reinald assumes that there are 3 statues across the islands. He claims that they should also look for the others and destroy the statues. While they're at it, Yangwan makes a plan and draws on the ground. The Phoenix Guild Master says that with 3 islands, there are 2 more statues to destroy. Since the statue on that island is destroyed, they can split up their team and head to the other islands. Reinald tells everyone that those who can destroy a statue first can go ahead and find the other team. Yang Wan says it'll be easy to move between islands since there are boats. Having made their decision, Minuteman is pumped up as he announces that they should destroy the remaining 2 statues. With that, Yang Wan and his team leave as well. The Phoenix Guild heads to one of the other islands. There, they are all surprised by the remains on the beach, wondering if a war has occurred there. Seeing the metal scraps like a cannon on the sand, Yang Wan knows something is different on that island. Trusting his instincts, the Phoenix Guild master quickly shouts at the others to retreat and prepare. But before they can even go, they start hearing the Kirik sounds. A bright red light and several eyes are looking at them from the shadows of the forest, making Yang Wan immediately bring out his weapon and get ready to shoot. Dumb attack, Yang Wan. Those are friendly forces. Something metallic steps out, surprising Yang Wan at the sight of metallic crab-like creatures. A guild member shouts that the enemy has firearms, while Yang Wan is confused as to why that island is so different. Yang Wan forces himself to calm down, thinking that the monsters on the island they were just from don't have such weapons. With this in mind, he assumes that the firearms aren't real. However, he is instantly proved wrong as a ray of light blasts at them, almost hitting him. He is so shocked that it took time for him to understand what just happened. Once he realizes that all of those weapons are real, Yang Wan curses in his head, knowing that they won't be able to escape unscathed. Someone suddenly shouts for them to kneel down. Yep, that's Jae-Hyuk. Yang Wan and the others are surprised by the shout as Jae-Hyuk announces the arrival of the Kirik tribe's chief, Sir Yappi. Jae-Hyuk is really having fun, despite being in a gate. Yappi arrives atop one of the crabs and makes a Kirik sound. Yappi commands the mortals to surrender, since they have no chance of winning against the Kirik tribe. The Phoenix Guild is astonished at Jad Spin's presence, as well as the kid from Pantheon Guild. With such an adversary, this is an apparent loss for the Phoenix Guild. To summarize the current situation, the Phoenix Guild is now on the island where Yappi, Jae-Hyuk, and the Kirik tribe are, while Reynold and some members of the Maverick Guild headed to where Hari and the others were, and there are still 2 remaining statues to be destroyed. Reynold and his team just arrived, and they encountered a strange situation. Hari is protecting the statue on that island, which irritates Reynold. Hari shouts at Mistral about not letting him destroy the statue, and says that she even saw a future vision of it. Aha, that is an obvious bluff. Mistral and the other members of his team are at a loss because of this. He says that they can't break it because of her claims of having a prophecy skill. Hari confirms this as she looks back at the statue, wondering if no one else can really see what she's seeing. In the eyes of Hari, there is a dark aura within the statue that is being held back from unleashing. Hari deems this to be very dangerous, thinking that something terrible will happen. If it is destroyed, that only means that this is another messed up gate quest. However, Reynold raises a hand and simply destroys the statue without any discussion. Hari is so surprised by what the Magic Tower Master just did. Reynold had a huge smirk on his face when he attacked, but he quickly reverted to an amicable fellow right after. He says that their goal is to close that gate, so they should just destroy the statues as instructed by the quest. This guy really needs to be eliminated. I bet he's the root cause of why demons are now interested in Earth. Hari feels the disgusting dark aura released from the broken statue. She can see with her own eyes the glee that the aura is experiencing from gaining freedom. The ground suddenly shakes, making everyone confused by what is happening. Minuteman speaks of something ominous, and is soon shocked with fear at the sight of a colossal being coming from the water. The colossal monster's chain breaks, and with its grim voice, it commands everyone to submit. The enormous monster introduces itself as chaos, despair, and misery. It proudly announces that he is Rakshar. With the awakening of the demon of chaos, all the living beings are overwhelmed by his mere presence, so he's Rakshar. But why is he already there, despite only having 2 statues destroyed? Those from the Maverick Guild are petrified as they look at Rakshar. Their eyes begin to change, and soon, they all start screaming out due to the aura of chaos that gravely affects their mentality. There are also the effects of legendary Great Demon and Great Demon Rakshar, but the details on them are blocked. Hari watches as this all happens. Rakshar suddenly notices an unpleasant smell. The sight of Rakshar sends a chill of fear to Hari. Daesung and the other soldiers are somehow okay, but the trainees are struggling. Rakshar announces that it is not yet time to deal with the delicacies, since his priority is those who seal him there. He tells them to enjoy a short moment of hope and quickly leaves. Soon, the area is corrupted by chaos, and all living beings are affected by a deranged status. The people from the Maverick Guild are crying, and chaos soon unfolds among them. This is what you guys get from destroying those statues. Hari sees this and shouts at everyone to calm down. She tries to bring them back to reason. However, Mistral suddenly appears behind her and attacks. Hari manages to evade his attack and shouts at him to get it together. Mistral shouts back his defiance, claiming that this is what is right and that he'll even help her perish. No one wants that kind of help. Another status effect called Great Demon Raksha's Blessing affected everyone. At that, Mistral dashes towards Hari and attacks. Hari calls him out using his real name as she blocks his attacks. However, her efforts are fruitless, for Alan is unable to defy the hold of Raksha's power over him. As Mistral shouts, someone suddenly jumps into their fight, punching Mistral right in the face. Hari is so surprised to find Minuteman there to help her. Mistral is thrown off to a distance, while Minuteman emits a red aura. Hari stammers her gratitude, but when Minuteman looks back at her, it is clear that the man is also under Raksha's power, for he immediately punches Hari in the stomach. Caught off guard, Hari isn't able to react in time and is instead thrown off to the sea with significant impact. With no one to save her, Hari sinks into the sea. Her eyes are half open, and she wonders if this is how she'll meet her end. Please don't forget that you're the saintess chosen by Poma, Hari. Hari suddenly recalls her childhood, a time she was told that her parents died as heroes. The man telling her this commented on how cool it was and patted her head. The man was unsure what kind of an adult Hari would grow up to be, but he asked her to promise him to have honor and become a great person. This memory makes her clench her teeth and curse. Hari starts thinking about what good being a hunter of justice had brought her, and so what if she became a god's saintess? Hari reaches out a hand, thinking that she is far from being powerful like Sir Javrik or His Majesty. She starts to struggle while recalling that her idol died in honor of doing something good with his sacrifice. Hari suddenly stops her thoughts and struggles as she sees Poma before her. Poma calls out to her, telling her not to try to grasp the ocean. He says that even if she tries, she'll only get a handful of seawater. Aha, no human can hold the sea in their hands. That's common knowledge. Poma guides her, instructing her to fill her heart with faith and trust. He tells her to acknowledge and understand the greatness that she possesses. Hari looks up at Poma, thinking that she can't understand what the god meant. Seeing her confusion, Poma tells her to listen to the ocean. He says that if she doesn't feel its embrace before, then she should start doing so now. Poma speaks of the ocean flow, the coral reef's whispers, and the great song of the ocean. Hari does what Poma says, and the look on her face says that she's finally starting to understand. Poma calls her a finite being as he brings his forehead to Hari's. He calls her his mortal and tells her that if she genuinely desires immortal powers, she should not try to grab them. Hari's eyes start to glow blue as Poma reminds her that infinity is something that she should wrap around her. And right now, Hari is in that infinity. Hari starts emitting a blue aura around her, and her eyes become half closed as she starts embracing the vast ocean around her. She suddenly opens her eyes wide, finally truly understanding what Poma is teaching her and what it is that she can do. She's finally embracing her role as the saintess of ocean and waves. Hari suddenly looks down into the deep ocean, finally realizing where His Majesty has been all this time. Hari lifts up a hand and brings it down with great force. She uses the divine law, sea-splitting, effectively dividing the water before her. What the 2OP? Her actions reveal a fallen civilization beneath the sea and a glow of golden energy. Liam stands right at where Hari split the sea. With his blazing golden aura, Liam calls out for Stallion. After some time, Hari slowly opens her eyes, finally recovering consciousness. Someone compliments her on a job well done, successfully snapping her awake. Hari is so surprised that she is in the arms of His Majesty, while they're up in the air. Liam tells her to stay still, making Hari realize that she was saved from the water. Liam confirms this, commenting on how he's glad that he didn't have to experience seeing his saintess of water drown. That'll be ironic. Hari suddenly startles as she recalls what happened. She quickly reports to His Majesty that Great Demon was resurrected and that everyone went bonkers and tried to eliminate one another. Leon says he's aware and they start heading to one of the islands. The Night King looks down at what's happening. While the members of the Maverick Guild are fighting one another, the rest of the Pantheon Guild are not affected by Raksha's powers and remain vigilant against any attack heading their way. Liam calls Stallion and the horse quickly descends to the ground. The Night King brings out the Holy Grail from his subspace and raises it as he announces his presence. Woohoo! Our king's back, and so are the buffs. A system window appears. notifying everyone of the Night King's aura and its effect in helping the Maverick Guild resist the status abnormality created by Rockchar. The people from the Maverick Guild finally regain their consciousness, confused as to what just happened to them. Daesung and the others approach His Majesty, glad that he is fine. Lian praises them for doing well, even without him. Daesung then reports that some of the soldiers and trainees are missing. They were reassured by Poma, but Daesung still has his reservations regarding the matter. Lian tells him not to worry, since he can sense it himself. Lol, those guys are pretty carefree and unaware of what kind of craziness is happening within the gate. Daesung finally drops the topic, trusting His Majesty. Lian then instructs them to get out of the gate. He says that with the saintess blessing, they'll be able to walk on water, as long as they have faith. Using that, they can run to the gate and exit. Daesung shouts, surprised by His Majesty's command. Mistral suddenly speaks up, asking what Lian and Hari will be doing. Lian simply says that they'll rescue as many survivors as they can, and stall some time so that the others can escape. Poor Saintess is getting dragged, since she's the one with the ability. On another island, Raksha releases demonic energy, as he calls out the parasites, finally finding where they all are. After having waited for so long, Raksha commands them to submit to him. However, a blast of explosion catches the demon off guard. Raksha recognizes the aura of what hit him and sees that a Grail Knight is among those things that he calls parasites. Yappi emits a golden aura, all atop one of the armored crabs. Raksha then questions how they are alive when they should all already be gone. Yappi ignores this and simply announces the number 3 gun selection. He then commands them to shoot, and the crabs soon blast at Raksha, without holding back. With Yappi as their boss, this is to be expected. The demon finally understands what's happening. It recognizes how the parasites have changed their ammo for divine artifacts, to shoot with divine power, but for Raksha, this is pointless against him. With him emitting purple energy, Raksha suddenly brings down a tentacle, creating a massive wall of waves that is about to engulf everyone. Jae-hyuk calls out to Sir Yappi. The Grail Knight simply says that they can't avoid it, while Yong-won clenches his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, the divine law, wave manipulation, happens, stopping the incoming waves. The water loses its wall-like form, surprising Raksha with what is happening. Streams of water start to change form, trapping the demon within a ball of water. Though initially shocked, Raksha recognizes that this is the wave's divine power. At that moment, Hari manipulates the water to trap the demon, while sitting before the Night King. For someone who just awakened, she's doing a fantastic job controlling such abilities. Raksha sees them and recognizes the Grail Guardian Lion Heart. In a short while, the demon is now completely encased within a ball of water, as it shouts its complaints of Lion Heart. Lian completely ignores the demon and addresses Sir Spin about closing the gate and getting out. Yappi analyzes the situation, saying that the enemy is seriously injured and that they can steadily fall back. Lian looks back at the demon, saying that they still have to destroy the remaining statue to close the gate. As Raksha continues to complain, Lian mulls over how he can't bring down the demon of such a level without recovering the Holy Sword. He determines that bringing back as many of the survivors as they can is the best course of action. I guess there's no other choice if our king opts to just close it. Understanding the Night King's plan, Sir Spin suggests that they should also take the natives of that island as well. He explains that the Kiriki tribe has been responsible for sealing and guarding the demon for a long time, so they're not NPCs. Lian asks if they have time to do this, since the trap on that demon will not hold for long. Yappi confirms this possibility and announces that they will use the Kiriki tribe's last resort. The crab below Yappi makes a Kiriki sound, as if to agree to this assessment. After some time, a trainee expresses surprise at stepping on the water, with the aid of the saintess of the sea and waves blessing. The buff gives them a 35% advantage on movement on the sea, having the waves work on their advantage, avoiding penalties for going underwater, and lastly, allowing them to walk on water. Wow, this is what you call practical. Hari leads everyone, while Suho comments on the novelty of walking on water. The saintess tells them to hurry, since they need to escape before the great demon is freed. Up in the air, Lian is riding Stallion, and he looks down at Raksha, who is still trapped. The demon calls out to him, saying that this is only expected of the demon's arch-nemesis. Our king is really famous among demons, not that he wants or needs it. Raksha mocks Lian for failing this one, as the water trapping him begins to crack open. A tentacle suddenly shoots out, and soon, the demon is free, as it shouts that Lian won't be able to escape him. Lian brings out the holy spear as he calls on Stallion. The horse broadens its wings and flies off to where the demon is while Lian holds out the holy spear as if to joust. Rakshar mocks him and shoots out rays of purple light from its eyes. Knight and horse easily avoid the attack, for they are totally in sync with what to do. Lian then skids to a stop on one of the demon's tentacles. Stallion continues to fly, while Lian dashes as he emits a golden aura. The demon finds the Night King pitiful as two of its tentacles aim at where Lian is. As the burst of purple light from his attack disappears, the ends of those two tentacles are glowing with slashes of golden light. Suddenly, those are taken apart as Lian reappears. I feel like eating takoyaki right now. Lian is in mid-air as he looks at Rakshar, who is readying another blast of attack from its eyes. In that short time, the demon releases its attack on Lian. The blast causes smoke, as charged energy starts to disappear. The smoke slowly dissipates, and it reveals Lian as he rides Stallion. Rakshar is irked, commenting on how the Night King is flying like some fruit fly. Lian's eyes start to glow, and his holy spear emits divine flames as he announces his intent to punish evil. From afar, Yangwan sees this, confused as to what exactly he is seeing. A huge glowing golden orb-like aura, along with red energy, appears in the air before Rakshar. The holy spear is embedded with flames, making it glow bright. With a smirk on his face, Lian readies to attack as he announces the fire that burned the Lord of Chaos. The Night King speaks of the screams that made him glad whenever he remembered them. Rakshar prepares to make another attack with its eyes as he says that he'll just end Lion Heart before he can even do anything. However, Rakshar suddenly stops upon realizing that something is gripping his tentacle. The demon shouts in defiance, but a colossal crab with land on its head is keeping a firm hold on Rakshar. The demon shouts upon discovering that there are still survivors and demands to be freed. However, 3 colossal crabs are firmly locking him into place. Oh ho, those islands from before are actually crabs. The light that Lian emits glows brighter, and the holy sword becomes fully embedded with divine flames and energy. Lian announces the divine punishment, flames of war, and the lion heart battle cry. Bright golden light bursts out from Lian as he pulls the holy spear to attack. With all his might, Lian delivers the divine punishment, flames of war, as he throws the condensed energy from the holy spear down at Rakshar. The demon screeches out loud and calls out to Lion Heart. The condensed divine power heads straight to Rakshar's head, leaving a bright streak of light on its path. The great demon yells in pain at the impact. From a distance, Mistral and the others are agape by what they are seeing. He can't help wondering if this is really something that a human can do. FYI, as the Grail Guardian, he's a demigod. His current power is at a Grail Knight's level. So, if he's at full power, he could probably one-punch Rakshar. Stallion soon drops on the water before everyone else. The others are murmuring as to how this is what being a Grail Knight is. Lian addresses everyone, speaking of the limited time and urging them to get out of the gate. The others then shout to heed His Majesty's words. Lian shifts his gaze towards Sir Spine, asking about the evacuation. Yappi reports that it is 80% complete, and that the main supplies and records have also been obtained. Hearing this, Lian deems that they still need more time. Sir Spin assures the Night King that they will hold out. Lian looks back at the colossal 3 crabs keeping Rakshar in place and speaks of their determination. Yappi explains how they've been sleeping for 5 centuries, all for the sake of that moment. One of the colossal crabs suddenly shouts out loud. Yappi translates its words, explaining that it shouted prosperity to Cruciateria. Lian speaks of Cruciateria, asking if that is their name, and commenting on how honorable it is. So that's what they're really called. But calling them Kiriki tribe is just way easier. Lian turns away from the bright scene and announces that the gate is closing, instructing everyone to fall back. Yappi jumps to Lian at his words. As they head to move out, Rakshar calls out to Lionheart, mocking him for running away. Lian stops short at those words, and he and Yappi look back at the demon. Rakshar claims knowledge of the Night King's virtue of never giving up, that now he is running away. The demon demands that Lionheart should fight to the end. Both Grail Guardian and Grail Knight smirk at these claims. Lian asks why he should uphold a knight's virtue in front of an inferior being like Rakshar. He and Yappi's faces are obviously mocking the demon, as Lian adds that green beasts and evil beings are not among those he respects. The Night King's words enrage Rakshar, and the demon swears to end Lionheart. Lian and Yappi ignore the demon as they head out of the gate with Stallion. And with that, the gate has been closed. We didn't see Reynold right after Rakshar appeared, but I'm sure a wild grass like him won't disappear just like that. Back on Earth, there is now a commotion because of the first sighting of an Archduke-level demon. The world had already suffered tremendous losses because of a great demon, so this sighting served as a sign of incoming disaster. However, this kind of news isn't all that bad. Alongside it is the news that there are beings in their world that can hold against mind corruption, that even its rank hunters are unable to oppose. Pantheon Guild's accomplishments within the gate are revealed on their IT channel, and people's reactions are more of amazement. Considering how they use media, they'll easily increase the number of those applying to the Pantheon Guild. Anyway, this is not where this story arc ends. Two hands shake, and Leon thanks the South Korean president and expresses his appreciation. The president assures Leon that it's nothing, and adds that he was surprised when he heard about the 10,000 survivors. A crab on the beach is near a sign, indicating that the area is the special self-governing residence of the Cruciateria. Leon then says that they are honorable beings who fought the demon for a very long time. The president tries to maintain his smile as he asks His Majesty about the massive sculptures. Looking at the sculpture reminds me of Naruto instead of Minty Rushmore. The president can't help thinking that this is their method of marking their territory. Leon glances at where the president points and explains that it is being created to honor the great heroes who face Rakshar. Leon explains that this includes Poma, the divinity of sea and waves. Then there's also him and Sir Spin. Leon adds that Sir Spin is the Ki-Riki tribe's representative. Seeing the demon's sinister grin, Chairman Kim tries to talk back. However, Rakshar tells them to submit and a huge blast of red light appears in the area. They quickly got their karma. Back in the Pantheon Guild, Hildur, the shaman from Woodsling tribe, is still tied up. She gives a worn-out laugh as she stutters about how she has already told them everything. Hildur swears that she's not hiding anything else and calls Beatrice her master. Beatrice merely looks down at Hildur with a smile, fascinated by the fact that demons can enter any gate they want. She then raises Hildur's head with a finger and concludes that this also means that they can go to any gate that they want them to. Beatrice looks like a villain here, even though we all know she isn't. It is a sunny day in the land provided for the Ki-Riki tribe. The crabs are roaming around while someone calls out to Sir Yappi. Hari has a cat on her lap as she asks Yappi about the giant crabs. She is aware that they can breathe underwater. However, Hari is still concerned whether it is okay for the Cruciateria to live there. Yappi makes a Kirik sound and confirms that there's no problem. He then explains that the Ki-Riki tribe can survive as long as they have a nest and hunting spot. Hari frowns, still feeling unsettled by this. Hari holds the cat that is still on her lap as she mulls over this. She looks at the number of giant crabs before her, commenting on how much work it takes for them to secure their food. Yappi then says that the Ki-Riki tribe works with the beach cities and is registered under Pantheon Assurance Service. With this, Yappi is sure that the Cruciateria will be able to adjust to modern society. With Pantheon Guild's backing, I'm sure no one would eat them. Hearing this, Hari asks about the Pantheon Assurance Service. Yappi explains that it is a group that provides various kinds of services, including legal work. Hearing this, Hari asks if she can also join. Yappi says Hari is already registered and has even received benefits since the previous month. Hari frowns since this is the first time she's heard about it. She suddenly grabs Yappi, making the cat leap off her. Yappi makes a questioning Kirik sound, surprised by Hari's sudden actions. Hari starts squeezing Yappi, asking how much she's paying for it. Yappi reveals that Hari is paying 19 trillion won for it. This news irritates Hari so much that she starts pulling at the Grail Knight. In the saintess' defense, anyone would get irritated if they're unknowingly paying for something that amounts to more than $13.8 billion. Liam suddenly appears with Stallion. Seeing them, he asks what they are doing. Hari immediately stops, and the two kneel before His Majesty and greet him. Liam acknowledges their greeting and informs them that he'll be returning to the guild. He then tells them to get on. Hari looks up in surprise at the command, wondering if she can really get on. Unlike her hesitation, Yappi is already in the saddle. Numerous thoughts run through Hari's head. She is confused since she knows that only the Queen and Sir Yappi are allowed on the King's course. Hari knows that what happened back in the Eastern Sea Gate was an emergency. That's the only reason why she was allowed back then. Leia looks at her with a bit of discomfort as he awaits her response. He then offers her a hand and even politely bows before Hari as he tells her to get on. The Night King's sudden actions further confuse Hari. That's a significant change coming from our king. She starts stuttering, asking why he's acting like that. Hari also admits how this scares her. Her response irks Lian and makes him huff in irritation. He then takes something from his chest pocket and tells her to take it. Hari frowns, asking what it is. Lian replies that it is property rights. He turns his back and says that it is now hers and she should manage it. With the documents now in her hands, Hari asks if His Majesty is serious about this. Lian then smiles as he claims that it is only fitting for a king to grant a knight her own property. While Lian still believes that Hari's faith is not evident, the gods still chose her, so this is only right. Lian continues to explain that Hari will be treated as a saintess and a knight of the kingdom. He reminds her to be conscious of her position and tasks her to spread the faith. Hearing this, Hari smiles wide and is about to say what an honor it is. However, Lian cuts her off, saying that she should stop speaking weirdly. The Night King admits that he doesn't expect her to act like a noble, but she should also not lower herself. Hari blushes at this and agrees as she looks away in embarrassment. Lol, our king finally said it. He was thinking about this back when they were sparring in chapter 46. Hari finally thanks Lian, making the Night King show another irritated expression. He just tells her to get on, if she understands, and grabs her. Once they are all riding Stallion, Hari starts speaking to His Majesty. She asks if she is now considered a noble. Lian still has a frown on his face, but after a thought, he confirms this. He explains that Hari's position is just after the Queen and Sir Spin. Hari is so amazed by this development and calls out to Sir Yappi. The Grail Knight looks back at her, and Hari smugly tells him not to treat her impolitely, since she's also a noble now. Amazed by Hari's courage, Yappi whips out his lasso-like weapon and warns her not to let it get into her head. Hari is so surprised that Yappi did just that. The Grail Knight then announces that he has no respect for unintelligent monkeys. Hari starts complaining to His Majesty, but Lian is apparently getting irritated by their childish behavior. Yep, for an AI and an adult, they sure love to bicker. After some time, Lian is now in Beatrice's workshop inside the Pantheon Guild. They are looking at the crown they got from Androgyne, and Lian asks about the results of the experiment. Beatrice confirms that it is successful and adds that it is now certain that the demons are using the gates, just as His Majesty expected. Though the result was as expected, Lian has been pondering this since the Jeju Island Gate. The quest given his frame is a mission of justice. Still, it actually meant that they had to help the barbarians and overthrow a reputable Grail Knight. Yep, it is that messed up. With this in mind, Lian deems that the systems and quests are not necessarily good and are instead charged with evil that aims to control those who have awakened. Lian then says that the world has been tamed by mana stones. He imagines that even if someone finds the quest strange, this does not mean that the people will give up on it because of various reasons. Lian already accepted this as a fact based on what he's seen so far. The Night King then calls the Queen by her name, and Beatrice gracefully heeds his call. Lian says that the demons are making trouble as he takes hold of Androgyne's crown. He then comments on how he heard about how Beatrice can control the gates. Beatrice clarifies that what she can control is limited to false realms that have already fallen. She explains that she requires a vessel that can be specified as the beacon, which will, in turn, identify whether the gate has survivors or demons within. Oh, so if he used something demonic as a beacon, it means it'll be a gate that is in favor of demons. Lian asks her if she's trying to use the crown as a vessel. Beatrice smiles, saying that it being an item for demons means it'll be beneficial for such a purpose. The Queen then advises the King to try something else, making Lian ask what she means. Beatrice smiles as she suggests using one of his holy relics as the beacon. If she suggests that, then this means the beacon won't necessarily be destroyed. Lian mulls over this and concludes that it is worth trying. He then asks Beatrice what he must do. Beatrice ignites purple energy on her hand and announces that the fuel for summoning a gate requires many mana stones. Lian puts away Androgyne's crown in his subspace and wonders where they could get all those mana stones. Beatrice smiles as she claims this is a simple matter, for there are many places where they can get them. Lian understands her meaning, and with a smile, he says that he knows what to do. He starts to leave and tasks Beatrice to inform everyone to gather. As he unleashes some of his golden aura, Lian announces that starting now, they are going to raid every gate in South Korea. Woohoo, it's time for Monopoly. With that, preparations are made, and soon, the Pantheon Guild starts showing up all over the country. In one location, a man records the marching soldiers on his phone. Counting the men at arms and knight trainees amounts to 1,000. Images of soldiers led by Hari and Lian were spread on social media. Considering that there is an additional force of 2,000 warriors from the Kiriki tribe, they have an entire military. All over South Korea, the Pantheon Guild appears in numerous raiding fields. They have sent various forces to different locations simultaneously. To do this, the guild divided its 3,000 soldiers into 20 teams. This decision leads the guild to clear gates all over the country. With their number and expertise, their speed of clearing is undoubtedly astounding. That'll definitely further raise Pantheon Guild's reputation. Inside one gate, Hari leads the Kiriki tribe. While an average guild typically takes part in 2 raids within a month, the same cannot be said for the Pantheon Guild, who cleared 20 gates in 4 days. In another gate, Leon holds both Holy Sword and Holy Spear, as he slays orcs with a menacing grin. The orcs complain that the human was supposed to help them, but he ends their elder instead. Leon hears this and grins, mocking the orcs for copying human society's ways. Well, at least they aren't wearing human clothes, like those orcs that Yappi defeated back in Heilongjiang. The Night King suddenly glares at them, asking who's next. With the Pantheon Guild's recent movement, there's no doubt that the gates appearing in South Korea are now dominated by one guild. After the overwhelming mass clearing of gates, Jinsu is in awe of the gathered equipment. 13 of them are unique rank, 89 are rare rank, and there are 500 more of those. And don't forget the mana stones. Yappi reports that there are 3.38 tons of these categorized by their rank. He equates it to 38.3 billion won, and adds that the expected auction price for these is around 12.7 billion won. That's a big pile of money right there. Leon smiles, deeming that this is enough to keep them comfortable even after they open a gate. He then looks at Beatrice, asking if this is enough. Beatrice smiles in return and confirms that it is. With that confirmation, Leon faces Jinsu and the others in the room. He then tells them that the raid they are heading to next will be composed of a small elite force. Leon adds that everything will be kept confidential and asks if they all understand this. Wow, they finally have new clothes and equipment after those numerous raids. The Night King then addresses Hari and Jinsu, telling them that this should also be kept a secret from the association. He asks them if they can do this. Hari and Jinsu look at one another. Hari then asks if His Majesty intends to do something harmful to the nation. Leon easily replies that he has no such intention. Hearing this, Hari announces that she trusts His Majesty. Deeming this as their agreement to his conditions, Leon announces that they should start now. In that same room, a purple magic circle begins to glow on the ground. Leon walks to the center of it. He takes out his holy sword, and soon, the magic circle glows brightly. So, they're using the holy sword as the beacon. Leon keeps a firm hold on the holy relic, as Beatrice sets the coordinates. The magic circle then starts absorbing the mana stones piled within the room. Beatrice continues to use her ability, and everyone in the room is surprised by what they see. A gate appeared within the room right before His Majesty. Jinsu then loudly exclaims about the gate being artificially made. Soyeon speaks for everyone when she says that she thought that the gates just suddenly appear. This just confirms that the gate's appearance could have been possibly made by those who are serving demons. Beatrice approaches His Majesty and reports that the preparations are now finished. Leon compliments her for the job well done, and tells everyone that they should go now. After some time, Leon is now inside the gate, and he is frowning. Around him are knights fighting orcs. Suho calls out to His Majesty, asking where they are as he assists Jae-hyuk, who is crouching on the ground. Leon looks around, saying that they're on a battlefield. He mulls how there must be something wrong with the gate, since their group is once again split up. Based on the previous incident, it might be another quest that must be dealt with in different places. A loud sound snaps the trainees back to the reality of their situation. An orc roars out loud as he charges towards them. Suho quickly shouts at Jae-hyuk to get up. But before the orc reaches them, a knight charges straight at the approaching orc, stopping it from reaching the trainees. The knight quickly deals a blow that leaves the orc lifeless. The guy who just saved them looks back. He addresses Suho and Jae-hyuk as knights and reminds them that they can't just sit and watch since they're in a battle. His words suddenly drop, and the guy quickly kneels to the ground upon seeing His Majesty, confused by the Night King's presence. Oh ho, so they're in a timeline where Leon is the current king. I wonder if the past and current king can meet up. Leon simply speaks of the Volturic's orc shredders. The man on the ground confirms that he is from the Volturic Army Corps and introduces himself as Babel, a company commander. Leon commands Babel to get up, since he's on the battlefield. Leon then asks where they are precisely. Babel is a bit confused, saying that he can't disregard etiquette. In the end, Babel still stands, unable to defy the king. He says that they're in the middle of Ram Valley and are currently tasked with transporting the holy relic of Sir Zira. Zira may look indifferent, but he is still surprised. The Night King recalls a past when Zira of Twilight, the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, did his last mission. It was in that task that Zira met his end, failing to complete their mission. After some time, Babel leaves Leon and the others. Leon is still surprised to find themselves there, thinking that he could gather more details from Paradise. However, since this has already happened, he can only focus on the current situation to understand it better. Yep, no point wasting time over something that you can't change. It is best to think about avoiding committing the same mistake. Babel looks back at the Night King, saying that Sir Zira is there. Before them, Zira is with the other knights. A knight tells the others to fall back as Zira uses his ability to manifest his fantasy territory. Zira opens his eyes as his sword exhibits his power as a Grail Knight. A wall of energy appears before them, confusing the orcs. They suddenly start screaming and soon fall to the ground. Seeing this, Zira gives the command of falling back 20 steps to recuperate. It is then that Leon approaches, commenting on how the orcs don't look good. Zira looks back and is surprised to find the Night King. He and the others quickly kneel before Leon, properly greeting him in accordance with his status. Leon accepts their greeting and tells them to rise. The Night King then thinks of Zira. To give you an idea, Grail Knights drink the holy water of the Grail to awaken and perform into their peak physique. Our king's case is considered abnormal, since he was so young when he became a Grail Knight. However, in the case of Zira, the Grail Knight in this form means that he reached his peak physique in that appearance. Leon recalls the nicknames Zira is known for. He was called the Millennial Mission Knight, the Foolish Zira, the Oldest Mission Knight, and the Oldest Grail Knight. Zira looks like an outstanding butler. Might as well add Sebastian among his nicknames and titles. Leon smiles as he tells Zira once again to rise. He gives a subtle smile, thinking how Zira hasn't changed. Leon says that he'll explain, but he wants Zira to go first. Zira heeds this and explains that they have the holy relic. They are now on their way to reach the Empire's borders. However, orcs and heathens of the beast god ambush them. Leon agrees that this is uncommon. Zira says that they left the infantry and some of the knights to stop the enemies. Simultaneously, others are in charge of transporting the relic. Zira explains that they split into 5. Leon says this is reasonable. After a short pause, the Night King asks where the group with the real holy relic is. Zira nods and reveals that it is with the 5th team in the southwest. At that exact moment, Daesung is on his back. And before him is another Zira, except this one is dressed differently. The Zira, who is with Leon, says that the relic is with a team led by a past him. Inside the artificially made gate, the prominent feature is the deep, steep-walled canyon. A lifeless bear is on the ground, and someone laughs at finding Daesung awake. Zira asks him how much of a rush he was in that he must have thrown himself at a bear. It is only then that Daesung shouts in surprise at finding a huge bear being pulled by the knights. You should pay attention to your surroundings, Daesung. Your inattentiveness might cost you your life. Hari approaches Daesung and asks if he's okay. Daesung is surprised to find Hari and is about to ask her something. Hari understands what he wants to know and confirms that they got separated again. Zira asks how knight errants like them got there. He laughs at finding someone other than him who's insane enough to do such a thing. To be referred to as knight errants actually surprises Daesung. Suddenly, a system window pops up, notifying them of the quest to help the Grail Knight, Zira of Twilight, in transporting the holy relic to the Lionheart borders. Daesung mutters about the quest, and Zira confirms this, saying they just reclaimed a holy relic from the Savage Lands. I wonder how the holy relic got into the Savage Lands in the first place. Daesung speaks of his understanding, seeing that some knights are standing guard by the wagon of items. Zira comments on how they're behind the news, but he still lets it go, since they are in the middle of nowhere. Daesung appreciates the older man's understanding, and hesitantly calls him Zira of Twilight. Zira frowns a bit at the title, and says is a title he'll obtain in the future. He then explains that at the moment, he is a mission knight who is still on a mission. This announcement gets Daesung a bit confused. Well, to explain, Zira Bertham was someone who hadn't received any quests from the divinities for a long time. He spent 10 years wandering as a knight errant, since he was 15, then 10 years as a kingdom knight, and 50 years wandering again, as he waited to be given a quest by the gods. That's a really long time. It's incredible how one can have a single goal from a young age, until senior years. While Zira was excellent as a knight, He wasn't a superhuman who could change the flow of a battle. It was known that those who received such quests were superhumans who left their names in history. Despite this knowledge, Zira never gave up, even though others mocked him. And in the end, people pitied him. It was during his dreams that he met a woman he had never met before. She spoke to him, calling him a child. Plu asked him why he subjected himself to such never-ending suffering. She talked about how Pantheon knew his efforts and told him to return to the kingdom to accomplish his duties. Zira remained on his knees before Plu and respectfully told her not to deny him of his honor's journey. Zira knew that trying was all that he could do, and he never stopped doing so. Unlike other noble knights, he stepped on mud. Poets and singers mocked his foolishness, but Zira still went on his journey. By the time he reached 100, it was only then that Zira became a Grail Knight. He is recorded in history as the oldest person to become a Grail Knight. Now that's literally dedication. Going to where Li Yan and the others are, the Night King is with Grail Knight Zira and the trainees. They watch as the knights up front raise their shields at command, while the axe wielders are on standby. Numerous orcs and barbarians dash to where the knights are, roaring out loud as they do so. The knights up front stop the enemies with their shields, and the axe wielders are given the command to strike. After the successful defense and attack combo, the axe wielders are once again commanded to go behind the knights with shields. They once again raise their shields, and after some time, the axe wielders are attacking again. Suho and Jae-hyuk watch this repetitive cycle with apparent awe. Suho recognizes that this battle isn't based on power as he looks back at the Night King and Sir Zira. He knows that the Grail Knight's combat power is on a whole different level, and that hunters of the same rank from their world would surely be below the knights. Zira addresses Li Yan by his title and mentions the appearance of a boulder troll on the battlefield. Li Yan grins as he instructs Suho and Jae-hyuk to watch closely. He emphasizes that this is something that they must strive for. This is bound to be a tall order, for sure. Li Yan then raises a hand as a signal, and Zira charges with his horse and spear. The rest of the cavalry also charges forward with no hesitation. Jae-hyuk and Suho are so surprised by their movements, since the space they're in now is so narrow and potentially dangerous. Considering the positions of their allies, the two can only imagine how the cavalry will run into them. Zira shouts out loud, and the steps of his horse become heavier. Soon, the horse continues to charge, and uses the wall to get past the knights without running into them. The same happens with the rest of the cavalry, where they are all running on the wall. Not only the trainees, but also the enemies are surprised by their astounding actions. Wow. Trainees are expected to gain gravity-defying skills. Zira is now in front of the enemy forces and summons holy flames into his spear. He thrusts his weapon towards the direction of the enemies, unleashing the holy flames upon them. Suho and Jae-hyuk are both amazed by the abilities and techniques of Sir Zira and the knights. Jae-hyuk can't help imagining that they'll easily defeat all of the enemies. However, Li Yan warns him, since the enemy isn't still fighting in their full force. Jae-hyuk looks up at the Night King and asks if he won't be doing anything. He mentions the quest that is instructing them to transport the holy relic. The system notification also indicates the bonus mission, which is to defend Sir Zira's forces. A Grail Knight requiring aid? Is it because this is the battlefield where Sir Zira will meet his end? Li Yan mulls over the quest, thinking about how Stallion can effortlessly chase after the actual transportation squad. Still, Li Yan opts to stay there and aid Sir Zira. He intends to watch the Honorable Grail Knight until the end. Li Yan asks the two if they have checked what he asked them to do. Jae-hyuk gives an energetic confirmation, explaining what they did. However, they weren't able to find mana stones from those. Li Yan voices his understanding and mulls how the quest given isn't biased. He recalls how the quests from the other gates have lurking evil intent, but Li Yan doesn't have such feelings for the gate they're in now. Considering this, Li Yan assumes that at its core, gates are neutral. However, he can't help thinking how there is also a method to manipulate it. The Night King can only conclude that they managed to get a lot of information with their first attempt. Oh, will there be more attempts of this kind? Li Yan instructs the two to check if any of the other students are nearby. He is about to say more, but a flash of light suddenly appears from behind. Li Yan easily catches the tip of a spear, heading straight to his head. Though surprised, Suho quickly raises his shield from the direction it came from, while Jae-hyuk asks if the Night King is okay. From above, an orc rides a winged monster and expresses his disappointment in not hitting his target. Li Yan's lips quiver in anger. Completely irked at how the other used a ranged weapon, he destroys the spear with his fist. Because of that, the blessing of the arrow shield, now commonly known as the Ranger Hater buff, gets activated. Oh no, here we go again. Having crushed the spear with his bare hand, Li Yun's eyes glow gold. He is appalled by the fact that a disgusting mere beast looks down on him. The Night King then shouts to call the Grail Knight Zira and orders him to end the sickening beast that just aimed at him. Zira heeds the command. He takes his sword from his subspace and gallantly announces his intention to do as he is told. The orc riding the winged beast mockingly laughs at Zira's arrogance, believing that the other can't reach him because he is flying. However, Zira suddenly appears from behind and simply crushes the orc back to the ground, creating destruction. The orc manages to survive the attack and fall, but the same can't be said for the winged beast. The orc groans, confounded by what just happened. They ask what the other did as Zira approaches. The Grail Knight angrily admonishes the orc for daring to invade heaven's territory that the Night King should reign. These orcs really must learn not to mess with Grail Knights. The orc mocks the Grail Knight, claiming that it's now over for him since it has an army. It shouts how it will make Zira regret facing them on his own. Zira looks around, commenting on how he didn't expect the other to bring numerous beasts with him. The orc laughs, saying that even if the Grail Knight is strong, it will be impossible for him to fight everyone. Zira cuts him off, saying that there is indeed much trash. The Grail Knight's eyes glow as he gives a menacing grin that makes the orc shiver in cold sweat. Though confused, the orc instinctively feels that something is wrong. Zira starts emitting a divine aura as he respectfully calls out to the divinity of dream and death, the Lady of Death. Seeing this, the orc shouts out to his brethren to get away from the human. However, darkness had already started to engulf them. Zira's sword is filled with energy as he announces how he has completed his mission. He then asks the divinity to bring death to those who are unfaithful. Zira also asks that they be given a nightmare that they can never awake from. That's the worst kind of death, in my opinion. With that, all of the enemies around Zira have turned black and paralyzed in their spots. And soon, they all meet their end. Going to where Daesung and Hari are, someone pushes Daesung's head lower, surprising him. Mission Knight Zira reminds him to be careful, since many active beasts at night are monsters. Daesung apologizes, and Zira good-naturedly laughs as he assures Daesung that it is okay, since he is young. Lol. This Zira is relatively comfortable compared to the Grail Knight Zira. Hari is relieved that they're near a forest, but Zira reminds her that it's not yet safe. He tells them that they can go to a nearby cave, and soon starts carrying a box on his shoulder. Zira groans, and the female knight says they can carry it for him. Mission Knight Zira rejects the offer, claiming that a noble like her shouldn't be tasked with such labor. He calls her Dame Stella and reminds her that he's only a mission knight, so she doesn't have to treat him so highly. Stella frowns and stutters a retort, but Zira merely laughs, telling her it's okay. While they discuss this, Daesung is confused about what they're saying, wondering what the mission knight talk is about. Zira places a finger before his lips and mischievously says that they must be stealthy as they go. Seeing their serious faces, Zira gives them his trust on this matter. After some time, they finally reach the cave that Zira mentioned. At its entrance, a green aura created vine plants that can keep their small group from being found. Once it is all grown, Zira deems that this is enough. Hari is amazed that something like that can be created with the divine laws. Zira gives her a thumbs up as he laughs that it's only a little trick and admits his embarrassment at getting compliments. You better take advantage of this time to learn more about divine laws, Hari. Having secured the cave's entrance, they start setting up a camp since it'll be a long night. A horse gnaws at Hari's braid with everyone around the fire. Stella keeps a secure hold on one box and addresses Sir Zira. She asks him to watch over the holy relic. Zira doesn't quickly reply, but when he does, he reminds Dame Stella that she should be ordering him instead. He then speaks about how a kingdom knight has more authority than a mission knight. Stella pouts at this and says that he is the Grail Knight chosen by the divinity of dream and death. With this in mind, she deems that he is more fit for the honorable responsibility than her. Zira fondly smiles at Dame Stella, claiming that it is awkward for him to be treated as someone he is yet to be, since he is no Grail Knight. Wow, they're both stubborn. Daesung and Hari continue to keep their mouths shut as they expectantly watch the exchange between the two. Stella groans, uncomfortable with what Zira wants. Suddenly, Daesung raises a hand and apologizes for interrupting them. He then starts asking what he and Hari are so curious about, the topic of Zira of the future and Zira of the past. Zira finally realizes that they are confused, since they have only just begun their journey. He then explains how the goddess bestowed him with what he thinks is an undeserved favor. Zira of Twilight, the Grail Knight of Dream and Death, became a Grail Knight after never-ending attempts. For his considerable journey, Plu presented him with an extraordinary power. Mission Knight Zira announces that it is fated to grab a hold of victory in endless dreams. He explains that it allows him to create a clone based on his past self and put it into the current reality. That's a really useful ability. I wonder if the cloning concept is similar to auto-hunting with my clones. Zira then reveals that the current him is 85, which was the age when he received a quest from the gods. This revelation surprises both Hari and Daesung, making them amazed at how divine laws can also do such a thing. Curious, Hari asks if this also divides the original's power to give it to the clone. Zira laughs as he announces that he is just a copy of his past self, so he's not taking any power from the original body. Hari finds this amazing, assuming that this only means Sir Zira is invincible. It kind of feels like Hari will be fangirling after Sir Zira next. Zira chuckles at this, saying that he can't be that strong, since he's only a mission knight at the moment, and this is nothing compared to a Grail Knight. He asks her not to expect too much from him. Something suddenly growls, stopping their conversation. They all stand up, and Zira and Stella start taking their weapon out. Daesung asks what the sound was, but Zira warns him to be quiet, since they already know that they are there. Hari calmly takes out her own sword, while Daesung clenches his teeth. Loud thumps sound above them, making Zira curse. A monster suddenly appears from above, and Zira shouts for them to move away. Rocks fall from above, crashing into the ground. There are shouts of surprise and a loud call for Sir Zira. The mission knight groans and asks if they are all okay, as he defends against the monster. His sword is stuck in the monster's mouth, while keeping a tight hold on one tentacle. An apparent wound on Zira's back makes Stella shout out loud for him. Zira says that the monster is a demon's subordinate with a lethal poison and tells them to watch out for it. He shouts for them to back off immediately. Hari yells for Daesung to get up, but the other only groans while maintaining his crouching position. Hari's face darkens with worry as she calls his name with confusion. She suddenly shouts for him upon seeing his poisoned state. Oh, can't Hari heal him or something? Daesung groans in pain and apologizes to Hari as she tends to his wound. Though she's frowning, Hari tells him that it's okay, worrying over the poison. She tells him not to move too much. Hari is frustrated that she hasn't stopped it. She then stands up, telling him to wait. Hari takes her sword out and walks to where the demon's subordinate is. Zira notices her and tells her it's dangerous, but his words falter as he sees Hari's demeanor. She is completely serious as water and flames appear from her sword. Wah, she can use flames now. Poma allowed it. Hari recalls how His Majesty told her to awaken the flames back when they were inside the Eastern Sea Gate. Leon told her that she was also chosen by the divinity of war and fire. He advised her that one can't apply petty rules to divinity. Hari was still uncertain about this, so Leon told her the divine flame was similar to a wave. He demonstrated it by showing her the divine flames from his hand. Leon explained that its flow is of a sea current, and like the waves, it will move in accordance with her will. The Night King then told her to remember this. Back to the present, Hari swings her sword, embodying water and fire. She swings her sword with one strike, as she recalls the Night King's words that divine law is a power that reforms rules. So, in short, you can do anything with it, right? Hari's strike effectively slashes at their enemy with such ease, making it painfully screech out loud. Behind her, Zira is agape at what he has just seen. Once things have finally settled, Zira explains that it is a coral's poison. Hari frowns, commenting about how far they are from the sea. Zira explains that this is because of the Empire's dark mage's chimera. Seriously, the more we learn about the Empire, the more they sound effed up. Looking at the tools, Zira is relieved that they can at least make an antidote with it. Stella pauses and recognizes that the antidote will only be enough for one person. Hari apologizes, since they are in that situation because she burned the demon's subordinate with her fire. Stella and Zira smile at her as comfort. Mission Knight Zira says that no one can predict what will happen in a battle, so she shouldn't really blame herself. A little bit later, Zira approaches Daesung, asking about his name. The Mission Knight offers Daesung a bottle of antidote, saying he deserves it. Daesung looks at the bottle in his hands, asking if it is really okay for him to take it. Zira confirms this, saying that a young knight still has more things to do, compared to an old knight like him. Knowing full well the weight of this decision, Daesung thanks Sir Zira. He drinks the antidote as Zira stands up. Thanks for saving our day, sung Sir Zira. I'm still waiting for him to prove his worth as the successor of Sir Javrick's Warhammer. The Mission Knight says that he did a better job of hiding the cave's entrance this time, so even if those things have a good sense of smell, they won't be able to track them. Zira suddenly stops speaking and in his weakened state, falls on one knee. The others are all surprised and worried for him. Dae-sung takes the older man's arm and assists him. Seeing Sir Zira's pale face, Dae-sung asks if there really is no other way to treat him. Zira holds his chest, telling him not to worry. He then reminds Dae-sung that even if he meets his end, the other him will still be able to help them. Dae-sung clenches his teeth in frustration, saying that only one of him is there. Zira smiles at the younger man's sincerity. Once the Mission Knight is seated, he tells them that his clone has been blessed by the Lady of Death and was even gifted. He assures them that his death will be more comfortable compared to others, so that they don't need to be sad. Zira speaks about how someone is after the holy relic. So, for them to get it to the King of Lionheart, they must treat his other self as another consumable item. That sounds harsh, but it honestly makes sense. I just hope that there's a way that they can get a Zira clone back to Earth. Stella and Hari tear up at his words. Dae-sung watches the Mission Knight as he reclines on a rock behind him. Zira looks up and calls out to the Lady of Death, who is watching over him. He says that she shouldn't have come all that way for him. Hearing this, Dae-sung and Hari are surprised while Stella clenches her teeth. Life fades from Zira's eyes as he speaks of glory to the Lionheart. Going to where Li Yan and the two trainees are, the Night King compliments Sir Zira for the excellent job. The Grail Knight bows before the Night King like a butler and announces that he accredits this accomplishment to the Lady of Death and to him, the King of Lionheart. Li Yan accepts this and asks if the Grail Knight was trying to lure out the leader earlier. Zira confirms this and admits that he has failed. Li Yan comments on how patient the leader is, considering that they are green beasts. He looks around, considering the situation, and thinks that the leader must be charismatic. That's probably the kindest thing that our king can say about orcs. Zira also looks around, wondering if the leader is actually a great chief. Li Yan admits that there's a possibility. The Night King thinks how organized the enemy is, pondering if the leader might actually be an orc champion. While they rarely appear, such existence is chosen by the orc god. They have the ability to bring all the orcs together and start a great war. Li Yan recalls the past, thinking how he never saw the great chief at that time. However, he knows that it is still too early for him to form conclusions. Li Yan calls Sir Zira's attention and says that he must speak to him. The Night King then asks if there is any place where they can do so in private. After some time, a camp has been set up, and the knights are patrolling in groups. Zira has his head down as he asks the Night King for confirmation about the fact that he is already dead and his soul is already in paradise. Zira clenches his fists, thinking of how the Night King fought for 200 years against evil all on his own. He asks how Li Yan persevered on his own for a long time. Zira tells him not to forgive a disloyal knight like him. That's definitely not your fault, Sir Zira. Please don't shoulder such a responsibility, claiming it's a butterfly effect or something. Li Yan smiles, saying that the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death should not apologize and that he mustn't worry. Zira looks at the Night King and voices out his thoughts about his death. He is sure that an orc at the level of Great Chief will appear. Li Yan confirms this and says that a champion chosen by the orc god is on that battlefield. He also shares that he didn't actually see the champion back then. Zira then asks what the Night King aims to accomplish within that gate. Li Yan says it is an experiment, while the loot he gains from it is secondary. After some thought, he reveals that there is another goal in mind. Zira asks about this in all seriousness. Li Yan says that in this gate, he wants to be beside his friend until his last moment. He then thinks of another knight with white fur lining in his armor. I wonder what our king's friend is like. Night has fallen, and in a different location within the gate, a camp has been set up for the orcs. They live a simple life with a schedule of breakfast, fight, lunch, fight, dinner, and sleep. Considering this, Li Yan gives a menacing smile as he ignites flames in his finger. With such a schedule, the orcs are susceptible to night ambushes. The orcs clamor at the sudden fire, considering that their food storage is affected, and the guards are not even doing their jobs right. They quickly deduce that this incident is created by those disgusting beasts and curse of the humans. Li Yan watches the spectacle before him, enjoying it to the fullest. Zira agrees with the Night King's assessment and says that he will make sure to tell him everything he knows. The Grail Knight believes that with the Night King's sudden appearance, the details of his death also changed. Considering that they're in a gate, it is possible that if it can copy the Lionheart Kingdom, then there is no doubt that a certain man will appear. Zira thinks of this specific man, who is a better match for the Night King compared to anyone. And this man is no other than the strongest Grail Knight. Whoa, you're saying that there's someone who's on the same level as our king. Grail Knights are those who were given a mission by a god, succeeded in it, drank the holy water, and became agents of the gods. Their identifying characteristic is their ability to use divine power. Gods are able to uphold their divine level based on the faith of their believers, which is then infused in their Grail Knights. While regular knights have a limited amount of divine power, Grail Knights have the ability to convert faith into divine power. Considering this, it can be said that Grail Knights are like a vast storage of faith, and this is why they are an existence that never gets tired. Oh, this means our king's faith is so reliable that it is enough source for him to defeat evil on his own, for almost 200 years back in his world. At that moment, a barbarian has gone bonkers. As he curses out loud, he can't believe that they are continuously being attacked for 3 days already. The man is in a tent within an orc camp. It is a space meant for the Alliance forces, who worship the beast god. Another barbarian kneels before him, reporting how it's already the 300th ambush. The man unleashes his frustration, since they have a considerable number that amounts to tens of thousands. Yet, the enemies attack them daily with no stop, and to make it worse, there are only 2 people who are attacking them. Lol. This is like Leon and Yappi before. I guessed is a typical Grail Knight trait. The seated barbarian is confused as to why they can't just end those 2. The other simply says that they are Grail Knights making the higher-up curse. He knows they shouldn't let it go on, and must do something about it. Suddenly, a brown thing is thrown into the tent, surprising the barbarians. They look at the brown thing, recognizing it as the Iron Bear. The barbarian is surprised since, among them, this is the strongest of all. They look back in the direction of where it came from and see a huge orc. The green beast calls the Iron Bear weak, frustrating the barbarian. He calls out to the orc, calling him the champion of Helkin. The lack of respect irritates the orc, and he grabs the barbarian and lifts him up. Helkin's champion then reminds the barbarian of his task, to give them an opening by the previous day. The barbarian is surprised by how strong the other is. He knows it was a long time ago, but he is still someone who fought a Grail Knight in his younger days. Seeing this display of power, the barbarian can only assume that Helkin's champion is even stronger than a Grail Knight. Dude, stop daydreaming. I don't believe anyone else can simply be stronger than a Grail Knight. Helkin's champion finally releases the barbarian and announces that they will attack the next day. He commands the other to prepare his forces. The barbarian looks up and tells the orc that their enemy has 2 Grail Knights. The orc turns his back and simply says that he and Skunik's great warrior will help. So, the barbarian must gather their forces, and their common enemies will be destroyed the next day. The barbarian can only agree, thinking that they will have 2 orc gods champions for tomorrow. This is something that rarely happens, and at most, one would only read it in history books. With this kind of news, the barbarian becomes hopeful. Suddenly, a loud sound surprises everyone. The barbarian groans out loud, but in his head, he curses those who made it. They leave the tent as the barbarian shouts to get them. He stops shouting when he sees several orcs are down, and a spear is stabbed right on the ground. A letter is tied to the hilt, and the barbarian takes it. He starts to read, muttering about how it is a letter that first began in the Lionheart Kingdom. The barbarian and orc continue to read, and after a while, the barbarian snaps. He splits the letter in half, cursing at those who sent it, claiming that they are only asking for a duel, since they are at a disadvantage. While it is a long letter with various noble euphemisms, the summary is that they want a duel, and claim that the other is too scared to accept such a thing. Helkin's champion instructs the barbarian to accept it. The other asks if the orc is going to fight, and adds that if it's him, then there's a chance of winning. Helkin's champion grins at this and announces that he'll take the Grail Knight's body. In a different location, Beatrice is with So Yeon, other trainees, and some knights who are guarding a wagon. A demon's subordinate lies lifeless on the ground. As the trainees thank Beatrice, one girl is crying, admitting to how scared they were. Beatrice pats her on the head, asking if she is alright, relieved that no one's hurt badly. So Yeon is equally relieved, saying it could have turned out wrong, and thanks her. Beatrice is glad that she was of help, so Yeon then asks if the queen has seen Suho and Jae-hyuk. She blushes, as she clarifies that she isn't worried about them. However, So Yeon retracts her words, saying that she is somehow concerned. Beatrice chuckles at this, finding So-yeon's worry to be cute. Another trainee smiles, while So-yeon blushes more. Beatrice gently smiles and asks for confirmation about the quest to help Sir Zira. The trainees confirm this. Unlike the other groups we've seen, the Queen's group is quite relaxed. Hearing this, Beatrice assumes that with His Majesty gone, this only means that he's with another transport squad. She says that they don't have to worry about their friends and adds how she placed a tracking spell on everyone. Everyone is amazed by the Queen's preparedness, and Beatrice assures them that they'll all meet up soon. So for now, they should do what they can. After some time, their group is on the move while Beatrice mulls how Suho and Jae-hyuk are probably with His Majesty. She mulls how the issue here is the last three. Considering the tracking spell she cast on them, there are 3 different locations. Beatrice notices that Daesung and Hari are together with a different transport squad. However, in Sir Spin's case, the Grail Knight is out of her range. Beatrice honestly thought that Sir Spin would be doing well within that gate, so she can't help but wonder what happened with Sir Spin. Going to an entirely different location that seems to be space, Yappi makes a Kirik sound with his noticeably changed form. The Grail Knight stops his orbit and calculates the gravitational effect. Once it's clear, Yappi announces the successful recall of the world within the gate. Yappi continues to assess and announce the successful satellite launch within the gate. He determines that there is limited information gained from observing and starts calculating abnormal phenomena. While the view is limited, Yappi still determines that it looks like a planet. However, he can't observe anything beyond the valleys and Empire's borders. Yappi makes a surprised Kirik sound when he recognizes a sudden high energy. The Grail Knight then adjusts the magnification and assesses the battlefield. Yappi focuses his sights on a group that is standing before a building. He identifies that the one wearing heavier armor matches with the high energy he detected. Judging from the armor, Yappi assumes that it is a knight from the Lionheart Kingdom. The man that Yappi is observing suddenly looks up, feeling the gaze from the other. Yappi is so surprised that he got observed in return, deeming such a thing impossible. Whoa! Considering the helm design, it's the strongest Grail Knight that Sir Zira thought of before. The man removes his helm and directly stares back at Yappi. He then tells Yappi to screw off. Mom, I wonder if he's a tsundere. Going to where our king and the others are, the allied forces of orcs and barbarians face the army from the Lionheart Kingdom. Looking at the number of enemies, Jae-hyuk asks His Majesty if he is sure about this, since the enemy looks like they are about to attack any time. Leon tells the trainee that this is necessary, since they have to analyze the enemy forces to truly understand what happened there. He also determines that keeping them there will aid the transport group that has the real holy relic. However, this doesn't change the fact that it has failed in the past. Hearing this makes the trainees nervous, asking if they should go help. Leon only smiles, saying that they have Sir Spin and Queen Beatrice, so he's sure they can handle it. Jae-hyuk agrees to this, knowing how strong the others are. Someone calls out to His Majesty, and Leon asks if the preparations are complete. Zira confirms this and says that he'll take the lead. The Grail Knight then leads the walk into the middle of the battlefield. The orcs then start thumping and cheering about Helkin watching and their desired outcome. Jae-hyuk is surprised, while Leon frowns at the undignified behavior, and Zira comments on the orcs' loud nature. An orc then steps in, commenting on the presence of the strong humans. Helkin's champion announces the simple rule where anyone who meets their end is the loser. The orc proudly introduces itself as Helkin's champion, Balbazar the Undefeated. Lol, I almost called him Bulbasaur. Balbazar asks which honorable warrior will fight him. Leon smirks at how the orc phrased it as honorable, his patience wearing thin. He shouts at the beast's audacity of boasting about how he's undefeated, when he is merely a frog in a well. The Night King then commands Zira of Twilight to put an end to the sickening beast. At His Majesty's command, Zira pulls out his sword and heads out to face Helkin's champion. He emits divine power as he tells the orc that he is his opponent. Balbazar grunts and asks for his opponent's name. Zira points his sword at Balbazar and refuses to give his name to a beast, especially when he's about to meet his end there. Balbazar ignores the taunt, claiming that what the other says is impossible. Zira merely says that they will discover it soon enough. Balbazar brings down his axe to the ground and laughs at this. The orc shouts that he'll prove that he's right. The duel finally starts with Balbazar charging towards Zira. The Grail Knight merely stays on his spot and is about to attack. Balbazar laughs out loud, claiming that it is too late. The orc smashes his battle axe at Zira, splitting him into two with that single attack. Zira's eyes roll up and he can only mutter a single word, before dropping to the ground in complete defeat. What the if that's it? Balbazar raises his hand with the battle axe and announces his win. His allies behind him cheer out loud to celebrate. Suho and Jae-hyuk are so surprised by what they are seeing. Jae-hyuk is confused as to why the orc is only standing without doing anything. Balbazar murmurs about his win. Before him, Zira is completely unscathed and is emitting divine power. Woo! I'm glad to know that Zira is still alive and kicking. The Grail Knight then speaks about how a beast will always be a beast. Zira grins widely, seeing that the other completely fell for it. It is only then that Suho recalls that Sir Zira is the Grail Knight of dreams and death. Jae-hyuk looks back at Suho, feeling confused. Suho then explains that Sir Zira is showing allusions to the orc using the divine laws. Suho got it right. At that moment, Zira is using the divine law, fantasy domain. The Grail Knight then takes a stance as he continues to unleash divine power. As he prepares to attack, Zira announces that the other should meet his end while dreaming. The Grail Knight then uses another divine law, the aura of execution. Considering their distance and his speed, Zira is confident about hitting Helkin's champion with his attack. He pinpoints a single spot at Balbazar's chest, thinking how once it hits, the other will soon be overtaken by the power of death. Whoa, it's that instantaneous. However, before the sword even hits its mark, Balbazar stops it with his hand. Helkin's champion realized that divine law was being used on him. Zira frowns and clenches his teeth. He can't believe that it didn't work. Balbazar screams out loud and swings his battle axe at Zira. The Grail Knight groans in pain, and Suho shouts in worry. Zira quickly moves back to distance himself from his opponent. Balbazar comments on how fast the other is, while Zira mentions Helkin's power. Balbazar raises a hand to show and confirm that he is Helkin's hand. The orc adds that he was given the ability to destroy everything. Don't be so full of yourself. If you're facing our king, I'm sure it'll only take a flick of his finger to defeat you. Balbazar clenches his battle axe with both hands, claiming that the Grail Knight's little tricks won't work on him. The orc swings his battle axe, creating destruction on the ground that sends rocks towards Zira. The Grail Knight is annoyed, as he defends against the rocks with his sword. Though pushed back, he quickly charges at his enemy. Balbazar only laughs, and mockingly taunts the other. The movements of their exchange of attacks are so fast, leaving a light trail. Zira clenches his teeth as they continue to exchange blows. Balbazar laughs, asking if the other is already tired, as he emits power from his hand. The orc suddenly grabs Zira, but the other cannot stop him in time. Balbazar then throws him to the ground, claiming that the Grail Knight can't beat his age. A battle axe suddenly comes down at the fallen Zira, with Balbazar shouting out loud. Jae-hyuk shouts for Sir Zira. Huh, is that a smile on our king's face? As the dust and smoke from Balbazar's attack dissipate, the orc expresses his displeasure. Zira is still standing. The Grail Knight coughs as he holds onto his chest, thinking of how pathetic he is. Zira thinks that offering victory to his majesty isn't enough, and yet he is losing. The Grail Knight clenches his sword and ties it to his hand with his cravat. He comments on the beast's determination and gets into stance once more. Zira suddenly charges at Balbazar, making the other mock him for being a weak human. The orc slashes at the Grail Knight, giving him a fatal wound. Oh no, is it for real this time? Anyway, let's cut the program for a moment and do another flashback. This was at the time when our king was still a war knight. Before an orc subjugation mission, Li Yan addressed an old man, asking for his name. The man paid respect to Li Yan. He introduced himself as Zira, the oldest son of Baron Bertham, and a part of the Leona Twilight Knight Order. Li Yan observed the other man, commenting on how he knew of the other's history as a royal knight of 50 years. Zira remained humble before Li Yan and claimed embarrassment. Li Yan called him Sir Zira and expressed his worry for the other, since they were about to deal with an orc champion. This concern made Zira look up and addressed Li Yan with his title as a Grail Knight. He seriously asked Li Yan to give him the lowest position possible for the subjugation, no matter what it may be. Li Yan was surprised by the other's reaction and asked why Sir Zira really wanted to join, when there were other methods of bringing glory to the kingdom. The question slightly raised Zira's corner lip, and he finally smiled as he claimed that honor and glory weren't the only important things. For Zira, what matters to him is that he's able to maintain his way of life. This is something you should keep in mind if you are feeling hopeless. Now, let's go back to our regular program. With the orc's weapon still lodged in his shoulder, Zira remains standing as he coughs. Balbazar is already sure of his victory and mocks the other for it. The orc then tries to take his battle axe, but it won't budge, for Zira is holding onto it. The Grail Knight recalls the Night King's words back then. This is just a quick flashback. Leon mentioned that he already knew rumors weren't to be trusted. He commended Sir Zira's loyalty to his duties. Then, Leon reached out a hand to him and asked for Sir Zira's help in that battle. With those memories, Zira unleashes divine energy and respectfully speaks to the Lady of Death. He asks for the goddess' blessing as he stabs Balthazar with his sword. The orc is surprised by this since he already assumes that the other has no more strength. Zira uses a great divine law called Death Resistance, making it possible for him to remain standing, despite the fatal injury inflicted on him. With Balthazar down from his attack, Zira finally pulls the battle axe from his shoulder. He raises his sword up high, earning a resounding cheers from the knights. Woohoo! That proved that orc wrong. Suno and Jae-hyuk are both awestruck by how Sir Zira won in the end. The orcs and barbarians are frustrated by Balthazar's loss, despite his confidence in winning. An orc steps out from the group, expressing his irritation at how Balthazar dropped his guard, and calling the fallen orc an idiot. Zira doesn't react to this and simply remains standing. The orc who stepped out introduces himself as Madhar, the champion of go-croc, the sorcerer god. Madhar observes how the knight seems to be on the brink of death, but he still asks if the other will fight until the end. Zira doesn't respond, thinking that he already lost too much blood. He mulls how once his death resistance is undone, he will finally face actual death. No, I just found my favorite Grail Knight, and now you're saying we'll lose him already. Zira thinks that he must do something for the sake of his king, despite his eyes already dimming. The Grail Knight starts speaking about taking one more with him as he staggers. Someone suddenly pulls at Zira's arm. Leon commends him for the great fight. He tells the Grail Knight to rest, for he will watch and bless his end. Jae-hyuk and Suho assist Sir Zira, with obvious worry on their faces. Leon walks to where the enemies are, calling them green beasts. He announces that he will only give them one chance at winning. Leon takes out both Holy Sword and Holy Spear from his subspace as he emits a golden aura. The Night King is enraged, and aside from the two holy relics, the Holy Grail appears and hovers on top of his head. Thoroughly prepared, he tells the rest of the enemies to come at him, all at the same time. Going to where Sir Spin is, Yappi makes a Kirik sound and observes that numerous movements are detected from the border of the Empire. He surmises that the Empire and Lionheart Kingdom's alliance is tense. Wow, I think we all now have an idea of what really happened during that timeline. Yappi determines that there are no problems with the relic transportation team. Though two other teams are already down, Pantheon Guild members are still safe. Yappi makes another Kirik sound as he finds that the orcs and barbarians are increasing. Yappi suddenly pauses and jumps off from the shuttle he is at. A green ray of energy blasts at the shuttle, destroying it into smithereens. Yappi can only make a confused sound as the attack's impact sends him off. What was that? Something hit his space shovel even though he's in space. Returning to where our king is, Leon still has the holy relics out. Zira and the trainees all have their mouths open in surprise. They can only call it the pinnacle of human history as they look at the massive damage that eradicated all enemies into nothing. Leon looks back at them and addresses Sir Zira, saying that he has a grail. The Night King claims that, if necessary, he will be able to accompany them to the ends of the world. Zira stares at His Majesty in awe. He then tells him to not look at the past and to not waste time on him. Zira is well aware of how excellent His Majesty is as the king and can't wish for more. The Grail Knight then coughs, worrying Suho. Leon kneels and bows before Sir Zira, announcing that he will conduct the ascension ritual, and tells the other to accept it. Hesitant, Zira tells the Night King not to do it, since he must also reserve his divine power. Nope, you deserve just as much, since the real Zira never experienced it back then. Leon says that the orcs and barbarians will fall back, and assures Sir Zira that he doesn't have to fight, since all he has to do is track down the rest of the enemies. The Grail Knight looks at the Night King, still feeling hesitant, since he already knows the truth that he is only a reenactment of a memory. Leon continues to bow before Sir Zira, announcing that he'll begin as golden divine power shines around them. Leon starts the ritual by speaking of the Grail Knight Zira Bertham. He says that he is the oldest son of Zoldyck Bertham, not to be confused with that family of assassins. Leon announces Sir Zira's title as the first Knight of Dreams and Death and his role as a knight under the Leona Twilight Knight Order. The Night King then tells the Grail Knight to pray for the divinity that he follows, and soon, Plu appears, changing the color of the divine power enveloping them. Zira looks up the goddess, calling her the boatman at the lowest depths of the world and the lady who watches every living being's last moments. The Grail Knight announces the end of his long journey, how he stayed away from falsehoods, hated gold, and fed and protected the citizens. I wonder if such a person still exists in real life. Zira asks the divinity that if she is to bless him for everything that he has done, then he prays that his majesty's territory expand, and that his problems be erased instead. Li Yan places a hand on Sir Zira's shoulder and prays to the divinity of dreams and death. He announces that her first knight is going on his last journey. Li Yan proclaims that the living will remember Sir Zira's honor, and his glory will never be forgotten by her. He prays for Sir Zira to sip on wine in the gods' banquet hall, and that his name be remembered forever. Li Yan announces his title as the 15th King of Lionheart. He promises that they'll be together again in the gods' banquet hall. The Night King then taps his forehead to Sir Zira's, saying goodbye to his old friend. The divine power again turns gold. Right, small pieces of light litter and golden feathers are scattered into the air as the words of glory to the Lionheart are said. In a different place within the gate, 2 orcs are before everyone else. The seated orc's finger is still glowing green, while the other orc calls the Great Chief with confusion. The Great Chief says it's nothing, claiming that he just saw a fly. Wait, was that attack on Yappi from this green beast? The cloaked orc apologizes for his disciple who wasn't good enough. The Great Chief then announces that they will fall back, since they'll only gain more significant losses if they continue to stay there. The orc mentions the King of Lionheart and grins. The Great Chief then mentions how they might face each other if fate wills it. Going to where Hari and the others are, another Sir Zira is accompanying them. There's another one. There's still hope. Zira leads their group, observing how monsters are rarely in that area. Hari calls out to Sir Zira. The knight looks back at Hari, calling her Dame Hari. She then asks if the knight has any memories of what happened before that. Zira mulls over this and asks if Dame Hari is referring to another clone's memories. He then explains that it is more like he inherited memories of the original, so this means that he has no memories of meeting them. Zira explains that at the moment, he is a mission knight at 87. At this age, His Majesty was still a Grail Knight and a War Knight. Oh, are we getting some stories of our king from back then? Excited, Hari asks if Sir Zira has known His Majesty since he was young. Stella joins in, claiming that she also wants to hear stories about back when His Majesty was younger. Zira chuckles at their interest and mentions how His Majesty is impressive since back then. Mission Knight Zira tells them how the Night King is the youngest Grail Knight all time. He speaks of how His Majesty did amazing as a mission knight, since he became one when he was only 16. Hari expresses her complete amazement at this information. Zira mentions how it is common for a knight to do charity work for the kingdom. Considering that His Majesty is Duke Dragonia's successor, there is the possibility that he skipped some processes. However, His Majesty still did great. Mission Knight Zira tells them how His Majesty defeated a village of orcs on his own and dealt with barbarians during their ritual. The adventures of His Majesty are stories of honor and glory that even poets and singers eternalized. Zira continues his story of how His Majesty was chosen by the goddess of light and justice at the age of 20. By the time His Majesty turned 27, he became the youngest War Knight and Grail Knight. Oh, so our king's body is eternally 27. With apparent fondness, Zira says that His Majesty is radiant. He assumes that no one else will be as talented as him. Zira then calls Dame Hari and asks her to stay by His Majesty's side. He hopes for her to take good care of him and learn at the same time. Zira smiles, saying how talented His Majesty is, considering his age. Hari clenches her fists, announcing that she'll do her utmost while Daesung merely stares at her. Daesung then looks at his own hand, lost in thought with a sad smile. Time passes and Hari and the others are sleeping on the ground. Daesung is still awake and training basic sword skills. He brings the sword down in a straight slash. Someone suddenly comments on how Daesung is using the kingdom's sword technique. Surprised, Daesung scratches his head, asking if he woke Sir Zira with his activity. The Mission Knight smiles and denies this. He mentions that it is common for guys his age to not have much sleep. Zira then claims that he thought of helping Daesung in standing guard, and instead finds him training. He then asks if he can help the younger man. Daesung didn't expect it, but he still accepts the offer. The two face each other in entirely different stances. Zira smiles as he explains that he'll be attacking, so Daesung should try to stop him. Daesung agrees when an attack suddenly comes at him from the side. Though surprised, Daesung managed to block it somehow in time. Completely serious, Zira tells Daesung that his hands must be above his belly button. He teaches him that the sword not only serves as a weapon, but also the fastest form of defense. This reminds me of that training between our king and Hari. Zira continues, telling Daesung that a sword must always be held in a position that lets him react to most attacks. The mission knight proceeds to attack as Daesung does his utmost to protect himself. Daesung clenches his teeth, thinking that Sir Zira's swordsmanship is undoubtedly fast and precise, and almost seems like a machine. Faced with such a foe, Daesung believes that he can't do anything. With another move, a sword flies off into the air and stabs into the ground. Daesung huffs and admits his loss. Zira waves a hand and laughs, claiming that winning and losing don't matter. When it comes to training, he then sits on a log, inviting Daesung to sit beside him. Zira mentions that Daesung already has the basics down, and that his reaction speed is okay. He observes how the other train well, but Daesung thinks he's still lacking. Daesung then asks what Sir Zira thinks of him when compared to Dame Hari. Daesung, focusing on walking your path would be better than comparing yourself to others. Surprised by the question, Zira is saddened as he says that there is a considerable gap. Daesung doesn't speak, while Zira mentions that Dame Hari is talented and loved by the gods. The mission knight is confident that she will rapidly improve compared to others. Sitting beside Sir Zira, Daesung admits that he already knows that even if he tries so hard, he'll never be as good as Dame Hari. Zira looks at the younger man with a sad smile and says Daesung reminds him of himself. Daesung is surprised by this revelation, saying how the other becomes a Grail Knight. Looking up, Zira corrects Daesung, saying that that is in the future. He admits how he considers this accomplishment surprising since everyone around him has already told him to give up. Daesung asks why Zira didn't do just that. The mission knight smiles in thought and says that what others say means nothing when it comes to trying. Zira claims that even if it is impossible, it doesn't mean he shouldn't give it a shot. He then asks Daesung if he agrees with him. Daesung doesn't reply while Zira continues to talk. Better listen well, Daesung. Heeding his words will surely aid you. Zira calls him a young knight and asks if the other knows courage. Daesung is a bit confused as to where the conversation is going. Zira mentions other words, such as bravery, love, and hope. He says that a knight must understand how these are handled. Zira turns them into phrases, saying immense courage, undying love, and pure love puts a Grail Knight on top. Addressing Daesung, Zira asks if a Grail Knight has all those qualities. Daesung hesitates, but still agrees to this. Zira corrects him, saying it isn't the case. Since no one is born with such traits, the mission knight smiles, claiming that it can't be possessed, received, or even achieved. Sir Zira places a hand on Daesung's shoulder and tells the younger man that those are things that manifest right in their heart. Daesung feels a bit enlightened by the mission knight's words. Zira finally stands up, calling Daesung a young knight. He then asks if when Daesung prays to possess those, does the younger man believe that it will be bestowed to him by the gods, or will he be given the opportunity to manifest them instead? It's definitely the second option. After some time, some watchtowers can be seen, and Stella gladly points out the Empire's lookout. Oh, did she just say it's the Empire? I hope nothing goes wrong. Zira announces that they've reached it and happily announces that they can use the straight path heading to the kingdom's borders. Once they pass that point, both Hari and Daesung are glad to hear this news. Daesung thinks about the fact that the Lionheart Kingdom shares its borders with the Empire. However, he is confused as to why their mission isn't ending. Daesung believes it should be over, since they've reached the Empire. Daesung, pay attention to the details. Quest says Lionheart borders. You're not exactly there yet. A guard from above the wall shouts at them to stop and asks for their identification. Stella calls out, announcing their identity as a relic transport team from the Lionheart Kingdom. She then mentions how there should be some records of them passing there previously. The people from the Empire don't answer, and instead, the gates are slowly raised. There are people behind it, and they even welcome them. However, Zira is completely confused. He recognizes the people as the Magic School of Light's head. Then there's Sir Bolfart, who is the Imperial Guard's division commander, and Startooth, the Heavens Observer. Zira asks why some of the members of the 13 electors are there. One of the old men, probably the head of the Magic School of Light, greets Sir Zira by calling him by his Grail Knight title. The old man's smile further widens when he realizes that it is actually Sir Zira's clone. Suddenly, enemies are on top of the cliffs, completely surrounding them from above. Hari notices this and tells Sir Zira about it. Zira frowns, already realizing what exactly is happening. But before the mission knight can speak further, a blast of red light hits him. No, stop aiming at Sir Zira. As Daesung watches this happen, the people from the gate once again welcome them to the Empire. With a horrendous smile, the head of the magic school of light gathers red energy in his finger as he bids them goodbye. Daesung shouts for Sir Zira while Hari quickly approaches the mission knight. The head of the magic school of light, which we'll now call the old geezer from MSL, continues to grin as he announces that they don't have to worry since the clone is no Grail Knight. The old geezer then asks if the others want to fight as well. Stella glares back and summons her flames. With a swing of her sword, she sends the flames to where the old geezer is. The old geezer merely smiles as he creates a magic circle and announces his move, high-grade element disassembly. Stella's flames dissipate with that. Wow, that move is a mouthful. You should just say nullification. Stella is so surprised at how the old geezer undid a divine law. The old geezer laughs at this as he proudly claims how they studied the divine law for a long time. He argues that those divine laws aren't good enough to break the rules. However, the old geezer admits it would be different if head of temples or Grail Knights were involved. Oh, it's one of those villains who announces the weakness of their abilities. Stella shouts at their impertinence of studying miracles of the divinities, claiming it to be an insult to the gods. The old geezer shouts back, calling them fools who are stuck in old tradition just because of divinity. He claims that this is why humanity hasn't improved. Daesung takes out his sword, saying how the Empire is on the same side as the orcs from the start, and how they're after the holy relic. This greatly surprises Stella. You're a bit slow on the uptake there, Dame Stella. The old geezer laughs aloud, proudly claiming the old saying of keeping your enemies closer. He announces their intention of analyzing the gods using the relic, and taking them further into modernization. The sky suddenly fills with thick clouds, and light appears from above. The old geezer from MSL tells them to look, explaining that this is humanity's power. At the same time, Startooth, the heavens observer, gathers energy into his finger. He uses a great magic, Lamantra's lightning. Just then, lightning appears from the thick clouds, aiming for Hari's group. It is already too late to evade, since light travels fast. Suddenly, Beatrice appears and uses great magic, top-grade element disassembly. Her move easily nullifies the attack, ensuring the safety of Hari's group from it. Oh, so there are different levels for it, but it's still a mouthful. The old geezer shouts, demanding the identification of the newcomer. They can't believe that such a person can nullify a great magic. Beatrice says that she rushed there because of her instincts. Hari and Daesung smile upon seeing the queen arrive on top of a flying large bird with a group of cavalry. With a vast magic circle above her, Beatrice greets the old geezers. Bulfard, the Imperial Guards Division commander, asks who the newcomer is. The old geezer from MSL observes and says that she's a mage who is also enveloped in divine power. He suddenly shouts in surprise and activates psychological interference nullification, mental fortitude reinforcement, and strong mind. The old geezer sweats as he complains about the newcomer's rudeness in releasing mana of seduction and questions her honor as a mage. Beatrice merely puts a hand on her cheek with a smile, apologizing and reasoning that she was born with it. The old geezer harumph, thinking it is a lie, since this would mean that the other doesn't have to do anything to use such corrupt power. He then mulls how the evil divinity of pleasure and corruption would love such a being. Observing the woman, Startooth recognizes the divine power from a believer of dream and death. He corrects himself, claiming that she's akin to a temple clergy. The old geezers then curse, since they assume that only a Grail Knight would be sent, so having a saintess surprises them. Stella looks at Beatrice, wondering who she is, while Daesung only scratches his head and keeps his mouth shut. Lol. The old geezers should tremble in fear already. They have no idea that their opponent is actually a priestess for dream and death. The old geezers speak of how they thought that the Kermit Temple head for dream and death was a man. Old geezer from MSL raises a hand, gathering mana, and claims is a bad move to appear before them. He announces that the other would have had a better chance if they chose to ambush. The old geezer says all that while using lightning, enveloping flames, and flame sphere. Beatrice feigns surprise and ignorance, asking the old geezer what he intends to do with something adorable. With apparent glee, the old geezer claims he's not yet done. He then uses speed reinforcement, magic manifestation change, and blazing gaze. He directs his attack at Beatrice, telling her to perish. Wow, the old geezer really isn't holding back at all. The queen calmly gazes down at the attack, clearly unimpressed. As the attack is about to reach her, she uses hexagonal shield that effectively blocks the attack. Lightning appears behind her, and Lamantra's lightning is used once again. The old geezers from below are grinning, assured of their win in that fight. Electricity with bright light and smoke emits from where Beatrice is, and Harvey can't help but worry for Her Majesty. As the smoke clears, Beatrice reappears with a handkerchief covering her nose. She claims that unrefined things must be first eradicated, as she uses great magic, mana circulation. The old geezers are so surprised that she is unscathed and can even wield such a tremendous amount of mana. Lol, all that magic easily deflected with only 2. Raising her hand, Beatrice creates a magic circle and casts great magic, Death Eye. Her magic then causes great destruction in multiple areas simultaneously. From below, Hari's group is in awe at Her Majesty's prowess. Suddenly, the gem on the old geezer's forehead glows. Stardust mentions how the opponent took the remaining mana from the atmosphere, while the old geezer grunts at the immense amount of mana as he shields them with pure essence shield. Beatrice smiles upon noticing the essence of shield and comments on how it's comparable to His Majesty's divine law. She suddenly thinks of how magic in that world is akin to the one she came from. The queen looks down at them, not understanding why they are using magic in such a vulgar manner. This comment and Beatrice's actions surprise the old geezers. The Death Eye starts to disappear, while the queen gathers energy into her hands. Golden energy gathers into a black sphere of what she's making, as she comments on how the old geezers focus on what their magic does, ignoring its further possibilities. Beatrice claims that the old geezers are hard for her to understand. Still reeling from shock, Startoth shouts his accusation of her stealing his magic. Beatrice ignores this and raises the black sphere enveloped in golden power, commanding it to open. The black disappears and bright light leaks out as the queen uses great magic, the radiance of heavenly punishment. As the queen battles it out with the old geezers, a younger-looking Zira is enveloped in the divine power of dreams and death as he suddenly gains consciousness. Woo! He's alive. Stella notices this and asks if Sir Zira is okay. Zira observes his place, recognizing it as the Empire's guard post. Zira quickly assesses and asks if he is right to assume that the Empire betrayed them. Beatrice is still busy fighting when someone suddenly confirms Sir Zira's suspicions. Harvey is so surprised upon hearing a voice in her head. The voice then addresses them, asking them to call for reinforcements. Oh, so it was the queen who was speaking. The request surprises Hari since, based on what she's seeing, the queen is totally slaying it. Beatrice claims it will only be a matter of time because she feels a strange power from the old geezers. She explains that if this takes longer, she won't be able to handle it all on her own. Going to a different location, something hits the ground with great speed, leaving a trail of golden light and smoke. Yappi is in the rubble, with most of his limbs broken or shredded into pieces. The Grail Knight quickly assesses his situation, recognizing that his primary system is not working properly and requires urgent repair. Yappi undergoes emergency protocol when someone suddenly appears on where he landed. The person who appeared picks Yappi up by its remaining arm, making the Grail Knight make a questioning Kyrric sound. A man covered in armor seriously asks who Yappi is, as he gives him an intense glare. Behind the man is an army of knights. The man then questions Yappi as to why he can sense divine power from him. Woohoo! Sir Yappi is saved by the strongest Grail Knight. Back at the valley where Hari's group is, a horseback riding chase has already unfolded. Sir Zira shouts about the necessity of escaping and requesting reinforcements. He has the chest of holy relic before him as he shouts for everyone to hurry, since the Empire's soldiers are almost upon them. Daesung shouts that they shouldn't worry about them and to go ahead. At the same time, Harvey still hasn't mastered horseback riding, and she shouts for her horse to go faster. Maybe you should feed your hair to your horse as it runs, Hari. From the back, someone shouts a command to catch their group. Daesung looks back and finds that the people from the Empire are almost near. Bulfart, the Imperial Guard Division commander, curses at them, commanding them to stop. Hari pulls out her sword and emits flames. With a swing of her sword, the fire shoots out at the chasing figures of the Empire's soldiers. Bulfart merely grins at this and uses his own sword to slash at the flames, making it completely harmless. Hari is shocked by this, while Bulfart announces her end. Hari defends against the division commander's strike with her own sword, but the attack's strength still throws her off her horse. Seeing her tumble, Daesung shouts for Hari. Bulfart kept riding towards the others, cursing and claiming their end. Right then and there, the division commander jumps off his horse as dark energy surrounds him. Bulfart uses the demon god's advent, Ka Nuwa of merciless destruction. He gains horns and his ears become pointed as he lands on the ground with great destruction. Well, I'm not even surprised anymore. He's from the Empire, after all. Bolfart laughs out loud as he starts running. He merely passes by Daesung, calling him an extra. Daesung shouts for Dame Stella to be careful, making her and Sir Zira look back. Stella shouts for the other knights to protect the holy relic and block the incoming enemy. The knights quickly heed her command. They head straight at the charging Bolfart as they shout the Lionheart battle cry. The Turn Demon laughs at the knights' futile attempts and swings his sword at them. Suddenly, someone thanks them for their loyalty, making Bolfart look up in surprise. Above, Stella is about to strike her sword at him. Using the divine law, divine swords dissent. She brings down her sword with a single straight slash, destroying a bit of those around them. Stella clenches her teeth, thinking how the skill she used could slice a high-ranked demon with one strike. She is hopeful of this attack. However, Bolfart suddenly holds her head with a single hand, surprising her. He curses at her, telling her to perish. I swear, this guy's dialogue of cursing and wishing ill of others is so repetitive. Suddenly, another voice speaks up in surprise at how Bolfart wasn't sliced by the divine sword, commenting on his toughness. A sword strikes at him, barely missing him. Bolfart sees Zira of Twilight, and dark energy surrounds him once more. The Turn Demon claims that Zira is a weak copy of his original, since he isn't a Grail Knight. Bolfart expresses his surprise at the gall of the other, and attempting to stop him in that weak state. He claims that one must be at least a Grail Knight to end him. Zira sighs at how arrogant the Empire has become. He then questions the other's qualifications to discuss the matter of Grail Knights. Enraged, Bolfart curses at Zira. Suddenly, the Turn Demon shouts and sweats in worry, realizing that the holy relic is not the two of them. Lol, took you long enough. Zira subtly grins at this, mocking the other about forgetting things as one gets older. Bolfart then recognizes the soldier, riding away from the scene. He exclaims in surprise, finally understanding what is happening. At that exact moment, Daesung is riding hard away from the battle, with the chest of holy relic and Hari in tow. Bolfart then curses at the cowardly strategy. That's what you get for calling her Daesung an extra. Stella and Zira exchange knowing looks and nod in understanding. Stella then calls out to the glorious knights of Lionheart and gives out a command. She urges them to stand up and fight, even at the cost of their life. The knights heed this command with no hesitation. Bolfart, frustrated by what happened, curses at them as he unleashes demonic energy. The ground crumbles at the force of his power. He didn't hesitate in striking everyone with his sword, as he calls them animals who willingly let go of their free will. Bolfart corrects himself, claiming that they're worse than that. Brah, to be honest, you're the worst of the three old geezers. Zira and Stella dash to where Bolfart is with their swords drawn. Before Zira can even attack, Bolfart swings his sword at him. Stella shouts for Sir Zira, worried as he gets hit on the side. Despite his injury, Zira yells for her to not worry. Suddenly, Bolfart kicks Zira in the chest. He curses at Zira as he brings him down to the ground, pointing out their strength difference. Bolfart calls them weaklings as he strikes Stella, sending her flying. Suddenly, a dark-haired man emitting divine power dashes at where Bolfart is, surprising the Turn Demon. The man strikes multiple times at Bolfart's single swing. The dark-haired man is slightly startled, realizing his revival speed is faster. He then comments on how the Empire betrayed them. Whoa, this is a younger Zira? Let's go. Stella and Zira stand opposite Bolfart when Stella addresses the other as Kingdom Knight Zira. She asks how many lives he has left, making the man mull over this. Zira raises his sword and claims that it'll be until the goddess takes his life. You might turn into a baby if the tide of battle remains unchanged. A little while later, a huffing sound can be heard as Bolfart faces Zira. They both emit energy, while Stella lies face down on the ground and huffs in exhaustion. Bolfart grins, claiming that it is the end. He mocks the knight, calling him a child with a foolishness that is yet to manifest. Oh no, Zira got younger again. Bolfart says that if the other wants to defeat him, then his main body won't be sufficient. Zira looks at his clenched fist in wonder, amazed by the fact that the goddess chose someone inferior to be her knight. Bolfart smiles widely, claiming that nothing will change, and asks what even a child can do. Zira steps closer and educates the other that Grail Knights are beings who devoted themselves to completing the quest granted to them by the gods. He compares the Grail Knights' lives to gorgeous flowers that can bloom on their unshakable faith. Zira claims that this unbelievably bright honor is his dream and goal. The young man raises his sword and starts praying to the Lady of all things, recalling how everyone else called it impossible. Zira continues to pray about how the Lady governs the afterlife and its sinners, and how she guides mortals. He remembers how others told him that what he experienced was a message from the gods for him to give up. Wolfart sweats in surprise, unable to believe what he is seeing. Despite the adversity, Zira faced the impossible. His mission requires no approval from others. Zira never thought of thinking that it couldn't be completed, just because it was impossible. And even now, the young clone of Zira of Twilight is invoking the power that the young him has never experienced before. Making the impossible possible made him conquer even death. The goddess of death kindly looks at him, and divine power is granted with blazing light. Plu then commands Zira as he opens his eyes. She tells her small knight to face the impossible. Zira brings down his sword as divine power emits from his young self. The Grail Knight announces that he won't perish, for he fights even the Veil of Death. Crossing time and space, it is the foolish one who sings of Twilight's end. With the shadow of his former self, Zira announces his fate to overcome mortality and gain victory. Woohoo! A young, white-haired Zira, though I'll miss old man butler Zira. This is also a great look.